Chapter 286: Gold Medals and Bronze Medals in the Men's Horizontal Bar Competition. At this year's Olympic Games, the renowned Russian gymnast Kuznetsov delivered an exceptional performance, executing his routine flawlessly. Yet, to the astonishment of many, he received a score of only 97.62. Following him, the American competitor Millerham, despite a rather lackluster performance, achieved a commendable score of 98, thereby securing the gold medal in the men's horizontal bar event. Unjust judgments did not solely plague the horizontal bar event. Throughout gymnastics, the Chinese Dream Team faced an onslaught of precise criticisms from the judges. Apart from two individuals qualifying for the all-around finals, only one gymnast from China advanced in events such as the balance beam, uneven bars, vault, and floor exercise. Promising medal prospects were undermined with disheartening scores, preventing them from reaching the finals. Notably, the Chinese star Fan Yilin performed admirably on the uneven bars, yet received a mere score of 8.3, while American gymnast Gabrielle Douglas, despite a significant technical error, was awarded the highest score of 9.2, ultimately leaving Fan Yilin out of the finals. The judges' decisions to score the Chinese team unfavorably thwarted the athletes' chances in their strongest events, while the American team, despite performances that fell short of China's, secured 2 full spots in all 4 events, claiming victory in 5 of them. When our athletes achieved gold, American media swiftly ignited discussions surrounding doping. When our athletes earned silver, our national flag was displayed at the lowest position during the award ceremony. And when our athletes excelled in competition, they were met with cold indifference from the home crowd, simply for outperforming a local competitor. Amidst such rampant injustices, where is the Olympic spirit? Where is the promised unity of humanity through the Olympic Games? This edition of the Olympics has been rife with unexpected and absurd occurrences. During the preliminary rounds of the women's 4x400-meter relay, the American team exceeded the baton exchange zone during the 3rd and 4th legs, leading to a ruling of disqualification. However, after an appeal, they astonishingly succeeded, bypassing even a rematch and advancing directly to the finals. This undoubtedly evokes memories of the events from 12 years ago at the Rio Olympics, where the American women's 4x100-meter relay team faced a similar fate. After a baton exchange mishap prevented them from qualifying for the finals, they appealed, claiming interference from the neighboring Brazilian team during their exchanges. They were granted a rematch, which was conducted in isolation, devoid of competitors or any disturbances, allowing them to achieve an impressive time and ultimately secure the gold medal. This time, however, the situation escalated further. Without a rematch, the American team advanced directly to the finals, while the Chinese women's team, originally ranked 8th in the preliminaries, was unjustly excluded from the finals, becoming the primary victims of this absurdity. How utterly outrageous! Xiaolon exclaimed, unable to contain her fury, uttering a stream of expletives. Hu Lixin turned in surprise to look at her, questioning, "What's the matter?" "It's America, what else could it be?" Xiaolon pointed at her smartphone screen and lamented. "In the past, at least we had to go through procedures. Now, it seems we are not even following the process. There's no requalification. We directly advanced to the finals at 4x100 meters, while the Chinese team, who rightfully deserved to be there, has been unjustly squeezed out." Hu Lixin was well aware of the situation and empathized with his wife's emotions. Thus, he refrained from offering a rational analysis. What was there to analyze? It was blatantly evident that the United States was manipulating the Olympics and the International Association of Athletics Federations. It was akin to playing soccer with a superior at work. When the leader demands the ball, can you dare not pass it? When the leader is poised to score, would you dare to block? Now, with the American authorities insisting that their athletes must reach the finals, who would dare to object? The Olympic Committee and the International Association of Athletics Federations certainly would not. Consequently, the Chinese women's athletics team faced misfortune. Despite this, some introspective voices in the country still called upon the outraged Chinese populace to reflect on their shortcomings. If our women's team could secure a position better than 8th place in the preliminaries, such as 7th or 6th, wouldn't they have avoided being edged out of the finals? However, this line of reflection was quickly drowned out by the angry masses, with Xiaolon contributing a sharp retort. "Reflect on this, you scoundrels." Historically, each Olympic Games has witnessed its share of unjust decisions and hidden agendas. Yet this year's event has seen an especially pronounced concentration of such occurrences. As the Los Angeles Olympics nears its conclusion, The competition between China and the United States on the medal tally is exceptionally fierce. Currently, the United States has amassed 36 gold medals, while China boasts 38. However, in the overall medal count, the United States leads with 103 medals, while China follows closely with 100. Therefore, the U.S. publicly emphasizes the overall medal standings to maintain their position at the top, while China highlights the gold medal count, claiming the lead. Yet, despite China's current advantage of 2 gold medals, the final days of the Olympics are primarily focused on athletics, a domain where the U.S. excels. Thus, they can easily surpass China in the gold medal standings through athletic competitions while further widening the gap in the overall medal tally. Although it is highly unlikely that China will surpass the United States in either the gold or overall medal counts, the fact that they have managed to push the United States to such a degree is commendable in itself. This is why the United States has been particularly ruthless during this Olympics. Despite hosting the Games on their home turf and enjoying the advantages that come with it, they have been cornered by China. China aspires to surpass the United States not only in economic strength and global influence, but also in sports. How could the U.S., accustomed to being the frontrunner, tolerate this? To maintain their dominant status, the United States will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. As for the Olympic spirit and sportsmanship, those ideals have long been cast aside. They were merely tools for deception. Even their own leaders no longer believe in them. After venting her frustrations about the United States, Xiaolon sighed deeply. At this rate, our son and daughter-in-law's 2 gold medals are also in jeopardy. Hu Lixin, unsure of how to console his wife, opted for silence, remaining wordless. One day before the finals, Meli led the Argentine U-23 team to a 2-1 victory over the Brazilian U-23 team, which was without its star player, Cabanca, ultimately securing the Olympic bronze medal. As an overage player, he was no longer eligible to participate in the Olympics in that capacity, marking the end of his Olympic career, with the bronze medal being his finest achievement across 2 Olympic Games. How frustrating to end up with only a bronze medal. How wonderful it would have been if it were golden, Kantaro lamented. You could always gild it yourself, Meli shot back with a sidelong glance. In any case, these medals, gold, silver, or bronze, are identical apart from their hues. A gold medal is merely a silver one coated in gold. Kantaro fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this, prompting Meli to inquire in surprise, "You're not genuinely considering it, are you?" Kantaro offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Forget it. Self-deception is foolish. If anyone finds out, it would be quite embarrassing." He sighed again, adding, "Looking back, it's still disheartening that brat who managed to win." "Hey, Meli, what do you think about the final between China and the United States? Who do you wish to see victorious?" "Without a doubt, China," Meli replied. "Really?" Kantaro's eyes widened. "Why? Ramon, don't you think only formidable opponents are worth defeating? If Hu were someone who always lost to us, would you regard him as a rival?" Kantaro shook his head. If Hu and his team fail to secure the gold medal and instead lose to the United States, wouldn't our defeat in the semifinals seem rather pitiful? Kantaro nodded and then shook his head. "That may be true, but in that case, who would possess one more gold medal than you? Then let us carry our rivalry over to the World Cup. We shall claim the World Cup title, while he shall not. In the end, we will have the World Cup championship, and he will only have the Olympic championship. Which do you think holds greater significance?" Meli asked. Kantaro replied without hesitation, "Certainly, the World Cup championship." Meli smiled slightly. "So, what is there to worry about?" Kantaro's excitement grew. "So, we will seek revenge at the World Cup?" Meli nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Kantaro pondered again. "But what if we don't face them in the World Cup?" "That won't be our concern. Let us first secure the championship," Meli responded. Kantaro turned his gaze back to the bronze medal, murmuring, "The World Cup title also comes with a gold medal, doesn't it?" "Indeed. That's good," Kantaro chuckled, reflecting, "It's always better when it's golden. P.S. I suddenly realized that these days are double monthly vote days. If I only update once, I won't be able to ask for monthly votes. So, I've decided to double update until the Olympic storyline concludes. Afterwards, I will return to single updates to supplement my stockpile. I humbly request monthly votes from everyone. I've set a goal of 3,000 monthly votes for these few days. Thank you all." Mobile website, M. the Fox in the penalty area. Chapter 287. The foot on the wheel of fire. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing. Receive the ball. Well done, a clear shot. Shoot. Goal. The Chinese team has taken the lead. The goal scorer, Li Qingqing joyfully sprinted towards the sidelines, ready to celebrate the goal. Her teammates rushed over, enveloping her in a jubilant embrace. The stands echoed with the thunderous cheers of nearly half the Chinese fans. With just 15 minutes remaining in the match, thanks to Li Qingqing's remarkable brace, the Chinese team led the American squad 3-2, seizing the initiative in the quest for Olympic gold. Listening to He Feng's exuberant shouts, Xiaolon clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Well done, Qingqing." Li Ziqiang, who had already risen from the sofa in celebration, initially joined in the cheers, but soon furrowed his brow and lowered his arms. He had sensed something amiss. The television broadcast quickly shifted from the celebrating Chinese players to their American counterparts, who were gesturing towards the pitch-side monitor designated for VAR reviews. This indicated a request for the referee to examine the video replay. The live broadcast displayed a caption announcing that VAR was under deliberation. He Feng's tone shifted. "Hold on. This goal may be contentious. The video referee team is making a ruling." Yan Kong, standing nearby, remarked, "What issue could there be? Offside? Surely not." Xiaolon retorted angrily, "Damn those Americans." Before long, the referee, after communicating with the video assistant referee team via headset, decided to personally scrutinize the screen. The Chinese women's football team, previously celebrating, halted abruptly, gazing at the referee in bewilderment. The video review was simultaneously broadcasted, allowing everyone to witness the referee's judgment. Was this an offside? Yan Kong pondered, his brow furrowed. When the teammate passed the ball, Li Qingqing and the American defender Grozny were nearly aligned. He Feng was equally uncertain, offering a vague response. "It seems to be a matter of mere millimeters." Soon, with the two reference lines provided by the video assistant referee team, the referee reached a conclusion. He turned and sprinted towards the pitch, and under the watchful gaze of players from both nations, he first drew a rectangular box in the air with his hands, signifying a video review. Then, crossing his arms and waving them away, he indicated that the goal was disallowed. Finally, he raised one arm, signaling to all that Li Qingqing was offside. Concurrently, the television broadcast displayed the evidence leading to this decision. The vertical projection of Li Qingqing's shoulder created a red line on the field, while Grozny's toes cast a blue line nearby. The two lines nearly overlapped, prompting the broadcast to zoom in for clarity, revealing that the red line was closer to the American goal. Thus, Li Qingqing was indeed offside. "This is an absurdly marginal offside." Both He Feng and Yan Kong exclaimed in disbelief. "I've never seen a situation where one needs to zoom in to determine whether an offside occurred." Xiaolon, pointing at the television screen with trembling hands, questioned, "Is that even permissible? Does a shoulder protruding count?" Li Ziqiang remained silent, while Hu Lisin sighed and replied, "Theoretically, it does, since the shoulder is a valid part for ball contact. Yet this ruling feels somewhat like nitpicking. In their home ground, what can one do?" Li Ziqiang retorted softly, "How brazen. Damn, can such a goal really be deemed offside? Why don't they mention that Winter's braid is positioned further back than Li Qingqing's? Hair can be considered an effective point of contact as well." Before the television, the players of the Chinese Olympic team were all cursing. Their head coach, Mai Zhaoqing, awaited their outburst to subside before coldly stating, "The women's football match has sounded an alarm for us. We must focus on our performance and leave no room for the referee's manipulation. To win, we must do so decisively and beautifully, leaving no room for criticism." However, Hu Lai did not join his teammates in their tirade. He merely fixated on the screen in silence. On the screen, the main referee had made a decision that was irreversible, and both teams returned to their respective positions, preparing to resume the match. The disallowed goal did not seem to affect Li Qingqing, at least on the surface. She ran back to her position alongside her teammates, who were still chattering in indignation on her behalf, yet she turned to comfort them. "All right, let us focus on the remaining match. If we lose our composure because of this decision, it would truly be a greater injustice if they scored against us. If need be, we can go into extra time and penalties. We are well prepared for that." With that, she led the charge, accelerating to the front of the team and returning to her position. Suwon observed this figure intently. Her steps were steady, her rhythm unshaken. It truly seemed as though the disallowed goal had not affected her. Once the match resumed, the resilient American team quickly regained their morale, pressing forward relentlessly to besiege the Chinese team. Meanwhile, commentators He Feng and Yan Kong remained fixated on the disallowed goal of Li Qingqing. Of course, From the enlarged VAR footage, it was clear that Li Qingqing was indeed offside. This was indisputable, even if it required a close-up to discern. Offside is offside. Isn't VAR meant for such judgments? The issue lies in the referee's stringent scrutiny of the Chinese team's goals while being somewhat lenient towards the American team's decisions. Yan Kong bluntly criticized the officiating standards of the match. This wasn't his first remark of this nature during the game. But the disallowed goal of Li Qingqing had brought it to the forefront once again. Just take a look at Li Qingqing's jersey. The red fabric was nearly stained brown. This was evidence of the infringements she faced throughout the match. As the most threatening player for the Chinese team, Li Qingqing had been relentlessly targeted by American players since the first minute. Yet the American team only received their first yellow card in the 63rd minute. Is this normal? In fact, it wasn't just the color of Li Qingqing's jersey. A closer inspection of her socks revealed blood seeping from her ankle. This was a mark left by an American player stepping on her ankle during the 63rd minute. It was only at this point that the American team received their first yellow card of the match. Indeed, stepping on Li Qingqing's ankle merely warranted a yellow card. If the officiating referee had been impartial and meticulously adhered to the standards of judgment regarding even the minutest of offside infractions against the Chinese team, then the American player who fouled Li Qingqing should have been sent off with a red card. This is precisely why He Feng and Yan Kong were filled with such indignation. It is evident that the home ground advantage was palpable, with the referee blatantly favoring the host nation, while the two commentators were still grappling with the disallowed goal. The American team had been relentlessly assaulting the Chinese half for nearly 10 minutes. After creating a scoring opportunity that was thwarted, they were organizing a secondary attack. The captain of the American team, the illustrious superstar Annabelle Evans, was advancing towards the right side of the Chinese penalty area, attempting to elude a defender with a pivot. However, as she turned, Su Wan, who had anticipated her intentions, deftly intercepted the ball from behind. Following this, Tang Ai Chiu, a Chinese player closely trailing Su Wan, surged forward and struck the ball forcefully ahead. Her pass was not aimless. She directed it towards the vicinity of Li Qingqing. Noticing the ball heading her way from midfield, Li Qingqing began her sprint. Concurrently, the last American center back, Grown Eyes Winter, recognized the approaching ball towards her defensive zone and swiftly adjusted her position, not by rushing forward, but by pivoting in alignment with the ball's trajectory. The ball was traveling at considerable speed, making it impossible for her to intercept it directly. Instead, failing to touch, it could leave a vast gap behind her for Li Qingqing to exploit. Thus, she wisely opted to retreat, closely following Li Qingqing to compress her space and disrupt her, thereby granting her teammates additional time to recover defensively. Winter's decision was astute, as the ball descended before her. Her position was indeed closer to it, and she had completely turned around, accelerating in pursuit. At that moment, Li Qingqing was approximately 5 meters away from her. The advantage lay with Winter. He Feng, from the commentary booth, was the first to exclaim, "A counterattack from the Chinese team. This time, there is absolutely no offside." This was certainly the case, as when the ball was played, all players except the American goalkeeper were situated in the Chinese half, rendering the notion of offside utterly irrelevant. Li Qingqing was accelerating. This was the moment to unleash her speed. As Winter completed her turn and the ball soared towards the ground, Li Qingqing had just crossed the furthest line of the center circle. At that point, there was indeed a distance of about 5 meters between them. Just as she crossed the halfway line, she was rapidly closing in on Winter, and they were nearly side by side. Witnessing this scene, both American and Chinese fans in the stands erupted in a deafening roar, the former in astonishment, the latter in jubilant cheer. As they burst out of the center circle, the two were neck and neck. The ball lay approximately 5 to 6 meters ahead of them. The muscles in Li Qingqing's thighs were akin to 12-cylinder engines, fervently working to unleash maximum power and torque, propelling her forward through the wind. In a close-up shot, she gritted her teeth, fixating intently on the soccer ball before her, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. At last, she surpassed Winter, seizing the ball with a deft touch. Her kick propelled the ball a considerable distance of over 10 meters. Without losing momentum, she charged forward. When Li Qingqing managed to nudge the ball, Winter relinquished any thoughts of fouling her. Instead, she merely tugged at her side, only to be swiftly shaken off by Li Qingqing. All she could do was grit her teeth and pursue. Simultaneously, she gestured to the advancing goalkeeper, urging her not to come out, as she was still in pursuit. in order to avoid allowing Li Qingqing an open net. Li Qingqing, like a whirlwind, stormed into the penalty area, yet the American goalkeeper, Shalone Pascal, hesitated to advance further, realizing that Li Qingqing would reach the ball before her. If she pressed on, there was a strong possibility that Li Qingqing would outmaneuver her. However, she did not retreat. Instead, she remained poised, lowering her center of gravity, braced for action. As Li Qingqing entered the penalty area, she finally slowed down, for she needed to control the ball. Winter, who had been closely tailing her, awaited this very opportunity. Noticing Li Qingqing's deceleration, she lunged to grab her shoulder. In a deft maneuver, Li Qingqing deflected the ball with the outside of her right foot while executing a sharp stop, pivoting to shield the ball from the goalkeeper, Shalone Pascal. This sudden stop and turn allowed her to evade Winter's grasp. Seeing her attempt to thwart Li Qingqing fail, and with Shalone now present, Winter abandoned her pursuit of Li Qingqing, sprinting directly towards the goal, temporarily assuming the role of a goalkeeper, albeit without the use of her hands. Shalone found herself deceived by Li Qingqing's sudden stop and turn. She had anticipated that Li Qingqing would attempt to push the ball outward to create a shooting angle, and thus, she intended to collapse to the ground to expand her defensive coverage and block Li Qingqing's shot angle. However, Li Qingqing had other plans. Redirecting the ball and turning back, Shalone struggled to rise from the ground, only to witness Li Qingqing complete her turn and cut the ball inward. She turned to pursue, using both hands and feet to keep her body between Li Qingqing and the goal. At that moment, more players from both the Chinese and American teams surged forward. Chinese forward Yu Yali was the first to follow into the penalty area after Li Qingqing. Upon seeing Li Qingqing cut inside, she quickly moved to the far post, anticipating a pass. On the American side, the second defender rushing back barreled toward the goal, joining Winter to form a dual defensive line. A pass was possible, but Li Qingqing chose not to deliver it. Indeed, she saw Yu Yali in her line of sight, yet she opted not to pass. Instead, during her inward cut, she executed two feigned shots, ultimately causing goalkeeper Shalone to lose her balance and fall to the ground, desperately extending her arms in a futile attempt to save her goal. She could only lie on the ground, propping herself up to watch as Li Qingqing deftly maneuvered past her and prepared to shoot. She had outwitted Shalone. Li Qingqing unleashed her shot. The soccer ball, propelled by Li Qingqing's left foot, soared like a cannonball, grazing the cheek of the advancing Winter, causing her hair to flutter and even inflicting a faint sting upon her skin. It felt as though she were not confronting a mere goal attempt, but rather a formidable artillery strike. The second American defender, who had rushed back to the goal line, attempted to head the ball away. But before she could execute her maneuver, the ball had already soared over her head and struck the net. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing. A decisive goal at 87 minutes and 33 seconds. Li Qingqing. There is absolutely no doubt about this goal. 3-2. China leads. Amidst the fervent shouts of the commentator and the jubilant cheers of the fans present, as well as countless viewers at home, Li Qingqing glanced back at the goal before sprinting towards the corner flag. Before her teammates could swarm her, she leapt high, executing a graceful 180-degree turn in midair, her arms crossing over her chest before she emphatically swung them down. As her arms descended, her body followed suit, landing firmly on the grass. With her knees slightly bent and her back arched, she showcased her number and name to the cameras and the fans. The goal scorer, Li Qingqing. XXXBS. There are double updates today. Please support with monthly votes. During the double monthly voting period, one vote counts as two. Cast 5 votes in one go, and you won't feel the strain. Remember the pinnacle, Chapter 288, a new day for Chinese football. As soon as Li Qingqing touched down, she was enveloped by her jubilant teammates, who embraced her, shrieking and cheering. They did not even need to wait for VAR confirmation. They were certain this goal counted. Li Qingqing's strike was so pristine, no offside, no foul. Su Wen, in her attempt to intercept, had not even made contact with the opposing captain, Annabelle Evans. When Evans turned around, she found the ball had vanished beneath her feet, and by the time she looked up again, all she could see was the silhouette of Chinese players propelling the ball forward with determination. Throughout the entire sequence, it was Winter who had several moments of questionable fouls, while Li Qingqing remained free of any physical contact with others. She had scored a clean and beautiful goal, one that the video referee team could magnify countless times without finding a single flaw. American players lay sprawled in their own penalty area, The stands resonated solely with the cheers of Chinese fans, while American supporters fell into silence. The players of the Chinese women's football team reveled in their celebration. And this time, the video referee team indeed did not seek the limelight. The main referee decisively blew the whistle and pointed towards the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. The scoreboard on the television broadcast changed, indicating China 3 to America. Oh my, how wonderful. Ha ha. Oh my, how splendid. Xiaolon danced and laughed in the living room, clapping her hands in jubilation. Her excitement was not merely for Li Qingqing's goal, but rather for the celebratory gesture that Li Qingqing had executed, one that belonged to her son. What did this mean? It hardly needs stating, does it? She discreetly glanced at Li Ziqiang from the corner of her eye, eager to discern his reaction after her daughter performed that celebratory gesture. However, she saw nothing of significance. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that the expression on old Li's face mirrored the joyful delight he bore when his daughter scored, unchanged and beaming. In her heart, Xiaolon mused, pondering whether this indicated that old Li had genuinely accepted her son. Subsequently, a sense of pride swelled within her. Umph. Regardless of whether old Li approves of my son, his daughter has fully embraced him. Hu Lisin, nearby, cautiously observed his wife and old Li, realizing why his wife insisted on watching the match with him. This was her opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to old Li. Not only was Xiaolon invested in this celebratory action, but the online spectators were equally entertained. Following Li Qingqing's celebration, a flurry of enthusiastic comments erupted, praising her goal and exclaiming over her celebratory display, flooding everyone's screens. Qingqing is so stunning. As a woman, I suddenly wish to marry her. This goal would be a classic in men's football. Incredible, Li Qingqing. Absolutely phenomenal. Damn that foolish referee. Let us see you try to disallow this goal again. Li Qingqing, the eternal goddess. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. This sweetness is unbearable. How can I handle such a sugary scene? I swear, I have diabetes now. Thus, I maintain that 4 years ago at the Madrid Olympics, Li Qingqing announced their relationship in this very manner. We were simply too oblivious to grasp it. Oh, watching this match while being bombarded with such romantic gestures is overwhelming. Oh, how I adore their subtle interactions from afar. It embodies the most beautiful love in my eyes. Thankfully, Li Ziqiang is not online. Otherwise, upon seeing these comments, he might be struck with a heart attack. However, Xiaolon harbored no such concerns as she lowered her head, absorbed in her phone, chuckling at the witty remarks. The remainder of the match held little interest for her. She was far more intrigued by how creative the netizens were in crafting their narratives. It felt as though the entire nation was bestowing blessings upon her son and daughter-in-law. Alas, it is a pity that she cannot invite the entire country to the wedding banquet. The monetary gifts alone would be staggering. Li Qingqing's goal could be said to have utterly shattered the American team. The formidable U.S. women's football squad, faced with such a contentious goal, saw their morale plummet. Although there were still 2 minutes left in regular time, and factoring in stoppage time and the home advantage, there might have been 7 or 8 minutes remaining. Yet, after the match resumed, the American players displayed a disheartened spirit, devoid of any fighting spirit, failing to pose any threat to the Chinese team's goal. It was not until the 4th minute of stoppage time that they seemed to regain some semblance of determination. However, by that point, merely 2 minutes remained until the conclusion of the match. What could be accomplished in 2 minutes? Not enough. Faced with the resolute Chinese team, they could only lower their proud heads. The match has concluded. The match has concluded. Congratulations to the women's football team. We are the champions. The Chinese team is the Olympic champion. He foamed from the commentary booth, roared with exhilaration. This championship is the glory we have tirelessly pursued across 9 Olympic Games. This marks the first world championship for Chinese football. He was not mistaken. Regardless of gender, this is indeed the first world championship for Chinese football. Although the women's team has demonstrated formidable strength previously, they had never clinched a world title. In both the Olympics and the World Cup, the best results for the Chinese women's football team had been as runners-up. It seemed they were merely a small step away from the pinnacle of the world. Yet that final step had always eluded them, as if it were never meant to be. But now, the Chinese women's football team has finally crossed that invisible threshold, stepping into a brand new realm. As the players of the Chinese women's team paraded around the field, holding a massive 5-star red flag to express gratitude to the fans who had traveled from various parts of North America and from within China. Mai Zhaoqing remarked in front of the television. All right, we are ready to set off. The women's team has set a remarkable example for us. Now it's our turn. He paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the prominent national flag displayed on screen, and continued, we have also prepared a flag of the same kind, hoping to showcase it after the match. I am not trying to pressure you. You should realize that since we have reached the finals, we cannot possibly be here merely to contend for second place, can we? Thus, for this final match, our goal is clear, singular. He raised his right index finger. Champions. Gold medals. On this day, we shall divide the history of Chinese football into two halves. Adorned with the Olympic gold medal, Li Qingqing, alongside her teammates, jubilantly bounced toward the locker room, only to be intercepted by reporters. Qingqing, please answer some questions. Obediently, she halted, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she stood before the camera for an interview. First, congratulations on winning the Olympic championship. This marks a new chapter in the history of Chinese football. Secondly, may I ask, what were your thoughts when your goal was disallowed? Li Qingqing responded with an unrestrained smile. I didn't think much of it. I just figured if it came to it, we would go to extra time and penalties. I also did not expect to score later. That opportunity was indeed excellent. Qingqing, could you describe your celebration gesture? As everyone knows, that gesture belongs to Hu Lai. Why did you choose to celebrate with it after scoring? Asked Wang Shanshan, a reporter from CCTV, with a playful smile. Li Qingqing's face flushed. Whether from shyness or exhaustion after the match, she replied, I was just thinking about the upcoming match for the Olympic team, hoping that using this celebration could bring them some good luck. Wang Shanshan pressed further. Did you discuss this beforehand? Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously. No. It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. You performed the same celebration 4 years ago, Wang Shanshan remarked with a wink. Indeed, for years ago, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, initially intended to console the eliminated National Olympic team. Li Qingqing was gradually becoming overwhelmed. Fortunately, Wang Shanshan refrained from pressing further, such as inquiring why. If it was merely a gesture of goodwill or consolation towards the national team, she chose Hu Lai's celebratory gesture. Did Hu Lai equate to the national team? Had she posed such a question, Li Qingqing would likely have been left in a state of retreat. After Li Qingqing concluded her interview and departed, one of the reporters remarked, I hope Hu Lai scores in the upcoming matches and replicates that identical celebratory gesture. Then we can juxtapose the celebration photographs of both individuals. Ah, what a delightful image that conjures. Laughter erupted among the crowd, filling the air with a sweet and intoxicating fragrance. In the recently concluded women's football final this afternoon, the Chinese team triumphed over the host nation, the United States, with a last-minute goal by Li Qingqing, securing the nation's first Olympic gold medal. It is hoped that the women's team's victory will bestow some fortune upon the young men of the National Olympic team. The indomitable Roses faced controversial officiating in the final moments, yet remained composed and undeterred, ultimately securing victory against the United States. It is also hoped that the National Olympic team can fully absorb this spirit exhibited by the women's team. After a 2-hour respite, Yifeng and Yinkong once again took their seats in the commentary box at the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles, providing commentary for fans back in China. This evening, local time, the men's football final commenced with the whistle signaling the start of the match. In terms of attendance, this match was on par with the earlier women's final. The popularity of women's football in the United States is unmistakable, particularly given that one of the competing teams was the host, the United States. Had it been another team facing China, the audience numbers would undoubtedly have dwindled, as American spectators show little interest in matches involving other nations. While the attendance remained consistent with the afternoon's final, the atmosphere was far more fervent this evening. The enthusiasm generated by the American fans completely overshadowed the Chinese supporters. Their fervor was undoubtedly fueled by the earlier loss of the women's team, who, despite being favored and playing on home turf, suffered the humiliation of relinquishing the championship title right before the eyes of their many fans, a devastating blow to the proud American supporters. The outcome of the women's final was irreversible, yet the Americans had a chance for redemption in the men's final against the National Olympic team, seeking to avenge their women's team. Every American fan present was vociferously cheering, waving their flags with immense fervor. Witnessing this, Xiaolon inquired, which fool claims that Americans lack patriotism? Hu Lisin cast a sidelong glance and replied, do you actually believe such nonsense? Xiaolon frowned again. This home field atmosphere is truly intimidating. Will the national Olympic team be able to withstand it? For them, it is an immense pressure, yet simultaneously a splendid experience. Should they pursue loftier ambitions in the future, today's encounter will undoubtedly become a treasured asset. This was articulated by Li Ziqiang. Sister Xie and Old who accompanied him to observe Li Qingqing's match, and he felt somewhat compelled to stay with the couple to watch Wu Lai's game. Thus, he braced himself in front of the television set. As the match commenced, the American team displayed vigorous initiative. Likely influenced by the earlier defeat of the women's football team, now bearing the weight of expectations upon them, they simply could not afford to lose. Thus, from the onset, they needed to exhibit a sufficiently pressuring performance to provide the fans with a satisfactory account of their efforts. In the commentary booth, He Feng and Yin Kong were analyzing the performances of both teams during this initial phase of the match. Visibly, the American team was more aggressive in their attacks, while the Olympic team was on the defensive. I believe that Coach Ma Zhaoqing's strategy is indeed correct. At such a moment, there is no necessity to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Americans. We must avoid their sharpness, particularly when their momentum is at its peak. Indeed, Yin Kong, the foremost characteristic of this Olympic team is its stability. They are not rushed to seize the offensive. Instead, they can allow their opponents to press forward, exploiting the vulnerabilities that arise when the adversary overextends. The combination of two midfielders with exceptional control, alongside Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing, is particularly well suited for this tactical approach. Thus, He Feng, tailoring education to the individual, selecting the most appropriate tactical combinations based on varying personnel, is the optimal strategy. Initially, when this Olympic team secured their Olympic berth as the third-place finisher in the 23rd Asian Cup, many believed their performance at the Olympics would not surpass that of 4 years prior. Yet, the outcome was far beyond expectations. It must be said that Coach Ma Zhaoqing possesses a remarkable ability to teach according to the talents at hand. Look at this ball, Yin Kong exclaimed suddenly. On the field, the captain of the American Olympic team, their overage player and forward, Carlin Bird, took a shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball zipped along the grass, striking an awkward angle. Such a low shot poses the greatest threat to the goalkeeper. In a breathtaking display, Olympic team goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan leaped and, with a single hand, deflected the ball out of bounds just before the goal line. Well done, Lin Ziyuan. He executed a spectacular save. Rising from the ground post-save, Lin confirmed that the ball had indeed crossed the baseline before shaking his fist at Lambert with a triumphant shout. He was utterly unconcerned about whether his actions would provoke the opponent, potentially making them more challenging to contend with. In fact, he almost relished the prospect of igniting their enthusiasm. As a goalkeeper, his fervor for risk-taking is remarkable, and it is no wonder that domestic fans often criticize him for his arrogance, only to see him humbled time and again. Yet, Lin Ziyuan remains unfazed. This seems to be the joy he finds in playing. From the moment he returned to China, he openly challenged Hu Lai, who had already garnered significant popularity domestically. Showcasing his boldness, the American team's corner kick resulted in a shot on goal, with their center-back Aiden Rudy attempting a header. However, it was too straightforward and was easily collected by Lin Ziyuan. Subsequently, Lin initiated a rapid offensive with a hand throw. As Xia Xiaoyu turned to sprint outside the penalty area upon receiving the ball from Lin Ziyuan, the sphere landed precisely in front of him. Instead of fixating on the football, he began to scan his surroundings, keenly observing the situation. After taking in the environment, he suddenly came to a sharp halt, skillfully deflecting the ball back. In that moment, he evaded the American team's defenders. Subsequently, Xia Xiaoyu nudged the ball diagonally forward, advancing towards the center. He refrained from rushing a pass, opting instead to carry the ball forward, recognizing that the Chinese team's counterattack lacked sufficient numbers, thereby offering limited passing options. Thus, he decided to dribble, simultaneously biding time for his teammates and applying pressure on the American defense, compelling them to neglect a few critical points in their recovery. After all, a player in possession of the ball poses the greatest threat. If the American defenders could focus solely on him, he would have achieved his objective. Xia Xiaoyu's decisive forward run indeed disrupted the American team's defensive rhythm. Some defenders rushed to intercept him, inadvertently overlooking Zhang Qinghuan nearby. In a flash, Xia Xiaoyu passed the ball to Huan Ge. Without pausing to control it, Zhang Qinghuan opted for a direct through ball. Zhou Zijing, making a diagonal run, received the pass just as he approached the edge of the penalty area. Without much adjustment, he swung his right leg and shot. Bang! the American U23 team's overage player. Goalkeeper Miranda Toad leaped into the air, managing to deflect the incoming ball with both hands. "Toad, what a magnificent save!" the American commentator exclaimed. Yet, before his cheers could subside, the ball ricocheted toward the far post, where a flash of red dashed past. The commentator did not even need to verify. He immediately exclaimed, "Who? Hulai?" At the call of he foam, Hulai, racing to the far post, utilized his momentum without leaping, directly heading the ball towards the goal. No American players could intervene, and he effortlessly directed the ball into the open net. "What a beauty, Hulai! Simply splendid." Yen Kong even rose from his commentary seat, raising his arms in jubilation. Just 19 minutes into the match, the Chinese U23 team, who had been under pressure from the Americans, had taken the lead. This team once again demonstrated their extraordinary resilience under pressure. In the face of such an onslaught, the players remained composed, fully aware of their responsibilities. This was remarkable. Previously, many of our players would panic under pressure, unsure of how to react. Hefeng remarked with a smile, "I believe their composure stems from a sense of security. And that sense of security arises from their knowledge that goals will inevitably come, particularly with Hulai on the field. Indeed, this is a crucial aspect. Hulai's presence instills confidence in his teammates, a phenomenon consistent in both the U23 and national teams. This instance was no exception. Hulai, with his keen ability to seize opportunities, serves as the team's anchor. After scoring, Hulai, amidst the cacophony of the Pasadena Stadium, sprinted towards the corner flag. In a vibrant gathering place for American fans, he sprinted towards the spectators who were jeering at him, defiantly raising his middle finger. He then leaped towards the corner flag, executing a perfect 180-degree turn in midair, his arms crossed and swinging downwards. Ultimately, his legs landed firmly on the grass in front of the corner flag area. Approximately one-third of the total spectators, the Chinese fans, erupted in a collective cheer. Ho! Their fervor overshadowed that of the home crowd. Just over 2 hours prior, this very stadium bore witness to the same celebratory gesture, intertwined with a tragic narrative. Hulai's actions seemed to reopen a chasm, compelling the Americans to confront their inner fears once more. The television broadcast swiftly transitioned to the stands after Hulai's celebration. The camera honed in on the players of the Chinese women's national football team, adorned in their official uniforms, cheering for the Olympic team. The lens quickly zeroed in on a particular individual, capturing Li Qingqing as she sprang up in the stands, mimicking Hulai's celebration, albeit with a considerably smaller range of motion and without the turn. Upon landing, her smile radiated like a flower as she waved her fists towards the field. P.S. On the last day of March, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 290. A glorious gaze beautiful. Haha, splendid. Xiaolan leapt up after her son scored, raising her arms in jubilation. When she spotted Li Qingqing imitating Hulai's celebratory gesture, her excitement escalated, prompting her to raise her arms and call for her husband. "Come on, Lao Hu." "What?" Hu Lisin, momentarily bewildered, failed to comprehend his wife's intent. Xiaolan, frustrated, urged. "High five." Perceiving her determination, Hu Lisin complied, raising his hand for a celebratory slap. Xiaolan then joyfully bounded over to Li Ziqiang, exclaiming, "Come on, Lao Li." Though slightly exasperated, Li Ziqiang could not resist the insistence of Xie Jie and feigned a smile as he raised his hand. Smack! Xiaolan's palm met his with enthusiasm. Subsequently, she leapt in front of the television screen, raising her arms once more, shouting, "Beautiful, son." Li Ziqiang couldn't shake the feeling that there was a fierce determination behind her words, reminiscent of the force with which she had slapped his hand moments earlier. Once Li Qingqing finished waving her fists, she applauded Hulai. Beside her, Su Wen exclaimed, "A dream collaboration. A dream collaboration. Oh my, how sweet. It's just too sweet. How can it be this sweet?" Li Qingqing shot her a glance, retorting, "You're unbearable." Su Wen chuckled and wrapped her arms around her. "Congratulations, Qingqing. You two will be the first couple athletes to simultaneously win Olympic gold medals. The very first, right? I haven't checked the records, but let us just assume so. Congratulations." "Hey, the match has just begun," Li Qingqing replied, wary of tempting fate. However, Su Wen remained undeterred. "Look at the Olympic team's current form. I believe they will score more than just one goal today. Besides, the American team is under immense pressure. They might crumble under the weight of expectations on their home turf." Li Qingqing fell silent, for she inwardly acknowledged the validity of Su Wen's assertions. The crux of the matter lay with the American team. Following the United States women's soccer team's unexpected defeat, resulting in the loss of their Olympic gold medal, a wave of uproar swept through the nation within a mere 2 hours. As the undisputed sovereigns of women's soccer, the American women's team had regarded the gold medal as all but secured before the Olympics commenced, scarcely considering the possibility of relinquishing it on home soil. When the harsh reality struck, the unprepared Americans were left bewildered, subsequently spiraling into collective hysteria. Their anger and despair were directed squarely at the U.S. Olympic men's team, which bore the weight of this burden. In truth, the men's team was not particularly strong, and the American populace held little hope for their chances of victory. For them, it sufficed that the women's team could secure the championship. It was only when the men's team, capitalizing on their home advantage, advanced to the finals that a number of American fans began to harbor aspirations for both teams to triumph. Now that the women's team had squandered what seemed an assured gold medal, the men's team found themselves compelled to rise to the occasion, tasked with reclaiming the lost glory. Such must-win matches are inherently challenging. In the past, critics have often lamented the poor mentality of Chinese players, suggesting they crumble under pressure. Beyond individual shortcomings, a significant part of this can be attributed to the immense pressure. 1,400 million eyes scrutinizing their every move is not a burden easily borne by anyone. The U.S. Olympic men's team now finds itself in a comparable predicament. While their population is considerably smaller than China's, the added fury of the moment equates to a figurative 1,400 million voices demanding, if you can't win, you might as well jump into the sea. Before the match had even commenced, the American men's team was already under greater pressure than their Chinese counterparts, akin to carrying an additional burden of several dozen pounds into the contest. How could they possibly perform well? This was evidenced by their decision to launch an aggressive attack right from the outset, revealing that they saw no other option. Yet, they were met with an early goal from Hu Lai, leaving them at a disadvantage. How would they proceed? Naturally, they would deploy all their forces in a desperate bid to equalize. However, they were confronted by the methodical and unhurried Chinese Olympic team. Once the Chinese team concluded their celebration and returned to their half, the American team resumed play, launching a fervent assault on the Chinese goal amid a cacophony of cheers from the home crowd. Yet, despite their fervor, the American team's efforts appeared lackluster to the Chinese players, who had just endured a grueling match against Argentina. Particularly notable was the absence of a standout player like Melli among the American ranks, making their defense considerably more manageable. American forward Carlenbert, who plays for an English Premier League team, was met with no fear from Lin Ziyuan. When Carlenbert attempted to score with a header in the penalty area, Lin Ziyuan soared into the air, his hands like an iron vice, securely grasping the ball and denying even a corner kick to the U.S. team. Lin Ziyuan, having successfully seized the ball, rose from the ground. This time, he refrained from raising his fist in triumph. Instead, he secured the soccer ball against his waist with one hand, lowering his gaze to admire his other hand, seemingly quite pleased with it. He maintained this pose for about 2 seconds, generously allowing the photographers on the sidelines ample time to capture the moment. After indulging in his hand's admiration, he finally used it to initiate the play. The American team, eager to equalize the score, pushed forward aggressively, leaving them vulnerable to numerous gaps behind. However, they were acutely aware of this risk, opting for a high-pressing strategy. This tactic enabled them to intercept the Chinese team's ball in the attacking zone, launching immediate counterattacks. Under such intense pressure, the performance of the 4 midfielders from the Chinese team became crucial. Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinhuan focused on ball control, while Ou Yangjin and Ning Yong provided defensive support. Should Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinhuan lose possession, the 2 defensive midfielders were tasked with swiftly regaining the ball or forcing their opponents into disarray, making it challenging for them to organize an effective attack. Moreover, the presence of the 2 defensive players allowed Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinhuan to control the ball with confidence, engaging with the American team without succumbing to the high pressing that could lead to frantic ball handling. This psychological assurance facilitated their ability to perform at their usual level, or even beyond. Zhang Qinhuan, under the pressure from the American players, showcased his agile technique to great effect. He feigned a forward pass, luring the opponent into a defensive stance, before deftly pulling the ball back and pivoting to evade the American defender. In that moment, his control of the ball became notably composed. Wow, absolutely stunning. At the advanced inpatient building of the affiliated hospital of Jinsheng Sports College, nurses, doctors, and patients crowded around the nurses' station, engrossed in the final match between the Chinese Olympic team and the American team. Although the game could be viewed from the wards, the atmosphere here was undeniably more vibrant. Each remarkable play from the Olympic team elicited cheers from the crowd, with Zhang Qinghuan's agile turn earlier drawing particular acclaim, notably from the enthusiastic female voices present. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Sun Wan gazed up at the television, her eyes fixated on the slow-motion replay of Zhang Qinghuan's movements. The elevated footage meticulously showcased every detail of his actions. He slightly raised his head, a deceptive gesture to assess his passing options, successfully misleading the opposing defender. In a swift motion, he pulled the ball back and turned, his hair flowing as he pivoted, glancing around with an effortlessly relaxed expression. Finally, he passed the ball and moved to receive it, indicating his intended direction to his teammates. The ball indeed came to him. He pretended to receive it with his left foot, tricking the American player into committing to that side, only to deftly let the ball pass by him and nimbly nudge it forward with his right foot, setting up for a breakthrough before being brought to the ground by the opponent. The whistle sounded, signaling a foul committed by the American team. The atmosphere grew tumultuous as fans from both sides expressed their discontent with boos. Chinese supporters were naturally displeased with the American team's infraction, while American fans voiced their grievances against the referee's decision. Yet, amidst this cacophony, the central figure appeared unfazed, sitting calmly on the ground. He meticulously adjusted his socks and repositioned his slightly loosened shin guards. Only when his teammates approached and extended their hands did he smile, allowing himself to be lifted before exchanging light pats on the back with the opposing players, then turning to walk away. The commentator, He Feng, remarked, "Zhang Qinghuan is smiling. Although he has been fouled, it has not dampened his spirits. Seeing his smile brought me a sense of reassurance, despite our slender one-goal lead." The moment Zhang Qinghuan began to relish the game, it signified that the rhythm was firmly under our control. Sun Wan was also smiling. That player truly shone on the field. His presence commanded attention, illuminating the surroundings. In the eyes of female fans, Zhang Qinghuan radiated brilliance, and the commentator noted his enjoyment of the match, indicating that the American team's high-pressure tactics were not proving effective. With a one-goal advantage and Zhang Qinghuan's technical prowess, the national Olympic team played with composure. Even in the face of the Americans' aggressive pressing, they showcased remarkable sequences of play, completing 10 consecutive passes without allowing the Americans to intercept the ball. Throughout these exchanges, Hu Lai was deeply involved, adeptly applying the possession techniques he had honed during his stint with the Madrid Pirates. He had evolved beyond merely waiting at the front for a teammate to pass him the ball for a shot. He now actively participated in the team's possession play. As the national Olympic team continued their fluid passing, they began to exploit the Americans' anxious defense. Xia Xiaoyu feigned a lateral pass, but, with a keen awareness of the situation near the penalty area, utilized a deft flick of his right ankle to deliver an exquisitely disguised through ball. The recipient was neither Hu Lai nor Zhou Zijin, but rather Zhang Qinghuan. Positioned in the gap between the American center back and right back, he prepared to receive the ball, feigning to let it roll past him. This trickery drew American defender Aiden Rudy into an early lunge, allowing Zhang to deftly nudge the ball with the outside of his left foot towards the center before abruptly stopping, pivoting, and sprinting past Rudy. At the far end, Hu Lai raised his arm and called out in English, "Pass it to me." This momentarily caused hesitation in the American center back attempting to block Zhang Qinghuan. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang made a lateral cut, lifted his left foot, and curled a delicate arc. The ball sailed over the head of the approaching American defender and eluded the outstretched fingertips of goalkeeper Maranatot, grazing the inside of the far post before settling into the net. Zhang Qinghuan, magnificent. As the first half approached its conclusion, the national Olympic team led the Americans 2-0. On the television screen, after scoring, Zhang Qinghuan sprinted towards the sidelines, raising both arms triumphantly, his index finger pointed skyward. Gazing upward in celebration, his teammates rushed over, enveloping him in an embrace. Yet, regardless of the multitude that surged to hold him, he did not lower his hands, maintaining his posture of gazing skyward. Surrounding Sun Wan were nurses, doctors, and patients who erupted in cheers. Amidst this jubilant crowd, she found herself both laughing and crying, her lips curled upward while biting her lower lip. The figure of that handsome man became increasingly blurred in her vision. Scalding tears coursed down the contours of her cheeks. She understood why Qinghuan chose to act in such a manner. How many times must one look up before they can behold the brightest star? As March draws to a close, the final opportunity for double monthly votes approaches. Do not forget. Chapter 291. Luring the Dragon from its lair. Wow. What a beautiful shot by Brother Huan. Chen Xingyi exclaimed in the group chat. He quickly followed up with another message. Damn. Why didn't he coach my select me as an overage player? Why pick that Lin Ziyuan instead? Wang Guowei emerged to console him. It's all right, little star. You still have one chance to participate in the Olympics as an overage player. Hu Lai and the others do not. They've all won gold medals. What do they need that qualification for? My Olympic gold medal. Chen Xingyi lamented. This summer, he felt almost forgotten. As these rascals celebrated together in Jincheng without even notifying him. It was only when Hu Lai posted a photo of Brother Huan dining and tagged Chen Xingyi, asking, Little Star, do you recognize who this is? That he realized Hu Lai, Wang Guowei, Little Star, and Brother Huan were all gathering in Jincheng. And the Olympics did not include him. From the end of the season until now, how long had it been without a single opportunity to play? Wang Guowei covered his face. Haven't I been in the same situation? In 4 years, let us strive to participate as overage players, if all goes smoothly. We'll partner with Little Seven. Chen Xingyi replied. In 4 years, there won't be Hu Lai or Brother Huan anymore. Gold medals aren't so easily attained. Wang Guowei countered. Without Hu Lai and Brother Huan, we can truly showcase our talents. Don't you want to earn that Olympic gold medal through your own efforts? Little Star? Chen Xingyi sighed. Not really. I just want to ride on someone else's coattails and take it easy. Wang Guowei sent a rolling eyes emoji. At that moment, Sichuan Junping timidly interjected in the group. I want an Olympic gold medal too. Wang Guowei quickly responded. You can still participate as an overage player in one Olympic Games. Let us aim to all participate in the next Olympics, suggested Wang Guowei. Chen Xingyi shot back. No way, Sun Chuan, you shouldn't go next time. Both Wang Guowei and Sun Chuan Junping asked in unison, why not? If we go, you shouldn't. Let us avoid infighting. You can go the time after next. Wang Guowei exclaimed, come on. Sun Chuan Junping replied, is it really like that? Zhang Xinghuan's goal had propelled the national Olympic team to a 2-goal lead just before the end of the first half. The beleaguered American team struggled to make any impact during the remaining time. Amidst the cacophony of boos, the first half concluded. It was unclear whether the jeers were directed at the Chinese team or the Americans. After a 15-minute halftime break, both teams emerged from the locker rooms, ready to resume battle. It seems that the head coach delivered a scathing reprimand in the locker room for a full 15 minutes. The U.S. U-23 team indeed performed significantly better at the start of the second half compared to the first. Their offensive maneuvers posed a genuine threat to the goal of the Chinese U-23 team. Faced with their high-pressure tactics, the Chinese team appeared somewhat flustered. In the 64th minute, the U-South team came perilously close to breaching the Chinese goal. Had it not been for Lin Ziyuan's desperate effort to retrieve the ball just as it was about to cross the goal line, the American players would have already begun to celebrate. The crowd erupted in cheers. However, upon landing, Lin Ziyuan quickly rose and gestured to the referee, indicating that the ball had not crossed the line, while simultaneously instructing his teammates to clear the ball away. Subsequently, the use of goal line technology revealed through animation the remarkable nature of Lin Ziyuan's save. At the moment he retrieved the ball, its vertical projection had almost entirely crossed the line, with less than a centimeter remaining on the goal line. According to the rules, even if merely a millimeter remains on the line, it cannot be counted as a goal. Hence, the goal line technology automatically rendered the decision an O goal. What a close call. Lin Ziyuan's save was nothing short of heroic. I nearly believed it had gone in, chuckled He Feng, still feeling a pang of anxiety. Indeed, it was fortunate it did not go in. Had the Americans scored, their morale would have surged, making the match even more challenging for us. Nonetheless, even without the goal, we must remain vigilant and ensure the U.S. team does not gain any momentum. While the two commentators felt a lingering sense of urgency on the field, Hu Lai was vocally rallying his teammates. The Americans are gaining confidence. Let us not give them an inch. One more goal, and we'll seal the deal. It is rare for Hu Lai to take such an initiative during a match, yet no one found it out of place. After all, the opportunity to create history for Chinese football, and indeed Asian football, lay before them. Who could possibly maintain their composure under such circumstances? Without Hulia's prompting, everyone harbored a sense of unbridled ambition. Having already taken a 2-goal lead, could we possibly allow the Americans to snatch the gold medal from us? The women's team managed to defeat the U.S. under much more adverse conditions. We cannot bring shame to Chinese men. Let us go for it. Despite the relentless onslaught from the U.S. team, they were unable to breach the goal of the Chinese U-23 team in a short span. Yet they instilled confidence in both the players and supporters. Particularly, that near goal, just a centimeter away from crossing the line, further motivated the American players. Indeed, Yan Kong's earlier observation proved accurate. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and the Americans began to feel their potential again. Thus, although they experienced a lull in scoring, the Americans temporarily slowed their pace, remaining optimistic. They did not perceive this change in tempo and formation as detrimental. Rather, they believed their earlier pressure on the Chinese team had been too intense, which could hinder their chances of scoring. Therefore, they deemed it necessary to retreat slightly, allowing the Chinese team the opportunity to attack. Once the Chinese team advanced, the Americans could exploit the spaces left behind to counterattack. For the Chinese team, which has strategically positioned 3 defensive midfielders in front of the back line, this particular style of play is indeed quite suitable. The television broadcast even dedicated moments to capture the jubilant American fans in the stands. Among them, exuberant fans proudly held up large cardboard signs, each emblazoned with a single letter, collectively spelling A, symbolizing the sentiment of making America great again. This phrase has frequently resonated within American society over the past decade and has become a prevalent rallying cry during the current Los Angeles Olympics. Confronted by the aggressive tactics of their rivals, the Americans are filled with anxiety, desperately seeking to reclaim a sense of security through any means necessary. Originally a bastion of athletic prowess, sports have evolved into a belief system for many. However, in this Olympic cycle, they found themselves overtaken by China in the gold medal tally, with the Chinese team closely trailing them in the overall medal count. This scenario mirrors the competitive dynamics between the two nations over the last decade, reflecting a striking parallel to the present moment. For the American public, the once mighty women's soccer team has stumbled, and now the men's team has become the focal point of their hopes. Despite the fact that this men's squad is not particularly strong, they are all in, wagering everything on their success, akin to Japan's gamble on national fortune. The U.S. Olympic team awaited the Chinese team to initiate an offensive, and had they understood the principles of Chinese military strategy, they might have proudly referred to it as luring the snake out of its hole. Consequently, adhering to this notion, the Chinese team emerged from the shadows. In this match, the Olympic team, which emphasized control, opted not to execute a direct long pass to find Zhou Zijin, but instead advanced step by step through the defensive line. The central defenders and the midfielders, as they approached the American team's 30-meter zone, Hu Lai and Zhou Zijin found themselves within the opponent's penalty area. While Zhang Qinghuan positioned himself just outside the penalty arc, and Xia Xiaoyu had also moved away from his defensive midfield role to appear behind Zhang Qinghuan. The American defense concentrated all their attention on these 4 players, believing that neutralizing them would effectively stifle the Chinese team's scoring chances. Consequently, they compressed their formation toward the center. Xia Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to deliver a diagonal long pass to the right flank of the Chinese team. Right back Feng Li surged forward to receive the ball and subsequently advanced towards the baseline. Upon witnessing the Chinese team exploiting the flanks, the Americans hastily dispatched players to counter this maneuver. This action inadvertently stretched their densely packed central formation, allowing Feng Li to deliver a timely cross. Hu Lai made a diagonal run toward the near post, creating the illusion that he would contest for the ball. He drew a U.S. center back away but did not leap to challenge for the header, as he understood that the ball's destination was not the near post, but rather the far post. Thanks to Hu Lai's diversion, Zhou Zijin found himself in a one-on-one aerial duel with the American center back Aiden Rudy. He did not remain stationary to receive the ball. Instead, he sprinted from the center towards the back post, compelling his defender, Aiden Rudy, to trail behind, thus complicating his defensive duties and allowing him to loosen his grip on Zhou Zijing. As the ball approached, Zhou Zijing leaped high, securing an advantageous position. Aiden Rudy, in a moment of haste, jumped but lacked sufficient height, and the ball sailed over his head, perfectly aligning with Zhou Zijing's reach. Leaning back slightly and leveraging his formidable core strength, Zhou Zijing directed the incoming ball towards the goal. Feng Li delivered across. Zhou Zijing's header. The American goalkeeper, Melanto Todd, had just returned from the front post when he witnessed Zhou Zijing redirecting the ball back towards the front post. He had no time to think. Instinctively, he flung out his arms in an attempt to deflect the ball, but to no avail. Zhou Zijing did not deliver a powerful header. Rather, his backward header merely grazed the ball. The ball traced a parabolic arc, evading Todd's outstretched hand and cascading into the net behind him. It's a goal. Splendid. In the 70th minute, the Chinese U23 team led the United States 3-0. We are merely 20 minutes away from Olympic glory. Dear spectators, could August 21st, 2028 truly become a watershed moment for Chinese football? He Feng's excitement was so palpable that he even posed a rhetorical question, as happiness arrived so unexpectedly that he himself could scarcely believe it. The Americans were unprepared for the emergence of not a mere snake, but rather an Eastern dragon. P.S. On April 1st, I seek monthly votes. Additionally, a friendly advertisement, Above the High Sky by the author Yin Tian Shenin, has concluded the old series Monsters Die When Killed and Soul of Burning Steel. Consistent daily updates of 700 to 800 words. As the prison star's heavenly prison takes shape amidst the starry sky, while the beings on Terra continue their ceaseless battles, Ian feels a profound sense of helplessness. Faced with a future devoid of hope, he must embark on a solitary journey, aiming to alter the inevitable fate of civilization's demise and the dimming of the stars, while inadvertently crushing some obstacles along the way. Chapter 292. On this day, Zhou Zijing, having just landed, witnessed the ball descend into the net behind American goalkeeper Todd, and he tilted his head to confirm that the goal was indeed real. He then turned and dashed towards the corner flag. However, in his exuberance, he completely forgot to celebrate with a sliding knee. Instead, he ran with arms wide open, bouncing joyfully, resembling a starfish in a rather uncoordinated and comical manner. Yet, the spectators in the nearby stands were devoid of laughter, for they were all American fans. With only 20 minutes remaining in the match and their team trailing by 3 goals, they understood the implications all too well. The American team faced an uphill battle to reclaim victory, unless, of course, the referee were to recklessly send off 4 players from the Chinese U23 team, rendering them insufficient in numbers to continue the game. But how could such a scenario ever truly unfold? Even the most shameless Americans dare only to entertain such thoughts in the recesses of their minds, as the remnants of their rationality inform them that such aspirations are unattainable. The officiating in the previous women's football final, which seemed to favor the American team throughout, elicited widespread criticism from global opinion in the aftermath. Concurrently, this allowed Li Qingqing to emerge as a veritable heroine on the world stage, single-handedly vanquishing the malevolent and despicable Americans. This serves as a tremendous source of comfort and inspiration for those in the Third World who continue to resist the hegemony of American imperialism. The vehement criticism of that women's final from the global audience rendered it improbable for the men's final to mirror such a scenario. Indeed, the contrast was stark. The officiating in this men's final was markedly more balanced compared to the previous match. The referee did not exhibit any deliberate bias towards the host nation, maintaining a commendably impartial stance throughout. Had the Chinese team faltered, it is conceivable that the referee might have leaned slightly in favor of the Americans. However, with the Chinese team performing so admirably and securing a 2-goal lead in the first half, any such inclinations were likely dispelled. As the match resumed, the American fans, who had been vociferous for 70 minutes, were noticeably subdued, many remaining in their seats, gazing blankly at the pitch in silence. The 4 American supporters who had previously brandished their signs now stood down. Their placards remained propped up in front of them, but were no longer raised high. The Chinese U23 team, leading by 3 goals, grew increasingly composed in their play. After 5 prior matches of experience, the players of the Chinese U23 team were no longer naive novices, particularly after their encounters with Spain and Argentina, which instilled in them a boundless confidence. They recognized that, should they perform to their capabilities, they too could defeat world-class teams, effectively placing them on par with such elite opponents. Given this realization, what fear could they possibly harbor against the host nation, which was inferior to Spain and Argentina? Possession-based play is an intricate test of a player's mentality. If an individual's mindset is unbalanced, either too tense or overly exuberant, They are unlikely to contribute effectively to the possession framework. When the ball finds its way to their feet, it is highly probable that they will squander it, rendering the entire possession strategy futile. Many years ago, the Chinese national team dabbled in possession play, but it was only successful against teams of lesser caliber. When faced with stronger opponents, they found themselves at a loss. This was due to the psychological advantage they held against weaker teams, allowing them to play more relaxed and confidently, which naturally led to improved performance. Of course, the inferiority of the opposing players, who could not apply pressure effectively, provided the Chinese team with greater space for possession, contributing to their success. Conversely, when confronted with formidable teams, Chinese players often succumbed to trepidation before the match even commenced, resigning themselves to defeat. Coupled with the opponent's prowess and their ability to apply pressure, limiting the Chinese players' space and time on the ball, their possession play faltered. The current performance of the U23 team reveals a notable transformation among Chinese players. For years ago, at the Madrid Olympics, both the players and the spectators perceived the Chinese team as underdogs, often feeling a sense of unease. In the face of setbacks during a match, it is easy to succumb to trepidation, fearing impending doom, a dark minute, or a catastrophic outcome, and the possibility of being mocked by the nation. Over the past 4 years, the Chinese national team has qualified for the World Cup, showcasing remarkable performances, including a commendable draw against the former world champions, Brazil. During this period, several Chinese players, such as Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhou Zijing, ventured abroad to compete in the more prestigious and fiercely contested European football leagues, gradually establishing their presence. Not only have they secured their footing, but they have also shone brightly, inadvertently boosting the confidence of many Chinese players. They have come to realize that the widely circulated notion that Chinese individuals are ill-suited for football is sheer nonsense. With diligent effort and dedication, they too can hold their own against players from footballing powerhouses. This surge in self-assurance may represent the most significant advancement in Chinese football. As time flew by during the Chinese team's languid possession play, the fourth official raised the sign indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time, eliciting a tremendous chorus of boos from the stands, as the American fans seemed to revive. It remains unclear whether their jeers were a reaction to the perceived inadequacy of the stoppage time or dissatisfaction with the impending loss of yet another gold medal. 5 minutes of stoppage time. Although, based on the second half's performance, it could be argued that only 4 minutes were warranted, it hardly mattered. We are leading by 3 goals. Even if the American team were granted 5 minutes, what could they possibly achieve? He Feng, from the commentary booth, proclaimed with great flair. This Chinese commentator had never narrated such a secure match. Beside him, Yan Kong excitedly exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed viewers, we are about to witness history. A new chapter for Chinese football and Asian football. We are merely 5 minutes away from this monumental moment. In just 5 minutes, the Chinese Olympic team will seize the Olympic gold medal." On August 21st, both the Chinese women's and men's football teams would simultaneously attain world champion status. In front of their televisions, Xia Lan, Hu Lixin, and Li Ziqiang stood in anticipation. They were not alone. In the inpatient building of Jincheng Sports Academy's affiliated hospital, in the rental apartments of Chu Yifan and Tang Shuyuan, on bustling streets, in crowded squares, in restaurants, and on the subway, no one remained seated while watching the match. Some overly eager individuals had already begun to cheer and celebrate. Many pedestrians paused to gaze at the large screen on the facade of a commercial building. And even the flow of traffic slowed, as drivers turned to look out their windows, with no honking cars behind them urging them on. The announcement of the next stop echoed through the subway car as the doors opened, yet few disembarked, and hardly anyone entered. Inside and outside the train, people stared at their phones, motionless, as if enchanted by some spell. In diverse locales, among varied crowds, reactions differ. Some exult, while others remain frozen in tension. The Olympic football event, these two elements combined, stirred the hearts of countless Chinese citizens on the afternoon of August 22nd. Already substituted, Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan stood side by side with their fellow substitutes along the sidelines, embracing one another, rising on tiptoes in eager anticipation. The entire coaching staff of the National Olympic team mirrored their excitement. Mai Xiaoqing frequently glanced at his watch, while team leader Ran Jiachong clasped his hands before his mouth, eyes tightly shut, his lips murmuring inaudibly, lost in prayer. In stark contrast to the exhilaration surrounding the Chinese team, The atmosphere enveloping the American Olympic team's bench was steeped in despair. Some slumped in their seats, others crouched on the ground with heads cradled in hands, while a few knelt in supplication, tracing crosses over their chests, as if beseeching divine intervention. Did they not realize? The Almighty does not concern himself with the irrepressible spirit of the Chinese. 30 seconds remaining. He Feng shouted, his voice cutting through the tension. Moments later, he called out. 20 seconds left. The new world is within reach. I can almost hear its footsteps. It approaches. As He Feng spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the referee. Upon witnessing the official's hands extend outward from his chest, despite the absence of a whistle, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "The match is over. The match is over. It has arrived. The World Championship. The China Olympic team has triumphed over the host, the United States, with a resounding 3-0 victory in the finals." On August 21st, 2028, which corresponds to August 22nd in China, Chinese football witnessed this historic day, with both the men's and women's teams crowned Olympic champions. On this day, a new chapter in Chinese football has begun. From this moment forth, the annals of Chinese football shall be rewritten. Beside him, Yan Kong echoed his fervor, shouting, "We are champions. We are champions. Chinese football is the champion. Yes, the champion, the champion." Their voices crescendoed until they were hoarse, tears streaming down their faces. Once a national player, now at the commentary booth, he wept openly. Ultimately unable to stand, collapsing onto the desk as his anguished cries were transmitted via satellite to countless homes across China. As another subway train arrived at the station, its doors opened, and passengers surged out, while those on the platform rushed in. Inside the train and on the platform, jubilant cheers erupted, with embraces exchanged among acquaintances and strangers alike. The jubilant sounds reverberated through the underground space, drowning out the electronic station alerts, flowing up the passageways, and bursting forth from the subway exit. Meanwhile, the streets above were already engulfed by a cacophony of honking cars. The traffic light turned green, yet no vehicles moved. Drivers pressed their horns while waving their hands out of windows. Pedestrians rushed onto the roadway, high-fiving and embracing those in the halted vehicles. In the bustling streets and alleys, individuals rushed out of shops, exuberantly shouting, "We have triumphed. We are the champions." Within the corporate cubicles, some removed their headphones, while others, too immersed in the moment, celebrated vocally, proclaiming, "Long live China." Yan Yan fervently cheered, "Hulalai is incredible. The Olympic team is amazing." Meng Shi, Mao Xiao, and others embraced joyfully. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Chu Yifan seized Tang Shuyuan's arm and asked, "Let us marry, Yuan Yuan." With a smile, Tang Shuyuan leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "Yes." At the inpatient building of the Jincheng Sports College affiliated hospital, the nurse's station was encircled by a throng of jubilant people. A patient leaned against the wall, raising a crutch high, while others discarded their crutches to embrace one another tightly. Even those in wheelchairs were swept up in the enthusiastic celebration. Sun Wan screamed at the top of her lungs, "Yes, yes, champions. We have secured the championship." Xiaolan, with tears streaming down her face, wiped them away with a smile. Hu Lisin and Li Ziqiang exchanged knowing smiles and patted each other on the shoulder. "Congratulations, Sister Xia, old Hu," Li Ziqiang said sincerely. On the television screen before them, a massive 5-star red flag was hoisted high by the jubilant players of the National Olympic team, soaring above the field. 3 months prior, when Hulalai appeared at the La Liga finals adorned in the national flag, it was but a mere spark. Now, at the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles, a magnificent long red dragon unfurled its presence. The women's football players in the stands cheered wildly, celebrating like ordinary fans. Su Wen embraced Li Qingqing, shouting in her ear, "We are the champions. We are the champions. All champions." In her tight embrace, Li Qingqing turned to the verdant field and easily spotted the figure running with the edges of the national flag. Surprisingly calm, she refrained from cheering. Instead, she recalled the evening she first met Hulalai, a young boy, clumsy yet tenacious like a puppy. She had never imagined he would emerge from obscurity to stand on the Olympic podium. Though not the pinnacle of the world, it was nearly so. "You did it, Hulalai. We did it. It is truly wonderful to know you," Li Qingqing called out, simply shouting the name of that boy. As a side note, on the first day of April, I seek your monthly votes. Additionally, the Olympic storyline has concluded. Starting tomorrow, I will post daily for 4 days to accumulate some drafts. The Qingming Festival is approaching, and I may spend time playing with my child. Recently, I purchased bicycles for both of us, and every weekend, I take him riding along the nearby greenway. During the Qingming Festival, we may ride in the park, enhancing our parent-child bond while also allowing me to exercise. Thank you all for your understanding and support. Chapter 293, But the Tree Was Planted by Me. The news of the Chinese Olympic team's historic gold medal reverberated across the Pacific, resonating deeply with every individual who cares for Chinese football. In China, the ripples caused by this news have not only failed to dissipate, but have instead intensified, almost swelling into a tsunami. This final match concluded around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a stark contrast to previous matches that ended in the early hours of the morning. There was no need for anyone to suppress their emotions or return to bed for a few more hours of sleep. They could freely indulge in jubilant celebrations. Some companies even declared a half-day holiday, while others saw their bosses taking employees out for celebratory meals, even in workplaces that did not officially close. A palpable excitement permeated the air, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to focus on their tasks. Leaders, witnessing this exuberance, often turned a blind eye, fully understanding the atmosphere. At this moment, it was indeed unreasonable to expect anyone to concentrate on work. From noon until midnight, the entire expanse of China was likely awash with joy. Not only devoted football fans, but also those who typically paid little heed to the sport immersed themselves in the festivities. This illustrates the profound influence of football. At this juncture, everyone realized that football truly is the world's foremost sport. In distant Los Angeles, the players of the Chinese Olympic team concluded the awards ceremony and boarded a bus back to their hotel. Their exhilaration had yet to wane. We have made history. Oh, we are champions. Amazing. The young athletes erupted in joyous shouts as they returned to the hotel, unperturbed by the possibility of being silenced. At this moment, they were at their zenith, and as long as their exuberance did not cross the line, they faced no reproach. What was a bit of self-praise in light of their undeniable accomplishments? They had indeed forged history, claimed the championship, and truly excelled. Ouyang Jin gazed intently at the gold medal in his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. The instant he received the medal, he had taken a bite out of it, leaving a faint tooth mark. So this is what an Olympic gold medal looks like, he murmured, his expression still brimming with fascination. Hulai cautioned him, be careful, don't handle it too much. Ouyang Jin inquired, why not, brother Hu? Who knows if the American's craftsmanship is up to par? If you touch it too much, what if the gold plating wears off within a month? Ouyang Jin felt a bit sheepish at the thought of tarnishing it. Really? That seems unlikely. Oh, how could it not be? Zhang Qinghuan chimed in with a critique. Don't place your faith in American worker skills. Xia Xiaoyu added. Moreover, it's not uncommon for Olympic gold medals to lose their luster. Apart from our country's medals, which are made with superior craftsmanship and materials, others are merely satisfactory. Take this gold medal, for instance. The Olympic Committee merely stipulated that the gold plating must not be less than 6 grams, so the Los Angeles Organizing Committee only plated it with exactly 6 grams. Not a gram more. With such a small amount of gold plated onto this medal, how thick do you think the layer of gold could be? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jin glanced at the extremely faint tooth mark on his gold medal, as if he could see the silver material beneath the mark, almost as if he had truly bitten through the gold plating. In a moment of heartache, he hurriedly blew on the tooth mark, as if that might restore the medal to its original state. Stop blowing on it. If it really gets damaged, you can send it to the Olympic Committee for a replacement, Zhang Qinghuan said, patting the unfortunate child on the shoulder. Is that really possible? Ouyang Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. The committee has already considered those of you who have a penchant for biting medals. Then I'll go exchange it right now. As Ouyang Jin looked again at the tooth mark on the medal, he felt a sense of discomfort. Although he had caused the mark himself, it was akin to the psychological implications between first-hand and second-hand experiences. It's really not a big deal, Zhang Qinghuan insisted, shaking his head. That mark is incredibly faint. You can't see it unless you look closely and from a specific angle. What if I just sand off a bit of the paint? Ouyang Jin remained stubborn. Zhang Qinghuan rolled his eyes. The others were amused by Ouyang Jin's imaginative thoughts, bursting into laughter. Amidst the laughter, the head of the Olympic team, Ran Jiachong, appeared outside and beckoned to Hulai. Hulai, come here for a moment. What is up, Captain Ran? Hulai replied as he squeezed through the crowd. Everyone else shifted their attention from Ouyang Jin to the two of them, equally curious. Noticing this, Ran Jiachong did not hold back and, in front of everyone, informed Hu Lai, "Prepare yourself. The team has decided that you and Li Qingqing will serve as flag bearers for the closing ceremony." Before he could finish, the surrounding players from the Olympic team erupted in cheers. W00000000W what? This is well-deserved. Hu Ge is amazing. Wow. Isn't this just a public display of affection? Who knew the team leaders also enjoy this kind of thing? What? Public display of affection? Where's the affection? I want some. Woof, woof, woof. The young people began to stir excitedly, causing quite a commotion. Ran Jiachong, unfazed by the exuberant players, looked at Hu Lai with a beaming smile. "I'm not here to ask for your opinion. I'm informing you of this decision." Hu Lai shook his head, responding, "Rest assured, Captain Ran, I would never refuse such an honor. It is a privilege to be a flag bearer for the delegation." Satisfied with Hu Lai's response, Ran Jiachong nodded. The delegation made this decision considering the historic achievements you and the women's soccer team have accomplished in Chinese sports. Moreover, the closing ceremony is different from the opening ceremony. The atmosphere is more relaxed, so there are no special requirements for the flag bearers. You can walk however you like. Throughout this conversation, he wore a smile, gazing at Hu Lai with the affection of a parent. Thanks to this young man before him, his tenure as the head of the Olympic team had been fulfilling. Suddenly, he thought of Shi Wuyin. This individual was indeed brought to the national team by Shi Wuyin. Whether it be the Olympic team or the national team, Shi Wuyin has served as the head coach for Hu Lai. However, by the time the Olympic team secured the gold medal, Shi Wuyin was no longer at the helm of that team. One cannot help but wonder if he harbors any resentment. Would you feel discontent, old Shi? Even though over an hour has passed since the conclusion of the match, the television intermittently replays the award ceremony of the men's football final amidst other sports coverage. The jubilant players of the Olympic team bounce on the podium, each face radiant with joy. His wife noticed that Shi Wuyin was attentively watching the award ceremony he had already seen, a smile naturally blossoming on his face. Thus, she posed the aforementioned question. Shi Wuyin turned to her, somewhat surprised. "Why do you ask? After all, Hu Lai, Lin Ziyuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhou Zijing were all given opportunities by you. They are essentially your protégés. Yet, when they achieved victory, it was not under your guidance." "But the tree was planted by me," he replied. His wife, observing his interruption, gently reiterated, "The tree was planted by me. The predecessors plant the trees. The descendants enjoy the shade. I am that predecessor. If everyone merely thinks it foolish to plant trees while only desiring to enjoy the shade, then who will plant the trees? Without anyone planting trees, how can one enjoy the shade? Are you truly so indifferent?" Shi Wuyin laughed. "I am a Chinese football fan. Dear wife, besides being a coach, I am also a fan. I wish for the betterment of Chinese football, and now, it has genuinely improved, with my contributions included. How can I feel discontent?" His wife nodded. "Very well. As long as you are happy, that is enough. I was just worried you might feel down." "What is there to feel down about?" At this juncture, Shi Wuyin stood up and approached his wife, saying, "Don't cook tonight." "Why not? Let us go out to celebrate the Olympic team's victory." His wife glanced at the time. "You'll need to make a reservation in advance." "Why? Surely many people will be dining out today." Shi Wuyin suddenly realized. "All right. Haha. I'll book a table right now." He pulled out his phone and busied himself with the reservation. Seeing his enthusiasm, his wife couldn't help but smile. Li Qingqing had just sent a message on her phone. "I have something to tell you." Almost simultaneously, she received a message from Hu Lai. "I have something to tell you." Initially typing a response, Li Qingqing deleted her previous words and re-entered. "Let me go first." Haha. All right. This time, Hu Lai did not interrupt her. Finding typing a bit slow, she decided to send a voice message to Hu Lai. "The team leader contacted me, saying I should be the flag bearer with you for the closing ceremony. Did you receive this news as well?" "Indeed, I just heard it from our team leader." "Hey, I've never been a flag bearer before," Li Qingqing remarked. "Please take care of me then." "Of course, I'll help you shine." Li Qingqing gazed at the message from Hu Lai on her phone, not replying immediately, but instead revealing a joyful smile. Her gaze transcended the confines of the smartphone screen, as if she could already envision the moment when she and Hu Lai would stride together, bearing the flag at the grand closing ceremony tomorrow. This image had lingered in her dreams for 4 long years, and now, it was on the verge of becoming a reality. A dream fulfilled, a dream realized. Chapter 294. Holding high at 8 o'clock in the evening, local time in Los Angeles, which corresponds to 11 o'clock noon back home. The magnificent closing ceremony of the 34th Summer Olympic Games was set to take place at the Pasadena Stadium. The myriad tales woven throughout this Olympic journey would reach their conclusion with the extinguishing of the Olympic flame. After fierce competition, the Chinese Olympic delegation triumphed with 40 gold medals, surpassing the United States delegation's 39 golds, thus securing the top position on the medal table. This marked the second occasion that the Chinese Olympic delegation had claimed the gold medal leaderboard since the Capital Olympics, and notably, it was the first time they achieved this honor outside of their homeland. Moreover, it was revealed by the delegation that the flag bearers for the closing ceremony would be Li Qingqing, who led the Chinese women's football team to Olympic gold, and Hu Lai, who guided the Chinese U-23 team to Olympic gold in men's football. Upon the disclosure of this arrangement, it garnered unanimous acclaim online, as everyone deemed it a well-deserved recognition. Both individuals had facilitated significant breakthroughs in the annals of Chinese sports. Additionally, it is widely acknowledged that Hu Lai and Li Qingqing are a celebrated couple in the realm of athletics. Their joint role as flag bearers would undoubtedly become a cherished anecdote in Olympic history. Ah, such splendid news. Why the sigh? Hu Lisan inquired curiously of his wife. Xiaolon sighed once more. I can't help but feel a twinge of regret for old Li. He won't be able to watch the closing ceremony with us. Hu Lisan's expression was one of amusement. Come on now, you're really putting old Li in a tight spot. What kind of talk is that? Xiaolon shot her husband a sidelong glance. I'm merely attempting to subtly alter his impression of our son. As the saying goes, drifting in with the night breeze. Nourishing things quietly without sound. This is called subtle influence. Well, that's unfortunate. He has to lead the team to training, and it was decided long ago. If it hadn't been prearranged, I would suspect old Li was deliberately avoiding us, Xiaolon replied with resignation. As the school year approached, Li Ziqiang's football team at Dongchuan Middle School was set to participate in a week-long training camp. Unlike their usual practice at school, the entire team of over 50 members was taken to Pujin, south of Jincheng, where the Jincheng Football Association's training base was located. Thus, this training camp would necessitate overnight accommodation away from home. This training camp was not organized by Dongchuan Middle School, but rather by the Annong Football Association, which had arranged for several renowned football schools within Annong province to convene for training, exchange, and competition. Although termed a training camp, it resembled a small-scale invitational tournament. The Annong Football Association had orchestrated such invitational events before. Every year during the winter and summer breaks, efforts are made to strengthen the connections within provincial campus football, elevate its standards, and enhance the competitiveness of Annong campus football on a national level. After all, this province has produced 5 national players: Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Luo Kai, Xia Xiaoyu, and Li Qingqing. If they were to perform poorly in national competitions, it would undoubtedly tarnish the legacy of their predecessors. In addition to the high school teams, they also organize middle school and elementary school groups, albeit at different times. Hu Lisan has previously led the teams to participate. Therefore, it is certainly not a spur-of-the-moment excuse from Li Ziqiang to avoid responsibilities. It was genuinely planned in advance. It is merely a remarkable coincidence that they departed on August 23rd, the very day of the closing ceremony. Let us be grateful. At least they accompanied us to watch the matches. Moreover, he witnessed Qingqing perform our son's celebratory gesture twice, Hu Lisan remarked. Hearing this, Xiaolon burst into laughter, the image bringing her immense joy, further heightening her anticipation for the closing ceremony later that afternoon. From an aerial perspective, the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles resembles an open-mouthed ceramic pot. However, the Americans, unfamiliar with pottery, liken its shape to a horseshoe, thus earning it the nickname Horseshoe Bowl. In the U.S., all such open-roofed, circular stadiums are referred to as bowls. These bowl-shaped arenas serve as the home grounds for many football teams, and football holds a prestigious status in America. Each year, a notable event known as the Super Bowl captivates the nation's attention, rivaling the significance of China's Spring Festival. Today, this Horseshoe Bowl is filled to capacity, with every one of its 100,000 seats occupied. From above, a dazzling light show revives the stadium's vintage charm. This venue is currently hosting the closing ceremony of the 34th Summer Olympics. The event commenced with a stunning light show performance. Yet, to the eyes of Chinese spectators, it may not seem as impressive. The fireworks display was rather mediocre. This is not due to the Chinese audience being overly critical. It simply reflects the reality of the situation. The primary issue is that Los Angeles has run out of funds. Organizing the Olympics is an exceedingly costly endeavor, and since the bidding process, expenses have skyrocketed, with budgets consistently exceeded. Naturally, when it comes to the opening and closing ceremonies, they sought to economize wherever possible. The opening ceremony of this Olympic Games was underwhelming, leading to widespread criticism, with many lamenting that even in 2028, the opening ceremony of the 2012 Beijing Olympics remains an unbeatable classic. The closing ceremony was hardly any better, perhaps even worse. However, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, waiting in the holding area, were unfazed by the lackluster nature of the ceremony. For the two of them, simply being able to attend the closing ceremony together made it the most cherished memory, regardless of its shortcomings. Meanwhile, their teammates were busy mingling with the Chinese delegation, chasing after Olympic champions for photographs, while Hu Lai and Li Qingqing chose to refrain from joining the commotion. It was not a matter of pretense or modesty on their part. Rather, their mere presence together was sufficient to attract others seeking to capture a photograph with them. Indeed, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, the newly appointed flag bearers, had become the mascots of the Chinese delegation, drawing numerous Olympic champions eager to pose alongside them. Under the national flag, they were surrounded by fellow athletes, striking various poses for photographs. Thus, they stood at the forefront of the delegation, patiently awaiting the arrival of others wishing to join in the snapshots. As time went on, not only members of the Chinese delegation approached them, but athletes from other countries also came seeking a photograph. Each time someone stepped forward for a picture, Suwon stood nearby, recording with her phone and murmuring to herself, "A match made in heaven. What a stunning couple. Wow." Li Qingqing, bemused, inquired, "What are you up to, Wenwen?" Suwon replied, "Oh, just posting on my little platform and Douyin." Hee hee. Her laughter echoed like that of a mischievous witch. Li Qingqing cast a glance at Hu Lai, who remained unfazed, assuring her, "It's all good. We have nothing to hide. Why should we fear the whispers of the world?" Suwon gave him a thumbs up, and Hu Lai responded with an okay gesture. This delightful series of photographs continued until the opening performance of the closing ceremony concluded. Only then, prompted by the event volunteers, did everyone return to their respective teams. The flag bearers from each nation gathered at the front, as they were to enter the arena first, followed by the athletes once all the flags had been displayed. The once bustling waiting area gradually fell silent, and a voice resonated from the loudspeakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the entrance of the flags of the 205 delegations participating in the 34th Olympic Games." The flag bearers and their escorts, under the guidance of the leaders, formed two lines and entered through different gates. The first to emerge was the Greek delegation, as Greece, the birthplace of the Olympics, always holds the honor of being first, regardless of the alphabetical order. This is the privilege of the founders of the Games. Subsequently, the delegations entered in order according to the initials of their names, with the host nation, the United States, being the last. The Chinese delegation, represented by the letter C, was soon to follow. The leader turned to Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, smiling. "Please keep close. It is time for us to enter." They exchanged knowing smiles, and Hu Lai extended his hand to Li Qingqing, saying, "Come, let me take you on this journey." Holding the flagpole, Li Qingqing offered her other hand to Hu Lai, gently placing it in his palm, which he grasped firmly. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind of that day on the drop tower at Disneyland Paris, when she had said something similar to Hu Lai and had reached out for his hand. Was that not their first moment of holding hands? With this thought, a brighter smile illuminated Li Qingqing's face. She then waved the national flag forward and raised it high. Balancing the flagpole with one hand proved somewhat arduous, and just as she exerted herself, she felt a sudden lightness in her grip. Originally, Hu Lai extended his left hand to assist her in grasping the flagpole. The two of them, with their right hands clasped around the left, supported the flagpole together. Thus, they followed the flag bearer and guide, stepping forth through the grand entrance. As they entered the main venue, a magnificent beam of light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping them and moving in tandem with their steps. The flashes from the stands flickered incessantly, creating the illusion that they were traversing a galaxy adorned with countless stars. The cheers from the audience resonated like the rhythmic waves of a celestial tide, echoing from the depths of the starry sea. "They're out! They're out!" Xiaolon, filled with excitement, pressed the record button on her phone, capturing the moment her son and daughter-in-law entered the arena hand in hand, carrying the flag. Meanwhile, on television, the host from CCTV enthusiastically announced, Dear viewers, making their entrance now is Team China. The flag bearers for this Olympic closing ceremony are two athletes from the Chinese national football teams, the women's star player Li Qingqing and the men's Hu Lai. They epitomize the pinnacle of Chinese football. Leading their respective teams to victory, they have achieved a groundbreaking milestone for Chinese football at the Olympics. This is an extraordinary accomplishment. Xia Lan remained silent, fearful of interrupting the recording, yet she vigorously pumped her fist behind the camera. Well said. Say more. Li Qingqing, intently holding the flag aloft, felt a twinge of nervousness. She was blissfully unaware of how tightly she was gripping Hu Lai's hand, anxious that she might falter or let the flag droop. This was a level of tension she hadn't even felt during her decisive penalty kick in the semifinals. After all, the weight of the national flag was indeed substantial. At that moment, she suddenly heard Hu Lai whisper softly in her ear, "Use both hands to hold the flagpole." Startled back to reality, she longed to inquire further but refrained, obediently releasing Hu Lai's right hand to grasp the leaning flagpole with both hands. Moments later, she felt Hu Lai shift beside her and then appear behind her, wrapping his hands around her waist. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "What are you doing, Hu Lai?" He chuckled. "Of course, I'm lifting you high." With that, Li Qingqing felt a jolt as she lost her balance, and Hu Lai hoisted her effortlessly onto his shoulders. "Wow," she gasped. Momentarily startled, instinctively wrapping her legs tightly around Hu Lai's body while gripping the flagpole even more firmly. "How's that? Wave the national flag, Qingqing. You're the highest in the arena," Hu Lai called out from below. After overcoming her initial panic, Li Qingqing joyfully waved the flagpole, allowing the five-starred red flag to flutter gracefully. This act of Hu Lai's drew cheers and applause from the audience. Hu Lai, having lifted Li Qingqing, executed a playful shoulder ride. It is widely known that Hu Lai and Li Qingqing are a couple. Perhaps this was a plan they had concocted beforehand. The television commentator was taken aback but soon regained composure, excitedly narrating the events for the audience. In front of the television, Xia Lan once again clenched her fist with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Well done, my son. You young people certainly know how to enjoy yourselves." XXX Li Ziqiang, accompanied by his team, made their way to the cafeteria at the Pujin training base. Having just settled into their dormitory rooms, it was now lunchtime. Despite the long and exhausting journey, Li Ziqiang's spirits remained high. He was relieved that he didn't have to stay home with Sister Xia while old Hu and his wife watched the Olympic closing ceremony. He was spared from witnessing the moment when his daughter and Hu Lai appeared as flag bearers before a captivated audience. With this light-hearted mood, he and the members of the Dongchuan High School football team entered the cafeteria, only to be astonished to find it already bustling with players from several schools attending the invitational tournament. However, these individuals were not engaged in their meals. They were all gazing up at the television. Upon witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding crept into Li Ziqiang's mind. Before he could ponder further, a tremendous gasp erupted from the crowd. "Wow!" Instinctively, Li Ziqiang glanced at the television screen, where he saw his daughter being hoisted onto Hu Lai's shoulders. His daughter waved the national flag excitedly, her face beaming with joy. The crowd in the cafeteria erupted in cheers and shouts. "Ah, Hu Lai is amazing. Well done. My goodness. This public display of affection is next level. I came here to eat. And yes, I'm full. No issues here, my friend. How beautiful. What could be better than showcasing love at the Olympic closing ceremony? They should get married right away. Who's going to relocate the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Li Ziqiang stood frozen in place, swaying slightly as if he were a sapling caught in a tempest, on the verge of being uprooted. XXXBS, by the way. Even though this is a standalone chapter, I shamelessly request a monthly vote since the plot aligns perfectly with this moment. Chapter 295. This summer has concluded in the photograph. Li Qingqing waved the five-starred red flag, seated upon Hu Lai's shoulders, who bore the entirety of her and the flag's weight. Both wore radiant, joyful smiles. In the second photo, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing had reached the designated area, standing alongside the flag bearers from other delegations. However, their faces were obscured. Only their bodies facing each other could be seen, partially hidden by a corner of the flag. Due to this concealment, the actions of the two behind the flag remained a mystery. Speculations arose online that they were sharing a kiss, likely considering the audience's sentiments. Hence the decision to use the flag as a shield. The third photograph captured Hu Lai and Li Qingqing amidst the jubilant crowd following the commencement of the closing ceremony's artistic performances. The two individuals nestled close to each other, framed by the stage where a performance was underway. Hu Lai rested his head upon Li Qingqing's shoulder, while she extended her arm to grasp a camera. Their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. It was evident that they were engaged in a selfie. The fourth and fifth photographs, as well as countless others capturing their moments at the closing ceremony, filled her collection. Xiaolan downloaded all the images she had discovered online onto her phone, subsequently transferring them to a folder entitled Son and Daughter-in-Law. This folder brimmed with photographs accumulated over the years, seamlessly syncing to her new device despite changes in technology. Although she rarely took pictures herself, her gallery contained thousands of images, all gathered through various means. As she gazed at the photographs within the folder, a joyful smile graced her lips. The Olympics had concluded, and this summer had brought her immense satisfaction. Li Qingqing admired the selfie she had taken with Hu Lai during the Olympic closing ceremony. Due to the intricate stage lighting, she had snapped multiple shots. Now, she needed to select the finest among them. At the very least, their faces should be free from bizarre hues of green, purple, blue, or red that could distort their appearances. Ultimately, she chose the best one, where both their faces appeared immaculate, devoid of any peculiar light spots. Their smiles were delightful, their expressions flawless. Neither had blinked nor glanced away. Both pairs of eyes were fixed upon the phone screen, wide open and brows raised in anticipation. Satisfied, Li Qingqing illuminated the red heart symbol beneath the photograph, signifying her approval. After completing this task, she switched off her phone and tucked it away before reclining once more and closing her eyes. The sound of the airplane engines roared in her ears, prompting her to don her noise-canceling headphones, preparing for slumber. Beside her, Hu Lai had already drifted into dreamland. At that moment, they were aboard a flight from Los Angeles, USA, to Madrid, Spain. With the Olympics behind them, summer was drawing to a close, and both she and Hu Lai were set to return to their respective clubs to commence preparations for the new season. Logically, one would assume that following such an international competition, athletes should be granted time to rest. After all, players are not machines. They require recuperation. Failing to provide adequate rest could culminate in the accumulation of fatigue, ultimately jeopardizing their health and leading to injuries. Consequently, both Real Madrid and the Madrid Pirates allowed their Olympians approximately 10 days of leave. Although Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were not required to hastily return to Madrid immediately after the Olympics, Hu Lai opted to forego his vacation to train with his team. And naturally, Li Qingqing accompanied him back. Hu Lai's urgency stemmed from the commencement of the new La Liga season, which had already kicked off the day before their participation in the Olympic finals. The reigning champions, the Madrid Pirates, had faced a 0-0 draw against Valerio in their opening match, placing them 12th in the standings. One match, of course, could not determine the ultimate fate of the team. However, without Hu Lai, the Madrid Pirates faced a formidable challenge against Valerio, a team that finished merely 13th last season. Despite relentless efforts, they were unable to score, underscoring Hu Lai's significance to the squad. Due to his participation in the Olympic Games, Hu Lai did not train with the club even for a single day throughout the entire summer training period. If he were to rest for an additional 10 days after the holiday, the national team's qualifying matches would commence anew. By the time he could finally train alongside his teammates, it would already be the third round of the league. In light of this situation, Hu Lai proactively requested not to take a break. After the Olympic Games, he would promptly return to Madrid to join the team's training. Although head coach Perotti had some concerns regarding Hu Lai's physical condition, Hu Lai confidently assured him that upon his return to Madrid, a comprehensive fitness assessment would reveal that he faced no issues whatsoever. Remembering how Hu Lai had successfully managed his stamina even during consecutive matches last season, Perotti acquiesced to Hu Lai's request to return to the team without taking a break. To be honest, he genuinely needed Hu Lai. This season, his team bore the burden of being the reigning league champions, facing greater pressure than the previous year, especially with opponents having bolstered their squads to varying degrees. Notably, Catalonia had acquired Cabin Kankander from Manchester Athletic for free this summer. It was said that Cabin chose not to participate in the Olympics as an overage player to avoid missing his new team's initial training sessions, thereby circumventing a prolonged adaptation period. The Madrid Pirates also made acquisitions this summer. However, the issue remained that throughout the summer training period, Hu Lai, as the team's undeniable cornerstone, did not train even a single day with his new teammates, resulting in a lack of synergy that could impede effective collaboration. Upon Hu Lai's return to the club, time would be required to re-establish rapport with his new teammates, necessitating a cohesive unit. If this cohesion faltered, the impact on the Madrid Pirates' performance in the new season could be profoundly significant, potentially affecting nearly half of the season. This is why some domestic fans initially hoped Hulai would abstain from participating in the Olympics, fearing it would hinder his performance in La Liga during his second season. Of course, no one in the country now believes that Hulai's participation in the Olympics poses any issue. Li Qingqing did not return to the team as Hulai did, although she returned to Madrid alongside him. She needed to rest at home for 10 days before joining the team's training. This was partly due to the late commencement of the Women's Super League, which would not begin until September, and partly because she was genuinely fatigued and required rest. After all, she had not experienced the same stamina as Hulai. Li Qingqing was also perplexed as to why Hulai seemed to recover so swiftly after each match. During the Olympics, the intervals between matches were generally only 2 days, with the longest gap being 3 days. This was not merely the intensity of playing twice a week, but rather 3 matches within a week. Such a demanding schedule placed immense strain on physical endurance. Yet, Hulai exhibited the best stamina on the team, displaying no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Li Qingqing could only conclude that Hulai possesses an extraordinary talent and physical prowess. The recruitment efforts of the Madrid Pirates this summer commenced unexpectedly. Following an impressive return to form last season, the club intended to extend Maxi Kelly's contract. They realized that the synergy between Kelly and Hulai could yield remarkable results. Initially, they believed that renewing Kelly's contract would be a straightforward endeavor, given their long-standing collaboration, mutual trust, and emotional bonds. As long as the club presented a sincere offer, Kelly had no reason to withhold his signature. However, when the club approached Kelly's agent, Jim Castellan, to discuss the renewal, Castellan informed them that his client was not prepared to engage in contract negotiations at that moment. Kelly preferred to focus on the remaining matches of the season. At that juncture, with the season still underway, this reasoning was impeccable and entirely justifiable. After all, the team was contending for a Champions League final berth against Real Madrid, as well as vying for the league title against both Real Madrid and Catalonia. Perhaps Kelly sought to bolster his bargaining power in renewal discussions by aiding the team in clinching either the Champions League or the league championship. However, once the season concluded, when the club approached Castellan again, he delivered a shocking revelation. Maxi Kelly was not inclined to renew his contract. He intended to complete his final season with the Madrid Pirates before departing once his contract expired. The club members were taken aback. What an astonishing turn of events. Their collaboration had been so harmonious. How could he suddenly decide to leave? They were aware that Maxi Kelly had long resolved to retire with his hometown team. Yet now, a year later, the 35-year-old Kelly planned to return to the Netherlands? Would he really play in the second division of Dutch football? With his pride? How could that be possible? Even the club's general manager, Samuel Lure, sought out Kelly to discuss this matter, aiming both to understand his thoughts and to persuade him to reconsider. They presumed Kelly's decision stemmed from being threatened in his position by Hulai following his second serious injury. Ultimately, the outcome was that Kelly was resolute in his intent to leave the club once his contract expired. He refrained from disclosing his true reasons, merely assuring every advisor that there were no issues between him and the club, nor with Hulai. His reluctance to renew was simply due to a desire for new challenges. Nonetheless, he reassured the club that, despite not renewing, he would exert every effort in his final season, just as he had in the previous one. In conclusion, his stance on not renewing was unwavering. Given Kelly's firm refusal to extend his contract, the Madrid Pirates, adhering to the principle of amicable separation, did not press the matter further. However, this necessitated an expedited search for Kelly's successor. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates invested €35 million to acquire their midfield orchestrator, Milos Vukovic, from the Bundesliga team, Wiesbaden. The 26-year-old Serbian international serves as the organizational linchpin for Wiesbaden, having played a pivotal role in propelling the team to the semi-finals of the UEFA Europa League last season. He was named the team's best player of the season and awarded the title of Serbian Footballer of the Year for 2027. As a Serbian player, he embodies the traits of the footballing prodigies from former Yugoslavia, showcasing exquisite technical skills, a tenacious playing style, and a well-rounded ability. Although his style differs from that of Max Kyrie, his capacity for orchestrating attacks is commendable. Last season, he made a total of 41 appearances for Wiesbaden, scoring 4 goals and providing 14 assists. It would typically be challenging to acquire such a remarkable player for a mere €35 million. However, the contract of Vukovic with Vizavad is entering its final year, and he himself is eager to depart from the Bundesliga to showcase his talents on a grander stage. The La Liga giant, Madrid Pirates, presents an excellent opportunity, though it is not the only destination. As Vukovic sought a transfer, he attracted the attention of numerous European powerhouses. Following the departure of Carbonca, the Premier League club Manchester Athletic also expressed interest in Vukovic. A pivotal factor in Vukovic's eventual choice of Madrid Pirates was Hulai. Upon transferring to Madrid Pirates, this Serbian international expressed his eagerness to collaborate with such an exceptional forward. He believes that partnering with Hulai will facilitate his rapid evolution into a top-tier midfield orchestrator. At that moment, while preparing for the Olympics, Hulai had no inkling that he would inadvertently become a key figure in a significant signing. Chapter 296, a high-stakes gamble in addition to playing a crucial role in Milos Vukovic's transfer. Hulai also became a significant figure in another important transfer, Ismail Kamara's move from Leeds City to Madrid Pirates. Leeds City initially had no intention of selling their star winger due to Kamara's importance, coupled with the fact that Madrid Pirates' offer fell short of their expectations. Leeds City had hoped to sell Kamara for over €100 million, yet Madrid Pirates was willing to go no higher than €75 million. Ultimately, it was Ismail Kamara who approached the club, pleading for them to release him. Rumor has it that Kamara indicated he would forfeit his signing fee if the club agreed to his transfer to Madrid Pirates, and even compensate Leeds City with that fee. Although neither Leeds City nor Kamara has confirmed this rumor, they have not denied the specifics of their negotiations. Regardless, the outcome is that Kamara has departed from Leeds City to join Hulai at Madrid Pirates, raising suspicions about the potential influence of Hulai in this decision. Some speculate that perhaps it was a phone call from Hulai that compelled Kamara to resolutely pursue his exit from Leeds City. However, this matter was swiftly dispelled by Peter Williams, the captain of Leeds City, who remarked to reporters, "I called Hu, and he informed me that he is preoccupied with the Olympic Games and has not been paying any attention to transfer matters. He neither contacted Ismail, nor did Ismail reach out to him. It was only when I called him that he learned Ismail had gone to Madrid." Nevertheless, some journalists asserted that regardless of whether Hu had contacted Kamara, one fact remains unequivocal. Kamara's insistence on joining the Madrid Pirates is undoubtedly linked to him. The duo had been a formidable partnership during their time at Leeds City, and it is evident that Kamara desires to rekindle that connection with Hu at the Pirates. Last season, Leeds City finished in a disappointing 8th place in the league, thus missing out on both the Champions League and the Europa League for the upcoming season. Their performance was hampered by the previous season's European campaigns, marking it as their poorest season since successfully avoiding relegation. Under such circumstances, Kamara's wish to depart the club seems entirely reasonable, especially now that he has attracted the attention of prestigious teams. Why would he remain with a club to which he does not hold the same emotional ties as Peter Williams, who has already turned down several offers from the English Premier League's top 6, affirming his commitment to Leeds City? He firmly believes that last season's performance will not be the norm for Leeds City, and with further reinforcements and improved cohesion, the team will undoubtedly emerge as contenders for the championship. For Kamara, joining the Madrid Pirates not only allows him to reunite with his friend, Hu, but also presents the opportunity to vie for titles. What could be more appealing? Thus, an agreement was reached for a transfer fee of €76 million, to be paid over 5 years. Following Hu's departure last season, Leeds City witnessed another key player, Kamara, being poached by the Madrid Pirates. In light of this transfer, a Chinese fan humorously remarked, "Leeds City is desperately shearing a star sheep, while the Madrid Pirates are vigorously plundering Leeds City. What a perfect food chain." The addition of Vukovic and Kamara significantly bolsters the strength of the Madrid Pirates. However, their arrival has left the original forward, Daniel Di Quenzo, feeling somewhat anxious. Last season, Di Quenzo was a staple in the starting lineup, despite losing out to Hu. He had gained the upper hand in competition with Maxi Kelly. Yet, with Kelly regaining form, Di Quenzo's position has become precarious. Although Kelly primarily plays as an attacking midfielder, his positioning still falls within the forward line, thus posing a threat to Di Quenzo's place if Kelly takes the field. Fortunately, Parati discovered a solution, moving Di Quenzo to the right flank to replace the inconsistent Portuguese winger, Silverio. However, this is not a sustainable long-term strategy, as Di Quenzo is a forward, not a right winger. While he can occasionally fill in, being permanently stationed there is quite uncomfortable. Consequently, this summer, The Pirates acquired Kamara with the intent to definitively address the right flank issue. However, this would necessitate Quinzo returning to the front line to compete once again with Maxi Kelly. Simultaneously, the club has welcomed the true orchestrator, Vukovic, into its ranks, inevitably encroaching upon the territory of Kyrie, who will continue to partner with Hulai on the front line. Consequently, it appears that the Italian forward, D'Cunzo, may be the one sacrificed in this arrangement. Thus, rumors of D'Cunzo's desire to depart circulated this summer. Fortunately, these were mere whispers and did not materialize, for D'Cunzo's individual prowess remains remarkably prominent. His presence serves as a beneficial enhancement to the roster of Madrid Pirates, significantly bolstering the team's depth and enriching tactical diversity. D'Cunzo's decision to remain may stem from the impending expiration of Maxi Kyrie's contract next year. Once Kyrie departs, the challenges currently faced by D'Cunzo will likely dissipate. The Italian is astute. He recognizes the capabilities displayed by Hulai and understands that as long as he remains with Madrid Pirates, he need not fear the absence of accolades. The Madrid Pirates likewise hope for D'Cunzo's continued service and are attempting to negotiate a contract extension with him. However, D'Cunzo has chosen not to acquiesce to the Pirates' terms immediately. Instead, he intends to observe the season's developments, especially how the team positions him and what role he may assume following Maxi Kyrie's departure. Should he find his situation unsatisfactory at that time, with little time left on his contract, moving on would be relatively uncomplicated. To hastily renew his contract now could lead to a precarious situation where the club could manipulate his position at will, complicating any future exit. This summer, the Madrid Pirates have made significant financial commitments, which explains their reluctance to invest in Kamala. They need to conserve funds to compete with other European giants for the Dutch prodigious center-back, Danny Drew. Securing this Dutch gem will undoubtedly require considerable expenditure. Fortunately, after nearly 2 months of protracted negotiations and fierce competition, just a week before the transfer window closed, the Madrid Pirates successfully acquired Danny Drew from a host of European powerhouses, including Torino, Catalonia United, and Stan Park Rangers. The transfer fee soared to an astonishing $98 million, approaching the $100 million mark. Danny Drew has thus set a record for center-back transfer fees, now standing as the highest-valued center-back in the world. Even for affluent clubs, such lavish spending in a single summer is quite extraordinary. After all, the Madrid Pirates do not possess the oil capital of some other wealthy clubs, and such expenditure places immense financial strain on the team. Nonetheless, they proceeded with this investment, inspired by Hulai's performance last season, which illuminated their prospects of contending with Madrid Kings. Last season, they triumphed over Madrid Kings in the domestic league, seizing the league championship and thwarting their quest for a treble. They also reached the semi-finals of the Champions League, an achievement largely attributable to Hulai's remarkable contributions. Last season, he scored 36 goals in the league, 16 in the Champions League, and 1 in the King's Cup, totaling 53 goals across all competitions for the club. Such performance is already remarkable, yet Perotti informed the club's management that this is far from Hulai's limits. The Madrid Pirates, last season, were hindered by numerous deficiencies in their lineup, akin to being crippled and having one hand tied behind their back. Despite these limitations, Hulai managed to net 53 goals. Imagine if the Pirates were equipped with both healthy legs and hands. To fully harness Hulai's potential, the club must significantly invest in the transfer market to bring in those players on Perotti's list, who are precisely what the team currently needs. Hulai's exceptional performance has persuaded the management of the Pirates to willingly invest in a gamble. It is indeed a gamble. If such a substantial investment in reinforcements does not yield the desired results, particularly breakthroughs in the Champions League, it could transform into a heavy burden for the team in the forthcoming season, potentially inciting turmoil within the club. Head coach Perotti would inevitably bear the brunt of any failures, leading to his dismissal. Consequently, the squad would undergo a significant overhaul, and both the team's tactics and philosophy would shift. If the team fails to stabilize swiftly, their performance in the next 2 or 3 seasons may be in jeopardy. The management can only place their faith in Perotti's assurances that Hulai's energy has yet to be fully unleashed, believing that he can score more goals and bring further victories to the team. However, a significant disadvantage looms. This beacon of hope has missed all preseason training. Can he seamlessly integrate with the enhanced squad? Will he recover from the fatigue of the Olympics quickly enough to regain his form and rhythm at the club? Ultimately, Can he maintain his health throughout the upcoming season? All of these remain uncertain. Tomorrow, MIPS will resume updates, and I appreciate everyone's understanding and support. In the training facility's locker room, Danny Drew bids farewell to his teammates. Both the Madrid Pirates and Ajax have officially announced his departure. He is set to travel to Madrid for a medical examination. Provided he passes, he will officially become a player for the Madrid Pirates. Drew goes from teammate to teammate, exchanging high fives and hugs as he says his goodbyes. When he reaches Chunxinyi, he smiles and asks, "Now I can finally talk to who? Do you have any messages you'd like me to pass on to him?" Chunxinyi shakes his head, replying, "No. Good luck, Danny. You have ascended to a grander stage." Drew detected the envy in his tone and thus patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "You will inevitably grace a larger platform, Xing. You possess that capability." Observing Drew's earnest demeanor, Chunxinyi managed a faint smile, responding, "Thank you, Danny. Farewell, Xing." With a succinct goodbye, Drew moved on to the next teammate. "Goodbye, Danny." Chunxinyi watched as Drew bid farewell to each of their comrades in the locker room. His teammate would soon bear the title of the world's most expensive center back, pursuing the pinnacle of European glory with the prestigious Madrid Pirates. It was an adventure that could lead to the discovery of the legendary One Piece. Yet, it could also result in failure, as the staggering price tag of €98 million might become a crushing burden. The future was shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, it was certainly preferable to remaining in the modest harbor of Ajax Amsterdam. Chunxinyi genuinely envied Drew for his opportunity to venture beyond. In fact, when Chunxinyi was still in China, he felt content simply to play for Ajax Amsterdam. However, after 2 seasons with the club, he began to feel restless. Realizing that staying at Ajax was no longer sufficient for him, he yearned for the top 5 leagues, for broader horizons. The only advantage of playing at Ajax was the near guarantee of participating in European competitions each season, whether in the Champions League or the Europa League. Unlike Huan and Zhou Zijing, as well as Wang Guangwei, who had to toil tirelessly and hope for good fortune to earn a chance at European play. Last season, aside from Wang Guangwei, all the players abroad participated in European competitions. However, this season, Zhou Zijing, Huan, and Wang Guangwei found themselves without any European matches to play. Should one choose to join a top-tier team in a second-tier European league with a chance at European play, or a mid-tier team in one of the top 5 leagues, where they might secure playing time but not necessarily a stable spot in European competitions? Chunxinyi would not engage in such a dilemma. He undoubtedly aspired to join a team in one of the top 5 leagues that consistently competes in European tournaments. He would strive towards that goal. As for the elite clubs in the top 5 leagues, Chunxinyi was not currently interested. Only Hulai had truly established himself at a prestigious club, while Luo Kai's position at Tramid was still precarious. At times, he could secure consecutive matches and even start, yet at other times, he would find himself benched for several games. It appeared that despite Luo Kai's utmost efforts, he could not guarantee a starting role at such a renowned club as Tramid, which was already showing signs of decline. Regardless of personal feelings, Hulai was indeed operating on a different level, perhaps even 2 or 3 tiers above them all. After resting for a day at home, Hulai returned to the Pirates training facility, Casa. Here, not only was he warmly welcomed by teammates and coaches as an Olympic champion, but he also reunited with an old friend. "Ismail," Hulai exclaimed, opening his arms for a grand embrace with Kamara. "I am truly delighted to see you," he said in French. As he held him, Kamara whispered in his ear, "Do you still need me, Hu?" "Of course. Huh. Absolutely. I will always need you." Hulai's words were far from mere pleasantries. He was genuinely elated. The arrival of Kamara would undoubtedly bolster the team's flanks, and the rapport they had cultivated during their time at Leeds City would facilitate Kamara in providing him with more assists. With Kamara on board, Hulai was confident that his goal tally for the new season would surpass that of the previous one. Last season, the support Hulai received from the right wing was woefully inadequate. Opponents merely had to stifle the left flank and central play to render Hulai bereft of any threatening passes within the penalty area. Upon hearing Hulai's sentiments, a radiant smile spread across Kamara's face. "That's precisely why I am here." "An excellent decision," Hulai exclaimed, giving Kamara a hearty pat on the back in French. He was unperturbed by the possibility of inciting discontent among his teammates with such remarks. The previously inconsistent right winger, Silverio, had departed the team this summer for a transfer fee of €20 million. He understood that if he remained with the Madrid Pirates, he would inevitably become a mere substitute, which would adversely affect his standing with the Portuguese national team. Thus, he resolved to transfer to a club where he could secure consistent playing time. Although Gulli may not possess the prowess of the Madrid Pirates, the opportunity to play was far more appealing than warming the bench. After exchanging pleasantries with Kamara, Hulai encountered the newly arrived Danny Drew. The Dutchman greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Hey, who?" Hulai was taken aback. "Oh, aren't you mute?" Drew, bemused, replied, "You've already used that joke." Hulai's surprise deepened. "When did I use it?" "In the first leg of the Champions League round of 16 last season, after the match, when I greeted you. You asked me if I was mute," Drew explained. Realization dawned on Hulai, and he nodded. "Excellent. It appears you are indeed not mute." Drew grinned, left momentarily speechless. He suddenly felt that even if they were not adversaries, he had no desire to converse with Hulai. Noticing Drew's demeanor, Hulai inquired, "I am quite curious, Danny. Why was there a prohibition against speaking to me during matches?" Drew countered, "Do you not know why?" "No. I mean, how did you come to know?" Drew candidly divulged, "It was Star who initially informed me. He suggested that I wear earplugs during our matches, lest I be distracted and concede a goal." "Damn, that scoundrel Star." Hulai initially chastised Chinshingi, then chuckled as he embraced Drew. "It's all good now. Feel free to speak without concern for conceding." "So, as your opponent, would conversing with you truly lead to conceding?" Drew astutely seized upon the key implication in Hulai's words. "That is, of course, utter nonsense." Hulai released Drew and turned to seek out the next new signing, Milos Vukovic, who was already beaming in anticipation. "Hi, who?" Last year, during an interview in Germany, a reporter asked me whom I most wished to collaborate with, and I answered, "You." Vukovic addressed Hulai in German, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of Hulai not understanding. Clearly well acquainted with his linguistic prowess. "I genuinely wish to collaborate with you," he expressed. "Indeed," Hulai replied in German, "that is splendid. I too am eager to work with you, Milos." His demeanor remained composed, not taken aback, given his current abilities and stature. It was entirely natural for players to express a desire to join him on the field. After all, he had ascended to a level comparable with the likes of Melli and Kabanka. He possessed a certain confidence. As Hulai met his new teammates in the locker room, the coaching staff of the Pirates convened in their office to discuss Hulai's medical examination report. Everything appeared normal. His physique resembled that of a recently serviced and fully fueled vehicle, ready to embark on a journey. Nick Kitt, the head of the medical team, briefed the coaching staff. There was no fatigue, no injuries. His physical condition was so remarkable it raised questions about whether he had truly played 6 matches in 17 days. Diego Morales, the fitness coach, concurred, stating, "Indeed. Had I not witnessed his performance at the Olympics, I too would harbor doubts. His physical condition is impeccable. If there is any issue, it stems solely from the long travel and time zone changes, which will soon dissipate." Head coach Parati sighed. "Once again, we are astonished by Hulai's extraordinary recovery abilities. Yet this is fortuitous for us. While he is unlikely to start against Loga United, we can include him in the squad and consider introducing him as a substitute, depending on the situation." First assistant coach Jesus Valentin agreed, and second assistant coach Enzo Nahal nodded in affirmation. Both Nick Kitt and Diego Morales expressed their concurrence. In the face of Hulai's exceptional physical prowess, no one harbored doubts or concerns. The coaching staff's worries, in truth, lay not with Hulai, but rather with new signings Vukovic, Kamara, and Danny Drew. They might not possess Hulai's remarkable adaptability and may struggle to quickly synchronize with their new teammates. Although Hulai and Kamara had previously collaborated at Leeds City, Kamara had not worked with the other teammates beforehand. Vukovic, despite his familiarity with Hulai, was not well acquainted with the rest of the squad. Danny Drew, a central defender, particularly required a rapport with his teammates. Both they and the existing Madrid Pirates players needed to familiarize themselves and develop synergy, a process that necessitated time. The issues had already manifested in the first round of the league. While Danadru's transfer had not yet occurred, Vukovic and Kamara both started but delivered rather mediocre performances. Otherwise, how could they fail to secure a victory against a team like Valero? Indeed, the Madrid Pirates are a prestigious club, while Valero ranks among the mid to lower tier teams. Yet, in the realm of football, there are no guarantees that a powerhouse will always triumph over a weaker opponent. Otherwise, what excitement would remain in the sport? Let us engage in a game of comparison. Prior to the match, we shall quantify the abilities of our players. Whoever possesses the greater numbers shall emerge victorious. rendering the actual match unnecessary. However, the essence of genuine football lies not in mere statistics, but in the intricate dynamics of teamwork. The introduction of players with superior data does not guarantee enhanced performance or results. A team operates as a cohesive unit, and the synergy between players is paramount. Any discord within this mechanism may hinder its smooth operation. For the coaching staff of the Pirates, the return of Hulai offers a slight sense of relief. Yet it does not wholly remedy the underlying issues. Addressing these challenges demands both strategy and time. P.S. Starting today, we shall resume our regular updates. Hulai's career statistics, including data from the 2027 to 2028 season 2022 China League 1. 15 appearances, 11 goals, 1 assist. 2023 China League 1. 29 appearances, 30 goals, 2 assists. 7 appearances in the FA Cup, 11 goals, 1 assist. 3 appearances for the national team, 5 goals. 3 appearances for the U23 team, 3 goals. 2024 Chinese Super League. 23 appearances, 30 goals, 1 assist. 10 appearances in the AFC Champions League, 12 goals, 1 assist. 1 appearance in the Super Cup, 1 goal. 1 appearance for the national team. 13 appearances for the U23 team, 18 goals, 1 assist. 2024 to 2025 English Premier League. 15 appearances, 11 goals, 3 appearances for the national team. 2 goals. 2025 to 2026 English Premier League. 36 appearances, 32 goals, 3 assists. 13 appearances for the national team, 14 goals, 1 assist. 2026 to 2027 English Premier League. 27 appearances, 21 goals, 5 assists. 3 appearances in the International Champions Cup, 2 goals, 1 appearance in the Community Shield. 5 appearances in the UEFA Champions League, 5 goals. 9 appearances in the UEFA Europa League, 13 goals, 1 assist. 16 appearances for the national team, 17 goals. 2027 to 2028 La Liga. 37 appearances, 36 goals, 4 assists. 1 appearance in the Copa del Rey, 1 goal. 1 appearance in the Spanish Super Cup. 12 appearances in the UEFA Champions League, 16 goals, 2 assists. 6 appearances for the national team, 9 goals. As of the latest statistics, Hulai has made 42 appearances for the national team, scoring 47 goals and providing 1 assist. He has played 85 matches for the Shining Stars, netting 95 goals and assisting 6 times. For Leeds City, he has participated in 96 matches, scoring 84 goals and offering 9 assists. By the conclusion of the 2027 to 2028 season, his professional career statistics reflect a total of 290 appearances across all competitions, with an impressive tally of 300 goals and 23 assists. Note, although the U23 team represented at the 2023 East Asian Cup, it is still considered national team data. Chapter 298. The new season commences despite unanimous agreement among the coaching staff to include Hulai in the roster. The reality is that by the time he returns to the team and begins training with his peers, only 1 day remains before the second round of the league commences. To be selected for the matchday roster is already a testament to Hulai's esteemed position within the coaching staff. Ordinary players do not even make it onto the list and are left to rest at home. Zhang Qinghuan, as the midfield linchpin of Serie A, has not returned to Barcelona. He is still on vacation in China, waiting to return to the club after participating in the national team's qualification matches. After all, not everyone possesses Hulai's remarkable recovery abilities. Before facing the newly promoted team, Mallorca, at home, Parati expressed in a pre-match press conference that although Hulai was included in the roster, he would not be starting. Whether Hulai would play depended on the circumstances of the match. Nevertheless, in the second round of the league, the fans of the Madrid Pirates filled the stands of Pirate Park Stadium. "Brothers, the new season has begun," exclaimed Han Shuyu, excitedly filming with his camera. In truth, the new season had already commenced, with the first round of the league completed just a week prior. However, for Han Shuyu, witnessing Hulai was the true commencement of the new season. The majority of the home fans in the stands shared the same sentiment as Han Shuyu, which is why the attendance was so high, not merely because it was the Pirates' first home match of the season. Hulai, seated on the bench, received frequent attention from the television cameras. In this match, the striking duo for the Madrid Pirates was Kelly and D'Cunzo. Although it had already been established that they did not complement each other well, there were no better alternatives, so they were both selected to start. The previous game's starting forward combination was D'Cunzo and Ruiz, but the outcome had been mediocre, and Ruiz had been substituted in the 66th minute due to a minor injury. Though not severely injured, Parati opted not to start Ruiz again for precautionary reasons, pairing Kelly with D'Cunzo instead. Parati did not expect them to create any sparks. He merely hoped they would each perform to the best of their abilities. Just 11 minutes into the match, Maxi Kelly seized the opportunity from a direct free kick and scored, marking the first goal of the season for the Madrid Pirates. This seemed to herald an easy victory over the newly promoted Mallorca. However, the good fortune was short-lived. In the 33rd minute, Mallorca equalized. In this match, Danny Drew, like Hulai, did not take to the field and was not even included in the matchday roster due to his short time with the team, having arrived just a day before Hulai. As he was still unfamiliar with his teammates, Parati understandably did not assign him to play to represent the Madrid Pirates. He might have to wait until after the international break. The starting center-back pair for the Madrid Pirates was Riva Moreno and Antonio Bisha, who had played together towards the end of last season. As for the veteran center-back, Kepa Mantegui, who suffered a severe injury last season and has been ruled out for the entire campaign. He is still in the recovery phase and currently does not meet the requirements to participate in matches. For Antonio Bisha, this was supposed to be his golden opportunity for redemption. If he could excel in the matches where Drew remains unable to play, it was conceivable that the future defensive pairing for the Pirates might consist of him and Drew. Unfortunately, judging by the goal conceded, his mentality and abilities have yet to reach the standards necessary to be a mainstay in the Pirates lineup. The first half concluded with both teams locked in a stalemate at 1-1. As the second half commenced, the visiting Loga Union adopted a more defensive posture, fortifying their defense in front of their goal, seemingly intent on preserving the current scoreline. Loga Union had the confidence to employ such a strategy, as they ascended to the top league as champions of the Segunda División. In their inaugural match of the season, they achieved a surprising victory, defeating last season's fifth-placed Sebastia 1-0 at home. In that encounter, Loga Union managed to score just before halftime, taking a 1-0 lead against Sebastia. And despite facing relentless pressure in the second half, they held on for a narrow victory, marking the club's first ever win in La Liga and securing their initial points in the top flight. Clearly, Loga Union aimed to replicate this success in the current match. After nearly 20 minutes of intense bombardment on their goal by the Madrid Pirates in the second half, they still failed to score. It was then that Parati decided to make a substitution. As Hulai approached the touchline alongside the fourth official, a tremendous cheer erupted from the home stands. Hulai was about to enter the field. "Wonderful. Thank you, Loga Union," shouted Han Shuyu from the stands, her excitement echoed by other Madrid Pirates supporters, though they likely wouldn't express their gratitude towards Loga Union in such exuberant terms. Hulai was making his entrance just after concluding his Olympic commitments, stepping directly into La Liga. This understandably raised concerns regarding his physical condition. Similarly, Hifong, who had just finished covering the Olympics, returned to the country and immediately began commentating on La Liga. Nonetheless, this highlights how crucial Hulai has become for the Madrid Pirates. As the top scorer from the previous season, the team heavily relies on him. Parati's decision to include Hulai in the matchday squad was indeed a wise one. It remains uncertain how Hulai will perform in La Liga after his Olympic exertions, whether he will maintain the outstanding form displayed during the games or succumb to fatigue. Parati's substitution of Hulai was undoubtedly intended to bolster the team's chances of victory. He carries the hopes of countless fans and bears immense pressure. However, the televised close-up of Hulai revealed a calm demeanor as he stood on the sidelines, playfully shifting his weight while awaiting the exchange with D'Cunzo, who was to be substituted. D'Cunzo appeared somewhat disheartened, knowing he was the one being replaced. This indicated to him that in Coach Parati's eyes, the preferred partner for Hulai was not him, but Maxi Kyrie. As long as Kyrie remains uninjured, D'Cunzo would inevitably find himself relegated to the bench. He dashed off the field, his spirits low, exchanging a brief high-five with Hulai before trudging towards the substitute bench with his head hung low. As he passed by the coaching staff, Parati extended his hand for a handshake, but he merely brushed against it, offering no further interaction, exuding an air of indifference. Such demeanor might undoubtedly spark various speculations from the media post-match. However, no one was paying attention to D'Cunzo at that moment. All eyes were fixed on Hulai. As he sprinted onto the pitch, Spanish commentator Alvarez Sanchez enthusiastically proclaimed, "Welcome back to your promised land, the stage that belongs to you, the arena of La Liga. After a triumphant summer, I hope you have not forgotten the thrill of scoring in the league, ladies and gentlemen. The top scorer of last season's La Liga has arrived." Amidst the thunderous applause at Pirate Park Stadium, Hulai made his way to his position, giving his teammates an encouraging nod. Noticing his self-commendation, Ismail Kamara chuckled. This was his second match with Madrid Pirates, yet it felt as if his career with the team truly commenced with this game. The distinction lay in the absence of Hulai during his debut match, while this encounter was graced by his presence. It was akin to a ship navigating through a pitch-black sea suddenly locating a lighthouse, revealing land and thus a direction to proceed. He too gave Hulai a thumbs up, signaling, "Go ahead and make your runs, Hu. I will deliver the ball to your feet." Carey received the ball centrally and opted to switch the play. With a precise diagonal pass, he sent the ball to the right flank. Ismail Kamara managed to halt the ball almost on the touchline. After a rapid sprint, he leaped, raising his right leg as high as possible to intercept the aerial pass. Perhaps his somewhat awkward maneuver created an illusion for the defenders of Loga Union, suggesting they could easily dispossess him. Just as Kamara had secured the ball, a player from Loga Union charged forward, attempting to snatch it away. To their surprise, Kamara, having just executed an extreme stop, reacted swiftly and nudged the ball forward with his right foot. He then pivoted to evade the pressing defender and accelerated after the ball. Just like that, he effortlessly left his opponent behind. Kamara, splendid. With a speed rivaling that of Cabanca, Kamara quickly distanced himself from the defender. And by the time the opponent turned around, Kamara was already out of sight. Kamara, what astonishing speed. His extreme stop followed by a sudden burst of acceleration caught the opponent completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, he surged to the edge of the penalty area, facing the approaching defender from Loga Union. Kamara feigned a sudden stop and cut inside, tricking the defender into halting their advance. With the outer instep of his right foot, he deftly nudged the ball forward, threading it between the defender's legs into the penalty area. Meanwhile, Kamara, after his sudden stop, reignited his sprint from the outside, while the opponent had already turned inward. Too late to intercept him. As they circled back, Kamala had already received the ball in the penalty area and was advancing towards the goal line. "Oh," Sanchez exclaimed, executing a nutmeg that left the defenders bewildered. The cheers from the stands grew increasingly thunderous. As Kamala approached the goal line, he simultaneously drew closer to the net. The goalkeeper of Loga United swiftly shifted to the near post, attempting to block Kamala's angle for a shot. Yet, Kamala had no intention of shooting. He lifted his foot and delivered a pass. A deft inverted triangle pass found Hulai, who surged in from the back line. "Hoo!" Amidst Sanchez's elongated roar, Hulai held off the Loga United defender and deftly nudged the ball towards the goal. Without a doubt, the ball found the net. Hulai. Magnificent. Hulai scored with his very first touch since coming on. The first goal of the season. It came so effortlessly, thanks to his exceptional positioning and Kamala's gracious assist. The Madrid Pirates reclaimed the lead. This goal was a product of collaboration between two former Leeds City teammates. The scoring Hulai raced towards the corner flag, performing his signature celebration, while the Madrid Pirates fans in the stands erupted in unison. "Hoo!" After landing, Hulai pointed at Kamala, who assisted him, laughing heartily, and then opened his arms, awaiting a jubilant embrace. Kamala joyfully leaped into his arms, celebrating together. The French winger had rediscovered that long-lost feeling. When was the last time he and Hulai shared such a jubilant embrace after a goal? It was during their first match where the Madrid Pirates drew 0-0 away against Valero. He started, but did not perform well, being substituted in the 71st minute. Post-match, some media speculated that he had yet to acclimatize to La Liga's tempo, noting the stark contrast between La Liga and the Premier League. Initially, Kamala shared this sentiment, believing he needed time to adjust to the rhythm and style of play in La Liga. However, he now felt perhaps it was not so different after all. What distinguishes La Liga from the Premier League? Ultimately, it is about outmaneuvering opponents and delivering the ball to Hulai. The reason for his lackluster performance in the first match was simply due to the absence of a target for his passes. Now, he had a clear goal to aim for. Everything felt so second nature. Chapter 299. The impact of the Olympics. Hulai and Kamala exhibited an exquisite understanding. It is noteworthy that he had not even utilized the Linksy card in this match yet. Kamala instinctively knew how Hulai would run and where to pass. Hulai was equally aware that Kamala would deliver the ball to him. Their connection seemed untouched by the passage of a season. Rather, their synergy remained intact. This was perhaps the greatest boon for the Madrid Pirates in this match. indicating that Hulai and Kamala would not need to rediscover their rhythm of cooperation. They could seamlessly integrate into the game. This would significantly shorten the team's adaptation period, a crucial advantage in a new season rife with formidable opponents. If the Madrid Pirates fail to swiftly regain their rhythm, they risk being left behind by their rivals. Having clinched the league title last season, Parati undoubtedly aspires for his team to successfully defend their championship this season. Should they falter in maintaining their league supremacy, they must strive for a breakthrough in the Champions League. But what constitutes a breakthrough in this prestigious tournament? At the very least, reaching the finals is essential, with the ultimate goal of securing the championship. The ambition of the Madrid Pirates this season can thus be encapsulated as league defense and Champions League victory, marking a significant gamble. Ultimately, thanks to a goal scored by Hulai after coming off the bench, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Loga United with a score of 2-1 at home, marking their first victory of the new season. This win propelled them from 12th to 6th place in the standings. At the top remains Catalan United, the only team with 2 consecutive victories this season. Although Cabanca has only participated in 2 league matches, his impact has already become evident. In these 2 matches, Catalan United netted 4 goals, with Cabanca contributing 2 goals and 1 assist, accounting for 3/4 of their total goals. Particularly noteworthy is his goal that secured a narrow 1-0 away victory against Real Cartagena. Like Hulai upon his transfer to the Madrid Pirates, Cabanca appears to have seamlessly adapted without a transitional period. His decision to forego participation in the Olympics as an overage player was indeed prudent, as he did not miss a single day of pre-season training with Catalan United, fully engaging in both physical conditioning and tactical drills. However, it must be noted that Hulai demonstrated even greater adaptability. He finalized his transfer to the Madrid Pirates at the end of July, missing the initial physical training sessions and all of the pre-season friendlies. In stark contrast, Meli has become a casualty of the Olympic Games. Although he did not reach the finals, he participated in all 6 matches, including the 3rd-place playoff. Consequently, his departure from the United States was not significantly earlier than Hulai's. Moreover, while Hulai opted to sacrifice 10 days of vacation, Meli chose to rest, not out of a fear of hardship, but due to the considerable physical toll he had endured. Without Meli, the Madrid Kings have experienced a mixed start to the new season, achieving 1 victory and 1 defeat, currently standing at 10th place. In their opening match, they effortlessly defeated promoted side Moralize 2-0 at home, only to succumb to a 2-4 loss against Sebastia in their second match. This summer, the Madrid Kings attempted to lure young striker Janis Edmond from Rullan, but their efforts were in vain, as Rullan steadfastly refused to release him. Despite Edmond's personal interest in joining the Madrid Kings, he remains bound by a contract that has 3 years left to run. In light of failing to secure Edmond and with Meli absent due to Olympic commitments, it is hardly surprising that the Madrid Kings' performance has been less than stellar. Why is it that Hulai can forego vacation? Is he participating in a fictitious Olympic event? In the comfort of his home in Madrid, Meli posed this profound question upon hearing the news of Hulai's immediate impact after coming off the bench to score. Seated across from him, the agent Alfonso Candela found himself at a loss for words, sharing the same perplexity. He was acutely aware of the fatigue Messi must be experiencing after recently competing in the Olympics. Otherwise, given Messi's temperament, he would have undoubtedly returned to training immediately. Yet, he found himself desiring to engage, but lacking the strength to do so. Therefore, Messi dutifully accepted a holiday following the Olympics, returning to his hometown in Argentina to spend a brief time with his parents before flying back to Madrid just yesterday. Upon landing, he learned that Hulai had come off the bench during a match and scored with his very first touch, now surpassing him on the La Liga scoring chart. Fortunately, Messi was not a participant on Jihu. Otherwise, inquiries would surely flood in asking, how does one perceive Hulai's immediate impact upon entering the match against Loga? They might even invite Messi to share his perspective, to which Messi could genuinely respond, "Thank you for the invitation." Currently in Madrid, having just disembarked, Messi did not receive a reply from Candela, or perhaps he was not particularly inclined to hear one. He subsequently declared, after attending the UEFA awards ceremony, "I shall return to training." Candela expressed surprise. "Has your body fully recovered?" "Almost." Messi resolutely shook his head, asserting, "If who can do it, so can I." Candela countered, "You and who are not the same. I've heard that Messi's skill set is beyond who's grasp, just as who's remarkable recovery abilities are not something Messi can easily emulate. who had previously experienced cramping due to exhaustion during a match. Yet it was rare to hear of him underperforming in subsequent games as a result of fatigue from prior matches. It is difficult to find others on this planet who can recover as swiftly as Hulai. One might say that who possesses a rare gift in certain aspects. Candela believed that this could be a significant reason behind Hu's prolific scoring. After all, the ability to compete consistently is a crucial quality determining a player's goal tally over a season. If a player cannot even ensure their participation in matches, how can they hope to score? Listening to his agent's words, Messi felt a pang of frustration at being compared to Hulai. Yet he had to concede that his agent was correct. When it came to recovery capabilities, he was indeed not on par with Hu. Although he could not comprehend the source of Hulai's extraordinary recuperative prowess, he stated, "I understand, Alfonso. However, I have rested sufficiently. Now that I am back in Madrid, remaining at home rather than being with the team feels quite unsuitable." Candela was acutely aware of the reason behind Mary's unwavering determination. He sensed the immense pressure emanating from Hulai. It was not merely a matter of a single league match. Throughout the entire Olympic period, Mary had felt the formidable weight of Hulai's expectations. This pressure had been a lingering presence since the previous season. Although Mary had managed to eliminate Hulai in the Champions League semifinals, it had not alleviated the burden he bore. Overall, Mary remained at a disadvantage in their encounters, particularly during this Olympic Games, where he once again succumbed to Hulai in their direct confrontation, watching as Hulai surged ahead to triumph over the host nation, the United States, and claimed the Olympic gold medal. Candela had previously remarked that for Mary, Hulai was akin to a whip. Under the relentless lash of this metaphorical whip, how could Mary possibly enjoy a tranquil holiday at home? Contemplating this, Candela sighed and said, "Very well. But I must remind you, Mary, to take care of your health and avoid injury. Even if you return to the team a few days later, you will not score fewer goals than Hulai. However, if you sustain an injury, it would spell trouble." "I understand. Thank you, Alfonso," Mary acknowledged, recognizing that his agent had his best interests at heart. "I will exercise caution. Even upon my return, I will initially engage in recovery training to reacquaint my body with its rhythm and sensations." Candela, satisfied with this response, nodded approvingly. Indeed, a gradual approach is essential. He then shifted to a more light-hearted subject. "First and foremost, congratulations on being the new European Ballon d'Or recipient." "Not finalized yet, Alfonso," Mary replied, his expression devoid of a smile. No matter what Candela asserted, he would not believe he had truly secured this coveted honor until he was holding the Ballon d'Or trophy in his hands. This was not due to humility, but rather a reflection of his cautious nature. He did not wish to be caught off guard by reality after becoming overly confident. After all, he had boldly declared his aim for an Olympic gold medal before the games commenced, only to be thwarted by Hulai, who kept him from the finals, a recent memory that still stung. Following the elimination of the Argentine U-23 team, critics online had mercilessly mocked him for his pre-tournament bravado, relishing in his post-competition humiliation. Mary had learned his lesson and was now more prudent, much like Hulai, who had boldly proclaimed his goal of reaching the semifinals and ultimately emerged as the champion. Thus, some declarations seemed to invite misfortune. His desire to secure the Ballon d'Or weighed heavily on him, necessitating utmost caution. Any sentiments he wished to express would be reserved for the moment he stood on the podium, trophy in hand. In the third chapter of The Fox in the Box, the 2028 European Ballon d'Or ceremony was set to take place in Lisbon, Portugal. Although the ceremony had yet to commence, rumors were already circulating that Argentine football prodigy Mary Banega would be the recipient of this year's European Ballon d'Or, owing to his remarkable performances in the previous season's Champions League. Nevertheless, Mary himself declined to comment on these speculations prior to the ceremony. Upon viewing the news on television, Cielon turned to her husband and inquired, "Old Hu, why is everyone saying Mary can win the Ballon d'Or, but our son cannot?" "Mary has the Champions League, which is his most significant advantage," Huli Xian explained. "Our son has an Olympic gold medal." Cielon expressed some discontent. "Oh, the significance of Olympic competitions in the realm of football is rather negligible. Europeans hardly regard Olympic football with any seriousness. Thus, securing an Olympic gold medal does not significantly influence the Ballon d'Or." Hulissen elucidated this to his wife. "However, this year there is the European Championship. Is it not said that in tournament years, one must consider performances in major competitions? What noteworthy achievements does Melee have in major tournaments? If the Olympic gold holds little weight, surely the bronze is even less significant? Typically, in years with major tournaments, players are expected to contemplate their performances therein. Yet this year presents a unique circumstance. Hulisin inquired, "Do you think anyone in the Czech team is worthy of the Ballon d'Or?" This question momentarily stumped Cielon. Indeed, there is no standout star within the Czech squad. This year's European Championship was remarkably unusual, culminating in an unexpected victory for the Czech Republic. A team few had anticipated would triumph. They astonished everyone with their tactical discipline and execution, coupled with a distinctive style of play that saw them vanquish formidable opponents. In the opening match of the tournament, they defeated the host nation, France, with a score of 1-0, marking the first upset of the competition. Following this, they continued to defy expectations, advancing to the finals. In the championship match, their adversary once again was the host nation, France. The hosts sought to avenge their earlier defeat, launching a relentless assault on the Czech goal from the outset. However, the Czech team, relying on their exemplary defensive strategies, managed to prolong the match into extra time. Ultimately, it was their towering striker, Ledekmar, who scored from a corner kick during extra time, leading to another 1-0 victory over France. In a state of disbelief, they lifted the European Championship trophy. While Chinese football fans were engrossed in the Olympics this summer, it was the Czech national team that captured the attention of the footballing world as the dark horse of the tournament. Following their triumph, French media lamented the outcome, criticizing the Czech victory as a regression in football, asserting that their style lacked aesthetic appeal. They relied solely on two tactics: a defensive blockade in front of the goal and long balls for attacking. Such outdated strategies should have been consigned to football's past. Yet they were resurrected by the Czech team, enabling them to triumph over numerous European powerhouses. France, England, and Italy all fell victim to the Czech onslaught. The captain of the Czech team, their striker Ledekmar, stands at an impressive height of 1.98 meters and possesses exceptional heading ability. He netted 3 goals during the tournament, making him the team's top scorer. Nevertheless, he was not the primary architect of their victory. Rather, his contributions did not overshadow those of his teammates. The Czech Republic's remarkable and unforeseen championship run, which penned a fairy tale summer for them, was largely attributable to their unyielding defense. In defense, the Czech team placed immense emphasis on collective discipline, functioning like the components of a finely tuned machine, with each part aware of its role. Among them, their central defender and second captain, Pavel Nevek, stands as an outstanding representative. This towering defender, standing at 1.96 meters, possesses remarkable heading abilities. However, his height imposes certain limitations, rendering him somewhat sluggish in turning and less agile. Within the Czech national team's defensive framework, his primary responsibility is to neutralize aerial threats, utilizing his exceptional heading prowess to safeguard the area above the penalty box. He need only excel in this singular task, as his teammates ably assist with other defensive duties, to bolster his defensive capabilities and mitigate his shortcomings. Czech national coach Timo Buchmann has strategically assigned a long-lost sweeper position to the backline. This agile sweeper compensates for Nevek's clumsiness, allowing him to defend with confidence and conviction. In addition to the defenders, the team's starting goalkeeper has also been pivotal in their quest for glory. Jakub Hrabina, prior to this European Championship, was merely an obscure player in the Czech domestic league. However, after showcasing his skills with a series of remarkable saves that preserved the integrity of the Czech goal, he has garnered the attention of numerous European clubs, standing at 1.97 meters with an arm span exceeding 2 meters. This goalkeeper boasts exceptional physical attributes while maintaining impressive agility. Throughout the European Championship, the Czech team frequently faced opponents of superior strength, yet conceded only 2 goals. Upon reaching the knockout stage, they remarkably allowed none, culminating in 3 1-0 victories that secured their European Championship title. This stellar performance catapulted him to prominence. And following the tournament, he was ultimately acquired by Leeds City for a transfer fee of 40 million euros. However, whether it be the captain and center forward Ledekmar, the central defender Pavel Nevek, or the goalkeeper Jakub Hrabina, none can claim the title of the team's greatest contributor to their championship victory. If one must identify the foremost hero, it can only be the team's head coach, the German Timo Buchmann. Once the manager of the Bundesliga powerhouse Weisdorf, Buchmann orchestrated their most glorious era, leading them to triumph in both the Bundesliga and the UEFA Cup. Yet, that was 3 decades ago. As time passed, His coaching philosophy failed to keep pace with the evolving game, leading to his dismissal from Weistoff and subsequent unsuccessful tenures at other clubs, effectively exiling him from German football. 4 years ago, he arrived in the Czech Republic to take the helm of the national team. With an iron-fisted approach, he transformed this squad into a disciplined, ironclad unit. In this European Championship, he combined outdated tactics with the players' exceptional tactical execution and discipline, culminating in a historical miracle for Czech football. He is indeed the architect and principal contributor to their victory. However, the Ballon d'Or is unlikely to be awarded to a coach, and the individual capabilities of other Czech players do not reach the threshold for such an accolade. While Murley's personal performance and the team's achievements were commendable, even in the absence of the European Championship title, none aside from him are more deserving of the Ballon d'Or. As noted by Hulisin, his observation carries substantial merit. The European Ballon d'Or is an individual accolade, thus placing greater emphasis on the personal performances of players. Despite Meli lacking a European Championship title, should there be no particularly outstanding players within the Czech national team, he still possesses a significant chance of securing this year's prestigious award. So, are there such players among the Czech squad? To be frank, there are none. Under the tactical vision of Coach Buchtmann, the entire Czech national team has been meticulously crafted into a German-style precision machine, with every component fitting seamlessly, operating with remarkable fluidity. However, each Czech player merely serves as a cog within this intricate mechanism. Can a mere component claim the Ballon d'Or? Clearly, this contradicts the very spirit of the award. Typically, during a European Championship year, it would not be an opportune moment for non-European players like Meli to vie for the Ballon d'Or. Yet, this year's European Championship presents a unique situation. Thus, among the younger generation of players, Meli and Banega are the most likely candidates to be the first to attain this pinnacle of honor. In truth, the sentiments expressed by her husband are well understood by his wife, Xiaolan, especially as the Chinese media has been fervently discussing the Ballon d'Or lately. Journalists have posed similar inquiries. Why is Meli a frontrunner for the Ballon d'Or, while Hulai, who recently triumphed over him at the Olympics, is not? Various perspectives have been analyzed, echoing the sentiments of Hulisin. Ultimately, the absence of a Champions League title remains a significant drawback. Xiaolan's repeated questioning of her husband stems from her undeniable frustration. Although Hulai secured a gold medal at the Olympics, such an accolade pales in comparison to the prominence of the Ballon d'Or when displayed in a trophy room. It was the debacle of last season's Champions League that led to this, Xiaolan lamented. To lose in the semi-finals to Meli, only to have him overshadow the championship our son earned. Hulisin chuckled and shook his head. In truth, even if Hulai had claimed the Champions League title, attaining the Ballon d'Or would not be an easy feat. Why? Xiaolan queried. Isn't he a Champions League winner? Because he is a Chinese player, he replied. For a Chinese player, not only must they perform on par with European and American players, but they must also exceed their accomplishments. It's akin to how, for others, scoring 100 is considered perfect, while for Chinese players, a score of 150 is necessary to achieve the same distinction. Xiaolan imagined this scenario and felt a sense of discontent. Yet, she had to concede that her husband was indeed correct. The Ballon d'Or has traditionally been the domain of European and American players. If a Chinese player were to emerge and attempt to seize an honor that rightfully belongs to them, it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. This is reminiscent of China's ambition to break the Western monopoly in advanced fields such as chip design and manufacturing. Without expending greater effort, success is unattainable. Observing his wife's melancholy demeanor, Hulisin sought to console her. Even if the Ballon d'Or eludes us, there are still other honors to pursue. For instance, the Champions League Golden Boot. Your trophy room can still receive new accolades. Xiaolan sighed. Well, any honor is better than none. Hulisin laughed. With that tone, you would incite envy. The Champions League Golden Boot is merely a consolation prize? Xiaolan was indifferent to this. She suddenly recalled another matter. Could Qingqing finally be awarded the Women's Ballon d'Or? She has a league championship, a Champions League title, and an Olympic gold medal. Hulisin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this year should signify a bountiful harvest for Qingqing. Xiaolan clapped her hands. I shall suggest to Old Li that he place his daughter's trophies and medals in the honor room I am establishing. They would certainly be safer there than in his home. Hulisin looked perplexed. Chapter 301. I am waiting for you here, aha. At last, we can attend the awards ceremony together. Hulai was in high spirits while packing his belongings. He was about to journey to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, for the UEFA awards ceremony preceding the Champions League draw. Deep down, he knew he had no chance of winning the Ballon d'Or. Yet he was still elated and looked forward to the event. This time, he would be attending with his girlfriend, Li Qingqing. Seeing Hulai happily packing and dancing about, Li Qingqing chuckled. With such joy, I thought you had won the Ballon d'Or, but you will win it. Hulai turned to gaze at his girlfriend. Although the Ballon d'Or would not be announced until the very end, the lead-up always sparked various speculations and analyses, accompanied by numerous leaks. Seasoned journalists could predict the contender standings based on their performances throughout the past season. While discrepancies might arise during fierce competition, this year's women's Ballon d'Or was virtually devoid of suspense. No one could rival Li Qingqing. Since transferring from Paris Etoile to Madrid CF Femenino, Li Qingqing's career had experienced a remarkable surge. The championships of the Women's Super League, the Women's Champions League, and the Olympic women's soccer event stood as three monumental honors on the scale determining the Ballon d'Or's fate. Unlike their male counterparts, the significance of the women's Olympic achievements is substantial, as they compete under national teams rather than U23 squads. Thus, Olympic results serve as a true testament to a team's and a player's caliber. Among these three accolades, Li Qingqing was the linchpin of her team, playing a crucial role in securing their victories. At Madrid CF Femenino, she was undeniably the tactical nucleus and the foremost star. Her status within the Chinese women's national team is equally illustrious. Last season in the Women's Super League, she netted 21 goals and provided 16 assists. In the Women's Champions League, she was both the top scorer and the best player. Although the Olympics do not have various individual awards, she emerged as the top scorer in the women's soccer event. Given her outstanding performance, this year's European Ballon d'Or is undoubtedly hers. This situation is somewhat akin to Hulai winning the La Liga Championship, the Champions League, and the World Cup, while being the key player in his team. One can only imagine, would the Ballon d'Or not rightfully belong to him? It is to be feared that the authority and impartiality of this honor will face widespread scrutiny, suffering a significant blow to its reputation. Upon hearing Hulai's response, Li Qingqing felt a surge of joy. What could be more heartwarming for a couple than knowing that one's partner genuinely rejoices in their success? His happiness for my achievements signifies that he truly cares for me, that he loves me. Who would dislike being cherished and adored? Li Qingqing gazed softly at Hulai, who was busy packing his belongings. Once Hulai finished and turned to face her, he noticed her tender gaze and inquired, "What's wrong?" Li Qingqing shook her head. "Nothing." "Then why do you keep staring at me? Is it not permissible?" "Of course it is. Come, gaze to your heart's content," Hulai proclaimed proudly, hands on his hips, standing before Li Qingqing. "How annoying." Li Qingqing playfully swatted him. Before the draw ceremony for the UEFA Champions League and Europa League for the 2028 to 2029 season, UEFA will present various awards based on last season's players' performances, including those for the best lineups in both leagues, top scorers, and best players. Additionally, there will be honors such as the European Golden Shoe, Best Coach Award, and Best Young Player in Europe. However, the most anticipated remains the Ballon d'Or, which is regarded as the pinnacle of individual accolades for professional footballers, standing alongside the FIFA World Player of the Year award. To receive the Ballon d'Or signifies recognition as the world's finest. Moreover, due to the differing selection mechanisms, UEFA's Ballon d'Or is often deemed more authoritative and professional than FIFA's accolade. While winning the FIFA World Player may not always garner unanimous acclaim, securing the Ballon d'Or typically invites far less controversy. This time, Hulai flew to Lisbon with Li Qingqing from Madrid. Unfortunately, due to Xia Xiaoyu's absence from the team, they could not meet for a meal in Lisbon. After attending the UEFA awards ceremony, Hulai would fly directly back to China, where he planned to meet Xia Xiaoyu. This reunion is particularly crucial as the Asian qualifiers for the 2030 World Cup are about to commence, and they must strive to qualify again. At the awards ceremony in Lisbon, Melli was undoubtedly the center of attention. Although the final results had yet to be announced, the consensus worldwide was that he would claim this year's Ballon d'Or, should he perform exceptionally well in the first half of the new season. He stands a strong chance of winning the FIFA World Player of the Year award at the beginning of next year. As the first player of the younger generation to lift the Ballon d'Or, Melli has already positioned himself as a frontrunner among his peers. The era of the four kings has passed. In this new age, Melli Banega is poised to be the leader. Whether he will face formidable competition from several top players of his generation or dominate singularly remains contingent on the performances of his contemporaries. Not long after Meli walked the red carpet, Hu Lai appeared with Li Qingqing, hand in hand, stepping onto the red carpet. The two individuals have indeed become the focal point of media attention. Beyond their respective accomplishments, the nature of their relationship has drawn significant interest from the press. Numerous players attended the UEFA award ceremony, and many brought their significant others along. Thus, walking the red carpet with a girlfriend is not particularly remarkable. However, if the girlfriend happens to be a prominent contender for the women's Ballon d'Or, the implications take on a whole new dimension. Such a scenario has not been witnessed at previous UEFA award ceremonies. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing even eclipsed the spotlight that was meant for Meli. To Meli's fans, this moment may be perceived as Hu Lai's unscrupulous attempt to associate himself with the marquee star of the Madrid Royal Ladies team to gain publicity. Nevertheless, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing remain indifferent to the barking of critics. Hand in hand, they gracefully welcomed the flashes of cameras from journalists around the world. Relishing the cheers and applause from fans, Li Qingqing donned a stunning evening gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, while Hu Lai, dressed in a suit and sporting a polished hairstyle, appeared notably refreshed. They certainly embodied the adage of beauty and handsomeness in tandem. Upon entering the venue after traversing the red carpet, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing parted ways. Hu Lai headed directly to the Madrid Pirates section, joining the club's general manager and head coach, while Li Qingqing made her way to reunite with her teammates from the Madrid Royals, where she would be seated in the vicinity of Meli. Hu Lai was selected for the UEFA Champions League Best 11 from the previous season, and as part of a 4-3-3 formation, he shared the spotlight with Meli and Mark Becker as one of the three forwards. He also took to the stage to receive his trophy for being the top scorer of the Champions League. The climax of the award ceremony arrived at the conclusion, with the announcement of the winners of the men's and women's Ballon d'Or. The women's Ballon d'Or was revealed first, and without a hint of suspense. Li Qingqing was awarded the 2028 Ballon d'Or. Amidst thunderous applause, the elegantly attired Li Qingqing rose from her seat, and Meli graciously made way for her. After receiving the gleaming, football-shaped trophy from the presenter, the applause continued unabated. Standing on the stage, she easily spotted Hu Lai in the crowd, his applause being the most exuberant, accompanied by enthusiastic whistles. Li Qingqing couldn't help but be amused by Hu Lai's playful antics. As the applause began to dwindle, everyone awaited the newly crowned women's Ballon d'Or winner to deliver her acceptance speech. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Li Qingqing composed herself and turned her attention to Hu Lai, who was also looking back at her. With a gentle smile, she began, "To receive this award, I must extend my gratitude to many individuals, my father, my mother, and all my coaches and teammates throughout my football journey. Most importantly, I wish to thank the coaches and teammates of the Madrid Royals. Without them, standing here would have been a formidable challenge." Each player who ascends to the stage to accept an award typically delivers a heartfelt message of thanks to the significant people in their lives. And Li Qingqing was no exception. Her speech followed a conventional format. Logically, after expressing her gratitude, she would conclude her speech and step down. However, Li Qingqing continued to gaze at Hu Lai and expressed, "I would like to say something special to my boyfriend." The astonishment in Hu Lai's eyes was evident. He clearly did not anticipate that Li Qingqing would mention his surprised expression. Li Qingqing's smile grew even brighter as she added, "Keep it up, Hu Lai. I am here waiting for you." She gestured towards the stage beneath her feet. In this moment, Li Qingqing had been speaking in English, but suddenly switched to Mandarin for that particular phrase. Li Ziqiang, who had stayed up late to watch the live broadcast of the awards ceremony, felt a jolt of surprise in his heart as he heard his daughter cheerfully exclaim, "Keep it up, Hu Lai. I am here waiting for you." The audience's reaction was relatively subdued since they did not comprehend her words due to the use of Mandarin. However, the host of the live broadcast, He Feng, burst into laughter, remarking, "Well said, Li Qingqing. You should encourage your boyfriend to strive to keep pace with you." Hearing the host's laughter, Li Ziqiang sighed helplessly. He then stood up to turn off the television. Having already witnessed his daughter holding the Golden Ball Award, he felt no need to stay awake any longer. He had no interest in the upcoming announcement of the men's football Golden Ball Award. As Li Ziqiang turned off the television to retire for the night, next door, Xiaolon and Hu Lisin remained glued to the screen. Qingqing spoke beautifully. "I also hope to see our son holding the golden ball on that stage one day." Xiaolon thought her daughter-in-law was simply delightful, especially after her eloquent words that served both as comfort and encouragement to her son. Where could one find such an understanding daughter-in-law? Oh dear, why haven't they gotten married yet? Irritated, Xiaolon picked up her phone, intending to check online for the comments from talented netizens regarding Li Qingqing's words to Hu Lai. Since she had spoken in Mandarin, the immediate reaction had been average. But Xiaolon knew that the online discussions in China would be bustling, even at this late hour. Indeed, as soon as she logged in, she was inundated with cries and exclamations from fans. Chinese football fans were entirely focused on Li Qingqing's declaration to Hu Lai. They referred to it as a confession. Public displays of affection should be penalized. I stayed up late to watch the live broadcast of the awards, and to my surprise, I could enjoy this love story. It is everyone's responsibility to protect single people. Ever since they went public with their relationship, they've become increasingly bold. Please, let them get married soon. Xiaolon happily liked this comment. Just then, she heard her husband ask, "Aren't you going to watch the upcoming awards?" Xiaolon shrugged. What is there to watch? They won't win the golden ball anyway, but they might win the bronze ball. Isn't that akin to winning a bronze medal at the Olympics? Hu Lisin was speechless, yet patiently explained, if he could secure the bronze ball, it would be quite an achievement for him. After all, he would be among the top 3. Your son was only nominated for the top 10 last year. Do you not feel joy for each of his advancements? Xiaolon cast a glance at her husband, retorting, only you would say that. Yet, she dutifully set aside her phone and resumed watching the live stream. After a commercial break, the award ceremony returned to the stage, with only the final prestigious award, the men's Ballon d'Or, remaining. It was a foregone conclusion that Meili would secure the Ballon d'Or, while Hu Lai was in contention for the bronze ball. As for the silver ball, it was nearly certain to be awarded to Mark Becker, the striker for Blue-White Munich, who had achieved team glory by winning last season's Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal. In terms of individual accolades, he had also claimed the Bundesliga Golden Boot and the European Golden Shoe, accomplishments that indeed held more weight than those of Hu Lai. Although Hu Lai boasted an Olympic gold medal, it bore little significance in the context of the European Ballon d'Or voting. In the running for the bronze ball, Hu Lai faced competition from Cabin Ka, currently with Catalan United, who had excelled in the Premier League, winning both the league title and the FA Cup, in addition to being named the Premier League Player of the Year. Furthermore, there was last season's Ballon d'Or winner, Soren Gribsch, the midfield linchpin for Blue-White Munich, who had also lifted the Bundesliga and DFB Pokal trophies. All of them possessed the capability to contend with Hu Lai for the bronze ball. However, during the award announcement, only the Ballon d'Or winner would be declared outright. The recipients of the silver and bronze balls would be revealed only when their names were called to the stage for the corresponding trophies. Without any suspense, the host directly announced Meili Benage's name. Congratulations to Meili for winning the 2028 European Ballon d'Or. The CCTC host, Hifeng, followed suit, raising his voice to express his congratulations to Meili. Xiaolon, sitting in front of the television, curled her lip and rolled her eyes. She had no desire to congratulate her son's rival. Amidst the thunderous applause, Meili rose with a smile and ascended the podium, while the big screen showcased his remarkable performances from the previous season. Once the highlights concluded, the camera returned to the venue, where the host announced the names of the next 2 players. These 2, alongside Meili, comprised the top 3 contenders for this year's Ballon d'Or. However, who would claim the silver and bronze balls would only be revealed once they took the stage to view the big screen. Mark Becker. The host first announced the name of the German striker. The applause was equally fervent as Becker stood, adjusted his suit, and made his way to the stage, where his impressive highlights were displayed. Xiaolon felt a twinge of anxiety, with 2 forwards already selected. Would the judges choose a non-forward for the 3rd spot to maintain balance? This time, Hu Lai did not respond, as he too was uncertain. He felt a similar tension. Although it was clear his son would miss out on the Ballon d'Or, he still hoped for a place in the top 3. At the very least, this would signify that his son's performance over the past season ranked among the top 3 in Europe, marking a remarkable progression for Hu Lai. It was worth noting that at this time last year, Hu Lai had merely made it to the final 10 candidates, without advancing to the top 3. He still hopes that Hu Lai can secure a spot among the top 3, as it would serve as a significant encouragement for his son. After Becker's highlights concluded, the scene returned to the live event, where the host, microphone in hand and a professional smile adorning his face, prepared to announce the 3rd nominee. Without any pretense, he straightforwardly declared, Lai Hu. Both Xiaolon and Hu Lisin momentarily stared blankly, failing to immediately grasp that this was a reference to their son, as the peculiar pronunciation did not initially evoke thoughts of him. It was the television camera that ultimately reminded them, swiftly cutting to Hu Lai, whose team coach, Parati, patted him on the shoulder and raised his hand to signal a high five. Finally, they regained their composure. Their son was among the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or. On the television, host He Feng excitedly exclaimed, "Although it is not the Ballon d'Or, being in the top 3 is still an extraordinary achievement." Hu Lai not only set a record for Chinese players, but also for Asian players, as he ranked as the highest among Asian players in the Ballon d'Or voting. Before Hu Lai, this honor belonged to South Korea's star player Park Chun-tae, who had previously reached 7th place in the Ballon d'Or voting. That was the pinnacle for all Asian players. Now, Hu Lai had elevated that pinnacle to the top 3. It is conceivable that for a considerable time, no other Asian players will be able to reach such heights. Amidst the applause, Hu Lai ascended the stage, standing beside Becker. Thus, the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or were finally revealed. Apart from Meili, the other 2 were unaware of the material of their trophies. However, there was little suspense. Becker was likely to receive the silver ball, while Hu Lai was expected to receive the bronze ball, aligning closely with the predictions and hopes expressed by Chinese media prior to the event. Ultimately, the information displayed on the big screen confirmed their predictions. Mark Becker, silver ball. Hu Lai, bronze ball. As Hu Lai held the bronze ball aloft, he turned to see Meili gazing at the golden trophy in his hands. The intensity of his gaze suggested that he was not merely holding the Ballon d'Or, but rather his beloved girlfriend. The dazzling trophy indeed captured attention, making it impossible for one to look away. However, Hu Lai quickly redirected his gaze to the audience below. He noticed Li Qingqing giving him a thumbs up. This gesture served both as comfort and encouragement. In response, Hu Lai smiled, reassuring Li Qingqing. A year ago, he could only look up at the 3 individuals on stage showcasing their trophies, and now, a year later, he was among those 3. One day, he would truly hold the golden football in his hands. And he believed that day was not far off. With the recent attainment of an Olympic gold medal, Hu Lai was filled with such confidence. After Meili delivered his acceptance speech, the host called for the 3 to stand together, holding their trophies, completing a commemorative photo. Although Hu Lai was no stranger to attending UEFA award ceremonies and was indeed a frequent guest, this photograph held significant sentimental value. This photograph signifies Hu Lai's inaugural ascent onto the grand stage of global football, marking his debut as a principal figure in this grand spectacle, albeit as the 3rd protagonist. The exhilaration and fervor among Chinese fans, stemming from Li Qingqing's triumph in the Ballon d'Or and Hu Lai's acquisition of the bronze ball, have yet to subside as he embarks on a flight back to China. He is set to reunite with the national team in preparation for the crucial qualifiers of the final 12. After a 10-month hiatus, Hu Lai returns to the national squad. Following the team's early qualification for the final 12, head coach Jorge Dylan had opted not to summon Hu Lai to the national team under the pretext of evaluating new players. Consequently, he sat out the last 2 matches of the preliminary rounds and also missed the June China Cup due to Olympic commitments. Now, with the conclusion of the Olympics and the dissolution of the U23 team, he can finally rejoin the national team alongside Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing, who also missed significant matches due to Olympic duties. Fortunately, the preliminary round posed little challenge for the current Chinese team, even with the absence of several key players. They secured qualification for the final 12 rounds with 2 matches to spare. Their experiences with the U23 team will serve them well as they reintegrate into the national squad, having become accustomed to high-stakes situations. In this edition of the final 12, the Chinese team is grouped with Japan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Thailand. The 6 teams will engage in home and away double round-robin matches, with the top 2 teams earning direct entry into the World Cup, while the 3rd place will face the 3rd from another group in 2 playoff matches, with the victor contending against the 5th-place South American team for the last World Cup berth. The objective for the Chinese team in this final 12 is to secure direct qualification for the World Cup, rather than relying on the nerve-wracking playoff route they undertook 4 years prior. This necessitates achieving a top 2 finish in their group. Their most formidable rivals are undoubtedly the powerful teams of Japan and Iran. Given the current capabilities of the Chinese team, it can be asserted that their primary competition lies solely with Japan and Iran, as teams like Iraq, Syria, and Thailand are unlikely to pose significant threats. However, football is unpredictable. One should refrain from making definitive judgments until the final whistle. Underestimating opponents could lead to unexpected pitfalls, especially in a tournament of such high caliber as the Final 12, where anything can transpire. Therefore, maintaining an attitude of humility and caution is imperative. On September 1st, the Chinese team will face Iraq at home, and on September 5th, they will challenge Thailand away. With both of these initial matches against relatively weaker opponents, securing victories in these encounters is essential if the Chinese team aspires to compete with Iran and Japan for direct qualification. It is imperative to secure 3 points against teams of lesser strength. Hu Lai encountered a new acquaintance from the Olympic squad during his time with the national team. This new acquaintance, though familiar, has not been known for long, referring specifically to Ouyang Jin. Following his remarkable performance at the Olympics, Ouyang Jin was selected by Jorge Dylan for the national team. Historically, the defensive midfield position has been a vulnerability for the Chinese team, a fact that was particularly evident during last year's Asian Cup. Consequently, numerous Chinese fans began to fantasize about naturalizing Sun Quan Junping, though such a notion is, of course, purely speculative. Previously, the main defensive midfielder for the national team was veteran Jiang Wanqing, who had participated in the World Cup and was considered one of the top defensive midfielders domestically. However, with the passage of time, his performance has significantly declined. In this edition of the final round, Dylan opted not to include him. While Jiang Wanqing has not officially announced his retirement from the national team, it is understood that his tenure has effectively concluded. Following Jiang Wanqing, the potential successor is Gao Rumin. This former mainstay of the Olympic team possesses talent. Yet a severe injury during the World Cup disrupted his upward trajectory, leading to a decline in both form and capability. Furthermore, with Ouyang Jin's meteoric rise, Gao Rumin may not necessarily secure a steadfast position as the primary defensive midfielder in this final round. Nevertheless, he currently remains a key player, as there are no more suitable candidates available domestically at this time. Although Ouyang Jin excelled at the Olympics, he has yet to compete in national team matches and is participating in the final round for the first time, necessitating an adjustment period. Nonetheless, merely being a part of the national team signifies a remarkable achievement and victory for Ouyang Jin. In addition to Ouyang Jin, the captain of the Olympic team, Cai Shi, has also ascended to the national team. The original mainstay center back, Yao Huasheng, is now 35 years old, and due to the effects of aging, his physical abilities have diminished, rendering him unable to meet the demands of the game. Although he has been selected for this final round, it is highly unlikely that he will assume a starting role as he did in the previous final round. Presently, the Chinese team employs a 3 center-back formation, and apart from Wang Guangwei, the previous 2 center-backs were Yao Huasheng and Mao Junzhong. Mao Junzhong, like Yao Huasheng, is also older, being just a year younger. Therefore, it seems unlikely that they will be able to complete this final round. Currently, Wang Guangwei is partnered with the 34-year-old Mao Junzhong and the 27-year-old Liu Yan. Liu Yan was a key center-back in the Olympic team 4 years ago and has consistently been a starter at his club, originally with Lingnan Haishan and now serving as captain for Hedong Ladian. After 4 years of development, although he has not played abroad, he has become one of the premier center-backs in the country. As the captain of the Olympic team, Cai Shi is currently playing for Shanghai Shueisha. His performance in the national Olympic team has been rather unremarkable, although he hasn't garnered as much attention as Ouyang Jin. He has faced numerous outstanding young forwards from around the world, thus accumulating considerable experience and broadening his horizons. Throughout the journey of the final 12 qualifying matches, he may gradually adapt to the national team style of play and potentially become a valuable asset to the defensive line. During the temporary absence of players like Hu Lai from the national team, De Long extended invitations to several new candidates who were previously not part of the squad for evaluation. However, this does not imply that De Long intends to overhaul his chosen lineup, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The main roster for the national team in the upcoming final 12 matches is expected to remain largely consistent with that of the previous 40 matches, with minimal personnel adjustments. The primary forwards will undoubtedly include Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing, while the key midfielders will consist of Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu, Gao Rumin, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai. The main defenders will be Wang Guangwei, Mao Junzhong, and Liu Yan, with Lin Ziyuan serving as the starting goalkeeper. This represents the strongest and most seasoned lineup that Chinese football can currently present. Compared to main rivals such as Japan and Iran, the depth of the bench is somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, The potential ceiling of this primary lineup surpasses that of both Japan and Iran, especially considering the presence of a European Ballon d'Or winner. Upon his return to the national team, Hulai was surrounded by reporters eager to inquire about the experience of winning the Ballon d'Or. To such questions, Hulai consistently declined to respond, stating, "I have come back to participate in the World Cup qualifiers. If you ask me questions related to the World Cup qualifiers, I will gladly answer." The journalists quickly adapted, with one promptly asking, "So Hulai, do you believe we can reach the World Cup finals this time?" Hulai provided an unequivocal response, "Absolutely, otherwise, what would be the point of our efforts?" His assertive tone on this matter left no room for ambiguity, as it would imply a lack of confidence to suggest uncertainty about qualifying. How could there be any doubt? There must be belief. As the foremost figure in Chinese football, lacking such confidence would cast doubt on others' perceptions. If he himself does not believe that the national team can reach the World Cup finals, what motivation remains? Upon hearing Hulai's remarks, no media personnel perceived him as arrogant. On the contrary, they were pleased to hear his confidence, which alleviated their concerns. After all, a player who has just secured the European Ballon d'Or is not being presumptuous when expressing aspirations to reach the World Cup. The Hulai of today is no longer the obscure figure who once faced harsh criticism for proclaiming his desire to lift the World Cup trophy. Now, even if he reiterates his ambition to claim the World Cup, while many may still doubt him, they can smile and acknowledge it as the confidence of a true genius, rather than deriding him as delusional or seeking attention. Chapter 304. The path to the 2030 World Cup. It appears to serve as a testament to the challenges inherent in the final 12 qualifying matches. In another group that commenced play earlier, the seeded team South Korea astonishingly settled for a draw at home against the relatively weaker Bahrain, with the score being 0-0. This unfavorable start for the Korean team served as a clarion call to other strong Asian teams, reminding them that even teams like Bahrain, ranked outside the top 100 by FIFA, can make their mark in the final round of qualifiers. If Bahrain can manage to secure a draw against South Korea on their home turf, one can only imagine the potential threat posed by Iraq, a team of considerably greater prowess. After all, Iraq once claimed the Asian Cup championship, albeit over 2 decades ago. Despite enduring prolonged turmoil and conflict, Iraq's national team primarily comprises key players who compete in leagues across neighboring Gulf countries, thereby mitigating the impact of their domestic strife. Their situation starkly contrasts with the misconceptions held by some in China, who envision a life perpetually engulfed in warfare and ruins, fraught with fear and deprivation. The former Iraqi national team, buoyed by their golden generation, once lifted the Asian Cup, and though they have undergone several transitions since, their footballing strength remains formidable. The adversities faced by the Iraqi people have fortified their resolve, instilling a tenacious fighting spirit within their players. This extensive preamble serves to underscore the reality that the opponents before you are not to be underestimated. Should you take them lightly, you may find yourselves in a predicament worse than that of South Korea, for Iraq is undeniably a far more formidable opponent than Bahrain. Eugene Teo translated Dylan's lengthy discourse to the national team players in the locker room, mirroring Dylan's serious demeanor. After years of collaboration with Dylan, Eugene Teo unconsciously adopted his tone and body language, presenting himself as a Chinese-speaking version of Jorge Dylan. Today marks our inaugural match in the final round of qualifiers, and the significance of this first step cannot be overstated, as it will set an enduring psychological precedent for the encounters that follow. Thus, it is imperative that we perform well in this opening match to pave the way for subsequent contests. I hope you will always remember the words I shared when I first joined this team. 1. 5 billion people in this nation are watching you, which undoubtedly imposes immense pressure. Yet, it also brings unparalleled honor, for it is truly remarkable to bring joy to such a vast populace. The Chinese team's first match in the final round of qualifiers took place at the Workers' Stadium in the capital, a venue that accommodates 75,000 spectators. The stadium was filled to capacity, with fans from the capital and surrounding areas flocking to the event. Prior to the match, they unveiled a colossal tifo display in the stands. The bottom left corner depicted the entire Chinese national team alongside Coach Dylan, while the top right corner showcased the gleaming World Cup trophy. A ribbon symbolizing a journey extended from the bottom left to the top right, intricately linking the two images. Above the tifo, a prominent inscription reads, "The road to the 2030 World Cup." Beneath it, another phrase declares, A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet. As this grand typho suggests, the path for Chinese football towards the World Cup commences on this day, in this match, at this stadium. The offensive tactics employed by the national team bear a resemblance to those of the Olympic team, relying on the central playmaking of Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghua, with Zhou Zijing acting as a pivotal fulcrum to create opportunities for Hu Lai. Their synergy, honed during their time with the Olympic squad, has merely transitioned to the national team. The Olympics have only recently concluded. I trust they have not forgotten that exhilarating feeling, remarked He Feng. Beside him, Yin Kong interjected with a smile. There are differences, He Feng. Let us not forget that the national team boasts two formidable wingers. Indeed, the Olympic team lacked width, but the national team possesses it. The duo conversed animatedly from the commentary booth, while on the pitch, Chen Xingyi was sprinting down the flank, his hands raised in fervor. His movements captured the attention of the Iraqi defenders, who promptly shifted their defensive focus towards the left side of the Chinese attack. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xiaoyu feigned a pass to evade the defender, then swiftly pivoted towards the right, launching the ball towards Luo Kai, who awaited at the sideline. Rather than stopping the ball at his feet, a task well within his capabilities, Luo Kai leapt and deftly propelled the ball forward with his foot. With a surge of speed, he left the approaching Iraqi defenders trailing in his wake. Luo Kai, brilliant! The roar of the crowd resonated through the worker stadium as he surged forward. Just as the Iraqi defenders anticipated a cross, he astutely cut inside. Following this, he unleashed a powerful shot from outside the penalty area with his left foot. The ball arced beautifully, evading the lunging Iraqi defender and the outstretched hand of the goalkeeper, finding the net within the far post. Hu Lai, the first to dash towards the goal, missed the chance for a rebound but nonetheless raised his arms in jubilation and turned to run towards Luo Kai. It mattered not that he had not scored. It was a goal for our team. We have taken the lead. Luo Kai, magnificent, absolutely stunning. He had netted the first goal for the Chinese team in the final round of qualifiers. As he turned to run towards the sideline, Luo Kai refrained from overly exuberant celebrations, instead raising his arms high and shouting in triumph. He was soon enveloped by his ecstatic teammates. Meanwhile, the Chinese fans in the stands waved anything they could grasp, vociferously responding to the players on the pitch. The grand typho had been retracted following the match's commencement, replaced by a simplified banner that encircled half of the stadium. This banner, a textual representation of the typho, featured large, striking letters. A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet. The road to the 2030 World Cup starts from the Workers' Stadium. Now, the banner sways in the hands of the fans, reminiscent of the ribbon connecting the Chinese team to the World Cup depicted on the typho. Following Luo Kai's inaugural goal for the Chinese team, they did not relax their demands. Instead, they pressed on, maintaining a high-pressure strategy against Iraq. Just before the end of the first half, they succeeded in scoring once more. This time, Zhang Qinghua surged into the penalty area, only to be brought down by an Iraqi defender. The referee decisively awarded a penalty and issued a yellow card to the offending player. The penalty earned by Zhang Qinghua was entrusted to Hu Lai, the team's primary penalty taker, as all penalties are typically assigned to him unless he chooses to relinquish the opportunity. Ultimately, Hu Lai converted the penalty with ease, concluding the first half with a 2-0 lead for China. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams resumed the match. In the 67th minute, Zhang Qinghua received a header from Zhou Zijing within the penalty area, executing a half volley that found the back of the net. China led 3-0 against Iraq. With a 3-goal advantage, Coach Dylan began making substitutions. He replaced the goalscorer Zhang Qinghua with Guo Juanfu and brought on Ouyang Jin for Gao Ruming. It was evident that this was an opportunity for rotation, allowing for the development of more players. Guo Juanfu, a remarkably talented attacking midfielder, unfortunately faced fierce competition from the more formidable Zhang Qinghua, limiting his opportunities to start for the national team. However, he remains an invaluable asset, as it is unrealistic to expect Zhang Qinghua to carry the burden of every match alone, necessitating a reliable backup, which Guo Juanfu embodies. The intention behind Ouyang Jin's introduction was also clear: to provide young players with a chance to experience the atmosphere and rhythm of the final round of qualification matches. With a 3-goal cushion, even if the young players felt nervous and made mistakes, the consequences would likely be manageable. Indeed, after Ouyang Jin took the field, he performed quite adequately. Supported by seasoned players like Hu Lai, Zhou Zijing, Xia Xiaoyu, Luo Kai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei, the team's performance was unlikely to falter significantly. Following the two substitutions, the Chinese team naturally slowed their pace. Ultimately, neither side managed to score again. China triumphed at home with a 3-0 victory over Iraq, marking a successful start in the final round of qualification. The journey toward the 2030 World Cup for the Chinese team commenced with this victory. After the first match of the final round in the capital, the Chinese team took a day to recuperate before embarking southward to challenge their second opponent in Bangkok, Thailand. Following the first round of matches, all the favored teams advanced with victories, albeit through varying circumstances. Besides China's 3-0 triumph over Iraq, Iran also secured a 3-1 victory against Thailand on home soil. The Japanese team struggled considerably, seemingly failing to find their rhythm in the Asian competition despite boasting the highest number of players playing abroad. Ultimately, they secured a narrow 1-0 victory over Syria at home, thanks to a goal from Tatsuya Sugiyama. Following the first round, the Chinese team sits atop the group with a 3-goal advantage, while Iran ranks second, Japan third, Syria fourth, Thailand fifth, and Iraq sixth. This marks a promising start on the road to the 2030 World Cup. In the second match, the Chinese team must maintain this momentum by defeating Thailand away. Otherwise, their lead could evaporate in an instant. Thailand has made significant strides in youth training in recent years, resulting in a national team that has improved markedly, engaging in a fierce rivalry with Vietnam for dominance in Southeast Asian football. During a time when Chinese football had yet to undergo profound reform, Thailand, through its youth training initiatives, was able to hold its own against the Chinese team. The same can be said for Vietnam. For Chinese fans, that period was marked by despair, questioning why these seemingly insignificant Southeast Asian nations could compete so effectively against us. However, from a footballing perspective, neither Thailand nor Vietnam should be regarded as minor nations. At that time, their footballing population even surpassed that of China. It was only when China began earnestly pursuing football reforms and cultivating its youth training programs that the advantage of scale began to manifest. A vast population transitioned into football participants, leading to the emergence of numerous football talents and ultimately establishing a virtuous cycle. Consequently, Southeast Asian football's advantage over Chinese football diminished, returning to the historical disparity that once existed between the two. In the current final round of qualifiers, although Thailand qualified, they were placed in the 6th tier, the weakest bracket. For the Thai team, reaching the World Cup seems nearly impossible. Thus they approached the final round as if it were their own World Cup. In their opening match against the formidable Iran, they displayed remarkable aggression, leveraging the swift and agile characteristics typical of Southeast Asian football to trouble Iran, even scoring a goal. This enabled them to stay ahead of Iraq based on goal difference, avoiding the last position. While Chinese football is generally superior in overall strength, the specific context of this match demands that the Chinese team remain vigilant. Thus, they fielded their strongest lineup for the away game. Confronted by the nimble Thai team amidst a chorus of enthusiastic local support, the Chinese team opted for a strategy of consistency in the face of change. They emphasized stability and control in defense while resorting to straightforward wing crosses in attack. Shortly after the match commenced, the Thai team capitalized on their home advantage, launching a vigorous assault on the Chinese defense. Each forward pass elicited a raucous cheer from their supporters, an auditory experience that proved quite unsettling. Xiaolon politically incorrectly remarked that it felt akin to being in a monkey enclosure. This could indeed be a strategy employed by Thai fans, aiming to use such high-frequency, jarring sounds to unsettle the Chinese players, provoking impatience and exposing vulnerabilities. However, this Chinese team is not the same as before. It boasts players who have participated in the previous World Cup and those who have triumphed at the Olympics, all seasoned and accustomed to various situations. Mere screams are unlikely to faze them. In the 30th minute, Chen Xingyi delivered a cross from the flank, and Zhou Zijing soared high in front of the Thai goal. A magnificent sight. With a lion's leap, he directed the ball towards the net. The Thai goalkeeper, standing at a modest height of 1.8 meters, despite his valiant effort and fully extended body, was unable to intercept the ball. It's a goal. Zhou Zijing scores with a header. Well done. That's how it should be played. Simple, direct, and most effective. Having previously dominated the field, the Thai fans in the stands, who had been incessantly screaming, fell silent upon witnessing their goal breached. Both the Chinese players on the pitch and the fans watching from home felt felt a significant relief from the cacophony. Xiaolon exhaled with satisfaction. The world is peaceful again. She soon became animated again. To reduce noise pollution, let us keep scoring. The Chinese team did not disappoint her. After the halftime break, with teams switching sides, Dylan pushed Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi up front, adopting a peculiar 3-3-4 formation. This move was somewhat audacious, but Dylan believed it would effectively challenge the Chinese team's adaptability to various scenarios while simultaneously suppressing the Thai team. The results were immediate. Merely 3 minutes into the second half, the Chinese team launched another attack from the flank. This time, Zhang Qinghuan shifted to the right to deliver a cross, and Zhou Zijing again scored with a header, putting China ahead 2-0. Zhou Zijing's height, though not excessively towering, was only 2 centimeters shorter than the tallest Thai center back, who stood at 1.86 meters. Nevertheless, Zhou's strength rendered the Thai defenders incapable of contesting him effectively. Within the Thai penalty area, Zhou Zijing exhibited dominance, even overshadowing Hu Lai, embodying the essence of a king in the box. Following the halftime break, the Thai team, which had intended to mount a counterattack, was left bewildered. The scene resembled a duel between Thailand and China. While Thailand displayed agility and flair, darting about and showcasing their skills, they were met with a solid, unyielding response from China, akin to a resounding slap that sent them reeling. Leading by 2 goals, the Chinese team did not relent, maintaining the unconventional 3-3-4 formation. Dylan even stood on the sidelines, gesturing for the team to continue their offensive. The rationale was straightforward. In the event of tied points in the top 12, the first criterion for comparison is the total goal difference, followed by total goals scored. The two elements are now identical, thus enabling a comparison of the win-loss records among tied teams. It is evident that for the Chinese team to compete with Japan and Iran for direct qualification, they must not only secure sufficient points against weaker teams, but also strive to maximize their goal difference and total goals scored. This strategy will provide them with an advantage when the time comes to compare goal differences and total goals, preventing them from being relegated to third place due to a mere few goals. Given that the tactics are sound and the players in excellent form, scoring more goals is imperative. Dylan, however, is unconcerned with the sentiments of the Thai players and fans, nor does he grasp the notion of leaving a line for future encounters. He understands only that the Thai team is the weakest in the group, and failing to amass goals and goal difference against them would render the match futile. Just 8 minutes after Zhou Zijing scored, Hu Lai finally found the net as well. This time, it was not a cross from the flanks, but rather a strategic exploitation of the wings to stretch the Thai defense, followed by a sudden strike down the center. Ultimately, Zhang Qinghuan delivered a precise through ball, enabling Hu Lai to evade the offside trap and finish effortlessly. In the 69th minute, the Chinese team earned a free kick in the attacking third. Following the free kick, Zhou Zijing executed a header at the back post, which the Thai goalkeeper could not save, marking the 4th time the ball found its way into his net. Furthermore, Zhou Zijing completed his hat trick, marking his first in the final qualifying round. After Zhou Zijing helped the Chinese team secure a 4-goal lead over Thailand, Jorge Dylan finally made a tactical adjustment. He substituted Kai Shi for the on-field captain, Mao Junzhong, with the armband being passed to Wang Guangwei. Thus, Wang Guangwei assumed the role of captain for the first time in the national team. Both Zhou Zijing and Hu Lai were subsequently substituted before the match concluded. Nevertheless, the Chinese team capped the match with a header from Wang Guangwei, finalizing the score at 5-0. Not only did they secure 3 points, but they also achieved a goal difference of 5. Meanwhile, Japan narrowly defeated Iraq 1-0 at home, and Iran triumphed over Syria with a similar scoreline. Although both competitors secured 3 points, they lagged significantly in both goals scored and goal difference compared to the Chinese team. All teams accumulated 6 points. However, China boasted 8 goals and an equal number of goal difference, while Japan managed only 2 goals and the same in goal difference, and Iran 4 goals with 3 in goal difference. In the competition, the Chinese team has already established a lead. After these 2 matches in the final qualifying round, the Chinese team disbanded in Thailand, with overseas players flying directly to Europe from Bangkok, while domestically based players returned to China with the main squad. Their next assembly is anticipated for early October, when the Chinese team will host Syria and face Japan away, marking a reunion between Hu Lai and Junpei Morikawa. Upon his return to the club, he was immediately met with the season's first Madrid derby. However, influenced by the international match day, Neither the Madrid Pirates nor the Madrid Kings were in optimal form, with the Pirates faring somewhat worse. Consequently, the inaugural clash of the city ended in defeat for the Pirates, as they succumbed 1-2 to the Kings on their turf. Hulai was a starter in this match and played the full duration, yet he could not steer his struggling team to victory. Nonetheless, to the slight comfort of Hulai's fans, he did manage to score, helping the Pirates regain a modicum of dignity. This marked his 9th goal in a Madrid derby, and remarkably, it was only his 5th such encounter. At this rate, surpassing the tally of 16 goals held by the Madrid derby king, Cerrados, may not be far off. Following the match, head coach Perotti expressed his resignation at the post-match press conference. The players had just returned from international duties and were expected to perform in the derby. It was a tall order to expect them to shine in such circumstances. As for Hu, he was in fine form and faced no issues. Despite traveling thousands of kilometers and participating in 2 international matches, his fitness was impeccable. Thus, I opted to start him and let him complete the game. As evidenced, he scored, and considering the tribulations of the past week, his performance was commendable. Unfortunately, luck was not on our side. The Chinese team played against Thailand on September 5th, while the Madrid derby took place on September 9th, leaving only 3 days in between. Since there were no flights from Bangkok to Madrid on the night of September 5th, Hulai departed Bangkok on September 6th. By the time he returned home, it was already the evening of September 6th in Madrid, and the entire day was consumed by travel. He rejoined the team for recovery training on September 7th, participated in pre-match training on September 8th, and faced the match on September 9th. He had not even fully adjusted to the time difference. Under such circumstances, for Hulai to start and score a goal is indeed commendable. It can only be said that the timing of this city derby was less than ideal. For football matches do not hinge on Hulai alone. While he performed admirably, if his teammates are not at their best against a formidable opponent like the Madrid Kings, a defeat is inevitable. No one desires to lose, yet the reality is undeniable, and the responsibility for the loss does not rest solely with Hulai. Given his rising fame as the team's star player, victories and defeats alike are often attributed to him. It is unrealistic to credit him for a win while absolving him of blame for a loss. It must also be noted that the responsibility for defeat lies with each player. As a member of the team, Hulai is not exempt from this accountability. Although he scored a goal, one might ponder whether an additional goal could have altered the outcome for the Pirates. Had he scored 2 more? Could the Pirates have emerged victorious? Thus, it is inevitable that criticism directed at Hulai will follow the defeat. Perotti's remarks during the post-match press conference serve as a preemptive defense for Hulai, offering him support and affirmation. While this may not alter the prevailing public sentiment surrounding Hulai, it nonetheless conveys goodwill, helping to dispel any unfounded rumors of discord among the Pirates' leadership. Following the match, fans of Melli were elated, as he emerged as the principal architect of the Kings' victory at home, contributing 1 goal and 1 assist to secure a 2-1 win against the Pirates. Given that Melli had also participated in the Argentine national team's fixtures, his ability to return in such fine form left his supporters exuberant. This marked Melli's first club match of the season, prompting Marca to boldly headline the King returns, complemented by a pre-match photograph showcasing the European Ballon d'Or trophy, epitomizing his regal status. Since joining Catalonia, Cabanca has exhibited an outstanding performance, inciting remarks of the Wolf has come after making a substitute appearance in the previous league match, who scored with his very first touch, unequivocally demonstrating his excellent form. The remarkable displays by these 2 players seem to overshadow Melli's contributions. Due to his participation in the Olympics, Melli missed the first 2 rounds of the league, yet this Madrid derby revealed who truly is the leader among the young talents. Throughout the match, Melli was indefatigably active, as if powered by a perpetual motion machine. His dribbling, passing, breakthroughs, and shots were all executed with tireless zeal. He reminded those singing praises for Cabanca and who that he, Melli Banega, is the rightful recipient of the European Ballon d'Or. In the subsequent midweek Champions League group stage, Melli's scintillating form continued to shine. In a home clash against Swiss powerhouse Basel, Melli scored twice and assisted another goal, leading his team to a resounding 5-1 victory, marking a triumphant start to the new Champions League season and laying a solid foundation for their title defense. In stark contrast, the Madrid Pirates continued to face misfortune, drawing 3-3 away against the Greek team Piraeus. Although Piraeus is a prominent Greek club, their strength is generally considered inferior to that of Spanish giants. The Pirates netted 2 goals in this match, one from Hulai and another from center back Riva Moreno, who capitalized on a corner kick. The remaining goal was an unfortunate own goal by a Piraeus player. Post-match, local Greek media expressed dissatisfaction, lamenting that Piraeus had scored 4 goals yet could not secure a victory, regretting their failure to triumph over the Madrid Pirates at home. As the first round of the Champions League group stage concluded, Torino, having defeated Libersburg 1-0 at home, temporarily claimed the top position in the group, with the Madrid Pirates and Piraeus occupying the 2nd and 3rd spots, respectively, while Libersburg from Sweden found themselves at the bottom. The following weekend in the 4th round of the league, the Madrid Pirates again drew 2-2 at home against Samir Sports. In this match, Kelly opened the scoring for the team, while Kamara netted his first goal since joining the Madrid Pirates. However, Samir Sports exhibited remarkable resilience, twice equalizing after falling behind. In the end, the team resorted to a staunch defensive strategy to secure a draw. With 1 victory, 2 draws, and 1 defeat in 4 rounds of the league, they accumulated 5 points, placing them 9th. The team's performance has not met expectations, particularly concerning the new signings. Among the significant recruits, only Ismail Kamara has demonstrated a commendable performance, while the others have left much to be desired. Vukovic's shortcomings lie in his defensive capabilities. After transferring to Madrid Pirates, he is required to shoulder more defensive responsibilities than he did while playing for Visevodov, a change to which he has not yet adapted. Previously, he was the organizational linchpin for Visevodov, positioned closer to the opponent's penalty area, responsible for the final pass, a typical playmaker role. However, at Madrid Pirates, the coach has instructed him to take on a more withdrawn role as a central midfielder, where he must balance both offensive organization and defensive duties to shield the backline. This transition in position and responsibilities has proven challenging for him, leading to a lackluster performance characterized by poor positioning in defense and a lack of proactive engagement, which has resulted in numerous defensive vulnerabilities for Madrid Pirates. In addition to Vukovic, Drew's performance has also fallen short of expectations. Arriving at Madrid Pirates with a staggering transfer fee of $98 million, he bears immense pressure and expectation. His on-field performances have not aligned with the lofty hopes placed upon him. Many anticipated that this high-priced central defender would immediately showcase his exceptional abilities, providing stability to the backline of Madrid Pirates. His debut match for the Pirates, a local derby against Madrid Kings, ended in a 1-2 defeat. In this encounter, the fans had high hopes for the defender who had previously excelled against Merli in the World Cup, yet faced with Merli again, he struggled significantly. Merli's goals and assists during the match came through breakthroughs initiated on Drew's side. Post-match, Drew received the lowest rating on the team, facing considerable criticism. Dutch media have defended Drew, suggesting he requires time to acclimate to the style of Spanish football, where frontline players do not engage as deeply in defensive efforts, thus placing greater pressure on central defenders. He is compelled to resolve many issues independently, without relying on teammates for assistance. Conversely, Spanish media have bluntly criticized Drew for underperforming, stating that this top Dutch talent appeared as a novice when matched against Argentina's elite. It was not until the 5th round of the league, in a midweek match, that Madrid Pirates finally clinched another victory, narrowly overcoming the Phoenicians with a 1-0 scoreline, courtesy of Hulai's solitary goal. Despite the win, the team attracted derision for the intensity of the contest between 9th and 10th place, decided by a mere goal. As of the last round, Madrid Pirates stood 9th while the Phoenicians were 10th, prompting mockery regarding the reigning league champions struggling against a team that had barely escaped relegation the previous season, finishing 17th. In stark contrast stands the city's fierce rival, the Madrid Kings. Their initial performances in the league were also erratic, with 1 victory and 1 defeat. However, ever since their 3rd-round home triumph of 2-1 against the Madrid Pirates, the team has surged forward with remarkable momentum. In the 4th round, they obliterated the newly promoted Covid Athletic with an astounding score of 8-2, followed by a 5-1 victory at home against Ajax in the 5th round. Moreover, they showcased their prowess in the UEFA Champions League group stage by decisively defeating Bochum 5-1 on their home turf. Over the last 4 matches, they have netted an impressive 20 goals, securing 4 consecutive victories across all competitions. Meili has scored in each of these 4 matches, amassing a total of 8 goals, 6 in the league and 2 in the Champions League. Despite missing the first 2 rounds of the league, he has ascended to the top of the scoring charts. This performance indeed resonates with the headline from Marca, "The King Returns." The two Madrid teams present a stark dichotomy. One is ablaze with success and vibrancy, seemingly eager to redeem past failures and reclaim its pinnacle, while the other appears lost, struggling to find its rightful path amidst the mire. In this context, the Madrid Pirates are about to embark on a treacherous schedule. On September 23rd, Saturday, they will face their arch-rivals, the Sevilla Navigators, currently ranked third in the league, in the 6th round. On September 27th, Wednesday, they will host the formidable Torino Bulls, their greatest competitors in the Champions League group stage. Finally, on September 30th, Saturday, they will challenge the league leaders, Valencia, in the 7th round. The prospects for the Madrid Pirates seem rather grim. The gamblers, having placed all their chips on the table, must now endure immense pressure. There is no retreat. They must either rise against the tide for a remarkable comeback or face utter ruin. Such is the nature of gambling. Chapter 307. What is this pressure worth? Melee. Oh, Melee. Splendid. Amidst the commentators' fervent exclamations, Melee, while dribbling, deftly flicked the ball outward with the tip of his right foot, accelerating inward simultaneously. The immediate reaction of his direct defender, Danny Drew, was to lunge towards Melee in an attempt to thwart him. Yet, Melee, moving without the ball, was as slippery as an eel, and Drew's efforts were in vain. Upon entering the penalty area, Melee positioned Drew behind him. Chasing the ball he had deftly flicked away. Drew, apprehensive of fouling, could only raise his hands and surrender, the moment frozen in time, with the caption, "Drew, all right. I concede to Melee." Upon seeing this caption in the video, Chunxinyi couldn't help but grimace. Fans can be quite ruthless. Last season, when Amsterdam Athletic was eliminated by the Madrid Pirates in the Champions League, Drew didn't endure such treatment. Chunxinyi suddenly felt a pang of concern for Drew's mentality. However, hesitant to inquire directly, he cleverly approached Hulai in the group chat. "Hulai, may I ask you something?" Hulai quickly responded, "What is up? How is Drew doing lately?" "Oh, the usual. Everything's normal." "Normal, you say?" "Indeed, quite normal. He eats, drinks, and even jokes with us." Hulai understood why Chunxinyi was asking this. Due to the recent lackluster performance of the team, there is palpable pressure on the entire squad, including him, not to mention Danny Drew. After all, the team's defense has faced considerable criticism lately. Drew's mentality is truly commendable, Wang Guangwei remarked. "I have noticed numerous fans online referring to him as a primary school student. Like Drew, he is also a central defender, acutely aware of the immense pressure a center back must endure in such circumstances, arriving with a hefty price tag, yet failing to meet expectations. It is inconceivable to claim that he feels no pressure at all." Hulai concurred with Wang Guangwei's sentiment, stating, "Indeed, he maintains a positive attitude. I call him a primary school student, and he doesn't take offense at all." Wang Guangwei, Chunxinyi, Zhang Xinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu, Morikawa Junpei, Hulai, "Hey, you all seem to be quite silent." Chunxinyi, Hulai, "You are truly incorrigible." Zhang Xinghuan inquired, "Is the nickname primary school student something you spread, Hulai?" "Absolutely not." Hulai vehemently denied. "I'm not that petty." Wang Guangwei chimed in, "You do indeed have a penchant for frivolity." Zhang Xinghuan continued, "Hulai, you are set to face the Navigators next round. Are you anxious?" Hulai responded, "Why would I be anxious? The veterans are returning home. What's the fuss about? It's your home ground." Wang Guangwei remarked, "Hulai, I believe your mindset is quite admirable." Hulai retorted, "What other option is there? To cry, throw a tantrum, or contemplate despair? The season has only just begun. What is there to fret about?" Xia Xiaoyu asked, "Hugu, do you feel no pressure at all?" "Of course there is pressure," he replied, "but I believe it pales in comparison to what we experience on the national team." Zhang Xinghuan queried, "How so?" "Now, everyone, please close your eyes and imagine. If we fail to secure qualification for the 2030 World Cup, how shall we face the 1 billion people of China?" Wang Guangwei exclaimed. "Oh no." Zhang Xinghuan added, "Damn." Chunxinyi interjected, "My blood pressure just spiked." Xia Xiaoyu covered his face, and Morikawa Junpei remarked, "Luckily, Japan has only a little over 100 million people." Hulai, filled with pride, declared, "Thus, compared to the expectations of 1 billion, the pressure we face in the club is negligible. Comrades, this is a unique inherent advantage for us Chinese players." Zhang Xinghuan mused, "Damn, now that you mention it. How is it that Chinese football has endured so much criticism yet still evokes a sense of pride?" Chun Shingi, holding his phone, chuckled heartily, only to suddenly remember. Why was I looking for Hulai again? Oh right, to check on Danny's situation. By the way, how is Danny doing? Chun Shingi scrolled through the chat logs and noted that Hulai had mentioned Danny Drew was eating and drinking well. Everything was normal. And he was even joking with them. Given that he could still joke around, it seemed everything was indeed fine. It made sense, being around Hulai. A person of such light-hearted demeanor, it would be rather difficult to feel despondent. Even he had unknowingly forgotten the reason for seeking out Hulai in the group chat. While Hulai was jesting with his friends in the chat, the Pirates' head coach, Parati, was convening an urgent meeting with his coaching staff to address the pressing issues faced by the team. The upcoming match against Sevilla's Navigators was on the agenda. The opponents will undoubtedly exploit our current situation, but the good news is that the atmosphere within the team appears to be quite positive. Parati turned to assistant coach Valentin, who nodded in agreement, remarking that despite enduring significant criticism, Drew's mentality seems remarkably stable. Drew is a composed young man. I have conversed with him, and he is performing adequately. The team's chief physician, Nick Kitt, noted that he is Dutch and can communicate with Drew in his native language. He also mentioned that Hu has been immensely helpful to him. Indeed, Hu is exceptional. He is one of the few in the team who can communicate with Drew without any barriers. I have witnessed him joking with Drew, seemingly attempting to alleviate his stress. After all, this is something Kelly cannot manage, Valentin added. I believe that one of the crucial reasons for the team's positive atmosphere thus far is Hu. He has a remarkable ability to help everyone relax unconsciously. Absolutely. Hu possesses excellent psychological resilience and a big heart. The other members of the coaching staff expressed their support for this viewpoint. Parati raised his hand, stating, "All right, let us refrain from further praise for Hu. This is not the focus of today's meeting. Let us discuss the issues within the team." Second assistant coach Enzo Nahayer suggested, in the upcoming match against the Navigators, should we revert to last season's midfield configuration, pairing Ramirez with Bella? Following several disappointing performances, there has been considerable criticism directed at Vukovic, with many identifying the issues he faces. Consequently, a sentiment has emerged advocating for the Pirates to maintain the partnership of Joaquin Bella and Ramirez, relegating Vukovic to the bench, only to be deployed when an offensive boost is necessary. Although Joaquin Bella may possess mediocre abilities across the board, his defensive attitude is commendable. He is exceptionally proactive and diligent. In the last match, the Madrid Pirates triumphed 1-0 against the Fat Nikis, with Bella replacing Vukovic in the second half, contributing to the victory. While it cannot be simplistically asserted that Bella alone secured the narrow lead, his presence certainly alleviated some of the burden from Danny Drew. As the team prepares to face the formidable Navigators, opting for a more cautious strategy seems not only reasonable, but perhaps the only choice. However, after Nahayer proposed this suggestion, head coach Parati decisively rejected it. No, Vukovic will start in the next match. He is capable of meeting our expectations. He simply requires more time and opportunities. The others exchanged glances. Parati truly is a good person, still considering his players even at such a critical juncture. He must be concerned that removing Vukovic from the starting lineup could undermine his confidence and morale. Yet, the next 3 matches are going to be challenging, without adjustments. Should they suffer a loss, Parati might find himself facing dismissal. After all, the club has invested over 200 million euros this summer, and with increased investment comes diminished patience. Parati discerned the thoughts reflected in their eyes and clarified, "I am not trying to be a soft-hearted person. It is precisely because we are about to face 3 formidable challenges that we must thoroughly activate Vukovic. Otherwise, we risk reverting to our old ways. If we are to tread the old path, why then did we bother to bring Vukovic on board? Wouldn't it be wiser to save several million?" Upon his utterance, the expressions of everyone present turned gravely serious. Entrusting Vukovic with defensive responsibilities is not an unreasonable demand, as he possesses the requisite capabilities. I have always maintained that during his tenure with Vizavad, he was not at his strongest. He has the potential to evolve further. He should not merely function as an attacking midfielder lurking near the opponent's penalty area, but rather embrace a more multifaceted role. His comprehensive skill set and impressive mobility warrant such an evolution. As an attacking midfielder, his defensive prowess is commendable. To confine him to activities solely around the opponent's box would be a squander of his talents and abilities. Since the acquisition of Vukovic, Parati has been diligently working to transform this Serbian international. He was not brought on board merely to serve as a backup for Kelly. That would be a gross misallocation of resources. Parati envisions Vukovic transitioning from an advanced playmaker to a central midfielder, balancing both offensive and defensive duties. This higher expectation demands more from Vukovic, particularly in terms of defense, as he must frequently return to the defensive line to assist Ramirez in safeguarding it. However, due to his prior playing habits, Vukovic faces challenges in adapting to his new position and requirements. Consequently, during matches, he often finds himself abandoning his defensive post in pursuit of pressing, inadvertently exposing the defensive line to the opponent's attacking onslaught. Moreover, his recovery speed when retreating is not as swift as it could be. This is not indicative of a lack of pace. During offensive maneuvers, his forward runs are indeed rapid. The issue lies in a psychological adjustment. He still approaches defensive duties with the languor of an attacking midfielder. In the match against the Madrid Kings, he was overshadowed by Melis, leading to significant external criticism of Danny Drew, the expensive central defender. Yet, the core of the issue lies with Vukovic. Parati firmly believes that once Vukovic acclimatizes to the role of a versatile central midfielder, the midfield control of the Madrid Pirates will ascend to new heights. Simultaneously, Vukovic himself will be poised for a brighter future, evolving into a truly world-class midfielder. The first assistant coach, Valentin, chuckled, "That may be, Edery. But we must bear considerable risk." Parati shrugged. "The risk is necessary when weighed against the potentially greater rewards. Furthermore, I hold a belief, albeit somewhat irrational, a personal superstition, that the risk is not as daunting as it appears. Why? Since the commencement of the Navigators League, we have achieved 4 victories and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten. Their momentum is formidable and not to be trifled with. Ironically, it is against the Navigators that I find myself less concerned. I even posit that encountering the Navigators at this juncture is fortuitous." Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of his colleagues, Parati cheerfully revealed the rationale. "Have you all forgotten? The historical rivalry between Who and the Navigators. He is indeed a legend of the Navigators." A group of individuals initially found themselves in disbelief, only to subsequently experience a moment of realization, culminating in a collective burst of laughter that filled the room with a joyous and relaxed atmosphere. After the laughter subsided, Valentin remarked thoughtfully, "Who is truly a remarkable fellow. He has not only uplifted the morale within the team, but has also enhanced the atmosphere among the coaching staff." Indeed, Parati nodded in agreement. Milos Vukovic slowly opened his eyes, finding himself reclining on the bed in the Aurora Hotel. He let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed just a dream. In that nightmarish vision, he had endured a harrowing ordeal. The midfield maestro of the Navigators, Pablo Becker, relentlessly assaulted his defensive territory, leaving him overwhelmed and nearly rendered ineffective. By the end of the first half, the Madrid Pirates found themselves trailing by 3 goals. The final scene of his dream was of him collapsing to the ground, watching Becker's silhouette as he charged toward the penalty area. Upon waking, Vukovic sensed that something was amiss. Like him, Pablo Becker played as an attacking midfielder, yet Becker was not known for his dribbling prowess, nor did he prefer such tactics. More often than not, he would maneuver past defenders only to distribute the ball rather than embark on a solo run through multiple opponents. Thus, it was undoubtedly a dream. Vukovic needed this revelation to affirm that his recent experiences were merely figments of his imagination, indicating that he had indeed been quite frightened. Reflecting on the despair and helplessness he had felt in the dream, the echoes of the home crowd's jeers seemed to linger in his ears. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized the sound was merely the low-frequency hum of the bathroom exhaust fan. He exhaled slightly, yet refrained from returning to the comfort of his bed. Instead, he sat up with determination. "This is ominous," Vukovic mumbled to himself. On the very day of the match against the Sevilla Navigators, he had dreamt such a thing. Did this foreshadow a dismal performance in the upcoming game? Yet, this dream was not without cause. The adage "what occupies the mind by day appears in dreams at night" held true. The nature of his recent struggles had undoubtedly influenced his subconscious. Excluding warm-up matches, he had played 5 games since joining the team, 4 in the league and 1 in the Champions League. Regrettably, his performance could not be described as satisfactory. One might even say it was rather uninspired. Vukovic was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. In the match against the Madrid Kings, Danny Drew faced ridicule online for failing to contain Melli. However, Vukovic understood that the blame could not rest solely on Drew, for he too bore significant responsibility. His frequent positional errors in defense allowed Melli to confront Drew directly. Consequently, after being outmaneuvered in a clash with Melli, Drew became the target of harsh criticism, while Vukovic benefited from a lesser share of the blame. Nevertheless, Vukovic knew that next time, he might not be fortunate enough to have someone else draw the scrutiny away from him. Perhaps there is no need to wait for the next occasion. Perhaps today, during the match against Sevilla, is the moment. Could it be that this is not merely a senseless dream, but rather some form of prophecy? Vukovic sighed. He had initially believed that joining the Madrid Pirates would allow him to continuously supply Hulai with ammunition, transforming him into the top scorer while simultaneously becoming the king of assists himself. What a blessing it is for a midfielder to collaborate with a forward who rarely misses opportunities. However, upon his arrival, the head coach informed him that he would need to reposition himself as a central midfielder, tasked not only with attacking but also with defensive responsibilities, requiring a balance between the two. He acknowledged that, despite his exceptional physical attributes as an attacking midfielder, transitioning from merely playing as a forward to a central role was far from a simple endeavor. Now, Vukovic even feared that, given his previous performances and the upcoming match against Sevilla, he might be benched in favor of the third captain, Joaquin Bella. After all, in the previous match against the Phoenicians, he had been substituted for Bella, who subsequently helped secure a narrow victory for the team. The stark contrast between their contributions was undeniable. He wondered when he would be granted another opportunity. If he was not in the starting lineup for the match against Sevilla, it was highly likely that he would also not start in the upcoming Champions League group stage match against Torino. And what about the league match against Valencia the following weekend? It was uncertain. His inability to start stemmed entirely from technical reasons, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he rose from his bed, donned a simple outfit, and proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. He had to face reality. Transitioning from a familiar environment to a completely foreign one, with the coach imposing entirely different tactical demands, exemplifies the risks associated with transfers. How many players arrive and seamlessly adapt while dominating the field? Reflecting on this, he realized just how impressive Hulai truly was. Vukovic splashed cold water on his face and lifted his gaze to meet his reflection in the mirror, the droplets cascading down his cheeks, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. "Come on, elementary schooler, it's time to eat." Hulai knocked on Danny Drew's door. Drew swiftly donned his jacket and closed the door behind him. "Let us go." Hulai did not deceive his friends. When he called Drew this way, it was evident that Drew was not actually offended. However, he was the only one in the team bold enough to address Drew in such a manner, while others lacked the audacity, or perhaps the audacity, to expose old wounds. Furthermore, it was clear that Drew and Hulai shared a good rapport. While he allowed Hulai to address him in such a manner, he would not necessarily welcome others doing the same. Upon exiting the hotel, they were met by a throng of Pirates fans already gathered along the roadside. Drew was accustomed to this scene by now. He was aware that it was a tradition of the Madrid Pirates Club, and he knew that after finishing breakfast, he would have to return to this place to sign autographs for fans and fulfill their requests for photographs. This was an experience he had never encountered during his time at Ajax. His first participation in such an event was on the morning of the match where the Pirates faced the Madrid Kings away. At that time, he was surrounded by numerous fans of the Madrid Pirates, who had high hopes for him. Unfortunately, he disappointed them. The thought of this made Drew feel somewhat embarrassed. Although failing to mark Melli was not solely his fault, after that match, when Drew attended the autograph signing event again, he noticed a significant decrease in the number of people gathered around him. The Pirates fans clearly expressed their sentiments through their actions. Drew did not perceive their behavior as ungratefulness. Rather, he acknowledged that his own performance had been inadequate, leading to their disappointment. To reclaim the adoration he once enjoyed, he realized he must excel in the matches. The world of football operates on such simple principles. Perform well, and you are celebrated. Underperform, and even the absence of requests for your signature is a mercy. Han Shiyu stood among the crowd, camera in hand, once again outside the Aurora Hotel, waiting to greet Hulai and request several autographs, which would eventually serve as benefits for her fans. Despite having taken on the role of a part-time journalist, she remained true to her roots, continuing her work as a content creator. Hulai and Han Shuyu had grown quite familiar with each other, and sometimes he would humor her requests by writing phrases like "Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons" on postcards. However, today, in addition to seeking fan benefits from Hulai, she also aimed to observe and interview the fans of the Madrid Pirates, gauging their opinions on the team's recent performance, their evaluations of the new signings, and their views on Hulai. She was heartened to discover that, during her interviews, the fans of the Madrid Pirates were remarkably forgiving towards Hulai. Even though his goal tally paled in comparison to Meli's, the fans did not voice complaints. Some even took it upon themselves to defend Hulai, offering justifications that left Chinese fans feeling somewhat ashamed, realizing that these Spaniards appeared to cherish their football hero more than they did. However, the same could not be said for the other players, particularly the new signings Drew and Vukovic. While not all fans were critical, many voiced blunt and unrelenting criticism. After all, their performances had indeed fallen short of expectations. I believe Parati should remove Vukovic from the starting lineup for this match, one Pirates fan remarked, immediately garnering agreement from those around him. I concur. That young lad Joaquin plays well, yet he must make way for Vukovic. It's unfair. I think we should extend some leniency and patience to the new signings. But not in our match against the Navigators. I do not wish to see the Navigators fans flaunting their superiority in our home ground. Indeed, Vukovic should be substituted. He consistently fails to mark his opponents and neglects his positioning in midfield. And what of Drew? Did he not achieve a clean sheet against Mary in the World Cup? Yet, in the local derby, he has become nothing more than a mere backdrop for Mary. Is it truly worthwhile for us to have invested nearly 100 million euros in a central defender? When confronted with the microphone extended by Han Shuyu, the players express a strong desire to voice their frustrations, eagerly airing their grievances to the camera. Thus, Han Shuyu can discern the palpable dissatisfaction among the Madrid Pirate fans regarding the team's previous performances, as well as their keen interest in the upcoming match against the Navigators. Should the Pirates falter on their home turf, it could very well provoke a tempestuous uproar. Chapter 309. Two new signings. Milos Vukovic. When Milos Vukovic heard the coach announce his name, he looked up in surprise at Coach Parati. Parati paid no heed to his reaction and continued reading from the starting lineup. Vukovic glanced around, particularly at Joaquin Bella, who also directed his gaze towards him. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Bella offered him a faint smile before diverting his attention. Thus, Vukovic confirmed that he was indeed starting once more. He understood that Coach Parati, at this pivotal moment, had chosen to continue placing his trust in him. However, he was acutely aware that such trust was not without limits. Should he fail to deliver a convincing performance, he might soon bid farewell to his starting position. I have just received the starting lineup for the Pirates. In the visiting team's locker room, the Navigators head coach, Pierre Brent, addressed his players. Good news, Vukovic remains a starter. Therefore, we must slightly adjust our strategy. In our offensive play, we should exploit the spaces behind Vukovic. The team's captain, Pablo Becker, nodded in agreement. He serves as the organizational core of the team, determining the direction of their attacks. In this match against the Sevilla Navigators, Parati did not heed the pre-match speculations that suggested Joaquin Bella would return to the starting lineup, instead opting to continue placing his faith in Vukovic. Despite the Serbian international's rather lackluster and, one might say, disappointing performances in previous matches, the Pirates faced the Sevilla Navigators at home, where commentator Alvarez Sanchez highlighted a notable point of concern. The Navigators were evidently aware of this, focusing their offensive efforts specifically on the area inhabited by Vukovic. Vukovic felt somewhat disoriented, uncertain whether he was participating in a real match or merely a dream. From the onset of the game, he had become the prime target for the Sevilla Navigators' assaults. It was abundantly clear that their offensive strategy was directed at him. Especially after he pushed forward, anytime the Navigators regained possession, they would promptly direct the ball into the space behind him. Consequently, he was compelled to sprint back in defense, exerting himself to maintain the pace of the attack. Once he returned to his defensive position, he had to immediately mark the threatening players, a stark contrast to the intensity required during his previous roles as an attacking midfielder. In his previous tenure at Weisdorf, the expectations for his defensive prowess were rather modest. His ability to return to position and assume a defensive stance was regarded as commendable. Opportunities for physical confrontations with opponents were scarce. Should an adversary attempt to penetrate his defenses, he would merely offer a token interception, subsequently relying on teammates behind him who were designated to handle defensive duties. However, the current circumstances are entirely different. If he allows an opponent's advance to pass him, it directly endangers the defender opposite him. He must exert every effort to thwart the opposing players right at the onset. In a sense, he finds himself with no room for retreat. A lackluster performance in this match could result in his removal from the starting lineup. The head coach would certainly not permit him to remain in the starting position during such a crucial Champions League clash against Torino FC. He must approach this match as if it were his last. He recalled that dream. He could not allow it to materialize. Danny, the forward for the Mariners, dropped back to receive a pass, and Vukovic immediately closed in, unwilling to exhibit even the slightest lapse in focus. Danny had intended to evade Vukovic effortlessly and surge into the penalty area. However, before he could initiate his move, he felt a jarring force collide with him as Vukovic pressed tightly against him. Danny was taken aback by Vukovic's unexpected tenacity. Fortunately, his footwork was sufficiently deft. At the moment of impact, he deftly pulled the ball back, averting the potential loss. Observing that his initial attempt to intercept had failed, Vukovic sought to extend his leg once more to seize the ball, but instead, Danny seized the opportunity and evaded him. Yet, Danny could not successfully carry the ball into the penalty area. Just as he maneuvered past Vukovic and prepared to accelerate, the Pirates captain, Juan Ramirez, surged in from the side, colliding with him. With a dull thud, Danny, disadvantaged in strength, stumbled and fell, leaving the ball at Ramirez's feet. Swiftly distributing the ball, Ramirez turned to Vukovic and called out, "Do not commit too easily, stay close to him." Realizing that he had shouted in Spanish, which Vukovic did not comprehend, he switched to English, enhancing his message with gestures to reiterate his point. This time, Vukovic understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Carey, upon receiving the ball outside the penalty area, evaded Mariners midfielder Victor Montoro and feigned a pass to Hulai, causing the Mariners central defender, Boyados, to shift his weight. After creating a favorable angle, he opted for a direct shot. However, he did not generate sufficient power, allowing Mariners goalkeeper Marko Duric to secure the ball. Subsequently, the Mariners launched an offensive, and Vukovic sprinted back from the forward line, this time tasked with marking the opposing captain, Pablo Becker. The Argentine midfield maestro, faced with Vukovic, feigned a shot with his upper body before advancing the ball. Vukovic stayed close, shadowing him. Noticing this, Becker lifted his right foot, pretending to distribute the ball to the right, only to sharply cut it to the left while pivoting. Vukovic was indeed deceived by Becker's feint. Yet upon realizing he had been outmaneuvered, he swiftly pivoted and charged back into the fray. Becker's lack of speed, a notable weakness, allowed Vukovic to close the distance with just 2 long strides. Unprepared for such a rapid response from Vukovic, Becker found himself closely marked once more. Continuing to engage Vukovic would only hinder his opportunity to orchestrate an offensive play. Reluctantly, Becker turned to shield the ball and executed a backward pass. "Well done," came the accented English shout from Ramirez in the distance. Although Vukovic had not succeeded in reclaiming the ball from Becker's feet, he had nonetheless executed a commendable defensive maneuver. Successful defense does not solely hinge on reclaiming possession. Thwarting an opponent's forward pass or compelling them to slow their pace are equally valid defensive achievements. Despite receiving praise, Vukovic's expression remained stoic. He scanned his surroundings to ascertain the positions of players nearby before resuming his stance in the defensive zone, ready to confront the next onslaught from the Mariners. "Today, Vukovic has shown remarkable tenacity in his defensive efforts," remarked assistant coach Valentin, leaning toward head coach Parati with a hand concealing his mouth. He likely sensed that his opportunities were dwindling. Regardless of the reason, as long as he exerts himself more in defense, our objective is fulfilled, Parati replied. Vukovic's impressive stamina enabled him to erect a barrier through his movement, providing vital protection for the defensive line, thereby alleviating pressure on Drew. Indeed, Drew felt a significant reduction in pressure during this match, sensing subtle distinctions compared to previous games. Previously, Vukovic's tendency to leave gaps necessitated that Drew frequently advance, taking on the role of a defensive midfielder, sometimes even pushing up to the halfway line to defend. Despite Drew's agility and speed, venturing so far forward left considerable space behind him, a precarious situation. Competing in a sprint against Melli would be an insurmountable challenge. No matter how swift Drew was, he could not outpace Melli. Melli's speed and agility made him as slippery as an eel when dribbling. If he remained stationary, it could be manageable, but in a straightforward speed contest, Drew would surely find himself left behind. This match, however, presented no such dilemmas. Drew no longer needed to press forward frequently, thanks to Vukovic's presence. Demonstrating exceptional diligence in his defensive role, Vukovic effectively shielded his defensive line. He acted as a filtering barrier, intercepting threatening attacks before they could reach him, and with the support of teammates, he managed the situation with greater ease. Thus, Drew once conveyed to Chen Xingyi that defense is not solely an individual endeavor. It is indeed a reality rather than an excuse. In football, offense can often rely on a player's innate talent to resolve issues independently. However, defense truly necessitates collective teamwork, or rather, a coherent system. If a defensive player constantly finds themselves in one-on-one situations with opposing offensive players, it signifies a significant flaw in the team's defensive structure. Regardless of how exceptional this defender's abilities may be, one cannot guarantee victories in every one-on-one confrontation throughout the match, let alone across an entire season. With newfound support from his teammates, Drew is now far more adept in his defensive duties. While Danny Drew may disregard the derisive remarks and nicknames circulating online, he remains resolute in not disappointing the Pirates fans. He aspires to earn the heartfelt cheers and respect of Pirates supporters wherever he goes, much like Hulai. Despite Vukovic's diligent efforts, he cannot thwart every offensive advance of the Sevilla Navigators, as exemplified in this instance. The primary left winger, Jose Pinson, suddenly cut in from the flank, creating a numerical advantage within Vukovic's defensive zone. Becker promptly delivered a through ball, aimed perfectly at the Pirates' vulnerable flank. Vukovic, turning to pursue, found himself already too late, merely able to witness Pinson exploit the gap and receive Becker's pass. Truth be told, Vukovic felt a twinge of envy. He too yearned to play in such a dynamic fashion, stirring up trouble in the opponent's penalty area, rather than enduring the arduous task of defense. Yet, this was his responsibility and duty. Thus, he gritted his teeth and chased back. After merely 2 strides, he saw Danny Drew charge toward Pinson. The Danish international swung his left foot, seemingly poised to deliver a cross, but after gaining possession, he deftly cut the ball inward to drive into the box. At that moment, Drew swiftly intervened, cleanly separating the ball from Pinson. Drew, what a splendid defensive play. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd, as the Pirates fans showered Drew with admiration for his remarkable performance. Amidst the cheers and claps, Drew, enduring the collision and push from Pinson behind him, lifted his gaze forward and locked eyes with Vukovic. Realizing that he no longer needed to chase back, Vukovic immediately slowed his pace and turned towards Drew. In that instant, Drew also glanced at him. Both players understood the unspoken message conveyed through their gazes. Vukovic, pass the ball to me. Drew, be ready to receive. As the pivotal moment unfolded, Pablo Becker, having witnessed Pinson's failed cut-in, did not retreat to prepare for defense. Instead, he surged forward, pressing towards Vukovic. As an experienced midfield orchestrator, he discerned Drew's intentions to pass. At that moment, Vukovic had his back turned to him, and with a sudden, unexpected advance, Becker believed he had a significant chance to intercept the ball directly, putting him face-to-face with an unsuspecting Pirates defense. At that juncture, whether he chose to pass or shoot, he would pose a substantial threat. Just as Drew had released the ball, he caught sight of Becker launching a stealthy attack from behind Vukovic. As everything unfolded at an astonishing pace, he scarcely had the time to utter a warning, or by the time he managed to make a sound, the ball might have already been intercepted by Becker. All he could do was adjust his position, bracing himself to confront the impending attack. Then he beheld Vukovic, completely turned away from Becker, not even glancing back, as he sidestepped, arms outstretched, and raised his foot in an attempt to receive the ball, only for it to slip past him. Simultaneously, he turned to block Becker behind him. Becker missed his opportunity. Vukovic adeptly completed his turn. Oh, how splendid! The stands erupted with a mixture of gasps and excited cheers. Vukovic, having evaded Becker, swiftly launched into action, pursuing the ball. He lifted his gaze to assess the situation ahead, and, rather than immediately passing the ball, opted to advance with it himself. As an attacking midfielder, Vukovic's speed far surpassed that of Becker. Caught off guard by his advancing dribble, the players from Sevilla retreated quickly, none daring to press him. On one hand, this was at the edge of the Madrid Pirates' penalty area. A failed attempt to pressure could leave substantial gaps behind, much like the mistake Vukovic had made in defense. On the other hand, there were players in the back line of the Mariners who restrained them, preventing them from easily closing in on Vukovic. The one who held them back was the illustrious Dutch star, Maxi Khiri. Instead of immediately retreating to support Vukovic, he surged forward. After drawing the defensive players of the Mariners back, he abruptly pivoted, racing back to offer support. The Mariners' defensive midfielder, Victor Montoro, had no choice but to follow suit. thus unable to pressure Vukovic. In the absence of any interference, Vukovic galloped forward with the ball for 20 meters, reaching the halfway line. Throughout this dribbling, he continuously raised his head to observe the situation ahead. Before him stood Maxi Kiri, who had retreated to support, alongside Montoro. However, Kiri not only attracted Montoro, but also drew another Mariners center-back, Poyatos. Although Poyatos did not close in on Kiri as Montoro did, he slowed his pace, focusing his attention solely on Kiri. This meant there were gaps in the Mariners' defensive line, rendering it incomplete. Hulai, positioned at the forefront, could nimbly maneuver to exploit that space. Realizing this, Vukovic executed a deft backspin with his left foot, sending the ball soaring low across the vast expanse of grass, heading straight for the opening behind Poyatos. Simultaneously, Hulai, initially positioned in Arthur's defensive zone, made a diagonal sprint towards the action. Arthur was a beat slow to react, and by the time he attempted to pursue, it was already too late. Vukovic's pass, spanning over 30 meters, was perfectly executed. The ball arrived just as Hulai did. Hulai didn't even need to decelerate, seamlessly guiding the ball into the penalty area. Hulai, a chance. Amid the exuberant shouts of foam, Hulai surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. Thud! Just as the football was struck, Arthur lunged in, and had Hulai adjusted slightly, he might have found no space to shoot, or the ball could have been deflected by Arthur. Hulai, running diagonally towards the left, directed the ball with his left foot towards the right side of the goal. The goalkeeper, Marko Duric, initially moved to the left alongside Hulai, but now, diving back to the right, he found it exceedingly difficult to make a save. Although he attempted to block the shot, he failed to make contact with the ball. The football plunged into the net. In the commentary booth, Spanish commentator Alvarez Sanchez leapt to his feet, letting out a triumphant roar. Meanwhile, in a studio in the capital of China, Hefeng was pumping his fists and shouting, "What a goal! What a goal! Hulai, a simple and decisive strike." In the 37th minute, he opened the scoring for the Madrid Pirates, breaking the deadlock. Yin Kong exclaimed in admiration, "No unnecessary adjustments, no flashy moves. He simply positioned himself and took the shot, concise and efficient." That as Hulai, after passing the ball, Vukovic ceased his sprint, turning around from the edge of his own penalty area and charging forward until he reached the halfway line, delivering a precise through ball with the outside of his foot, which was quite taxing on his stamina. Thus, he refrained from pushing forward any further, as he was nearly 30 meters away from Hulai. Regardless of whether the ball would find the net, by the time he reached Hulai, this attack would have concluded. He stood quietly in the center circle, observing Hulai as he ran diagonally, adjusting his steps mid-stride, and striking the ball into the far corner. Gasping for breath, he suddenly leapt into the air, arms outstretched. This was his first assist since joining the Madrid Pirates. The heavy burden that had weighed him down, causing restless nights filled with nightmares, was suddenly lifted, leaving him feeling as if he could soar. "Huh, see what I told you? I said it," exclaimed the ecstatic Madrid Pirates coach, Perotti, as he jumped up upon witnessing the goal. He turned to his assistant coach, Valentin, shouting in delight. Valentin, equally thrilled, laughed and embraced Perotti. "You were right, Ettore, who truly lives up to the legacy of the Mariners." Perotti's smile faltered for a moment. That is not quite what I meant. I meant that this is what I hope Vukovic can achieve. He should be an all-around midfielder, not just a pure attacking midfielder." "But you're right." Mid-explanation, Perotti abandoned his attempt to clarify further, acknowledging that he had indeed stated that encountering the Mariners at this moment was fortuitous. So why continue explaining? Celebration was what mattered. After scoring, Hulai first ensured the ball was in the net, then he ran towards the corner flag, arms wide open. The jubilant supporters of the Madrid Pirates in the stands were fully aware of what was about to unfold. Between their cheers, they paused to catch their breath, eagerly anticipating Hulai's leap. "Here it comes, brothers." Han Shiyu firmly fixed her camera lens on Hulai, holding her breath in anticipation of that pivotal moment. In the frame, Hulai soared into the air, twisting gracefully before descending with a flourish. Simultaneously, the crowd erupted with a thunderous cheer. Amidst the applause, the stadium speakers resonated with the anthem of the Madrid Pirates. "United people will never be defeated. United people will never be defeated. Rise, sing. We march towards victory. The flag of unity is advancing. Come join us in our march." You will see the song and the banners wave. As Han Shiyu recorded the moment, she joined the throng of fans in a rousing chorus. She found herself utterly unconcerned with the possibility of being branded a traitor by the domestic supporters of the Madrid Kings. She was simply cheering for Hulai. She had never betrayed her homeland, so the notion of treachery was unfathomable. After Hulai completed his celebratory gestures, Vukovic rushed to his side, where Hulai awaited him with open arms. As they embraced, Hulai exclaimed in Serbian, "What a beautiful pass, Milos!" A splendid delivery. Not only Hulai, but also other teammates who joined in the celebration patted Vukovic on the head and shoulders, as if he, the architect of the assist, were the true hero of this offensive play. In reality, he was indeed the protagonist. Had it not been for his astute turn upon receiving Duru's pass, Hulai's goal would have been rendered impossible, and the Pirates might have conceded a goal instead. It was he who eluded Becher, transporting the ball from the back line to the front, enabling Hulai to deliver the decisive strike. If merit were to be rewarded, Vukovic's contribution to this goal undoubtedly surpassed 50%, placing him in the spotlight. Most importantly, such an outstanding performance was achieved under immense pressure. His teammates understood the significance of this period for Vukovic, and thus they all congratulated him. Amidst their adulation, Vukovic beamed with joy, feeling that even though the match had yet to conclude, the dream would not be a fleeting mirage. Chapter 311. A surge against the Navigators. We actually performed well in the first half. It was merely a matter of bad luck. In the second half, we must continue to apply pressure on Vukovic's position. Although that ball was intercepted, making a proactive inward run was the right choice. We must create a numerical advantage in localized areas. The last time we were intercepted, the next time might just yield success. The head coach of the Sevilla Navigators, Pierblint, inspired his team in the locker room. He even used the incident that led to the concession of a goal as an example, reinforcing psychological assurance among the players. Conceding a goal is not a catastrophe. I do not mind, and you should not dwell on it either. Just continue to play according to my instructions. In the second half, Hulai's goal was scored in the 37th minute of the first half, shortly before the halftime whistle blew. Fortunately, this timing prevented the Madrid Pirates from extending their lead, granting the Sevilla Navigators a much-needed respite. Brent firmly believed that Vukovic would prove to be the Pirates' Achilles heel. Despite the latter's relatively decent performance in the first half, Brent discerned a latent vulnerability in Vukovic. While his defensive efforts were commendable, sheer determination could not rectify inherent limitations. Thus, the Sevilla Navigators were compelled to maintain pressure on Vukovic, ensuring he never felt at ease. When the burden of pressure exceeded Vukovic's threshold, a collapse would inevitably ensue. This approach was deemed the most promising avenue to breach the Madrid Pirates' defense. Brent's strategy appeared sound, as Vukovic indeed represented a weak link in the current lineup, likely to falter under duress. However, he had overlooked a significant factor, one that was well known, and which Brent had undoubtedly heard of, yet was reluctant to acknowledge. Such a notion seemed almost ludicrous. To genuinely entertain, it would render him feeling like a naive fool easily duped. As the second half commenced, the Navigators launched a vigorous assault on the Madrid Pirates' goal, aspiring to level the score. They maneuvered the ball from Vukovic to the flanks, subsequently crossing it into the penalty area. On this occasion, Drew refrained from defending the flank, as Iwan Martinez occupied that space, rendering his presence unnecessary. He remained in his central defensive position, contesting against the Sevilla forward, Rafael Elgarez, who was grappling with him. Yet, it was evident that Elgarez could not match Drew's strength. As the ball soared towards them, Elgarez found himself unable to displace Drew. Instead, he could only watch as Drew leapt to clear the ball with a header. Nevertheless, Elgarez did not concede defeat. Although he failed to jump, he resorted to subtle antics below, attempting to unbalance Drew and induce a mishap in his clearance. However, his efforts were in vain. Drew remained undeterred, successfully heading the ball away. The clearance fell to Ramirez, who seized the second ball. The captain of the Pirates leapt, executing a relay to Vukovic, who stood nearby. Accompanying Vukovic was the Navigators' right winger, Kyle Triels. Rather than stopping the ball, Vukovic elevated it once more, deftly lifting it over Triels' head. Simultaneously, he evaded the opponent's grasp, cushioning the airborne ball with his chest, and promptly delivered a pass. He sent it to Maxi Kelly, who had retreated from the front line. The Madrid Pirates not only thwarted the Navigators' offensive onslaught, but also forged an opportunity for a counterattack. The stands erupted with jubilant cheers. Amidst the exuberance, Maxi Kelly spun without halting the ball, which, coinciding with his turn, slipped through his legs. As the football advanced, he too turned forward. The nautical midfielder, Victor Montoro, surged forth to intercept him. Upon catching up to the ball, Carey decelerated, slightly shifting his body to the right, while simultaneously lifting his right leg, feigning an intention to redirect the ball to the right. Montoro, well aware of the previous match where the Madrid Pirates triumphed 2-1 over Loga Union, during which Hulai scored immediately upon his substitution through a precise diagonal long pass from Carey, had prepared himself for such an eventuality. He understood the critical importance of preventing Carey from making that transfer. However, as he advanced to block, Carey's right leg did not propel the ball forward. Instead, he deftly pulled it towards his left side and pivoted away. Montoro had committed himself and could do nothing but brush past Carey, watching helplessly as Carey surged forward with the ball. Carey, a splendid maneuver. The cheers from the stands swelled in intensity. This breakthrough not only stirred a greater uproar among the spectators, but also captured the acute attention of the Sevilla nautical players. As Carey eluded Montoro, he naturally became the focal point of their instinctive gaze. At that moment, Hulai, stationed ahead, suddenly made a lateral move, darting into the blind spot behind Arthur. He did not signal or shout, deliberately avoiding attracting Arthur's attention. However, this tactic bore its drawbacks, as he could not alert his teammate to pass the ball in a timely manner. Yet, such a lapse was not destined to occur with Maxi Carey. Just as he made his move, Carey, who had been charging directly toward the penalty area, suddenly pushed the ball diagonally with his left foot. The force was considerable, and the speed of the pass left the nautical players momentarily stunned. By the time they turned their heads to follow the ball, Hulai had already raised his right leg, poised to strike. Hulai, the nautical center-back Arthur rushed back towards the ball, only to witness Hulai, in motion, gearing up for an immediate shot without pausing. He swiftly slid in, raising his left leg high, attempting to block the impending shot. Yet, Hulai's right leg swung down not to shoot, but rather to deftly pull the ball to the left. A feint, a deceptive shot. Arthur was caught off guard, having not expected Hulai to delay his shot when he had previously taken a swift strike in the first half. He slid past Hulai, turning back in despair to see Hulai once again winding up with his right leg. Boom! A resounding thud echoed not far behind him. Hulai launched a long-range shot from just outside the penalty arc. The football soared like a cannonball towards the goal. The nautical goalkeeper, Marco Duric, leaped into the air, desperately reaching out, yet failed to make contact with the ball. The football carved a brilliant arc within the nautical penalty area and nestled into the net. Wow! Wow! This is it. Hulai scores again. Hifong exclaimed in astonishment. In the 49th minute. The second half has only just begun, and Hulai has scored again. He has propelled the Pirates to a 2-goal lead over the Navigators at home. Yin Kong, beside him, excitedly remarked, "Huh? This marks Hulai's first brace of the season. He is finally regaining his scoring touch reminiscent of the Olympics." Those who claimed Hulai was out of form can now be silent. Did the Olympics affect Hulai? Certainly. However, the impact was not physical, but rather psychological. Having grown accustomed to Hulai's stellar performances at the Olympics, where he left a profound impression with his gold medal triumph, returning to his club, he has been scoring, yet only 1 goal per match. For fans who have developed a taste for more, this could be perceived as a dip in form. Hulai. He has scored again. Against the Navigators, he seems to possess an extraordinary level of form and determination. He is indeed quite unabashed. Sanchez chuckled heartily, adopting a tone of playful mischief. As a neutral commentator, he naturally hopes for the match to be as thrilling and intense as possible. Hulai's exceptional form today raises questions about whether it is genuinely tied to his rivalry with the Navigators. Yet, he is evidently eager to propagate this rivalry. Without stirring the pot, how could one hope to enrich the encounters between the Pirates and the Navigators with stories and material? Thus, he particularly wishes for each meeting between Hulai and the Navigators to yield fresh narratives, followed swiftly by media hype. Then, when the two sides meet again, they can revisit old grievances, clapping in anticipation. Let them clash. Let them clash. After Hulai performed his signature celebration once more, the air above Pirate Park resonated with thunder for the second time. Following the thunder, the anthem of the Madrid Pirates filled the stadium. Amidst the song, the players of the Madrid Pirates embraced in celebration at the corner flag. After sharing hugs with his teammates, Hulai noticed Kai Li in the distance. Rather than joining the celebration, he was embracing other teammates outside the throng. Though the goal was scored by Hulai, Kai Li's pass was equally crucial. Hulai's movement to create space was purely instinctive for a forward. It is not to say that every time he creates space, he receives a pass from his teammates. In fact, most of the time, he makes those runs in vain. However, this time, Kylie's delivery was impeccably timed, almost as if he had been anticipating Hulai's movement. Upon reviewing the replay closely, one would observe that Kylie had already begun his kicking motion even before Hulai had made his run, as if he had decided to pass in that direction prior to Hulai's movement. Two individuals, seemingly at odds, who wouldn't even approach one another to celebrate a goal, can display such remarkable synergy on the field. Hulai has never even utilized a spiritual connection card with Kylie. It is challenging for Hulai to articulate this feeling. Ah well, perhaps he should just give a thumbs up. Hulai raised his arm in the distance, bestowing a thumbs up to Kylie. Kylie's expression did not shift significantly. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems he has merely accomplished a trivial task, hardly worthy of mention. Chapter 312. You are ready to embark. Although this time it was not a direct assist from Vukovic, he played an exceptionally significant role in this goal. This is precisely why we initially signed him. After concluding the celebration of the second goal, Parati remarked to assistant coach Valentin that indeed, Vukovic had resolved our issue of transitioning the ball from our own penalty area to the opponent's half. Valentin nodded in agreement. Previously, the Madrid Pirates midfield featured a combination of Ramirez and Joaquin Bella at its center. Ramirez focused solely on defense, while Joaquin Bella's abilities were rather mediocre. Consequently, in similar situations, either Ramirez or Joaquin Bella would have to pass the ball to the left flank to Tonini or the right flank to Silverio or Di Quenzo, who would then transition it to the front line. This additional step would inevitably slow down the team's counterattacks. Now, with Vukovic replacing Joaquin Bella, the ball can be delivered directly to the front line. Vukovic is inherently an attacking midfielder with remarkable organizational skills, possessing a comprehensive technical skill set with commendable accuracy in both long and short passes. His exquisite footwork allows him to evade opponents even under pressure in his own half. For instance, the preceding play showcased his deft touch as he skillfully flicked the ball over Trellis. This is why Parati believes Vukovic can evolve into a versatile midfielder. He boasts excellent stamina, enabling him to traverse from one penalty area to another. His refined technique allows him to maintain possession and evade defense in tight spaces. With a keen sense of awareness and vision, he is adept at spotting opportunities from afar. His exceptional passing skills enable him to deliver the ball to the spaces he identifies. Furthermore, his physical attributes grant him considerable resilience, ensuring he does not easily relinquish possession, whether in defense or attack. With such an array of virtues, it would indeed be a disservice to Vukovic's talent and capabilities to merely confine him to the role of an attacking midfielder. However, he had previously grown accustomed to playing that position, leading to a certain lethargy. Thus, it is now imperative to urge him to step beyond his comfort zone, shunning the role of merely feeding who lie at the edge of the opponent's penalty area. This process is arduous and may affect how others perceive him. Nevertheless, Parati firmly believes that any sacrifices made for this transformation will be worthwhile, as long as Vukovic can complete the metamorphosis envisioned by Parati. The Madrid Pirates will possess a genuinely world-class midfield maestro. As the match progresses, Parati begins to discern certain signs. Moving forward, he and the coaching staff will utilize this match to further convince Vukovic to willingly embrace this transformation. In truth, there is no need for the coaching staff to seek him out. Vukovic on the field has already recognized the benefits of this change. It is not merely a matter of positioning him as a central midfielder while also considering defensive responsibilities. This would hinder his ability to engage in offensive plays or deliver assists. After all, was it not he who directly assisted the team's first goal? Conversely, upon repositioning himself, he has nearly seized complete control of the midfield, participating actively in both defensive and offensive maneuvers, along with orchestrating plays and regulating the tempo. He is involved in every aspect. What does this signify? An exceptional midfielder cannot possibly lack the desire to command the game entirely unless he is devoid of ambition and capability. Vukovic considers himself endowed with such abilities. Therefore, if a slight withdrawal in position allows him to dominate the midfield, why would he not embrace it? He relishes the comprehensive involvement in both the team's offense and defense, savoring the sense of mastery over every detail. There is an overwhelming sense of security in knowing that each phase is under his control. As he jogged back to his half alongside his teammates, Vukovic discovered the direction for his efforts ahead. His interest in the narrowly defined role of an attacking midfielder waned significantly, while his fascination with the blueprint outlined by Coach Perotti grew. Although this shift might considerably diminish his chances of becoming the assist king, the prospect of being a true maestro in midfield undeniably excites him far more. As the match resumed, the cheers from the Madrid Pirates fans surged in waves, each louder than the last. A 2-goal lead filled them with hope of triumphing over their arch-rivals, the Sevilla Navigators, on home turf. The team's performance markedly differed from their previous erratic displays, delighting the Pirates supporters. This was the team they yearned to witness. Amidst the roars of the Madrid Pirates fans, the home side's morale soared as they relentlessly attacked the Sevilla Navigators' goal, leaving the visitors to retreat defensively. Coach Pilbrant stood on the sidelines, somewhat speechless as he observed the pitch. His tactical approach, for the most part, was sound. However, the team failed to capitalize on the opportunity to continue pressuring Vukovic before conceding yet another goal, which not only widened the opponent's lead, but also greatly invigorated them. He truly did not anticipate that the online jokes were, in fact, grounded in reality. Hulai had genuinely aligned himself with his team. He was indeed aspiring to become a legendary figure. Faced with the relentless bombardment from the Madrid Pirates, the visiting Sevilla Navigators were compelled to tighten their defense. Although they were loath to be merely reactive, they understood that avoiding further goals against them was paramount before contemplating a comeback. Naturally, given the historical rivalry between the two sides, a simple, conventional defensive posture was out of the question. The Navigators players exhibited exaggerated movements in their defensive efforts, seemingly attempting to intimidate the Pirates with their rough tactics, thereby alleviating pressure on their backline. However, such an approach had an unintended consequence, granting the Madrid Pirates several opportunities for set pieces in the attacking third. In the 69th minute of the match, the Madrid Pirates showcased two adept free-kick specialists. Hulai, positioned in the front line with his back to the play, withdrew from the penalty area to assist his teammates. He had no intention of confronting the middle defender, Arthur, but rather sought to pass the ball to Kamara on the right flank. However, as soon as he released the ball, Arthur brought him down with a foul. A piercing scream echoed through the Pirate Park Stadium, followed by a cacophony of jeers from the crowd. The Pirate fans expressed their disdain towards Arthur, brandishing their middle fingers and vociferously cursing him. To them, it was evident that Arthur was deliberately targeting Hulai, not merely attempting to intercept the ball, but rather intending to harm him. The players on the field shared their discontent, with Captain Ramirez being the first to confront Arthur, using his head to assert dominance. Montoro, the defensive midfielder for the Navigators, was not to be outdone and forcefully shoved Ramirez aside, leading to a standoff between the players. Once Hulai managed to rise from the ground, he was greeted by this chaotic scene. Kamara inquired, "Are you all right, Hu?" Hulai replied, "I'm fine, Ismail. It's all about self-preservation." Self-preservation. Kamara nodded in admiration and asked, "Aren't you going to help?" Hulai shook his head. "No need, they can handle it. Look, the captain has kept his hands behind his back the entire time. Do you know what that signifies, Ismail?" Kamara shook his head in confusion. "It suggests that when the referee makes a decision, our captain will likely only receive a verbal warning, while Montoro, who pushed, and Arthur, who fouled, will undoubtedly face at least a yellow card. This will disrupt the mindset of the Navigators players." Kamara seemed to ponder this notion of self-preservation. Hulai turned to him, intrigued by his contemplation. "This is also a form of self-protection," he explained. "In a conflict, provoking the opponent's ire while positioning oneself in a relatively safe environment can be advantageous. Though it may appear that Montoro's shove caused you to stagger back, it actually places you in a position of strength." Listening to Kamara's analysis, Hulai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Well done, Ismail. You are indeed capable of drawing parallels. You, my friend, are almost ready to embark on your own journey." Kamara chuckled. "Since you left the team, I've been diligently studying everything you taught me. The opponents in the Premier League have indeed become wary of committing fouls against me." Hulai patted him on the shoulder. "Excellent. We have a saying in China, one must learn as long as one lives. Even when you embark on your journey, never cease to learn and improve yourself. Do not grow complacent." Kamara assured him, "Rest assured, Hu. I will continue to strive for excellence. I have noticed that the intensity of competition in La Liga is quite formidable, and many players prefer to initiate contact defensively, resulting in more significant fouls and an increased risk of injury compared to the Premier League. Thus, effective self-protection is crucial." Upon hearing this, Hulai was entirely convinced that Kamara had truly grasped the essence of self-preservation, and he might soon establish his own path. He gave Kamara a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Newbie." Upon hearing this well-known phrase within the Leeds City team, a proud smile illuminated Kamara's face. Receiving praise from the teacher serves as a testament to his unwavering efforts. Chapter 3:13. The true defending champion. The conflict instigated by Hulai unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, resulting in yellow cards being issued by the referee to both the fouling Arthur and Montoro, who had intervened by pushing Ramirez. Surprisingly, one Ramirez, who had rushed in to confront Arthur, faced no repercussions, merely receiving a verbal warning from the referee. As the captain, it was only natural for him to protect his teammate when faced with aggression. Though he had indeed used his head to confront Arthur, his actions were not excessively aggressive. His approach seemed more like a gentle nudge rather than a forceful assault. His hands remained firmly behind his back, and even when Montoro pushed him, he refrained from retaliating, instead merely gesturing and shouting while being held back by Ion. As for Hulai, the true catalyst of this altercation, by the conclusion of the fracas, he was already engaged in strategizing with Maxi Kyrie and Tanini for a free kick. He first inquired of Kyrie and Tanini, "Who among you will take this kick?" Kyrie glanced at Tanini and pointed, indicating, "He will." The position where Hulai was fouled was relatively distant from the goal, approximately 35 to 36 meters, and directly facing it. This distance and angle were not particularly suited for Kyrie, but rather aligned with Tanini's expertise in executing lofted free kicks. Generally, in such situations during a match, it would be Tanini tasked with taking the free kick without needing Hulai to ask. However, in a display of respect, Hulai felt it necessary to confirm, for he valued maintaining harmonious relations with his teammates. Once Kyrie responded, Hulai turned to Tanini. "Tanini, I have a small suggestion. You may choose to heed it or not. It matters not." With such a statement, how could Tanini ignore him? After all, Hulai was a pivotal player for the team, deserving of respect. "Go ahead, speak, Hulai." Tanini promptly replied, "My hope is that you refrain from taking a direct shot on goal. If possible, could you lift the ball over the wall?" Hulai suggested, covering his mouth with his hand. The television cameras captured the trio huddled together, heads bowed, engaged in a conversation shrouded in mystery. Tanini immediately grasped Hulai's intentions. "You plan to position yourself behind the wall?" Indeed, Tanini understood that Hulai aimed to score yet another goal, seeking a hat trick after already netting two. At such a moment, anyone would yearn to score. Without hesitation, he agreed, even though it meant forfeiting a personal opportunity to score. Yet, such is the nature of free kicks. Even the most skilled practitioners cannot guarantee success with every attempt. With their mutual understanding reached, Hulai turned to depart. At this juncture, the conflict had subsided. Those who were meant to accept their fate did so, while the discontented continued to express their grievances, and jeers emanated from the stands. Nevertheless, irrespective of the circumstances, everything remained irrevocable. The players of Sevilla's maritime team commenced forming a wall, with Kyrie and Tanini positioned behind the ball. The goalkeeper, Duric, appeared anxious, directing his teammates to establish a barrier to potentially block half of the goal. "Allow me to assist you," Hulai exclaimed as he squeezed into the wall. However, he was promptly shoved out by the forward Elguers. Hulai stumbled back several paces, then spread his arms wide, shouting at the referee, "Referee, did you see that? He pushed me." Elguers, taken aback by Hulai's antics, quickly gestured to the referee, insisting, I didn't. Observing the situation, the referee chose not to intervene. It was commonplace for some shoving to occur while vying for space within the penalty area. It was unreasonable to hastily declare who had committed a foul or who was merely acting. Unless the two continued their altercation, the referee would remain uninvolved. Having narrowly escaped a reprimand, Elguers shot Hulai a furious glare. Hulai retorted, "What are you staring at? If you're capable, push me again. I assure you, my stamina is lacking, and I can barely stand." Although they were within the penalty area, had Hulai indeed been toppled by Elguers, it would not have resulted in a penalty for the Pirates. At most, Elguers would receive a yellow card. However, penalizing a forward with a yellow card held little tactical value. Hulai's remarks were merely intended to irritate Elguers. Their animosity had begun over a year ago during the Europa League final, where Hulai had touched the trophy before the match, a moment witnessed by Elguers. Like a new continent unveiled, he relayed this startling discovery to his teammates, exuding an air of invincibility, only to be met with a resounding defeat at Hulai's hands. Hence, the hostility. Though Algiers harbored resentment towards Hulai, he refrained from any extreme actions, fully aware of Hulai's propensity for underhanded tactics. He could only advise his teammates to maintain proximity and prevent Hulai from infiltrating. Together, they effectively blocked Hulai from the wall. Kyrie and Tanini, positioned in front of the ball, observed the entire confrontation between Hulai and Algiers. Accustomed to Hulai's style, they exchanged glances without comment. As the wall neared completion, Tanini intended to move back in preparation for the free kick. Yet Kyrie suddenly called out to him. "Are you planning to feign a direct kick, then run up to pass the ball?" "Indeed. What of it?" Tanini inquired. Kyrie, covering his mouth, replied, "I believe that since the referee hasn't mandated adherence to his whistle, why not introduce an element of surprise? It could catch the opposition completely off guard." "Surprising indeed. But Hulai may not be prepared," Tanini countered. "If he is unprepared, that is his concern. Moreover, this idea was proposed by him. Should he not be prepared at all times? What do you intend to do?" Tanini found Kyrie's words to be quite reasonable. "You step back, and I will deliver the pass." Tanini deemed this a splendid idea and concurred. Very well. He then began to retreat, creating the necessary distance for a run-up. At this moment, the referee was still focused on the wall of players, while some members of the wall were attentive to Tanini's movements, and others were gazing down at their feet. In short, they appeared utterly unprepared for the impending free kick. Just as Tanini had taken a single step back, Kyrie, who had been standing behind the ball, suddenly struck with precision, lifting the ball directly into the air. The Sevilla players in the wall had yet to react. As the ball soared above their heads and descended behind them, more specifically, it flew over Algiers' head. He didn't even have time to jump, merely turning to follow the ball with his gaze. He then witnessed the previously concealed Hulai step back from the wall, raising his right leg, pivoting to unleash a powerful shot. Hulai. The atmosphere above Pirate Park erupted with a deafening cheer. As Hulai sent the ball toward the goal, the Mariners' goalkeeper, Durich, had yet to react, his movements clearly a beat too slow. By the time he made a full diving save, the ball had already flown past him into the net. The cheers at Pirate Park reached a fever pitch. He foamed, witnessing the ball enter the net, shouted hoarsely, "Ah, it's in. A hat trick. A hat trick. Hulai has completed his hat trick. This is his first hat trick of the season." Yin Kong laughed heartily. "Ha! Truly worthy of the Mariners legend. Hulai completed a hat trick against the Mariners last season too. And now again. I believe he has a special connection with the Mariners." Upon seeing Hulai score against the Mariners, Tanini cast his gaze toward Kyrie, who happened to turn back to him, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture that seemed to say, "See?" Regaining his composure, Tanini erupted in laughter, embracing Kyrie. "You and Hulai have an incredible understanding." However, Kyrie merely smiled slightly. "I just anticipated what he wanted to do." "No, it was he who anticipated what you intended. The moment you struck, he didn't hesitate at all, immediately retreating to receive the ball." Tanini, still holding on to Kyrie, ran toward Hulai. Kyrie did not resist, allowing himself to be led along. The goal-scoring Hulai had already dashed toward the corner flag, marking his third time in this match. Cheers, songs, and applause intertwined, transforming Pirate Park into a veritable playground. Alive with excitement. Fans in the stands, coaches at the sidelines, substitutes, and the players on the field were all celebrating as if they were part of a grand festivity. In stark contrast stood the Mariners players, fans, and coaches, rendered speechless. The match seemed to deviate entirely from the trajectory they had envisioned. They had meticulously analyzed the Pirates' performances in previous matches, and today's Pirates appeared to be an entirely different team. Today, the Madrid Pirates truly embody the essence of champions. Chapter 314, Double the Joy. After the celebration concluded, the players of the Madrid Pirates returned to their half of the field. The Sevilla Navigators had already taken their positions, prepared for the kickoff. However, they appeared to be in a daze, still reeling from the impact of conceding a goal, standing like wooden posts on the pitch, utterly motionless. Their minds seemed far removed from the game, leaving one to wonder what occupied their thoughts. When the camera zoomed in on the Navigators, each player wore a blank expression. Logically, such a demeanor seemed unwarranted. After all, they were rivals, and anything could happen during a match. The previous few games had seen the Madrid Pirates struggle, which seemingly altered the mindset of the Navigators. Teams of comparable caliber, such as Valero, the Phoenicians, and Samir Sports, had performed admirably against the Pirates. leading to the question, why could the stronger navigators not prevail against their archenemies on their own turf? Once this ingrained perception took hold, the navigators found it challenging to accept the Pirates' unexpected resurgence in this match. With only 20 minutes left and trailing by 3 goals, the realities of playing away indicated that the navigators had all but surrendered. Defeat was imminent. On the stands, Han Shiyu captured the scene with her camera, chattering excitedly. Wow. Brothers, that goal was truly unexpected. It reminds me of when Hulai, Kairi, and Tanini huddled together, whispering, plotting how to execute that free kick. Hulai has finally completed his hat trick. Those who previously compared him to Meili should take a look now. Hulai has achieved a hat trick, while Meili has yet to accomplish one this season. In her lens, the players of the Madrid Pirates had returned to their positions. The referee's whistle pierced the air as El Guriz sent the ball back into play. However, he did not return it directly to the defenders, but passed it to the captain, Pablo Becker, just outside the center circle. Becker hesitated with the ball, seemingly contemplating a forward pass, yet his teammates did not rush forward immediately. Meanwhile, Hulai approached, intent on intercepting the ball. Becker had no choice but to maneuver the ball with a turn, shielding it before attempting to pass back. In his focus on Hulai, he failed to notice another player from the Madrid Pirates stealthily approaching from the opposite side. As he lifted his foot to pass, an opponent swiftly reached in and snatched the ball away. Becker was taken aback. By the time he attempted to reclaim it, it was too late. He could only manage to kick the leg of the interceptor without bringing him down. Kairi successfully intercepted. What a play! With Hulai's cover, the interceptor was none other than Max Kairi. The cheers erupted like thunder over the Pirate Park. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Han Shiyu paused her previous soliloquy, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my goodness!" The ball had been intercepted successfully by Kaylee, who noticed Kamala making a diagonal run from the right flank towards the center. He swiftly delivered a through ball to her. Kamala accelerated towards the ball, while Sevilla's left back, Jermaine Leclampi, hastened back in an attempt to thwart Kamala's reception. These two compatriots of the French national team, now representing different sides, engaged in a fierce contest. Despite Leclampi's valiant resistance, Kamala was unable to connect with Kaylee's pass, as Leclampi occupied the more advantageous inside position, effectively positioning himself between Kamala and the ball. However, he had not completely succeeded in his defensive effort. Kamala relentlessly pressed and disrupted him, making it difficult for Leclampi to maintain control over the ball. In their race, he found himself unable to halt the ball's momentum. Should their entanglement persist, he risked being dispossessed by Kamala within the penalty area, a perilous situation indeed. Thus, he opted for a desperate clearance. Yet, he did not wish to concede a corner kick to the Madrid Pirates immediately after the restart, and with Kamala hot on his heels. His only viable option was to direct the ball towards the center where his teammates awaited. Leclampi, contemplating this, kept one hand on Kamala while extending his left foot to poke the ball towards the middle. However, he soon regretted this decision. Realizing he had made a grave error, defenders should never clear the ball towards the center. To confirm his apprehension, he spotted a figure emerging in the trajectory of the rolling ball. It was Hulai. Leclampi cleared the ball, and in a swift motion, he exclaimed, "Look at this play." Hifeng raised his voice, while Yin Kong beside him fell silent, too anxious to speak. Everyone watched as Hulai dashed towards the ball, skillfully tapping it with the tip of his left foot without stopping it. The ball sailed towards the far corner of the net. Goalkeeper Durich was caught off guard. Failing to react in time, he merely shifted his weight slightly, watching helplessly as the ball entered his net for the 4th time. Goal. Hulai. Oh, Hulai. Ha. What a goal. Absolutely stunning. A quadruple strike. Hifeng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yin Kong joined in the celebration, noting, crucially, this occurred less than a minute after he completed his hat trick, right? No. If we exclude the celebration time, it might not even be half a minute. Hulai has scored again. A quadruple strike. This is his first quadruple in the Pirates' colors. Wow. Hulai's form today is simply extraordinary. In truth, this was not merely Hulai's first quadruple with the Madrid Pirates, but also his inaugural quadruple on European soil. Although Hulai has frequently scored twice in a match and has often achieved hat tricks, a quadruple is indeed a rare feat for him, including today's performance. He has accomplished this remarkable achievement only 3 times in his entire career. The first instance occurred while he was playing for Shining Stars, where he netted 4 goals against the formidable de Shunjin Arrow, directly leading to Wang Xinka's dismissal from coaching. The second time he achieved a quadruple was during the last season's World Cup qualifying round, where he scored 4 goals in a resounding 15-0 victory against Mengming Gala at home. Today marks his third such occurrence. Just a minute ago, when Hu Lai completed his hat trick, the crowd erupted in fervor, believing it to be a testament to his outstanding form. Little did they expect he would surpass even that with a quadruple. Hu Lai's performance today is nothing short of extraordinary. In light of such brilliance, I find myself at a loss for words. Ladies and gentlemen, all languages seem inadequate before Hu Lai's divine display. Let us once again quietly appreciate his fourth goal. Ifong, filled with admiration for Hu Lai, and La Liga commentator Sanchez, who is less poetic, enthusiastically elaborates on the brilliance of Hu Lai's goal. The Pirates, seizing the moment as the navigator kicked off, aggressively pressed forward, ultimately forcing a defensive error from Lachlan Pei. Hu's shot was truly a stroke of genius. He did not pause to control the ball or adjust his position. Rather, he seized the moment in motion, executing a magnificent strike. This is precisely why Hu was able to score 36 goals last season, earning him the La Liga Golden Boot, and why he netted 16 goals to become the top scorer in the Champions League. Such extraordinary shooting ability is unparalleled. Han Shuyu, who inadvertently captured the entire sequence of the Madrid Pirates goal on camera, did not express herself as poetically as Ifong, nor as loquaciously as Sanchez. She simply gazed at the pitch, maintaining her recording stance, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh." The astonishment was not limited to Han Shuyu. It also gripped Coach Parati on the sidelines. Upon witnessing Hu Lai's fourth goal, he did not immediately celebrate, but stood there, dumbfounded, hand on his forehead. "My God, what have I just seen?" Seeing this live scene, Xiaolon scoffed. How impressive. What would happen if he saw a quintuplet? Hu Li Xian quipped. Perhaps he would draw a cross on his chest? Xiaolon paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, relishing the thought of such a moment. Indeed, she is enjoying herself now. Previously, when Mei Li was scoring consecutively, her fans online were quite boisterous, let alone the fact that in the domestic scene, there exists a substantial following for Mei Li. However, the domestic fans did not directly target Hu Lai. Their exuberant cheers for Mei Li were simply overwhelming, much to Xiaolan's annoyance. As a devoted fan of Hu Lai, Xiaolan is beyond reasoning. Her displeasure is indisputable, and she remains unconcerned with its justification. Is it not entirely natural for fans of Mei Li to cheer for her remarkable performance? Does it infringe upon her in any way? Yet, upon witnessing such displays, Xiaolan perceives them as deliberate provocations, akin to a slap in the face. How could she possibly endure this? Ever since Mei Li eliminated her son from the Champions League, she has cast her as the villain. Although Mei Li played fewer matches at the start of this season, she has since risen to surpass her son on the scoring charts, claiming the top position, much to Xiaolan's chagrin. However, fortune has smiled upon her son, who has managed to reclaim the lead in just one match. Though the game is not yet over, Xiaolan's thoughts are already drifting away from the match. She is eager to check online for the public's evaluations of Hu Lai's performance, particularly the precise comments from her son's supporters directed at Mei Li's fans. Despite the late hour, Xiaolan feels neither fatigue nor drowsiness, for she revels in double the joy. Chapter 315, a challenge to Mei Li's fans. To those who once lauded Mei Li, does your face not ache now? Have you not yet grasped the fundamental principle of provoking Hu Lai? Why choose to antagonize him of all people? Do you not understand the value of discretion? If not for your raucous antics, I wager Hu Lai might not have scored 4 goals in this match. Thus, I extend my thanks to the critics. Haha. Indeed. While Hu Lai has amassed a significant number of goals, achieving a quadruple is a rarity. His success in this instance is a testament to his exceptional form. May this remarkable feat signify a resurgence in his prowess. When facing the navigators, he truly shines. It seems Hu Lai has firmly established himself among the navigators' legends. My only regret is that this match took place on the Pirates' home turf. Had it been at the Navigators Stadium, I would have relished witnessing the expressions of their fans. Anticipation for round 25, where the Navigators host the Pirates, is already bubbling within me. What a homecoming for the legends. Haha. Following the match between the Madrid Pirates and the Sevilla Navigators, the online realm in China buzzed with fervor despite the late hour. Enthusiastic fans, unable to sleep, engaged in animated discussions online, contributing to various topics. Xiaolan was among them, opting not to return to bed, instead settling on the sofa, her phone in hand. eagerly refreshing her Weibo and the goal website with a beaming smile. Hu Lisin, accustomed to this routine, refrained from inquiring about her sleep, aware that it was Sunday, a day free from work. She could sleep whenever she wished and rise at her leisure. Unlike his wife, who remained on the sofa engrossed in her phone. He stood up and departed. His wife curiously asked, "What are you doing? Can you still sleep?" "I'm going to adjust the team's training schedule." With that, Hu Lisin entered his study, turned on the light, and seated himself at the desk. As he opened his computer and deftly typed with 2 fingers, he refined the training regimen he had devised for the elementary school soccer team. For him, watching matches was not merely a pastime with his wife. It was also a means of self-education. Having diligently observed numerous games featuring his son, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge about the advanced aspects of European football, which he sought to integrate with his practical experience. His ambition was to introduce the young players to progressive football philosophies and training methodologies. In his perspective, it was indeed fortunate for Chinese football to possess talents like Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan, and Luo Kai, who represent a golden generation. However, to rely on the capriciousness of fate for the advancement of a nation's football would be utterly irresponsible. After this golden generation, if the youth training infrastructure fails to progress and no new talents emerge to succeed them, it is entirely plausible that the sport could plunge not merely into a Bronze Age, but directly into a dark era. Numerous European football clubs have demonstrated this reality. Some teams have achieved remarkable success due to an unexpected influx of talented youth players. Yet, once these players age and depart, if the club's youth system cannot cultivate comparable talents, they are left with no choice but to seek mercenaries in the transfer market. There exists an intrinsic distinction between players nurtured within the club and those acquired through financial means. Reproducing past glories is far from a simple endeavor. On a national scale, the continuity of talent development is of paramount importance. While football clubs can still spend money to acquire players, how does a national team procure talent? As a primary school football coach, Hu Lisin embodies the grassroots of Chinese football. He understands that for Chinese football to secure a brighter future, it must begin at the grassroots level, focusing on the youth. Now, due to his identity as Hu Lai's father, an increasing number of parents seek him out to train their children. Some have even chosen to enroll their children in this primary school solely because he is the football coach there. Hu Lisin feels an immense pressure. If he fails to educate these children well, he would betray their expectations and potentially cast a negative shadow over Chinese football. He strives to rectify the mistakes he has made over the past decade. Even if he can contribute just one player to Chinese football, it would be a form of redemption for him. The most anticipated match of this round of the league featured the Madrid Pirates hosting the Sevilla Navigators. Ultimately, thanks to Hu's remarkable 4-goal performance, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over the Sevilla Navigators with a score of 4-0. Prior to this match, Hu trailed the league's top scorer by 3 goals, but this game propelled him past Melli in the race for the league's best scorer, intensifying the competition from the outset. When Kabanka saw this news, he couldn't help but chuckle. His girlfriend, who was dining with him, curiously inquired, "What are you looking at? You seem so happy." "Oh, it's nothing. Just that Hu scored 4 goals, Kabanka explained. His girlfriend, intrigued, pressed further, "Who scored 4 goals? Why are you so pleased? Didn't you say he was your rival?" Confronted with his girlfriend's bewilderment, Cabin K calmly explained, "Who is my rival in the championship? Yet he is not my contender for the top scorer title. I am not a forward, and scoring goals is not my primary objective. Thus, I remain indifferent to how many goals Hu scores." However, Melli aspires to compete with Hu for the Golden Boot, so he surely does not wish to see this news. At this, he chuckled once more, prompting his girlfriend to comprehend. "You find joy in Melli's misfortune, don't you?" Cabin K did not conceal his smile. "Indeed, it pleases me to see that proud Argentine lad disgruntled, even if his discontent is not of my making." As a midfielder, Cabin K does not pursue the honor of the Golden Boot. His focus lies on the team's success. As long as Catalonia can secure the league title or the Champions League this season, he considers himself successful, regardless of being ranked outside the top 10 in the scoring chart. Yet, there lies another significant reason Cabin K withheld. After facing Hu Lai in the Premier League, he recognized that if the comparison were based solely on goals, he would undoubtedly lose to this Chinese player. Why torment oneself with a certainty of defeat? He would have to be quite irrational to do so. Such cheers echoed 4 times in the Pirate Park Stadium during the match. 4 goals in a single game. The formidable Hu who had instilled fear in all opponents last season, had returned. In the same round of league matches, the Madrid Kings triumphed over Royal Cartagena with a score of 2-0, achieving their fourth consecutive league victory. However, Melli did not score in this round, bringing an end to his streak of consecutive goals. Since the match between the Pirates and the Sevilla Navigators concluded earlier, no one found it alarming that he had not scored. Melli had netted goals in 3 consecutive league matches and 1 Champions League group match, given his current form. What was 1 game without a goal? His tally was still double that of Hulai. Even Melli did not feel disheartened or displeased about his failure to score. After the match, he celebrated his team's victory, feeling quite elated. However, mere hours later, he learned that his advantage in the scoring chart had evaporated. A 3-goal lead had been obliterated by Hulai in a single match, leaving him trailing by 1. He sought out the match highlights to ascertain how Hulai had managed to score 4 goals. After watching, he stared blankly at his phone screen. As a high-caliber player, Melli could discern nuances from the highlights that mere spectators might miss. It appeared that Hulai's quadruple was somewhat fortuitous, particularly the 4th goal. Although commentator Sanchez lavished praise on Hulai's shooting technique, Melli would wager that if Hulai were to recreate that scenario, he might not find the net again. Yet, this was inconsequential. Melli understood why Hulai could score 4 goals in the match. The Madrid Pirates seemed to have gradually adapted since the initial acclimatization period of the season. The entire team exhibited a markedly different form and tactical approach in this match compared to the beginning of the season. Vukovic was particularly dynamic, invigorating the midfield of the Madrid Pirates while also energizing Kyrie. Consequently, Kyrie delivered 2 assists in this encounter. Should the Madrid Pirates maintain such form, they could not only vie for the Golden Boot, but also emerge as formidable contenders against Merli and the Madrid Kings in the pursuit of the league championship. Reflecting on this, Merli felt a surge of frustration for failing to score in the match where they triumphed 2-0 against Royal Carthage. Had he netted a goal, he would now share the top spot in the scoring charts with Hulai, and given his lesser playing time, he would even surpass Hulai. However, he must now await the next match to rectify this. The upcoming game is a Champions League fixture, where the Madrid Kings will face the weakest team in their group, the Bulgarian side Razgrad, while the Madrid Pirates will host their strongest rival in the group, the Torino Bulls. This is promising news for Merli, as scoring against Razgrad is undoubtedly less challenging than against Torino. Merli's competition with Hulai this season is all-encompassing, encompassing not only team honors but also personal accolades, extending beyond just the league's Golden Boot to include the Champions League's Golden Boot. He is determined to contend for every accolade that he can share with Hulai. Recently awarded the European Golden Ball, Merli is brimming with confidence as he finds himself in the prime of his career. He feels the need to demonstrate to the world that he, Merli Banega, is indeed the vanguard of the new generation of football talent. Appendix 2028 to 2029 Champions League Groups. Group A, Madrid Pirates, Spain, Torino Bulls, Italy, Piraeus, Greece, Libersburg, Sweden. Group B, Madrid Kings, Spain, Amsterdam Athletic, Netherlands, Bosun, Switzerland, Razgrad, Bulgaria. Group C, Manchester Athletic, England, Ruhr-Rhein, Germany, Monaco City, France, Mehedi, Turkey. Group D, Alvara, Portugal, Tramed, England, Weisdorf, Germany, Brussels FC, Belgium. Group E, Blue-White Munich, Germany, Stan Park Rangers, England, Vesuvius, Italy, Apollo Athletic, Cyprus. Group F, Insubra, Italy, Catalonia Union, Spain, Westphalia, Germany, Aerobica Sports, Italy. Group G, Porto Union, Portugal, Biscay Athletic, Spain, St. Petersburg Metallurgy, Russia, Mahib Fortress FC, Slovenia. Group H, Paris Ager, France, Portuguese, Portugal, North London Rangers, England, Berezina FC, Belarus. Note: Porto Union qualifies as a seeded team in this season's Champions League group stage by virtue of last season's Europa League Championship. Mobile version updates at the fastest URL. Chapter 316, Torino Bulls. Vukovic advances with the ball. A long pass with the outside of his foot. What a play. Who? Goal. Carries diagonal pass, finds who. A direct shot, what a beauty. Who? Goal. The Madrid Pirates have earned a free kick in the attacking zone, surely to be taken by their set-piece specialist, Tonini. The distance and position of this kick are perfectly suited to Tonini's free kick prowess. Wouldn't you agree, Carrie? Who? Oh, splendid. A stunning turn and volley. The ball is in. The match resumes, but it seems the Sevilla Navigators have yet to recover from the shock of conceding a goal. Carey intercepts the ball from Becker. A through ball. Lachlan makes the clearance. The fourth goal. Absolutely unbelievable. Who has scored his fourth goal of the match? The Madrid Pirates lead Sevilla Navigators 4 o'clock. The outcome of this match is no longer in doubt. Albertaghi finished watching the highlight reel of Hulai's shots and goals, meticulously edited by the goalkeeping coach for him to study at home. The aim is to familiarize himself with Hulai's shooting habits and technical traits, thereby enabling targeted defensive strategies during the match. After all, it has been nearly 2 years since their last encounter. Both of them have transformed since then. Albertaghi is no longer the naive child clinging to his iceberg persona, and Hulai has matured into the UEFA Champions League Golden Boot winner and $1 million player. When handing the video over to Albertaghi, the Torino Bulls goalkeeping coach cautioned him that Hulai's impressive form can be discerned from these 4 goals. He may be experiencing a rise in his performance level. Thus, Albertaghi's task in this match will be quite demanding. However, Albertaghi does not feel the pressure because he yearns for the challenge against Hulai. While his goalkeeping coach might consider facing a high-performing Hulai at this moment a disadvantage, Albertaghi eagerly anticipates it, as he wishes to demonstrate an equally stellar form to Hulai. The Serie A season has seen Torino Bulls play 5 matches, winning all 5, accumulating 15 points and ranking first. In these 5 matches, Torino Bulls have scored 7 goals and conceded only 1, a performance that justifies their self-assessment of being in excellent form. The upcoming match against the Madrid Pirates represents a tough contest for both Albertaghi and the Torino Bulls. However, prior to the match between the Pirates and the Navigators, the players of Torino Bulls might not have perceived it this way. After all, at that time, the Madrid Pirates seemed like easy prey, struggling even against teams ranked in the lower half of La Liga, let alone the Torino Bulls, who were the Serie A runners-up last season. Now, circumstances have shifted slightly. Following the match between the Pirates and the Navigators, Torino Bulls coach Matteo Zaccaroni convened a meeting, during which he showcased the highlights of the Madrid Pirates' 4-0 victory over the Navigators. It is imperative to convey that this team has undergone a remarkable transformation. One must no longer perceive them through the lens of their past performances prior to this match, lest they suffer significant setbacks. He meticulously elucidated numerous aspects to the players, such as the pivotal role of Vukovic within the Madrid Pirates and the potential threats posed by Kyri's sudden resurgence to the team's defensive line. He provided an analysis of various players, yet spoke sparingly of Hulai, for there was little more to say. The attributes he previously attributed to every Pirates player ultimately converge upon Hulai, suggesting that if every member of the Madrid Pirates excels in their respective roles, Hulai will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable threat. However, should the players of Torino Bulls manage to contain the overall performance of the Madrid Pirates on the field, the potential threat posed by Hulai would diminish significantly, certainly not resembling the havoc wreaked against the Sevilla Navigators, where he struck with impeccable precision. Yet, such matters pertain to his teammates. Albertazzi's task is straightforward: to thwart any shot on goal, whether from Hulai, Kyri, Kamara, Vukovic, or Tonini. Every attempt must be repelled. He has relinquished his fixation on maintaining an icy persona, yet this does not imply indifference towards the humiliation of being outshone by Hulai. On the contrary, he harbors a lingering resentment, viewing it as a pivotal event that could influence his future endeavors. This grievance must be avenged. He cannot simply dismiss it as if it never transpired. No longer embodying the image of an iceberg or a volcano, he still detests conceding goals, particularly those scored by Hulai. Hulai shoots. Amidst Hefeng's exclamations, Hulai seized an opportunity within the penalty area. However, under the close scrutiny of Torino's defender Petrinazzuri, his shot lacked power and was effortlessly gathered by goalkeeper Albertazzi. Alas, what a pity. Hefeng sighed heavily. Yen Kong remarked from the side, Nazari is a world-class defender. Scoring against him is indeed a formidable challenge. Currently, Petrinazzuri serves as the second captain of Torino Bulls, with the first captain being Selous Caesar. Nazari is renowned globally as a top-tier defender, having consistently been regarded as the best in his position throughout his career. From a young age, he was celebrated as a prodigious talent, immediately attracting the world's attention. Although Danny Drew is also referred to as a genius defender today, he falls short when compared to the Nazari of yesteryear. It could even be posited that Drew's lifelong ambition is to emulate Nazari's illustrious legacy. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, Nazari may not appear particularly robust, yet he adeptly combines strength with agility, embodying both physical prowess and technical skill. With rich experience, outstanding awareness, and exceptional physical attributes, the 32-year-old is undoubtedly at the zenith of his professional career. He and the captain of the Paraguay national team, Paulo Arce, form a formidable central defensive partnership, regarded as one of the finest in Serie A and, indeed, in European football. Although Arce's age has begun to affect his stability, the defense of Torino still commands respect. Thus far this season, they have conceded only a single goal, a feat not solely attributable to Albertazzi, who posed no threat to Albertazzi, glanced back at his defender, Nazari. This marked his inaugural encounter with Torino, as well as his first duel with Nazari. Previously, he had faced Arce, Nazari's central defensive partner, during the World Cup qualifying playoffs nearly 3 years ago, where Arce had given Hulai considerable trouble. Now, Nazari struck Hulai as a significantly enhanced version of Arce, indeed more challenging to contend with. However, Hulai remained unfazed, for he was no longer the player he had been 3 years prior. He withdrew his gaze and exited the penalty area, preparing for the next offensive maneuver. Albertazzi had risen from the ground and thrown the ball back into play, initiating an attack for Torino. The ball swiftly found its way to the feet of the returning Caesar. This was, in fact, Hulai's first encounter with Caesar, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Upon his arrival in this world, he realized that the football landscape had dramatically shifted. It was during casual conversations among classmates about Caesar's spectacular goals that he grasped the extent of these changes. The familiar names of Messi and Ronaldo were absent, replaced by the so-called four heavenly kings, among whom the most prominent was a figure sharing the name of the historical Caesar, a superstar of Italian football and a key player for Torino. It was then that he first heard Caesar's name, a recollection now reaching back 9 years. Over these 9 years, countless events had transpired, transforming him from an awkward high school student into a professional player capable of challenging Caesar on the grand stage of the Champions League. The name once only spoken among classmates had now become that of a tangible adversary. After receiving the ball, Caesar passed it to his teammate and then turned to sprint forward, pushing Torino's attack. However, when the ball was returned to Caesar's feet, he miscontrolled it, allowing it to roll to the feet of Danny Drew. Drew swiftly redirected the ball. Caesar, frustrated, clapped his hands in dismay at his earlier misstep. There was no choice but to retreat, pivot, press forward, and then return to assist, a sequence of continuous sprints that indeed drained one's energy. As the most critical moment approached, his stamina faltered slightly, preventing him from reaching the desired position. He could only stretch to intercept the ball, ultimately deflecting it to the opposing defender's feet. 9 years have passed since Hulai's transcendence, during which the 27-year-old Caesar was ascending to the zenith of his professional career, dominating the field with unassailable prowess. Following a goal, his iconic celebration of raising his jersey collar laid bare his fervor and pride. Now, at the age of 36, he undoubtedly finds himself transitioning into the twilight of his professional journey, at times even halting the team's attacks during counterplays. Despite still holding a primary position at Torino FC, such an accomplishment speaks volumes about his personal capabilities. However, it simultaneously highlights certain predicaments faced by Torino FC. Relying on a 36-year-old veteran to spearhead the team's advancement is a precarious strategy. Although they currently lead the league this season, they have only netted 7 goals, a figure that cannot be deemed substantial. Their position atop the standings is largely attributable to their exceptional defensive efforts. Presently, Torino FC's defense is being put to the test against the formidable attacking lineup of Madrid Pirates. In the 217th chapter, the clash of the two teams unfolds. Maxi Kiri receives the ball at the edge of the penalty area, confronting Alsai's defense. His feint proves ineffective. At 36, Alsai possesses unparalleled experience. Though his physical capabilities have waned since his prime, as a defensive player, he relies on a well-honed defensive system, rendering him less dependent on raw athleticism to execute his duties. For instance, at this moment, as long as he maintains his position and avoids being easily deceived by Kiri, he can thwart Kiri's advances. Kiri, of course, could attempt to utilize his individual skills to force a breakthrough, yet with Torino FC's tight defensive formation, space to exhibit his finesse within the penalty area is scant. It is likely that even if he barely evades Alsai, he would be met by Nazari, who would swiftly clear the ball. Recognizing the unfavorable opportunity, Kiri refrains from a reckless attempt and opts to pass the ball back to reorganize the offense. The recipient of his pass is Vukovic. The previous match against Sevilla Mariners allowed the entire team to gradually adapt to the current style of play, progressively embracing Vukovic's role in orchestrating the team's offensive and defensive tempo from the midfield. Even someone as proud as Kiri harbors no objections. Now receiving Kiri's pass, Vukovic does not pause but directly shifts the ball to the right flank, finding its way to Kamara's feet. Torino FC has fortified the central area with heavy defenses, creating layers of obstruction. Comparatively, the flanks offer more space and opportunity. Although in the first round of the Champions League group stage, Madrid Pirates were held to a draw by the relatively weaker Piraeus, while Torino FC triumphed over Libersburg, placing them first in the group standings. Their visit to Madrid Pirates' home ground positions them at a relative disadvantage. Their tactics are pragmatic, focusing on defense and counterattacks, leveraging their formidable defensive prowess to repeatedly thwart the offensive efforts of Madrid Pirates. As the Pirates relentlessly besieged their opponents at home, their impatience grew, providing a ripe opportunity for a counterattack. Kamala, utilizing his remarkable speed along the flank, forcefully broke through to the byline and delivered a cross. Kiri, Vukovic, and Hulai launched themselves in unison within the penalty area, vying for the header. Among them, Hulai was the shortest, yet Nazeri shadowed him closely, evidently perceiving Hulai as the greatest threat. Indeed, Hulai reached the designated spot. However, Nazeri was right beside him, thwarting any chance for a header. The two leaped together, contesting for the ball, but ultimately, Nazeri managed to clear it with a header. The ball fell outside the penalty area, where the Madrid Pirates regained control. Toniani, shifting from the wing to the center, met the ball with a powerful strike without taking a touch. He executed a high-quality shot, sending the ball hurtling towards the far post. At the goal, Albertazzi, almost in tandem with the shot, leaped towards his left side. The ball arrived. His hand met it. Albertazzi skillfully deflected the ball with one hand. Oh, what a spectacle! Toniani's shot was exquisite, and Albertazzi's save was equally splendid. Since the commencement of this season, Albertazzi has indeed been in remarkable form, having conceded only one goal thus far. Rising from the ground after his brilliant save, Albertazzi did not celebrate his accomplishment, but instead shouted to his teammates, "Do not allow them to shoot freely outside the penalty area." As a goalkeeper, he has matured significantly compared to his earlier days of embodying an icy persona. 55 minutes had elapsed in the match, and the score remained unchanged. In terms of gameplay, the Madrid Pirates held the upper hand, boasting more offensive maneuvers. Yet, in terms of results, the Torino Bulls matched them evenly. To this point in the match, Albertazzi had executed 6 saves, proving to be a crucial factor in maintaining the draw, as noted by commentator Hifon while addressing the viewers at home. Following this latest save, the broadcast displayed Albertazzi's impressive tally of 6 saves in the match, an outstanding performance indeed. Some goalkeepers may not achieve 6 saves in an entire match. Of course, the fact that Albertazzi was able to make so many saves underscores Torino's overall disadvantage. Otherwise, the Pirates would not have had so many shooting opportunities. Currently, the Torino Bulls sit atop the Serie A standings, appearing to be a colossal force within the league, yet this giant seems somewhat hollow. Their strength lies in defense rather than offense. Defense is inherently reactive. If the attack falters and one relies solely on defense, it may suffice in Serie A. But it becomes exceedingly challenging in the Champions League, where formidable opponents abound. In the first round of the group stage of the Champions League, against the weakest team in the group, Libersburg, they could only manage a narrow victory at home. This clearly illustrates the frailty of their attacking prowess. Over the past few years, the Torino Bulls have become overly reliant on Caesar in their offensive strategies, resulting in a long-standing complacency in both tactics and player psychology. Once Caesar's form declines, their offensive strategy encounters significant challenges. This issue had already begun to manifest in the previous season. The Torino Bulls were ultimately eliminated from the Champions League due to Caesar's injury. He played injured in the semi-finals and was not in optimal condition. Consequently, they lost to the Stan Park Rangers, who dragged the match into a penalty shootout, resulting in defeat. The same pattern unfolded in the league. The impact of Caesar's injury led them to relinquish the top position they had held for much of the season during the final stages, ultimately succumbing to Insubra in the championship race, allowing the illustrious team from Milan to reclaim the league title. Otherwise, They would not have been grouped with the La Liga champions, Madrid Pirates, in this season's Champions League group stage. Over the past 2 years, the Torino Bulls and the Madrid teams have been pitted against each other, last season, as Serie A champions. They found themselves in the same group as the La Liga runners-up, Madrid Kings. This season, having finished as runners-up, they were once again grouped with the La Liga champions, Madrid Pirates, a curious twist of fate indeed. As the corner kick from the Madrid Pirates was taken, Danny Drew seized the opportunity, directing the ball towards the goal with a header. Albertazzi executed another remarkable save, blocking Drew's attempt. However, due to the cunning nature of Drew's header, Albertazzi's efforts were somewhat strained. Merely managing to deflect the ball was already commendable, as he lacked the capacity to push it beyond the goal line or away from the danger zone. Thus, the ball remained perilously in front of the goal. Chaos reigned in front of the Torino Bulls net. Pulai managed to get a foot on it, poking the ball towards the goal. The stands of Pirate Park erupted with eager cheers. Yet, the ball was kicked out by Nazeri right on the goal line. Oh dear, was that a goal or not? Hifong felt a mix of regret and confusion. The television broadcast swiftly clarified the situation. Goal line technology confirmed that Nazeri's clearance was impeccably timed, preventing the ball from even crossing the line, as he had cleared it just in front of it. No goal. Albertazzi, feeling a sense of relief, patted Nazeri on the shoulder, grateful for his timely intervention. Nazeri reciprocated the gratitude, acknowledging Albertazzi's earlier save. Had it not been for that moment, Drew might have scored directly, and Hulai would not have had the opportunity for a follow-up. Given the relentless offensive pressure from the Madrid Pirates, the Torino Bulls decided to forego counterattacks, severely underutilizing their attacking force. They concentrated their efforts on defense, fearing that an offensive foray could allow the Madrid Pirates to capitalize on a counterattack. After all, both flanks of the Madrid Pirates possess counterattacking prowess, particularly the right winger Kamara, who joined the team this season. His speed, skill, and individual combat ability are formidable. Torino Bulls coach Zaccaroni remained vigilant, with the Torino Bulls heavily fortified near their penalty area and significantly outnumbered in midfield. Maxi Carey withdrew from the penalty area to support Vukovic. Vukovic then passed the ball to him. With his back to the attacking direction, Kyrie deftly flicked the football behind him with his heel while simultaneously turning, leaving the approaching Torino midfielder, Thomas Clamarini, in his wake. Clamarini, intending to intercept the ball, stretched out his foot but connected with nothing, merely managing to slightly impede Kyrie's advance. However, Torino certainly did not expect that Clamarini alone could thwart Kyrie's possession. Just as Kyrie pivoted to pursue the ball, a second Torino player, their other midfielder, Christian Mosquera, surged forward, poised to intercept. Yet, as he extended his foot, Kyrie gently nudged the ball aside with the outside of his right foot, allowing it to slip through Mosquera's legs. Kyrie swiftly maneuvered past the overcommit Mosquera. Catching up to the ball he had redirected, he raised his right leg, feigning a shot, prompting the center back, Alsai, to rush in to block his long-range effort. But Kyrie, having drawn Alsai forward, allowed his right leg to descend lightly, pushing the ball diagonally to Hulai. Simultaneously, Kamara made a diagonal run from the flank, cutting into the space behind Torino's defensive line. This hesitation from center-back Nazeri was palpable. It was clear that Kamara aimed for the gap behind him. If he pressed forward, Kamara would receive Hulai's pass without being offside. Seizing the moment of Nazeri's indecision, Hulai found an opportunity to shoot, unleashing a strike without stopping the ball. The football soared toward Torino's goal. Albertazzi leapt into the air, attempting to save it, but failed to make contact. As he watched the ball whiz past his hands, his heart seemed to momentarily stop. Good heavens, I'm about to be scored on by Hulai. Yet, he soon witnessed the ball crash violently against the post. Hulai's long-range shot. Oh no, the post. The ball struck the upright. Such misfortune. The cheers in Pirate Park Stadium instantly transformed into sighs of regret. Amidst the collective exhale of disappointment, Hulai clasped his head in his hands, visibly dismayed. Albertazzi fell to the ground, quickly rolling over before regaining his footing. Despite the calm demeanor on his face, his heart raced uncontrollably. He was genuinely startled by the power and precision of Hulai's sudden strike. A shot taken without stopping the ball, so unexpected, and yet so nearly resulted in a goal from that young man. Following the initial sighs, the Madrid Pirates fans erupted into enthusiastic applause for the team's offensive effort. Amidst the thunderous applause, Hulai turned to Kyrie, who had provided him the pass. and gave him a nod of appreciation. Before this match, some had perceived it as a duel between Hulai and Albertazzi. However, as the game commenced, they recognized it as a contest against the defensive framework of Torino, led by Nazeri and Albertazzi. However, they were all mistaken. This was a clash between the offensive lineup of the Madrid Pirates, represented by Hulai, and the defensive system of the Torino Bulls, exemplified by Nazeri and Albertazzi. Chapter 218. System against system. Albertazzi leapt into the air, his gaze instinctively locking onto the ball, a reflex honed from years of training. He watched as the ball soared towards him, and then, in a fleeting moment, he saw it pass just beyond his fingertips before it collided with the goalpost, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Even amidst the uproar of the stadium, that sound rang clear, as if the ball had struck not the post, but his very heart. The frame of the goal trembled incessantly, mirroring the rapid thumping of Albertazzi's heart, which raced faster than usual. This was not the first time he had been bypassed in defense during a match, only to see the ball strike the post. Yet, the sensation of anxiety was a rare occurrence for him. He despised conceding goals, especially those scored by Hulai. Yet, there was an undeniable truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. He feared being scored upon, particularly by Hulai. Thus, his heart raced as if conceding a goal to Hulai would evoke memories of that fateful match in the previous season's Europa League. On the surface, he appeared to have moved on from that game, dismissing the notion of a cold persona. However, deep within, he had never truly let go of that moment. After all, it was the first time he had witnessed an opponent score a hat-trick against him in an official match. Such humiliation was not easily forgotten. If he could effortlessly disregard that defeat, he would not be Mauro Albertazzi. Hulai took a long-range shot. Alas, what a pity. The post. Seizing a moment in the game, the broadcaster replayed the stunning moment of Hulai's shot hitting the post. Countless Hulai fans sighed in disappointment, lamenting how splendid it would have been had the shot found the net. It was important to remember that Hulai was up against the defensively renowned Torino Bulls. With Nazeri marking him closely, scoring opportunities were already scarce, and to have come so close, only to strike the post, what a calamity. Who knew when he would have another chance, or whether he would even get another opportunity at all? Sighing in unison with the commentator, Cialon, seated in front of the television, felt the weight of the moment. Hearing her sigh, Hulisin comforted her, saying, "Do not dwell on it. This surely will not be our son's last scoring opportunity." Yet, besides Albertazzi, there was also Nazeri. Wasn't Nazeri considered one of the world's top central defenders? Oh, if it came to a one-on-one duel, he would indeed find himself outmatched by Nazeri. However, football is not akin to fencing, a sport of singular confrontations. It is a team endeavor. He was competing within a system, part of a collective against the opponent. Hulisin elucidated to his wife. Take the previous shot as an example. Why did he have the opportunity to take a shot? First, Kyrie had drawn Albertazzi away, and secondly, Kamara's sudden diagonal run had captured Nazeri's attention, preventing him from pressing forward too aggressively. It was this dynamic that afforded their son the chance to shoot. Had it been the former him, Nazeri would undoubtedly have lunged at him, fully aware that our son would not pass. On one hand, it is due to his unfamiliarity with passing, and on the other, his incapacity to do so. After joining the Pirates, where the emphasis is on cohesive ball control, he has significantly improved his passing abilities. Now, he possesses the capability to deliver incisive passes to his teammates, as the coach's tactics demand. When Nazeri faces our son drawing defenders out of the box, he must contemplate a greater array of possibilities. Hulisin elaborated in great detail, ensuring that Cialon could comprehend. Over the years of watching matches with his wife, Hulisin's mindset has gradually transformed. From initially being unwilling to explain why Hulai scores so easily, he has now taken to meticulously analyzing and explaining to his wife. This shift in attitude occurred after he became the head coach of the elementary school team. He realized that if he could elucidate football concepts to his wife, who is somewhat football blind, he could better impart his understanding of the game to his young players. Thus, he considers watching games with his wife and clarifying her doubts as a form of practical application. After listening, Cialon retorted, "So, Nazeri cannot possibly shadow our son indefinitely. He will inevitably reveal vulnerabilities?" Upon hearing her words, Hulisin recognized that she understood him and nodded, affirming, "Indeed. As long as our son remains within the tactical framework of the Pirates, opportunities will arise. The Pirates seek victory over Torino, and winning does not solely hinge on our son scoring. goals from Kelly and Kamara are equally valid. Torino cannot focus solely on Hulai during their defense. As long as they are distracted by others, he will undoubtedly find openings. In seizing opportunities, he possesses an edge over his teammates. Cielon wore a contemplative expression, no longer sighing, and continued to watch the game intently. The match's dynamics indeed aligned closely with Hulison's analysis. Within a cohesive ball control system, the Pirates players capable of threatening Torino extend far beyond just Hulai. After all, the current Madrid Pirates are not akin to the former Leeds United. In addition to Hulai, Maxi Kelly, Kamara, Vukovic, and Tonini also possess scoring prowess. The overall attacking strength of this team surpasses that of the previous Leeds United. Hulai is the sharpest blade in this ensemble, though not the only one. Torino's defensive strategy must contend not only with Hulai but also with Kelly, Vukovic, Tonini, and Kamara. Even though Nazari is formidable, he cannot remain glued to Hulai. Presently, Hulai is not confined to the box. He frequently ventures out. Nazari cannot be expected to follow Hulai out of the defensive zone, as that would grant other Pirates players advantageous opportunities. Maxi Kelly drops deep to receive the ball, positioning himself even further back than Vukovic. It appears as though he and Vukovic have swapped roles, with him acting as a central midfielder and Vukovic taking up a position as an attacking midfielder. The left back, Ivan Martinez, passes the ball from the flanks into the center, delivering it to Kelly. Due to Kyrie's deep withdrawal, when he received the ball, there were virtually no defenders from Torino Bull nearby. The Torino players had swiftly retreated to their defensive third, establishing a formidable presence around their penalty area, ready for any challenge. Unhindered upon receiving the ball, Kyrie calmly turned and advanced a couple of paces. Just as Clemarini approached to block him, he passed the ball forward to Vukovic, who was positioned at the attacking midfield. As the ball rolled toward Vukovic, Hulai, stationed at the edge of the penalty arc, began his run, preparing to make a forward thrust. Simultaneously, as Vukovic received the pass, he deftly stopped the ball laterally to the center, placing it precisely within the territory of the two Torino center backs. Nazari, who had been tracking Hulai, promptly withdrew his foot and, alongside Alsai, lunged towards the ball. He was unconcerned that this maneuver would allow Hulai to receive it, for Vukovic's touch had been slightly too heavy. By the time Vukovic could make a pass, should Hulai continue his advance, he would undoubtedly find himself in an offside position. This instinctive understanding, cultivated through years of collaboration with Alsai, allowed them to act in concert without the need for discussion. They simultaneously pressured Vukovic's control and passing options, aiming to either intercept the ball or force an error, while also setting up Hulai's offside. Their coordinated effort indeed resulted in Hulai being offside, prompting him to halt his run into the penalty area. Vukovic had intended to pass to Hulai, but by the time he had secured the ball and was ready to deliver, Hulai was already in an offside position. Thus, he lowered his foot, feigning a kick. However, he quickly spotted a new target. Not only he, but Nazari also noticed the rapid advance of Max Kyrie, who had just passed the ball to Vukovic. Consequently, he swiftly altered his approach, foregoing his collaboration with Alsai to pressure Vukovic. Knowing that Clemarini had followed Kyrie back to the penalty arc and could adequately assist in double-teaming Vukovic, his priority now was to mark Kyrie. He intended to track Kyrie into the penalty area. Yet, just as he positioned himself, Vukovic had already sent the ball his way. The latter delicately flicked the ball over with his toes, delivering an over-the-top pass soaring toward Nazari. With no time to retreat, Nazari could only leap awkwardly in place, attempting to head the ball away, but he missed. The ball sailed just above his head. After attempting to head it, Nazari turned to see Max Kyrie poised to receive the ball inside the penalty area. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that Kyrie was receiving the ball with his back to the direction of the attack, and behind him stood a Torino player. The right back Tobias Lovisa, who had returned just in time. Lovisa had been the first to notice Kyrie's run, so before Kyrie could reach the edge of the penalty area, he had already darted in from the flank, anticipating that Kyrie would cut centrally, thus positioning himself advantageously. Indeed, he succeeded in establishing his position, arriving in the penalty area just ahead of Kyrie. It is precisely due to his presence that Kyrie was compelled to decelerate, turning his back towards the attacking direction to receive the ball. Had he not been there, Kyrie could have effortlessly positioned the football directly in front of him, presenting a clear opportunity to confront the goalkeeper one-on-one. One might argue that Lovisa's timely positioning determined the success or failure of the Madrid Pirates' assault. As long as he entrapped Carey, the threat of the Madrid Pirates' offensive would plummet. Nazeri, Alsai, and the retreating Clemerini quickly converged upon Carey, preparing to encircle him. Yet, just when everyone presumed Carey had no escape, he deftly maneuvered and sent the football soaring past. Carey appeared behind Lavisa, as if endowed with the magical ability to pass through walls, skillfully evading Lavisa's close defense. What a spectacle! What transpired? The stands erupted with the cheers of Madrid Pirates fans. Albertazzi, initially stationed in front of the goal, deemed it unnecessary to abandon his post with Lavisa's timely return. Now, he could only hurriedly launch himself toward the football. Simultaneously, Carey stumbled after the ball, refraining from shooting immediately, for Albertazzi had already stretched out his arms, blocking his path. Any attempt to shoot would likely result in the ball colliding with Albertazzi. Thus, Carey lifted his foot merely to feint, yet he could not shake Albertazzi off. The latter remained tenaciously positioned before him. Meanwhile, as Carey faced off against Albertazzi, Alsai, Nazeri, and Lavisa charged in from behind, intent on encircling Carey once more. Just as the encirclement was about to close in, Carey, head bowed, lifted his right foot, seemingly preparing for another shot. After all, he could afford no further delays. Albertazzi, convinced that Carey would indeed shoot, lunged forward, collapsing onto the ground, arms spread wide to maximize his defensive coverage and block any angle of Carey's potential strike. However, he did not anticipate the outcome. As Carey's lifted foot descended, his heel inadvertently nudged the ball toward the diagonal rear of his body. The football sailed through the bewildered trio of Torino defenders, who could only watch in astonishment as it slipped past them, leaving them unable to react. Carey's heel. What a remarkable play! Amidst Sanchez's elongated roar, Hulai emerged at the far post, unaccompanied by any Torino players. The subsequent actions were exceedingly simple for him. He pivoted sideways to face the goal, raised his right leg, and swept the football that Carey had delivered into the net. In the 61st minute, the Madrid Pirates finally broke the deadlock, breaching the Torino goal, marking the second goal conceded by them this season. Chapter 319. The focus when Carey surged into the penalty area and observed that the opposing right-back had already positioned himself ahead of him. He realized that his chances for a direct shot were slim. Nevertheless, he did not concede defeat, opting to pass the football back. After all, such a scenario was hardly a challenge for someone like Max. He swiftly pivoted, turning his back to the defending player while lifting his right foot, poised to receive the ball. Simultaneously, his motion of turning did not cease. As the football descended onto the instep of his right foot, his body continued to rotate, leading him to pivot along with the ball resting on his foot. In the midst of this turn, his right foot gently nudged the ball forward, attempting to slip it through the legs of Lavisa, who had extended his foot in an effort to intercept. Although Lavisa missed the ball, his right leg obstructed it. The ball grazed the side of his right calf, altering its trajectory slightly before ultimately slipping through the gap between his legs. Meanwhile, Carey executed his turn while closely adhering to Lavisa's body. Due to their physical contact, his balance wavered, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly losing his footing. As he noticed the ball rolling to his right side, he hastily halted and redirected his momentum, accelerating towards it. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of three defenders from Torino, who had initially lagged behind, now lunging towards him. Additionally, the timely advance of Albertazzi effectively blocked his shooting angle. Under such circumstances, scoring seemed nearly impossible. However, with Carey's exceptional footwork, if it came to a shot, he could still manage it. Yet, what if someone else held a better position than he did? With the Torino defenders closing in behind him, he pondered who might be lurking in their wake. With this thought in mind, Carey devised a plan. He lifted his foot as if to shoot, completely deceiving Albertazzi, who could no longer recover in time to intercept the ball with his heel, sending it behind him. He knew that Hulai would undoubtedly appear in the open space. In fact, after Vukovic's heavy touch led to his offside position, Hulai had essentially vanished from the radar of the Torino defenders. At that moment, the defenders were either focused on Vukovic, who had possession, or distracted by the accelerating Carey. Even though Hulai was merely 3 to 5 meters away, they were oblivious to his presence. Initially, Hulai made no extravagant moves. He simply stood still, observing Carey's advance into the penalty area before turning to receive the ball. He then witnessed Carey's extraordinary maneuver of deftly navigating through the defender's legs. As thunderous cheers erupted from the stands, he remained unfazed. On the contrary, upon seeing Kyrie truly break through the opponent's defense, Hulai immediately sprang into action, accelerating diagonally towards the far post, evading the attention of everyone on the field. While Nazari, Clamarini, Alsai, and Lovisa were fixated on Kyrie's recent display of skill, Hulai's diagonal run went entirely unnoticed. Moreover, he refrained from vocally signaling for Kyrie to pass, uncertain if Kyrie would even see him after he made his run, given that from Kyrie's position, his view of those behind him was completely obstructed. These considerations eluded Hulai entirely. He understood that, as a forward, whether his teammates passed him the ball was beyond his control. The only thing he could do was position himself where he ought to be. Indeed, even before he could reach his designated spot, he spotted Kyrie expertly flicking the ball with his heel. The sphere deftly navigated through the gaps between the three Torino defenders pursuing Kyrie, landing right at Hulai's feet. Incredible, Kyrie! Hulai mentally applauded, not pausing for a moment as he unleashed a powerful shot. Without a hint of doubt, the ball soared into the empty net. The jubilant cheers resounding above Pirate Park reached a fever pitch, akin to a volcanic eruption. Upon scoring, Hulai pivoted and sprinted toward the far corner flag. Leaping high into the air, executing a perfect 180-degree turn before landing with a flourish. As the ball was passed to Hulai, Sanchez, who had been elongating his vocalizations, finally articulated the name in its entirety. His prodigious lung capacity allowed him to take a brief breath before resuming his elongated shout. It reverberated like an air raid siren, echoing in everyone's ears, hearts, and minds. Kyrie, what a sublime pass. Hulai, the ball is in. Hulai has breached Albertazzi's goal. The deadlock is broken. In front of the television, Cielon raised her arms in triumph. Yes. Haha, it's happened. She then turned to Hulisin and exclaimed, Old Hu, you were absolutely right. Hulisin grinned. Wasn't he that obvious? How could the Torino defense hold if they were merely passive? After the initial adjustments made during the early season, the Madrid Pirates' offensive system finally found its rhythm in the match against the Sevilla Navigators. With Tonini on the left, Kamara on the right, and Vukovic in the center, complemented by the agile and interchanging Kyrie, this attacking ensemble boasted width, central presence, cohesive teamwork, and individual prowess. Ultimately, all these elements converged upon one focal point, his son, Hulai, the sharpest blade. Without this blade, all previous displays, no matter how spectacular, would merely culminate in highlight reels of near misses. With this blade, the collective efforts of everyone would finally yield rewards. Upon landing, Hulai first embraced Vukovic, who had rushed over to celebrate, followed by high-fives with Tonini, and a warm embrace with Kamara. The captain, Ramirez, and left back, Ion, along with all the players of the Madrid Pirates, gradually joined him, celebrating the moment with hugs and high-fives. After concluding the celebrations at the corner flag, Hulai and his teammates sprinted back, and he eagerly approached Curry, lifting his palm with a beaming smile, freezing the moment before him. Curry, aware of his intentions, did not hesitate and raised his hands to meet Hulai's in a high-five. Hey, that was a splendid pass. How did you know I would be there? Hulai inquired after their exchange. I had no idea you'd be there. I merely recognized it as the optimal passing direction, Curry replied succinctly. Impressive. Hulai acknowledged with a thumbs up, and the two jogged back to their half. The stadium resonated with the anthem of the Madrid Pirates, as 80,000 fans united in song, transforming the arena into a gaping chasm that seemed capable of engulfing their opponents, with the fans' voices echoing from the depths. The reverberation was thunderous, rising from the abyss like a storm. Upon witnessing the lost ball, Albertazzi, who had just risen, fell back onto the grass, pounding the ground with frustration. Damn it. How could this happen? He cursed, not expecting that Maxi Curry would opt for a backheel pass in such a scenario. Not only he, but the entire Torino Bull defense was taken by surprise. The three defenders trailing Curry could only exchange bewildered glances. Lovisa spread his hands in confusion, while he understood why Hulai was there. He could not fathom how Curry had anticipated Hulai's presence. Typically, a play of such brilliance is deemed unpreventable, yet the more everyone thought so, the more frustrated Albertazzi became. He didn't even get the chance to confront Hulai directly. After Curry's clever maneuver, Hulai was left with an open goal. How difficult could that have been? I could have scored too. Let us face it one-on-one, Hulai, Albertazzi exclaimed, pounding the ground again before finally rising. Watching Hulai, who had already returned to his teammates, he placed his hands on his hips and sighed heavily towards the sky. Why can't he just go away? He is insufferable. The players of Torino Bull were filled with dismay, while their coach, Zaccaroni, wore a grave expression on the sidelines. For a team known for its robust defense but lackluster offense, conceding the first goal was one of the worst predicaments. Prior to the match, after witnessing the Madrid Pirates' triumph over the Sevilla Navigators, he resolved to adopt a defensive strategy on the road. If the Madrid Pirates grew impatient and revealed a weakness, they would seize the opportunity to counterattack and score, relying on their formidable defense to secure a victory. Conversely, if the Madrid Pirates remained composed, displaying no vulnerabilities, Torino Bull was content to defend vigorously, as even a draw away from home would be a commendable outcome. After all, Torino Bull had won their opening group match, and a draw against the Madrid Pirates would still be considered a positive result. Yet, they failed to maintain their defense. His greatest concern, after meticulously analyzing the Madrid Pirates' recent match, was that the Pirates' midfield and forward combination had come to life entirely, due to the remarkable individual prowess of their ensemble. When they coalesce, their power transcends mere numerical values such as 1-1-1-1-1-5, transforming instead into 1-2-4-8-1-6. Now, the most pressing concern has indeed come to fruition. This offensive formation has materialized. In the 320th chapter of Football Youth, the Madrid Pirates, having taken a one-goal lead, find themselves in a significantly improved situation compared to before. The Torino Bulls can no longer afford to maintain their defensive stance and park the bus, trailing behind. They must launch an offensive. Otherwise, if they continue to play as they had previously, the Madrid Pirates could easily slow the tempo, leisurely wearing down the Bulls until the final whistle, securing victory. Advancing from this group is not a formidable challenge. Both the Torino Bulls and the Madrid Pirates should have no doubt about reaching the round of 16. What they vie for is not merely progression, but the supremacy of leadership. In this contest for dominance, the results of their encounters become paramount. In the event of equal points in the Champions League, the initial criterion for comparison is the head-to-head results, rather than total goal difference or aggregate goals. A defeat at the hands of the Madrid Pirates signifies that the Torino Bulls have forfeited their advantage in the rivalry. Consequently, upon the resumption of play, Torino's coach, Zaccaroni, promptly made adjustments, abandoning the previous defensive strategy in favor of seeking offensive opportunities. The Madrid Pirates welcomed this shift, as the Bulls' advances created more space behind them. While the Pirates currently possess formidable capabilities in positional play, who would refuse an easier path to attack? The ensuing match was a lively back and forth, much to the delight of neutral spectators and the Madrid Pirates supporters. However, the fans of the Torino Bulls were fraught with anxiety. Occasionally, the camera panned to the away supporters. Although they cheered for their team, a failed offensive would swiftly cast a shadow of worry across their faces. Clearly, the Torino Bulls fans understood that engaging in an offensive exchange with the Madrid Pirates was a reluctant necessity, not a guaranteed success. They were acutely aware of their team's circumstances. To them, this represented a desperate and noble counterattack following the loss of a goal. All eyes turned to Cesare, the legendary figure of the Torino Bulls, as fans could only hope that their club's icon would once again don the mantle of heroism, leveling the score as he had so many times before. When Caesar reigned supreme in the football world, Hulai had yet to step onto this grand stage. He had just arrived, having traversed through time, and learned of Caesar's legendary tales through online searches. For instance, prior to taking a free kick, he pointed to the upper left corner of the goal, clearly indicating to the goalkeeper that he intended to place the ball precisely there. The opposing keeper did indeed dive, yet was ultimately unable to prevent the ball from gliding into the net, brushing past the post. This reminiscence left Hulai utterly astounded. He initially believed it to be a fabrication by an online media marketing entity. However, upon witnessing the match footage, his disbelief turned to astonishment. It was indeed authentic. From that moment onward, Hulai recognized that Celu Caesar was the most exceptional athlete on this planet. Although three others shared the title of the four heavenly kings, it was evident that Caesar reigned supreme among them. Now, as Hulai finally had the opportunity to face off against Kyrie, he observed that Caesar had aged considerably. The once magnificent player, hindered by a prior knee injury, had not scored a direct free kick in quite some time. Presently, within the Torino Bull team, He was no longer the designated free kick taker. After over 60 minutes of play, Hulai had yet to witness Caesar's dazzling performance. When Torino decided to counterattack, Caesar ceased his frequent retreats to assist and instead positioned himself at the forefront as a center forward. His teammates would simply launch the ball from the flanks or the back line, attempting to capitalize on his aerial prowess to secure a goal and shift the momentum. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, Caesar possessed the physical attributes to be a center forward, despite his disinclination towards this style of play, stationed at the front, waiting for teammates to deliver high balls into the box. In recent years, with age and injuries accumulating, his most threatening offensive tactic had indeed become that of a heading center forward, as this method required relatively lower skill. Yet, during his prime, Caesar was a versatile warrior, excelling in footwork, exhibiting remarkable speed, capable of dribbling, passing, shooting, and adept in both wing and central positions, demonstrating ambidexterity. As the Torino bull executed a cross from the flank, Caesar leaped high in the center, aiming for a header. Alas, he failed to connect, as the ball was deftly headed away by Danny Drew, who was quicker to the spot. In the battle for position, Caesar could not outmatch Drew. At just 24 years old, Drew showcased his youthful vitality, while the 36-year-old Caesar displayed signs of aging. Although Caesar's extensive experience allowed him to locate the optimal landing spot, he faltered in the physical contest against his opponent. After his unsuccessful header, Caesar landed, turned, and sprinted back into the fray. His attitude on the field was commendable. His professionalism and spirit serve as a model for countless young players. However, football is governed by natural laws, and some challenges cannot be surmounted solely by willpower and determination. Among the 4 Heavenly Kings, Louis Francis and Grayman Delmer have already retired, while Salados announced at the season's outset his intention to retire at its conclusion. Although Selous Caesar has yet to declare when he will hang up his boots, it is abundantly clear to all that the relentless march of history has signaled the end of their illustrious era as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Presently, even their lingering glory can hardly be deemed a vestige. Cabin Kankender and Melibane, alongside Hulai, have sequentially garnered the European Silver Ball, Golden Ball, and Bronze Ball, signifying that the era belonging to these young talents has not merely arrived, it has already commenced. Kamala feigned a move towards the edge, tricking the defending left-back Elvinanet of the Torino Bulls into extending his leg to intercept the cross. With a swift motion, he pulled the ball back with his right foot and cut inside from the left. The crowd erupted in applause. Just after his inward cut, Kamala curled a shot with the inside of his left foot towards the far corner. Albertazzi lunged towards the back post, deftly deflecting the ball with one hand. What a splendid play by Kamala! Albertazzi executed a remarkable and crucial save. Although Kamala did not score, the Pirate fans in the stands showered him with enthusiastic applause. Similarly, the Torino Bulls supporters cheered for Albertazzi. As the team struggled to find their attacking rhythm, the fans could only hope for the defense to withstand the onslaught from the Madrid Pirates, buying time for their offense. Especially Albertazzi. Both teams were playing with an open style, leaving ample space in each other's defensive third. The defense was less rigid than before, and opportunities to shoot directly at the goal were more frequent. As the last line of defense, Albertazzi's performance was directly linked to the success or failure of Torino's defense. They were reassured that, at least thus far, Albertazzi's performance had been reliable. Despite conceding a goal, it did not affect him. Throughout the ensuing match, he maintained a steady performance, skillfully handling every shot on target from the Madrid Pirates. His outstanding display also laid the groundwork for Torino's counterattacks. Caesar received the ball just outside the penalty area. He lifted his right leg, feigning a direct shot, prompting Ramirez to rush forward with a leg to block. However, this was merely a ruse. Caesar deftly shifted the ball to his left and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. From approximately 30 meters away, the ball rocketed towards the Pirate goal like a cannonball. The trajectory was somewhat elevated, yet Havel did not dare to underestimate the threat posed by the Emperor Caesar. He leapt to the right, raising his left hand high. His fingertips grazed the ball. Subsequently, the ball soared upwards, striking the crossbar. What a close call! Hifong exhaled, acknowledging that Caesar's sudden strike was indeed dangerous. Fortunately, Havel remained focused. Both goalkeepers exhibited exceptional performances, and the match was intense, yet the score remained deadlocked. At 36, Caesar's shot was of high quality. Despite his advancing years, he remained an indispensable figure for the Torino Bulls. This was both his honor and a lament for the team. As Kong noted, they had witnessed Caesar's evolution from a prodigious youth to a global superstar, now observing his struggles against younger players. Even if this young rival was their hero, evoked a sense of nostalgia. After all, Emperor Caesar represented the footballing youth of countless individuals. Yet such is the cycle of nature, just as today's young fans regard Hu Lai and his contemporaries as their footballing youth. There will always be those who age, and those who are just beginning their journey. Chapter 321, 0 degrees. As the match approached its final 10 minutes, Torino's head coach, Zaccheroni, made yet another tactical adjustment. This time, rather than urging his team to press forward, he instructed them to retreat into a defensive stance. With only 10 minutes remaining, Zaccheroni recognized the daunting reality that securing a draw against the Madrid Pirates on their home turf was nearly impossible. A narrow defeat by a single goal seemed a more pragmatic outcome. If they did not fortify their defenses, they risked conceding even more. This did not imply that Zaccheroni abandoned the pursuit of first place in the group. Rather, he understood that there were various strategies to achieve that goal. The optimal approach would undoubtedly be to secure 2 victories against the Madrid Pirates. A secondary strategy would involve splitting the encounters with a win and a loss, accepting a 1-goal defeat away, and then returning to their home ground, where a victory by 2 goals or more would allow Torino to equalize points with the Pirates and ultimately seize the top spot. The least favorable outcome would be failing to maintain their current 0-1 scoreline, risking further goals from the Madrid Pirates. Unlike the reckless Tony Clark, Zaccheroni's rationality compelled him not to engage in a reckless offensive battle with the Pirates, as such an approach would only lead to a more devastating defeat. Thus, he promptly adjusted his strategy, reinforcing the defense and tightening the backline, setting up a formidable wall in front of their goal. He hoped to withstand the onslaught of the Madrid Pirates in these final minutes. The ball was now in the court of the Madrid Pirates coach, Ettore Parati. Faced with a Torino team that had fortified its defenses, the Pirates, leading by a single goal, had to decide whether to continue pressing for more goals or to slow down the tempo and manage the last 10 minutes of the match. Logically, securing a win at home against Torino would grant them a significant advantage in their competition. Whether by 1 goal or 3 points remained 3 points. However, the number of goals scored and goal difference were undeniably crucial factors. Who could predict whether a single additional goal could ultimately determine the group rankings? Yet, if they opted for aggressive attacks, the risk of Torino's counterattacks loomed large. Although they had indeed set up a solid defense, should an opportunity for a counter arise, it was unlikely they would easily relinquish it. Parati stood at the sidelines, keenly observing the game while contemplating his next move. His assistant coach, Valentino, stood beside him, awaiting his directive. On the field, the Madrid Pirates initiated an offensive maneuver, shifting the ball from the left flank to the center and then redirecting it to the right. This continuous lateral movement was a response to the 2 distinctly defined defensive lines established by Torino's players, one line of defenders and another of midfielders. These lines were cohesively intertwined, allowing for calculated advances and retreats, rendering it difficult for the Madrid Pirates to devise effective strategies during their attacks. It was not feasible to rely solely on individual prowess for breakthroughs, when all opposing defenders were stationed in their positions. Even the most skilled players found it challenging to overcome the defenses alone. In the 76th minute, Maxi Carey was substituted, making way for Joaquin Bella. Presently, the player with the most formidable individual offensive prowess on the pitch for the Madrid Pirates is Ismail Kamara. After a circuitous maneuver, the ball found its way to Kamara's feet. Upon receiving the ball on the flank, the left back of Torino, Elvin Ainet, swiftly advanced, positioning himself judiciously. He ensured that Kamara could not simply accelerate past him, while simultaneously preventing an unimpeded cross. Concurrently, the left midfielder, Matija Tobic, began to drift toward Kamara's side, though he did so cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance from Ainet. After all, Tobic had to keep an eye on Madrid Pirates' right back, Irasusta, who was also poised to make a move. Torino's defensive line had contracted into the penalty area, with Nazeri edging slightly closer to Ainet, yet still preserving an appropriate distance. Thus, should Kamara attempt a forceful breakthrough, even if he managed to outpace Ainet, the ball would inevitably fall within Nazeri's reach. Meanwhile, Torino's midfielders stationed themselves around the edge of the penalty box, their spacing exquisitely measured. Truly, they exemplified the hallmark of an Italian team. As a Madrid Pirates supporter lamented from the stands, it appeared that Kamara was faced with a choice: either to attempt a cross or to retreat and reorganize the attack. Initially positioned in front of the goal, Hulai circled out of the penalty area, endeavoring to draw out Torino's central defenders. However, neither Nazeri nor Alsai showed any inclination to budge. Yet, Hulai did not cease his movement. Instead, he re-entered the fray, darting into the penalty area from the right flank. His incisive run immediately captured Nazeri's attention, who was originally stationed there to thwart such scenarios. Thus, he promptly shifted toward the flank, preparing to intercept Hulai. Although Hulai currently possessed no ball, he was acutely aware that his off-the-ball movements posed the greatest threat. Kamara too recognized Hulai's positioning. Under normal circumstances, with Nazeri marking him, Hulai would not be an ideal target for a pass, as even if he received the ball, he would struggle to make an impact. Nonetheless, Hulai was a pivotal piece capable of troubling Torino's defensive line. His movement drew Nazeri's focus and that of others, thereby introducing the potential for disruption within the otherwise stable Torino defense. Kamara resolved to pass the ball to Hulai, intending to make a cutting run to support him. In his mind's eye, the sequence would unfold as follows. He would deliver the ball to Hulai, who would then deftly flick it back to him, allowing for a direct shot or another pass to create chaos. It was within this chaos that the opportunity for a decisive strike lay concealed. With determination, he sent the ball hurtling forward. Upon passing, he surged toward the penalty area. Kamara crossed, seeking Hulai. Hulai accelerated towards the football's landing spot, extending his foot to deftly nudge the ball away before Nazeri could intervene. Instead of stopping the ball, he continued to control it seamlessly. Nazeri found himself caught off guard. He had intended to establish his position and block the inside lane. However, Hulai skillfully maneuvered past him and surged towards the baseline. Although this left him with almost no angle for a shot, he was perfectly positioned to deliver a cross. The current Hulai is no longer just a mere striker. Defenders must now also consider his capacity to pass. In front of the goal, there were the advancing Vukovic and the centrally arriving Tonini from the left flank. Along with an inward-cutting Kamara, plenty of targets for a pass. Nazeri hurried to catch up, simultaneously, as he saw Hulai controlling the ball and moving towards the baseline. Goalkeeper Albertazzi swiftly shifted towards the near post, aiming to block Hulai's shot while primarily guarding against a potential cross. The ball was nearly at the baseline, rendering any shot almost impossible due to the 0-degree angle. Hulai, with great strides, caught up with the football. He did not stop it, but, while in motion, swung his right leg to strike the ball directly. Nazeri lunged desperately, attempting to thwart Hulai's cross, yet Hulai did not cross the ball. With his right foot's outer instep, he struck the ball, sending it skimming along the baseline towards the goal. Albertazzi, upon witnessing Hulai's powerful strike, instinctively leaned outward, shifting his weight and compressing his knees to prepare for blocking Hulai's cross. But then, he saw the ball hurtling towards his goal. In utter shock, he barely had time to react, merely reflexively flailing his left arm in an attempt to deflect the incoming ball, yet he failed to make contact. The football whizzed past him before his arm could intervene, crashing against the inside of the far post and rebounding into the net, settling on the goal line. Albertazzi turned back in bewilderment, unable to believe his eyes. He remained in a half-kneeling position on the goal line, his left arm raised in the very motion of the reflexive save he had just attempted. Nazeri, having just executed a sliding tackle, lay on the ground, striving to prop himself up as he gazed towards the goal. In truth, he need not look. Merely from the resounding noise, he could discern the outcome of Hulai's strike. The Pirate Park Stadium was enveloped in a deafening chorus of cheers, reverberating through the minds of those present. Amidst the uproar, one could distinctly hear the voices of 80,000 fans simultaneously chanting a name: Hulai. Nazeri knew that Hulai had scored. The Torino players remained in their positions, their formations meticulously organized and rational, embodying a seasoned defensive structure. Yet now, all of this had lost its significance. They stood frozen, resembling forsaken stone statues in a barren wasteland, remnants left in the wake of Hulai's remarkable goal. As he transformed into such a figure, he opened his arms and sprinted along the goal line toward the corner flag, passing in front of goalkeeper Albertazzi and weaving through the remnants of the match, with jubilant pirates trailing behind him. Ahead of them, Hulai soared into the air, who, in the 322nd chapter, do not advance with burdens. Kamara made a lateral pass, and Hulai surged forward. However, he miscontrolled the ball, sending it several meters ahead, heading perilously towards the goal line. even threatening to roll out of bounds. Some Chinese fans in front of their televisions could not help but sigh, believing Hulai had misplayed his touch. Yet, in the next moment, everyone witnessed Hulai gallantly chase down the ball and unleash a strike. At this juncture, nearly everyone, including the television audience, presumed Hulai was aiming to cross the ball to a teammate poised for a tap-in. It was only when the ball struck the inside of the far post and nestled into the net that they realized Hulai had executed a shot. Hulai! Oh, splendid. What a beautiful goal. A near-zero-angle strike. Nazari and goalkeeper Albertazzi were utterly deceived by him. He foam exclaimed excitedly. In the 83rd minute, the Madrid Pirates led by 2 goals, with Hulai netting a brace. Prior to this match, the Torino Bulls had conceded only 1 goal in their last 6 games. And now they had surrendered 2 in a single match. Hulai truly was a nemesis to Albertazzi, laughter echoing through the commentary booth. In their last encounter, he had scored a hat-trick. Now, he had achieved a brace. The 2 Chinese commentators were particularly delighted, as Hulai's stellar performance was their greatest aspiration. Initially, some fans thought Hulai was merely attempting a cross that had gone awry. However, in the slow-motion replay, it became abundantly clear that Hulai had executed a precise strike with his right foot. Who crosses the ball with such a rigid foot position? This was the quintessential motion of a shot. Hulai had intended to fire from a narrow angle all along, catching both Albertazzi and Nazari off guard. He succeeded. Hulai's shot was astutely executed. This goal would have stymied any goalkeeper. The television replayed Hulai's goal time and again from various angles. What was initially perceived as a misplay turned out to be a deliberate maneuver. His final strike was remarkably decisive, demonstrating Hulai's profound confidence in his shooting prowess. Yin Kong and He Feng lavished praise upon Hulai's performance, articulating the myriad ways in which he excelled. After harmonizing with the team through the early season's adjustments, it was evident that Hulai had found his rhythm and pace, akin to transitioning from a congested urban evening rush to an open, unencumbered highway, ready to accelerate. The Madrid Pirates supporters reveled in celebration of the goal, while the sparse contingent of Torino Bulls fans fell into collective silence. As the match approached its final 10 minutes, trailing by 2 goals away from home, they had already glimpsed the inevitable conclusion of the contest. Standing on the sidelines, the Bulls head coach, Zaccaroni, helplessly rubbed his balding head. A gesture of frustration and speechlessness. Was the concession of the goal due to a poor performance from his defense? No, they had performed admirably. Each player held their position, effectively forcing the Madrid Pirates to pass the ball back and forth. So how did they ultimately concede? In truth, until Hulai's shot, the Bulls' defense had been successful. Hulai exhibited an exceptional instinct in front of the goal, making it seem as though any position within the box fell within his striking range. In light of such a zero-angle concession, the defending side bore no fault and had no words to express their discontent. It could only be said that the Turin Bulls were simply unfortunate to encounter a resurgent Madrid Pirates and Hulai. Had the schedule been altered, allowing the Turin Bulls to face the Madrid Pirates away in the opening round of the Champions League group stage, Zaccaroni would have been confident in defeating his adversaries. However, fate dictated that the Bulls met the Pirates after their victory against the Sevilla Navigators. What a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, in front of the home team's coaching bench, head coach Perotti remarked to assistant coach Valentin, "Enough of the debate over offense or defense. It is now time to slow the pace and focus on our defensive posture." Valentin chuckled in response. "Who has made the decision for us?" Hulai scored in the 83rd minute, and with stoppage time included, approximately 10 minutes remained in the match. During these 10 minutes, the Turin Bulls attempted a desperate struggle for survival, but to no avail. Perotti had preemptively substituted Joaquin Bella and Juan Ramirez into defensive midfield positions, bolstering the midfield defense to safeguard the backline. Despite being positioned ahead of the defensive midfielders, Vukovic also engaged actively in defensive duties. He had gradually acclimated to the increased defensive responsibilities on the pitch, so even as an attacking midfielder, he contributed significantly to the defense. His excellent stamina alleviated any concerns about fatigue. When considering the Madrid Pirates' defense, it may not have been as robust as that of the Turin Bulls. However, in terms of overall performance, their coordinated approach to both attack and defense allowed the Pirates to withstand the Bulls' desperate attempts in the final 10 minutes. After 4 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The game concluded, amidst the cheers of the Madrid Pirates supporters. Commentator Sanchez joyfully exclaimed, The Pirates have triumphed over the Turin Bulls with a score of 2-0, securing their first victory in this season's Champions League group stage, as well as winning their inaugural direct encounter with the Bulls. This is an immensely critical victory. More importantly, we have all witnessed a transformation in the Madrid Pirates. They appear as an entirely different team compared to their early season form. Peratti's squad has finally hit the fast track, following their 4-0 triumph over the Sevilla Navigators. Some had doubted the significance of that explosive performance. This midweek clash against the Turin Bulls in the Champions League group stage was the true test. Now, there could be no more excuses. Let us go. Nazeri gently patted Albertazzi's shoulder, rousing the young goalkeeper from his despondent state. He was acutely aware of the rivalry between his teammate and Hulai, thus comprehending Albertazzi's disheartened demeanor. The defeat to the Madrid Pirates weighed heavily on everyone. Yet Albertazzi bore the brunt of that disappointment. He had arrived at the away match with a desire for vengeance, only to leave with old grievances unresolved and new resentments added. Albertazzi, bearing fresh scars, trudged off the pitch, turning to glance at the jubilant players of the Madrid Pirates. Hulai was the center of attention, flanked by a photographer wielding a camera equipped with a Steadicam, capturing the moment. As the most valuable player of the match, such accolades were to be expected. Despite Albertazzi's numerous impressive saves during the game, a single conceded goal rendered him a perceived failure. This is the peculiar nature of the goalkeeper's position. Unless one achieves a clean sheet, basking in the glory of applause remains elusive. Observing this scene, a bitter taste lingered in Albertazzi's heart. At that moment, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder, and turning around, he found it was the Pirates' center back, Danny Drew. "Hey, Mauro." Danny Drew greeted him in accented English, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Albertazzi retorted gruffly, "What do you want? Here to mock me?" Danny Drew's eyes widened in surprise as he replied, "Why would you say that? I haven't seen you in ages, and just wanted to say hello." Recognizing that his foul mood influenced his reaction, Albertazzi softened and offered an apology. "I'm sorry." "No need to apologize, Mauro. I understand. After being eliminated by the Pirates last season, my spirits were low too," Danny Drew replied, shaking his head with a grin. "Your performance was commendable. You are a remarkable opponent." Upon hearing this, Albertazzi instinctively glanced towards Hulai. Was his performance truly commendable? What about Hulai? A deity descended? Noticing Albertazzi's gaze, Danny Drew interjected, "Don't look at him. Mauro, do not compare yourself to him." "How can I not compare myself to him? I am the goalkeeper, Danny. My role is to face him during the match. I mean, try to let it go. Conceding a goal to him is not the end of the world." Albertazzi replied with a hint of sarcasm. "So if you can't beat him, you join him?" Danny Drew remained unfazed by Albertazzi's remark, shrugging nonchalantly. "You know how the media mocked me after losing to Melli. So being called elementary school student isn't the worst thing." Albertazzi scrutinized Danny Drew, searching for the slightest change in his expression. Danny Drew grinned. "You know, after that match, who started calling me elementary school student in the team?" Surprised by this revelation, Albertazzi's eyes widened. In response to Albertazzi's astonishment, Danny Drew smiled gently and patted his shoulder. "Cheer up, Mauro. When we visit your home ground, let us have a proper match." With that, he turned and sprinted away. He was right. Albertazzi turned around, only to find Captain Caesar standing behind him, having uttered the very words moments ago. "It is a folly to bear all burdens alone. One cannot journey far this way. Your encounters with who are far from over. With losses come victories. You have performed admirably in this match. There is no need for such despondency." "Thank you, Captain." Albertazzi inhaled deeply, addressing Caesar. "Indeed," Caesar nodded, then turned to walk towards the other team members. Albertazzi gazed at his retreating figure. He could already envision how the Italian media would critique the captain post-match, especially since Caesar had failed to pose a significant threat to the Madrid Pirates' goal. He might even be branded the prime scapegoat for the team's away loss. Albertazzi realized that while Caesar bore immense pressure, he still sought to alleviate the burdens of his teammates. Compared to the captain, he felt rather melodramatic. Once more, Albertazzi turned to search for Hulai, who had already been summoned to the sidelines for an interview. As the best player of the match, this was his due recognition. Albertazzi chose to divert his attention from Hulai and made his way off the field. Danny Drew was right. Another match awaited, and then they could truly engage in battle. Chapter 323. A hat-trick is not so easily achieved. The Crown Stadium resonated with thunderous applause, a cacophony of cheers. Amidst this fervor, Melibane was charging towards the Biscay athletic goal with the ball. On the edge of the penalty area, he executed a deft nutmeg, skillfully evading a defender. Then, facing an approaching Biscay Athletic center back, he made a sudden pivot, maneuvering the ball to the outside while accelerating away from the opponent. As he did so, Salcedo swiftly penetrated the central lane of Biscay Athletic's penalty area, drawing everyone's attention to Melibane. At that moment, a simple lateral pass from Melibane would have left him facing almost an open goal. Yet, Melibane chose otherwise, after deftly eluding the Biscay defenders. Despite the narrow angle for a shot, he opted to strike directly at the goal. Due to the distance of the ball from his supporting foot at the moment of the shot, Melibane failed to connect cleanly. The ball veered off course, sailing past the goal line. The cheers from the stands transformed into a collective gasp of disappointment. "Oh no," lamented the commentator, reflecting on Melibane's earlier splendid maneuvers, yet lamenting the squandered opportunity that followed. He was so close to achieving a hat trick. As the match approached its final minute, Melibane's stamina visibly waned. After a series of dazzling dribbles, attempting a shot from a tight angle proved too taxing for his legs. However, it mattered not. Even if this shot did not find the net, it would not alter the ultimate outcome. In the upper left corner of the broadcast screen, the real-time score displayed 4-0 in favor of Madrid Kings against Biscay Athletic as the 89th minute ticked away. As the commentator remarked, Melibane's attempt would have little bearing on the match's result. Salcedo found himself somewhat regretful while stationed in the center, yet he did not outwardly display his discontent. He neither gestured helplessly to Meli nor waved his arms in frustration. There was not even a flicker of emotion on his face as he silently turned to retreat. He understood Meli's reasoning for not passing, recognizing the fervent desire Meli harbored for a hat trick. In the midweek Champions League match, Real Madrid Kings triumphed over Razgler with a score of 2-1, yet Meli had not managed to score. The previous day, Hulai had successfully breached Albertazzi's defenses twice in the Champions League, particularly with his second goal from an almost impossible angle, which sparked widespread discussion and attention across Europe, making him the center of admiration. In stark contrast, Meli's lack of goals rendered his performance rather lackluster. However, it must be noted that Meli's contribution was not insignificant. His assist played a part in Real Madrid's victory. Yet, for a forward, an assist pales in comparison to scoring. In the weekend match against Biscay Athletic, Meli netted a goal merely 2 minutes into the game. From that moment, Salcedo recognized the intensity of Meli's ambition to score. Throughout the ensuing match, he made every effort to support Meli, hoping he would find the net more frequently. In the 55th minute, with the second half just underway, Meli scored again, marking his second goal, courtesy of an assist from Salcedo. Now, Meli stood just a step away from his coveted hat trick. However, little did they know that this step would prove to be exceedingly distant. From the 55th minute onward, a span of 35 minutes passed without Meli managing to secure his third goal. He tirelessly dribbled, maneuvered, and sought opportunities, even creating chances for himself. Yet the elusive goal remained out of reach. It seemed almost cruelly ironic. By the end, he became somewhat anxious. The final scoring opportunity was not particularly favorable, and the optimal choice would have been to pass the ball to the unmarked Salcedo in the center. Nevertheless, Meli chose to pursue the shot himself, consumed by the desire to score, as if entranced. Perhaps he was influenced by Hulai's remarkable goal from midweek, contemplating why he could not achieve a similar feat from a near-impossible angle. Yet, the circumstances were vastly different. What had Hulai done? He had made a run off the ball, circling around before accelerating to receive a pass from Nazeri, then striking. The entire process did not demand excessive physical exertion, allowing Hulai ample energy to maintain his stability and precision at the moment of shooting. What of Meli? He had been dribbling outside the penalty area, skillfully evading 2 defenders. The final maneuver required a sharp change of direction and acceleration, all while fatigue from the match lingered. How much stamina remained to support his final shot? Salcedo understood Meli's predicament, thus refraining from criticizing his impetuousness. After all, the team was assured of victory. If Meli wished to indulge, then let him do so. As a prominent figure cultivated by the club, it is indeed absurd if he is deprived of the right to shoot. While understanding this is one thing, there are certain words that must be articulated by the captain, Salados. Shortly after Meli failed to score, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Although the stoppage time was 4 minutes, the referee called it off at 3.5 minutes. Regardless, it was clear that Biscay Athletic had no chance of a comeback, making the difference of half a minute inconsequential. However, This decision left Meili somewhat displeased. He believed that since the stoppage time was 4 minutes, the referee should adhere strictly to that duration. A half-minute, whether gained or lost, held significance for him. He still aspired to achieve a hat trick. What if he could score another goal in that last half-minute? After the match concluded, Salados approached Meili, who was visibly downcast, and wrapped an arm around him, saying, "Take it easy, Meili. Scoring twice is still an impressive feat." Meili covered his mouth and replied, "But, Captain, I could have scored 3 goals. Why should I settle for 2? Salados understood the disappointment within Meili and tightened his embrace. Yet, Meili, it is precisely this mindset that prevented you from securing that 3rd goal. You were too eager after scoring your 2nd. Maintaining a calm demeanor would have aided your chances. Scoring, no matter how exceptional your skills, also requires a touch of luck. When you align your mindset, fortune will gravitate towards you. However, if you rush, the more desperate you become, the further luck will elude you. Achieving a hat trick is no simple endeavor." Meili found it hard to counter Salados' reasoning. He recognized the wisdom in his captain's words and nodded. "I will remember, Captain." Salados was uncertain whether Meili would truly internalize this lesson, but that was beyond his responsibility. As captain, he had conveyed what was necessary. Whether Meili absorbed it was his own affair. They were all adults, after all, and must take responsibility for their actions and words. With a final, firm pat on Meili's shoulder, he released him and went to celebrate the victory with the other teammates. Despite the team's triumph, Meili could not shake his disappointment. After forcing a smile for the cameras, he walked directly towards the players' tunnel, choosing to leave. Achieving a hat trick was no easy feat, after all. The captain's words echoed in Meili's mind. He stared at the television screen, tempted to message Salados and ask, "Then why is Hulai able to score a hat trick?" Of course, he merely contemplated this thought. He had no intention of confronting his captain. He felt as though Hulai had delivered a stinging slap to his face. On the screen, the commentator exclaimed, Hulai. He has scored his 3rd goal of the match. A hat trick." The jubilant Hulai was sprinting in celebration, leaping high to perform his signature celebratory gesture. Fortunately, this was an away game, so Meili could not hear the deafening roars of HUUU. Otherwise, he would have felt even worse. All he could hear now was the cacophony of jeers mixed with cheers. The television is currently broadcasting the match where Valencia faces off against the Madrid Pirates at home. This match marks the final encounter of the current round of La Liga and has garnered considerable attention. Despite losing their top position in the league after a 1-1 draw against Sebastián in the previous round, Valencia remains one of the 3 teams yet to suffer a defeat. Alongside Catalonia and Real Madrid, with the advantage of playing at home, they took the lead within the first 6 minutes, setting a promising tone for the match. However, the elation of Valencia's home fans was short-lived, as in the 29th minute, Hulai equalized the score. By the 46th minute, during the stoppage time of the first half, Hulai scored again, putting the Pirates in a leading position. Now, in the 63rd minute, Hulai received a cross from Kamara in the penalty area and scored with a deft shot, completing his hat trick. Meili found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Since his remarkable 4-goal performance against the Sevilla Navigators, Hulai has netted 9 goals in 3 matches, enjoying the triumph of a 4-goal haul, a hat trick, and a brace. As for Meili, he has yet to achieve a hat trick this season. Thus, while a hat trick may not seem an arduous task for Hulai, it certainly is for Meili. He switched off the television, unwilling to continue watching. His agent once remarked that Hulai was like a whip to him, constantly driving him forward, and he had always found motivation in this. However, for the first time, he felt the sting of that whip was rather too painful. Following the conclusion of the last league match day in September, the final round of the 12-strong qualifiers will reignite. The young men of the Chinese national team will reconvene for 2 crucial matches, one at home against Syria and another away against Japan. At this juncture, let Tungfei Video guide the fans in reflecting on the performances of the overseas national players during this period. In the recently concluded 7th round of La Liga, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Valencia with a score of 3-1, with Hulai showcasing his prowess by scoring a hat trick. He has impressively netted 9 goals across the last 3 matches, displaying a phenomenal form that has propelled the Pirates to 4th place in the league, surpassing Valencia, who now sits in 5th with the same points tally of 14. In the same round, Seria hosted Sebastián. After a period of rest and adjustment following the Olympics, Zhang Qinghuan's form has steadily improved, and he once again started for his team. The shouts resonated through the Parrot Stadium as the match reached the 79th minute. with the home team, Seria, mounting an assault on Sebastian's penalty area. Clad in the number 10 jersey, Zhang Qinghuan surged to the edge of the box, gesturing for the ball from a teammate on the right flank. As the ball was passed to him, Sebastian's defenders rushed forward. Zhang Qinghuan lifted his left foot, feigning to control the ball, only to let it slip by, seemingly preparing to cut inside towards the center. As his opponent accelerated towards him in an attempt to block, Zhang Qinghuan swiftly pulled the football back with his left foot. He then utilized his right foot to guide the ball into the penalty area, following closely behind. A second defender from Sebastia rushed to defend against him. Zhang Qinghuan swung his right leg, feigning a shot, which tricked his opponent into bringing their hands behind their back while attempting to intercept. Seizing the moment, he deftly redirected the ball to the left with his right foot. He evaded another Sebastia defender. After 2 consecutive skillful touches, Zhang Qinghuan chose not to continue dribbling, but instead unleashed a curling shot with his left foot towards the far corner. The Sebastia goalkeeper leaped into the air, stretching his arm desperately. Yet he was powerless to make contact with the ball. Zhang Qinghuan. Goal. He has scored. This marks his inaugural goal of the season. He has secured a 2-0 victory for Salia at home. Following the goal, Zhang Qinghuan ran towards the corner flag with his arms raised to the heavens, where he stood with his arms wide open, accepting the adulation from the home fans. As a right winger, at this moment, Luo Kai had retreated to the position of right back. He was collaborating with his teammates to defend against the advancing players from Liverpool United, seizing the opportunity while the Liverpool player had his back turned. Focusing all his attention on the right back Jose Iglesias, Luo Kai stealthily approached from behind and swiftly extended his leg. He nudged the ball between the opponent's legs. The ball was passed to Iglesias. After making the pass, he quickly pivoted and sprinted forward. Iglesias immediately relayed the ball to the center-back Scott Wilson, who was positioned within the penalty area. The Liverpool forward charged towards Wilson, recognizing this as a golden opportunity for a counterattack amidst the frenzied pressing from the opposition. Wilson dispatched the ball diagonally towards the flanks. There, Luo Kai was making a forward run. A roar of applause erupted from the Red Dome Stadium, shattering the rain cascading from the sky. Luo Kai propelled himself forward, pounding the ground, scattering the puddles on the grass, his arms slicing through the rain like a speedboat cutting through the waves. With only 10 minutes remaining in the match, having started the game, his stamina was undoubtedly waning compared to the beginning. Yet, at this moment, there were no reasons, no excuses. He had to surge forward. The left back from Liverpool United was hot on his heels, preparing to close in on Luo Kai the moment he slowed down to receive the ball, aiming to force him to decelerate and entangle him. But Luo Kai had other plans. At the instant he received the ball, he propelled it forward with force. Maintaining his speed, he continued his sprint. The distance between Luo Kai and the Liverpool left back visibly widened, all while the trained fans in the stands waved their fists in jubilant encouragement, watching as Luo Kai blazed down the sideline. In the distance, the grand screen atop the stands displayed the time and score of the match. 84-58, Trammead 11 Liverpool United. The players of Liverpool United raced alongside Roque, competing in a 100-meter dash. The center back, lagging at the rear of the formation, dashed diagonally to intercept Roque's path. A straight line and a diagonal line soon converged. Aware that he could not match Roque's speed, the Liverpool United defender relinquished his center of gravity, hurling his body towards Roque in an attempt to force him out of bounds. At that moment, Roque was perfectly poised to touch the ball, his muscles taut as he braced against the impending collision, while simultaneously propelling the ball forward. The off-balance defender stumbled to the ground, and through his distorted perspective, he could only see Roque's figure sprinting away, gradually fading like the taillights of a supercar on a rainy night. Roque! He has broken through. His speed is astonishing. The cheers from the Red Dome Stadium soared to a new decibel level. Roque had penetrated the opponent's 30-meter zone, and as he sprinted, he glanced up towards the goal. He then swung his right leg, delivering a cross. The ball arced through the air, heading straight for the goal of Zaisai. The defenders of Zaisai leaped in an effort to challenge, but none managed to make contact. The ball soared over the near post and the center, descending towards the far post. There, Zhou Zijin found the perfect spot, launching himself skyward without a running start, like a chute emerging from the ground. His body was perfectly straight in midair, resembling a missile poised for vertical launch. As the ball approached, he powered through with his neck, directing his forehead towards the sphere. Thud! The ball was sent hurtling towards the near corner of the goal. Joshua Bales, the Australian goalkeeper for Zaisai, leaped from the front, only to see the ball hurtling towards the net. He could only spring into the air mid-flight, reaching for the ball. He did make contact, but it was too late. He lacked the strength to deflect it away. The ball ricocheted off him and struck the inside of the post, ultimately finding its way into the net. Goal. Marvelous. Exquisite. A truly spectacular header. This marked his second goal of the season. Upon landing, Zhou Zijin forcefully pushed aside the Zaisai player blocking his path. Turning towards the corner flag. Midway there, he executed a slide, leaving 3 varying depths of marks on the grass behind him. Thicker in the middle and thinner on the sides. The stands of Flanders Stadium erupted with thunderous applause. In this round of the Premier League, Rope provided an assist to Ricardo Bellaria, helping Trammy to a 2-1 victory over Liverpool United at home. Zhou Zijin, not to be outdone, scored his second league goal of the season, which was also the only goal of the match, securing a narrow 1-0 victory for Leeds City against the promoted team Zaisai. Alvarez's attack faltered, as they were intercepted by the opposing player from Prinfina just outside the 30-meter zone, allowing Prinfina to launch a counterattack. As they advanced past the halfway line, Alvarez players hurriedly retreated to defend. In the midst of summer, Xia Xiaoyu was also retreating on defense. However, as he glanced left and right, he noticed a gap on the weak side of his team, where a player from Piolenfina was making a run into that space. He realized that during the counterattack, it was highly likely that Piolenfina would pass the ball towards that opening. Thus, instead of continuing to sprint back, he decelerated and shifted his direction toward the vacant area. At that moment, the opposing team indeed transferred the ball, which landed directly at Xia Xiaoyu's feet. Upon intercepting the pass, Xia Xiaoyu lifted his head and saw his team's forward, Leicinio, lagging behind in the defensive effort, which paradoxically positioned him as the spearhead of the counterattack. He immediately raised his arm and pointed ahead of Leicinio, urging him to swiftly turn and advance. Then, he struck the ball forward, sending it behind Piolenfina's defensive line. Leicinio pivoted and sprinted to chase the ball, charging towards Piolenfina's penalty area. Unfortunately, his final shot soared high due to the close interference from a Piolenfina defender, eliciting a collective gasp of relief from the home crowd. Leicinio, with his hands on his head, expressed his regret, yet he did not forget to turn and give Xia Xiaoyu a thumbs up, signaling his approval of the pass. Although this opportunity for an assist slipped away, Xia Xiaoyu raised his hand, indicating that it was all right. The commentator from Portuguese television lavished praise on Xia Xiaoyu's recent performance. Xia discerned Piolenfina's intention for a counterattack, positioning himself at a crucial location. His remarkable insight made this successful defense appear as if fortune smiled upon him, as if a Piolenfina player had willingly passed him the ball. Leicinio likely did not anticipate such an opportunity would arise so easily and suddenly, leaving him unprepared and misaligned in his footwork. What a pity. Alvera could have led the visitors to a 5-0 advantage on the road, but while Xia's first assist of the season has yet to materialize, surely, if he continues playing this way, it will inevitably come. Meanwhile, Chun Xingyi was stretching wide on the left, almost reaching the sideline, when he received a pass from an advancing fullback teammate. His teammate, midfielder Laurent Abils, promptly moved to receive the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Faced with the direct defense of Einklint's right back, Chun Xingyi refrained from forcing a breakthrough and instead passed the ball to the nearby Abils. Abils controlled the ball, slightly turned his body, and opened his arms, wary of the Einklint center back behind him. Simultaneously, Chun Xingyi suddenly surged forward towards Abils. The Einklint right back, who was originally marking him, did not pursue directly, but instead circled around from behind his center-back teammate towards the penalty area. At Abils' position, there were not only one but 2 additional Einklint midfielders surrounding him, creating a numerical advantage of 3 against 2. There was no need for him as a fullback to complicate matters further. Rather, the center-back teammate had been drawn out by Abils, leaving a significant gap behind that he needed to rush back to cover. As Chun Xingyi and Abils were on the verge of convergence, the encirclement formed by the 3 players from Einklint had tightened to its utmost limit, with no more than 2 meters separating them. In this confined space, Abils deftly passed the ball at his feet to Chun Xingyi. Chun Xingyi astutely detected the gap between the opposing center-back and the lateral midfielder, nudging the ball with his right foot into the space between them, while simultaneously darting through. Fortunately, Einklint's right back had opted to retreat. Otherwise, there would have been no one to thwart Chun Xingyi's advance. The former lunged forward, closing in on Chun Xingyi. Chun Xingyi executed a feint with his left foot, pretending to flick the ball with the outside of his foot, only to step over the ball, shifting it to his right side. However, there was also a defender from Einklen on the right, a defensive midfielder who had withdrawn to a center-back position. Sensing Chun Xingyi's intention to drive the ball centrally, the defensive midfielder immediately adjusted his position to block his path. Yet, Chun Xingyi performed another feint, swaying his upper body while gently redirecting the ball back to the left with his right foot. At that moment, the Einklen right back, who had rushed forward, inadvertently opened up the left side. Despite the limited space, Chun Xingyi elegantly nudged the ball forward with the outside of his left foot and accelerated, creating a narrow but sufficient gap for a shot. He then struck with his left foot, just as the Einklen right back turned to rush back. He was too late to intervene. The ball was sent toward the far corner of the goal, just before his outstretched leg could block it. The Einklen goalkeeper, stationed near the near post, lunged back in vain, unable to make contact, and could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled toward the back post. The air above arena erupted with the jubilant cheers of Ajax fans, while the atmosphere at Columbus Stadium was filled with boos. The ball sped across the turf, diagonally heading toward Eldria's goal. Goalkeeper Matteo Paragatti dove at the edge of the small box, glancing back at the ball with a look of despair. In the distance, another player from Arabica Sports was sprinting toward the far post, serving as a backup for this offensive maneuver. Should the shot fail to find the net, he would be there to ensure a follow-up. "Goal!" exclaimed the Italian commentator, calling out Wang Guangwei's name. The home fans in the stands at Columbus Stadium joined in a collective chant of Wang Guangwei's surname, for he was the only player from Eldria who could potentially avert the impending goal. He was sprinting back with all his might. As the ball neared the goal line, he made a desperate slide. Just before the ball crossed the line, the follow-up player from Arabica Sports connected with the ball, but Wang Guangwei's right foot intercepted it. The ball altered its trajectory, grazing the edge of the back post, as Wang Guangwei deflected it out of bounds. After the follow-up player from Arabica Sports missed, he collided with Wang Guangwei's leg and tumbled into the goal, with Wang Guangwei sliding in after him. Within the confines of the goal, a player stands, while the ball lies outside. Wang Guangwei. The Italian commentator enunciated each syllable of Wang Guangwei's name with a distinct, albeit imperfect, pronunciation. What a magnificent defense. He nearly cleared the football off the goal line. In the 94th minute of the match, he aided Eldria in maintaining a score of 1-0. As he retreated, Eldria's other center-back and captain, Paolo Collati, excitedly pulled Wang Guangwei up from the ground, gripping his shoulders tightly and shaking him vigorously while bellowing in front of him. In stark contrast, Wang Guangwei, who had just executed a brilliant clearance, wore a calm and somewhat expressionless visage, seemingly unaware of the significance of his remarkable defensive play. This made him stand out in the already electrified Columbus Stadium. The football skimmed past Einklen's goalkeeper's fingertips, bouncing toward the far corner of the goal. Its speed modest, yet its angle quite tricky. It appeared that Chun Xingyi was about to score his first goal of the season. However, the ball struck the post and ricocheted out. The cheers from Arena Stadium instantly morphed into gasps of astonishment. Yet, the rebounding football was seized by the advancing Amsterdam athletic forward, Mario Ingas, who sent it into the completely unguarded net. Gasps swiftly transformed back into jubilant cheers. An even greater uproar ensued. Ingas dashed toward the corner flag, followed closely by his fellow Amsterdam athletic teammates. Abils leaped from behind to embrace Chun Xingyi, forcefully patting his shoulder. "It's a pity that the ball didn't go in, but your performance was truly exceptional, Xing." Chun Xingyi shook his head with a smile, replying, "Fortunately, Mario scored. My efforts weren't in vain, though hitting the post doesn't count as an assist." Abils laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Chun Xingyi as they ran toward Ingas. Although Chun Xingyi's spectacular individual display did not yield goals or assists in statistical terms, it contributed to Ingas' goal, leading Amsterdam Athletic to a 2-1 victory over Einklen at home. Despite Laxinio's blunders costing Xia Xiaoyu an assist, he emerged from the match with an impressive score of 85, making him the second highest-rated player on the team, surpassed only by the hat-trick hero, DeJord Igor. Throughout the match, he completed 71 passes, successfully executing 62 of them, achieving an 80% passing accuracy, with 88 touches, 1 key pass, and creating 1 significant opportunity, successfully delivering 8 out of 10 long passes, thus earning the highest rating among midfielders of both teams. Wang Guangwei's clearance in the 94th minute was recognized by Serie A as the best moment of the round, marking his first accolade of such nature. Beyond that pivotal goal line clearance, his composed performance was a key factor in Eldria's 1-0 triumph over Orobica Sports. After 2 seasons of adaptation and collaboration, the overseas national players have each made varying degrees of breakthroughs. The remarkable performances of these players at their clubs have brought delight to Chinese fans, all of whom hope they can carry their excellent form to the national team, aiding in a swift and steady journey towards the World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Chapter 325. Shared joy while Lin Ziyuan was packing his belongings in his apartment. He received a phone call from his agent, Qiu Xinrong. He put the call on speaker and continued to organize his things. He was about to join the national team for a week of training and matches, which included an away game in Japan, necessitating the packing of additional clothing. Hello. Uncle Qiu, what is the matter? Good news, Ziyuan. Qiu Xinrong's excited voice echoed through the phone. The club has reached an agreement with Western Athletic. All conditions have been met. Once this season of the Chinese Super League concludes, we can head to the Bundesliga. Wow, that's amazing, Uncle Qiu, Lin Ziyuan exclaimed, dropping the neatly folded clothes in his hands and grabbing the phone to shout into the microphone. A sharp intake of breath was heard from Qiu Xinrong. You rascal. Hee hee. Lin Ziyuan joyfully replied. Now I want to have to watch Hu Lai steal the spotlight. Just yesterday, he had watched a highlight video released by Tingfei, showcasing the extraordinary performances of national players abroad, meticulously edited and accompanied by a flurry of comments like 666, impressive, handsome, YYDS. It would be impossible not to feel envious. He longed for his own spectacular saves to be featured in such highlight reels, celebrated by Chinese fans in the comments. Lin Ziyuan YYDS. Due to the late conclusion of the Olympics, despite his outstanding performance, he had not been able to leave the South China Tigers during the summer transfer window to join Western Athletic, who had shown keen interest in him. It wasn't that there was no time for the two clubs to finalize all transfer details. Once all parties reached a consensus, transfers are typically quite straightforward. The main reason Lin Ziyuan hesitated to join Western Athletic hastily was that he had already missed the team's preseason training. Joining now would hardly allow him to displace the first-choice goalkeeper, Pierre Grosch, rather than serve as a substitute for half a season. He preferred to remain a starter with the South China Tigers. This would at least ensure his competitive form was maintained, preventing any struggles during the final qualifying rounds. Moreover, out of respect and gratitude towards the South China Tigers, he wished to complete the season with them, striving for the league championship together. This, he believed, would allow for a proper and amicable parting. Thus, he instructed his agent to negotiate with both clubs, proposing that Western Athletic accept his transfer during the winter break instead. The process went smoothly. Within just a month, everything was settled. The transfer fee was modest, at €3.5 million. The South China Tigers did not profit significantly, truly supporting Lin Ziyuan's dream of playing abroad without excessive negotiation over the price. In terms of personal compensation, Lin Ziyuan did not present any absurd demands. His annual salary, when compared to his previous contract with the South China Tiger, is even lower. As a national team player and the main goalkeeper, Lin Ziyuan earned an annual pre-tax salary of €8 million, which roughly converts to around €1,100,000. However, upon joining Western Athletic, he can only secure an annual salary of €800,000. Although there is a 5% annual increment, even after the 5-year contract term, it will not reach his current salary level with the South China Tiger. It can be said that Lin Ziyuan has sacrificed many things in pursuit of his dream to play abroad: a familiar living environment, a more substantial financial reward, and a stable position domestically, all in the quest to fulfill his aspirations and to shine in front of others. When Hu Lai encountered Lin Ziyuan at the hotel where the national team was staying, he noticed the young man with his head held high, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Hu Lai couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the vigor of youth. Little Lin, it seems high time for you to find a girlfriend." Lin Ziyuan retorted angrily. "What does it matter to you whether I have a girlfriend? However," Hu Lai pointed out, "but you're bleeding from your nose. You're the one bleeding." Lin Ziyuan shot back, glaring at the impudent Hu Lai while also attempting to clear his own name. "Then why are you holding your head high?" Nostrils flared. "I thought you were afraid the blood would drip down." Lin Ziyuan proudly declared, "I'm going to Europe next year." The other national team members, including Hu Lai, were momentarily taken aback. "Soon, I too shall be an overseas national player." Lin Ziyuan proudly gestured to himself with his thumb. Ah, congratulations. Hu Lai stepped forward, clasping Lin Ziyuan's hand enthusiastically. The sudden warmth from Hu Lai bewildered everyone, as they were all aware that the relationship between him and Lin Ziyuan had not been particularly amicable. After all, Lin Ziyuan had always regarded Hu Lai as his rival, and it was a rarity for them to meet without exchanging jibes. Just moments ago, Hu Lai had been subtly mocking Lin Ziyuan. Amidst the surprise, Hu Lai continued to shake Lin Ziyuan's hand, saying, "Such a grand occasion warrants a celebratory red envelope in the national team chat, doesn't he? It should be a generous one." "Damn, I knew something was off," Chun Xing quipped, eliciting laughter. Lin Ziyuan promptly yanked his hand away from Hu Lai. The others, regaining their composure, burst into laughter. Wang Guangwei gave him a thumbs up. "You truly are something, Hu Lai." To which Hu Lai replied, "What's the matter? Don't you all want to snatch Lin Ziyuan's red envelope?" The laughter ceased momentarily, and then Zhang Qinghuan approached Lin Ziyuan, embracing him. "Little Lin, enough talk. Let us see that red envelope, and make it a big one." Others chimed in. Yes, exactly. Brother Huan is right. Lin Ziyuan, send out a big red envelope." Some even pulled out their phones, opening the national team chat in preparation for the anticipated windfall. They urged him, "Hurry up, Lin Ziyuan. Everyone is waiting. Be a man, don't be wishy-washy. Indeed, a gentleman's word is his bond. If you promise a red envelope, you must not go back on your word." They called for shared joy and celebration. Faced with his enthusiastic teammates, Lin Ziyuan, with tears in his eyes, ultimately sent a generous red envelope to the group. The national players, brimming with excitement, flooded into the chat to seize the envelope, regardless of how much they had managed to claim, fervently expressing their gratitude to their benefactor with a flurry of emoticons. Once the red envelope had been completely claimed, Lin Ziyuan suddenly recalled and halted the departing Hu Lai. "Wait a moment, Hu Lai. When you went abroad to play, did you ever send a red envelope in the group?" Hu Lai, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I admit that not sending a red envelope back then was a mistake. However, Xiaolin, one must not and should not evade their own responsibilities due to the errors of others." Lin Ziyuan. As a football was shot towards him by Hu Lai, Lin Ziyuan shouted and leapt into the air, his hands clamping down on the ball with a grip as firm as iron. After landing, he curled up, cradling the football protectively against his abdomen. He then sprang back to his feet and waved at Hu Lai, declaring, "You shall not score against me today." Laughter erupted from the training ground. The team's head coach, Jorge Dillon, expressed his delight to translator Yu Jintao. "The atmosphere within the team is excellent, and Lin's condition is impressive. This bodes well." Yu Jintao chuckled. This might be attributed to Hu Lai. He was informed last night about Lin Ziyuan's generous gesture and understood the circumstances, which explains Lin's spirited performance today. To borrow a phrase from Yu Chinese, who is indeed a treasure of a player, Dillon smirked in agreement. With the impending match against Syria in the final round of qualifiers, both he and the coaching staff, as well as the players training on the field, felt a sense of relative relaxation. This ease was not born from arrogance or underestimating their opponents, but rather from a genuine sense of comfort and joy. This state is ideal for competitive performance, enabling players to showcase their training without succumbing to nerves that could hinder even the most basic of actions. In the past, many coaches in Chinese football pursued this state, but found it elusive. They devised numerous strategies to help players remain calm and relaxed once on the pitch, such as holding meetings, which only escalated tension. Some coaches even resorted to self-deprecation, publicly declaring the inadequacy of Chinese football in an attempt to lower expectations and alleviate pressure on the players. This, however, provoked a strong backlash from fans and the media, ultimately intensifying player anxiety. Others turned to new media to market the national team, employing trendy catchphrases to bridge the gap between the team and its fans, striving to cultivate a relaxed atmosphere of support, win or lose. Such tactics proved effective during victorious moments, as everyone reveled in the joy of triumph, collectively chanting, "If there are miracles, they must be in the color of China." Yet, when defeat struck, particularly in crucial matches, the backlash was overwhelming. The closer they had been to fans during victories, the harsher the criticism when the team faltered. Ultimately, football is a competitive sport, driven by results. As long as victory is achieved, even without engaging in the aforementioned activities, the overall atmosphere tends to be favorable. However, a loss will inevitably revert all efforts to their original state, rendering any marketing endeavors ineffective. The Chinese team has now finally entered a virtuous cycle, where triumph fosters a more forgiving fan environment, and victories enhance the players' confidence. Furthermore, with the presence of such a unique talent as Hu Lai, not in a derogatory sense, the team's ambience can only be described as the best in history. Under these circumstances, facing Syria is no longer daunting, even when challenging Japan away. Confidence among the players is markedly greater than before. Chapter 326. The opponent before Japan. What? Tonight's match isn't against Japan? There's also a game against Syria? Where did that come from? I checked, and the clash between China and Japan is not until October 9th, next Monday. Xiaolon couldn't help but chuckle at such comments online. Well, it's amusing that after all this time, they don't even know the specific opponent. That's quite normal, Hu Lisin remarked. Most people are merely here for the spectacle. They don't even watch the games regularly. Hey, they might not even be familiar with the rules of football. Weren't you once like that? There's always a process, transitioning from ignorance and indifference to understanding and interest. Besides, compared to the match against Syria, the China-Japan showdown certainly holds more appeal. This national team match day actually consists of 2 games. Yet, many focus solely on the China-Japan clash, only to realize, as the date approaches, that the match on Thursday, October 5th, is not between China and Japan, but rather a home game against Syria. This creates an awkward situation. Many are eagerly anticipating the match against Japan, showing little concern for Syria. This phenomenon is currently widespread. As the influence of Chinese football continues to rise, an increasing number of individuals who typically do not watch matches are beginning to pay attention to the national team. These individuals may not fully grasp the rules of football and usually do not follow games. Yet they are drawn in solely by the prospect of the Chinese team qualifying for the World Cup. Such individuals are quite numerous. Previously, online disputes often arose from genuine fans' frustrations towards those who could hardly be called fans at all. True fans believe that it was precisely these detractors who muddied the discourse surrounding Chinese football. Insults do not resolve issues, but only serve to jeopardize the future of the sport in China. Conversely, those who usually do not watch games criticize Chinese football for merely surviving due to the attention provided by true fans, allowing the sport to remain complacent. If Chinese football is so poor, then perhaps it would be better to condemn it outright. True fans accuse the detractors of treating Chinese football with disdain, while the latter retorted that real fans were themselves misguided. Neither side could persuade the other, resulting in a cycle of mutual insults online. However, the situation has evidently improved significantly. Following the resurgence of the Chinese team's performance, many of the disparaging voices from non-viewers have diminished. Alternatively, it might be said that the general populace has not yet had the opportunity to transition into non-viewers. In truth, their interest stems from a genuine emotional connection to the national football team. In the past, when the team underperformed, criticism was inevitable. However, with recent improvements in their performance, there is little left to criticize. As Hu Lisin aptly noted, the expansion of a sports supporter base inevitably attracts individuals who were previously indifferent, drawn in by various factors to engage with the sport. The journey from ignorance to understanding is a gradual process, exemplified by the likes of Xiaolon. Initially, she was merely an ordinary person with little knowledge of football, sharing the common public perception of Chinese football, largely unfavorable. Yet now, she possesses a deeper understanding than the majority of so-called fans online. The poor performance and tarnished reputation of Chinese football in the past led many newcomers to associate it solely with derogatory remarks, leaving them disinterested in delving deeper or developing a genuine affection for the sport. Having spat their contempt, they saw it merely as a spittoon. There is a saying that goes, "One can discern the nature of something with a mere glance. Must one taste it to recognize its essence?" Now, after years of profound reform and improvement in performance, the public image of Chinese football has significantly enhanced. Consequently, those who once dismissed it with disdain are now increasingly captivated by the sport, gradually learning and ultimately evolving into true fans. This marks a positive cycle from the environment of football to its culture. If this virtuous cycle can be sustained over a period, say 2 or 3 World Cup cycles, many of the historical challenges facing Chinese football may find resolution. Following the completion of 2 rounds in the final round of the Asian qualifiers, the standings in Group A are starkly polarized. The top 3, China, Iran, and Japan, have all accumulated 6 points, while the bottom 3, Syria, Iraq, and Thailand, remain scoreless. Among them, Syria, despite being among the last, ranks highest due to their superior goal difference. They lost both matches, narrowly succumbing 0-1 to Japan in the first round and again 0-1 to Iran in the second. Based on these performances, Syria demonstrates remarkable resilience. To lose by a solitary goal against the strongest opponents in the group is commendable. Therefore, Chinese fans ought not to overlook this adversary in eager anticipation of the match against Japan. Should the Chinese football team and its supporters share this mindset, they risk faltering, even on home turf. Fortunately, the team is guided by a clear-headed coach, Jorge Dylan, a renowned European tactician who has clinched the Champions League title twice, having faced myriad challenging scenarios. Amidst the fervent hype surrounding the impending China-Japan clash, he continuously reminds his players to focus on the match against Syria. After the match commenced, Syria, aware of their inferior strength, fortified their defense in front of their goal, adopting a strategy of counterattacks against the Chinese team. They aspired to drain the patience of the Chinese players through a resolute defensive approach. After all, playing at home does not always confer an advantage, particularly in a nation of 1 billion inhabitants. The pressure must be colossal. The Syrian camp believed that if they could entangle the Chinese team, preventing them from scoring, the home crowd would inevitably grow impatient, transforming cheers into jeers. As the Chinese players became increasingly anxious amidst the boos, vulnerabilities would surely emerge in their defense, allowing Syria to seize opportunities for counterattacks. In their previous 2 matches, Syria had employed this very tactic, and though they ultimately failed, they remained steadfast in their approach, not due to a lack of adaptability, but because they felt ill-equipped to alter their strategy against a formidable opponent. Having exhausted their options, they could only rely on fortune. In their earlier encounters, they fell short, and uncertainty loomed over this match. Yet, they felt compelled to persist. During the first half, Syria's defense proved remarkably successful. Their tactical approach effectively troubled the Chinese offense, with their goalkeeper, Hassan Mansour, making 7 critical saves, rendering him the busiest player on the field. Mansour might not be a renowned star, but he has stood out in the recent 2 matches of the final round. His performance was pivotal in Syria's ability to concede only 1 goal in those games. It is often said that weaker teams produce exceptional goalkeepers, and there is truth to this. Such keepers frequently face a barrage of shots, affording them invaluable experience compared to their counterparts in stronger teams. Provided they possess mental fortitude and solid fundamentals, their moments of brilliance will surpass those of average goalkeepers. However, Mansour's commendable efforts met with misfortune in the 63rd minute when Chen Xingyi surged into the penalty area and delivered a cross that struck the outstretched arm of a Syrian defender. Without waiting for VAR, the referee decisively whistled for a foul, imposing the harshest penalty, a penalty kick awarded to China. The responsibility to execute this penalty fell to Hu Lai. Mansour attempted to engage in a psychological duel with Hu Lai on the goal line, shifting to one side to create more space in the goal. This maneuver aimed to expand the options available to the penalty taker, instilling doubt and hesitation. When taking a penalty, the paramount factor is not merely technique, but also psychological resilience and unwavering focus. Any uncertainty can lead to failure. By shifting to the side, the goalkeeper could provoke doubt and hesitation in the penalty taker, compelling them to speculate on the goalkeeper's intentions. While the goalkeeper gambled on the player's indecision regarding whether to aim for the larger or smaller section of the goal. Hassan Mansour, despite his lack of fame, is an exceptional goalkeeper who has exerted every effort within his capabilities. Even after conceding a penalty, he did not relinquish hope. Instead, he sought every possible means to salvage the situation. However, he mistakenly chose the wrong opponent in this battle of wits. Standing at the penalty spot, Hu Lai, upon hearing the whistle, took a deep breath, initiated his run, and struck the ball. He directed it towards the larger goal. Mansour, regrettably, misjudged the direction entirely and leapt towards the smaller goal. The football sailed unerringly into the net. Hu Lai, splendid. The ball has found its mark. Without a doubt, this marks Hu Lai's 2nd penalty goal in the final round of qualifiers. As the national team's foremost penalty taker, Hu Lai possesses an extraordinary composure, and despite Mansour's psychological tactics, he confidently converted the penalty. The Chinese team has finally broken the deadlock. The 80,000 spectators at the Shanghai Sports Stadium erupted in a unified cheer, resonant as mountains and seas. Chapter 327. Your guidance is requested on the television screen. Tan Yunlong was near the penalty spot. attempting a headed shot which soared over the crossbar. The video paused at this moment. The head coach of the Japanese national team, Marcos da Silva Carlisle, pointed at the screen and addressed the Japanese players seated before him. This encapsulates all of China's offensive efforts in the match. In this encounter, Hulai scored 1 goal, and Zhou Zijing another, culminating in a total of 2 goals for the Chinese team. It is evident that their offensive was vigorous, dominating the field. Their midfield strength is formidable, enabling them to unleash 22 shots against Syria, a team of significantly lesser strength. Following his remarks, the translator conveyed this information in Japanese to the players. Despite having coached in Japan for several years, Carlisle has yet to master the Japanese language, perhaps due to a lack of desire to learn. It is indeed a challenge to expect a man in his 60s to acquire a new language. In the match against China next Monday, we must fully leverage our collective advantage to contain them. While they possess star players like Hulai, the strongest aspect of the Chinese team lies in their midfield, where Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu serve as their dual organizational core. To diminish their offensive threat, we must effectively neutralize their midfield. The players of the Japanese national team sat attentively, seriously absorbing the translated words of their coach. Their demeanor reflected the high regard they hold for the silver-haired Carlisle. He has certainly earned the respect of these Japanese athletes. As a renowned Brazilian coach, he has led 2 teams in Brazil to domestic league championships, with one team also claiming the Copa Libertadores title. Furthermore, he guided the Brazilian national team to a 3rd-place finish in the World Cup in 2010. Following the World Cup, he transitioned to coaching in Europe, where he steered Sevilla to a UEFA Europa League victory and later led London Bridge in the Premier League to a championship title. Subsequently, he found himself in Japan, taking the helm of the prestigious club Gamba Osaka, where he achieved remarkable success by securing 2 J1 League championships and 1 AFC Champions League title. Last year, however, the Japanese national team, aiming to defend their title at the Asian Cup, faced a shocking elimination in the round of 16 at the hands of China. This defeat placed immense pressure on their head coach, Hiroto Motegi. In the following World Cup qualifying matches, Japan's performance faltered critically. In their opening match of the second round, they suffered a home defeat to North Korea, followed by a draw of 1-1 against Uzbekistan in an away game. Although they managed to secure 2 victories over Tajikistan, scoring a total of 12 goals across both matches, they still struggled against North Korea and Uzbekistan, narrowly winning 1-0 against North Korea away, only to succumb to a 0-1 loss at home to Uzbekistan. This precarious situation left Japan's chances of qualifying for the final round hanging by a thread, inciting a storm of criticism from domestic media and fans alike. Ultimately, the Japan Football Association made the decision to relieve Hiroto Motegi of his duties. In this context, the highly successful coach, Carlisle, was appointed as the new head of the national team. With his illustrious and extensive background, Carlisle commanded undeniable respect within the Japanese national team locker room. At 68 years of age, upon assuming the role, he declared that this would be his final venture in coaching a national team, positioning the Japanese national team as the culmination of his career. His ambitions extend beyond merely guiding Japan to the World Cup finals. He aspires to forge a legacy that celebrates both Japanese and Asian football on the grand stage. Upon his appointment, Carlisle decisively established Tatsuya Sugiyama as the new central figure in the midfield. Previously, the midfield had revolved around Masao Miyazawa of Royal Carthage, relegating Sugiyama to a subordinate role. Motegi's indecision between Miyazawa and Sugiyama had stymied the team's offensive capabilities, resulting in dismal performances against North Korea and Uzbekistan, where the team failed to score despite having opportunities. In addition to Sugiyama's newfound prominence, Junpei Morikawa also received significant trust from Carlisle. Although Morikawa had already been entrusted with responsibilities towards the end of Motegi's tenure, Carlisle's approach differed markedly. He encouraged Morikawa to cover the entire midfield without confining him to a specific position, urging him to respond dynamically to the needs of the game. This strategy capitalized on Morikawa's exceptional stamina and willingness to endure. To balance the midfield and prevent chaos, Carlisle paired Morikawa with the versatile Kenta Otakita, a national team player who currently plays for Gamba Osaka and has previously worked under Carlisle's guidance. With Otakita's support, Morikawa could afford to take risks without fear, while also providing Sugiyama with assistance in linking the defense and midfield, proving to be an invaluable asset. After Carlisle's adjustments, the The Japanese team transitioned from a 4-4-2 formation to a 4-5-1. The former key players, Yoshio Miya and Kanzuya Kudo, found themselves on the bench. Thanks to these strategic modifications, Japan ultimately secured a spot in the final 12, finishing as the second-best team in their group, narrowly avoiding the disgraceful outcome of missing the World Cup for the first time since 1998. With the tactical meeting concluded, the national team members returned to their respective rooms in groups, preparing to rest and recharge for the training session the following day. Tatsuya Sugiyama and Junpei Morikawa walked side by side. These two had evolved from marginal players to indispensable core members of the team, gaining invaluable experience in European football. After 2 seasons on loan, Sugiyama returned to Bayern Munich but opted not to stay, instead transferring to Vitesse, who had just lost their orchestrating midfielder, Vukovic. There, Sugiyama, already well acquainted with the Bundesliga, swiftly filled the gap left by Vukovic and became a key player for Vitesse, eventually competing in the Champions League. As for Morikawa, he was an unwavering mainstay at Leeds City, forming a formidable partnership with Peter Williams and Jay Adams, collectively hailed as the Leeds City Triangle. Following the departures of Hu Lai and Kamara, the trio became the bedrock of the team. Thus, it is evident that not only the golden generation of Chinese football, represented by Hu Lai, is beginning to shine in Europe, but also the younger generation of Japanese football, who have seized the baton from their predecessors and are gradually ascending to the mainstream stage. In contrast, among the 3 East Asian powerhouses, only South Korea's younger generation seems to lag slightly behind. Their representative, Park Gi-hyun, is in Europe but not in one of the top 5 leagues. In terms of both team strength and individual performance, he falls short compared to the talents of China and Japan. Perhaps the brilliance of Park Chun-tae, who remarkably made it into the final 10 candidates for the European Ballon d'Or, ranking 7th, has overshadowed others. Before Hu Lai, he was the pinnacle of Asian football, having seemingly exhausted the fortunes of South Korean football. Of course, it is now the turn of South Korean fans to envy Hu Lai for receiving the bronze ball, feeling that he has depleted the prospects of Chinese football for a century. Junpei, when the time comes for our match against the Chinese team, I will be counting on you, Sugiyama remarked as he walked toward his room. In the recent tactical meeting, Morikawa had been entrusted with a crucial role, responsible for neutralizing the Chinese team's midfield orchestrator, Zhang Qinghwan. According to Coach Carlisle's strategy, although Japan would be playing at home, defeating the currently high-spirited Chinese team would hinge on the battle for midfield control. Thus, Morikawa was a vital figure in the defensive setup. In response to Sugiyama's request, Morikawa enthusiastically pledged, "Rest assured, Sugiyama-kun, I will go to great lengths and give my all." Despite being quite familiar with Junpei Morikawa, Tatsuya Sugiyama found it difficult to endure the young man's exuberance, which exuded an overwhelming aura of youthful bravado. He waved his hand dismissively and half-jokingly remarked, "As long as it's a normal match, I'm afraid you might meet your demise on the field with such declarations." To Sugiyama's surprise, Morikawa nodded earnestly and replied, "To defeat the Chinese team, which boasts the remarkable Hu Lai, one must indeed possess the resolve to risk it all on the field." At a loss for words, Sugiyama could only grin and acquiesce. All right then. They parted ways at the threshold of Sugiyama's room, where he swiftly retreated inside and shut the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. Interacting with Morikawa was undeniably a source of pressure. Unbeknownst to Sugiyama, Morikawa was unconcerned with his perceptions. He pulled out his phone as he sauntered toward his room, accessed their WeChat group, and initiated a private conversation with Qinghwan Zhang. "Brother Huan, our head coach, Mr. Carlisle, has assigned me to defend you in this match. Although I am grateful for your guidance during our time at Flash Star, I will give my utmost effort in the game, and I hope you will offer your insights then." Shortly after sending the message, he received a voice reply from Zhang. "Why so formal, my friend? We each represent our own teams. Let us compete to the best of our abilities and have a good battle." Hearing Zhang's voice through the receiver brought a smile to Morikawa's face. This was the match he had long anticipated, and he was determined not to squander the years of effort and expectation that led him here. "Hu Lai, we are finally set to be rivals once more." As Zhang Qinghwan prepared to receive the ball, he glanced back and noticed Junpei Morikawa closely trailing him. Embodying the very essence of his earlier words, he was fully committed, shadowing Zhang with unwavering intent. In such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for Zhang to receive the ball and pivot. Having played alongside Morikawa for several years at Anton Flash Star, He was acutely aware of the young man's capabilities. Moreover, Morikawa's recent experiences in the Premier League had further honed his skills. The high tempo and physicality of Premier League matches had cultivated formidable defensive abilities in players, including Morikawa. Zhang Qinghuan, keen to avoid a dispossession by Morikawa, swiftly redirected the ball as he received it. Just as he released the pass, he felt a powerful collision as Morikawa closed in aggressively, the force of which sent Zhang stumbling forward a couple of steps. True to Morikawa's words, he had indeed given his all, leaving nothing in reserve. It must be noted that such an aggressive defensive style, which Morikawa exhibited, would have posed a significant challenge for previous Chinese players. On one hand, the intensity is significantly heightened, necessitating that Chinese players maintain control of the ball amidst physical confrontations, which places considerable demands on their ball handling abilities. On the other hand, many Chinese players lack the habit of proactively scanning their surroundings, often oblivious to the approaching defenders behind them. A slight misstep, such as a heavy touch or a momentary lapse in focus, could result in Junpei Morikawa effortlessly intercepting the ball from behind. However, Zhang Qinghuan is currently unperturbed by such concerns. After honing his skills over 2 seasons in Europe, he has developed physical attributes and awareness that are nearly on par with those of his European counterparts. The pressure exerted by Junpei Morikawa is merely one of the many challenges encountered in weekly matches. Since venturing abroad, Morikawa has made tremendous strides. Yet Zhang Qinghuan is not merely a bystander in this journey. A player capable of serving as the central playmaker in a La Liga team is far from being an ordinary talent. As Xia Xiaoyu receives the ball passed back from Qinghuan, he has already advanced beyond the defensive midfield position. In fact, he was the one who supplied the ball to Qinghuan moments ago. After delivering the pass, he did not linger in the back, but instead pressed forward, aware that Qinghuan, who was being closely marked by Morikawa, requires his support. Indeed, as he moved upfield, he quickly received a return pass from Qinghuan. Just as Xia Xiaoyu collected the ball, he was approached by Japan's attacking midfielder, Tatsuya Sugiyama. Rather than hastily releasing the ball, Xia Xiaoyu first controlled it, using his body to shield it from Sugiyama. Although Sugiyama is primarily tasked with orchestrating attacks, he also has defensive responsibilities in this match, specifically to mark Xia Xiaoyu. The Chinese team operates with a dual-core midfield, with Junpei Morikawa assigned to neutralize one core player, Zhang Qinghuan, while Sugiyama is tasked with containing the other, Xia Xiaoyu. As a defensive midfielder, Xia Xiaoyu finds himself well matched against the attacking midfielder Sugiyama. After securing possession of the ball, Xia Xiaoyu did not engage in prolonged tussles with Sugiyama in the center. Instead, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the left flank after creating space with his hands. There, the wide player Chen Xingyi had just received the ball, but Japan's right midfielder Akira Fukuzawa quickly closed in, denying him the opportunity to advance. Chen Xingyi chose not to dribble, but instead passed the ball forward to the center forward Zhou Zijing, who had retreated to the flank. Zhou Zijing, receiving the ball with his back to the attacking direction, was closely guarded by Japan's central defender Takahiro Nakagawa, who prevented him from turning. Utilizing his physical advantage, Zhou Zijing held off Nakagawa and deftly flicked the ball sideways to the advancing Zhang Qinghuan. Naturally, Morikawa was still shadowing Qinghuan. The two began their contest even before the ball was played. Morikawa's hand rested on Qinghuan's shoulder, while Qinghuan took advantage of the moment to repeatedly knock Morikawa's arm away. As they continued this intricate dance, they raced towards the ball's landing point. Ultimately, Qinghuan leaped over the ball, opting not to make contact. The ball trickled behind him, where the incisive Luo Kai was making a cut towards the center. After receiving the ball, Luo Kai faced a frontal interception from Japan's defensive midfielder, Kakuda, and opted to distribute the play, passing the football to the flanking Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu then delivered a direct cross at a 45-degree angle. The ball soared towards the Japanese goal. Xia Xiaoyu's cross found Hu Lai. Amidst the fervent cries of commentator Hifeng, both Hu Lai and Japan's captain, Yamashita Kengo, leaped towards the ball simultaneously. In a dramatic moment, they collided with the ball, eliciting gasps from the home crowd. Despite being hindered by Yamashita, Hu Lai managed to make a precise header, directing the ball towards the goal. Japanese goalkeeper Nishikuchi Nobuo leapt into the air, desperately parrying the incoming shot. The astonished gasps of the home fans transformed into sighs of relief. Nishikuchi's critical save thwarted what could have been a spectacular goal for the Chinese team, prompting Hifeng to exclaim in disappointment. Although no goal was scored, The performance of the national team was commendable from the outset. In Japan's home ground, the players exhibited no signs of intimidation. Instead, they aggressively pursued offensive opportunities, even gaining dominance in the match. As a commentary guest, Yen Kong focused on the positive aspects to soothe Chinese fans, asserting that this was not a case of mourning a lost cause. The display of the Chinese team in this match was indeed impressive. Despite their already commendable performance, their bold approach against formidable opponents Japan caught many Chinese fans off guard. Initially, there was a consensus that, given it was Japan's home ground and their overall strength, the Chinese team should adopt a conservative counterattacking strategy. Nevertheless, with the speedy flanks of Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai, the Chinese team possessed formidable counterattacking potential. While many Chinese fans were still contemplating their team's inferior position compared to Japan, the players boldly launched their own offensive against the Japanese side. This scene evoked memories for many fans, reminiscent of the previous year's Asian Cup. In that tournament's round of 16, the Chinese team had also aggressively attacked Japan's defense from the outset. However, that match had taken place on neutral ground. Now, they were in Japan's territory. The broadcast cut to a close-up of Japan's coach, Carrier, seated with a serious expression. It was evident he recognized the unfavorable situation for Japan. He glanced at the clock. Only 25 minutes had passed. During this period, the Chinese team had largely dominated the play, though he could not see the technical statistics. He was acutely aware that the Chinese team enjoyed a higher possession rate. The dual-core midfield of Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan indeed provided a significant advantage. Even with his tactical adjustments, deploying Morikawa Junpei and Sugiyama Tatsuya to target their two playmaking linchpins, the Chinese team continued to rely on their seamless passing and movement to open up play and deliver the ball into dangerous areas, exemplified by the recent attack. Beginning with Xia Xiaoyu's pass from the backfield to Zhang Qinghuan, a series of 7 consecutive passes ensued, transitioning from the center to the left flank, advancing from the back to the front, and subsequently shifting back to the center before transitioning to the right side. This sequence also included players interchanging positions, exhibiting a remarkably clear strategy. Each player was acutely aware of their roles and capabilities. Such an offensive display had been a rarity for the Chinese team in the past. Historically, once they reached the attacking zone and completed more than 4 consecutive passes, the likelihood of an error significantly increased. The synergy among these Chinese players was astonishing. Carlyle mused to himself. At his side, the assistant coach remarked, "Many of them have previously played together on the same team. And the continuity among this U23 group is commendable. They have consistently played together across the club, U23, and national team levels." Carlyle nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he held reservations regarding his assistant's assertion. I mean, even accounting for those factors, their coordination exceeds the normal level of understanding. The assistant coach remained silent, perplexed by the reason behind it. Carlyle's gaze shifted to Jorge Dillon, standing at the sidelines. In such a limited time frame, he has managed to unify this national team to this extent. Dillon truly deserves the title of a great coach. Dillon, observing the match from the sidelines, maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally he marveled. Although I cannot discern the reason, the team plays as if they have been together for a long time. It appears today may indeed hold promise. The Japanese fans in the stands expressed disappointment in their team's performance. After the match commenced, it became evident that the Chinese team held the upper hand, creating more opportunities to threaten the Japanese goal than vice versa. Though this had been the case during last year's Asian Cup, it was now their home ground. How could the Japanese team allow the Chinese to dominate on their own turf? In fact, we used to be able to pressure the Japanese team. Hu Lisin sighed as he watched the televised match. Xiaolon nodded in agreement. Indeed, we did dominate them during the last Asian Cup. Hu Lisin glanced at her. No. I mean even earlier than that. Oh, how much earlier? Xiaolon inquired, surprised. Hu Lisin contemplated, silently calculating in his mind before responding. Approximately 30 to 40 years ago. Xiaolon paused. When was that? In the 1980s and 1990s, Hu Lisin explained to his wife. Ah, that far back. At that time, we couldn't compete with South Korea, but we still held the advantage over Japan in terms of play. Born in 1973, Hu Lisin's youth coincided with the final stages of China's professional football system. Although Chinese football, developed under a national sports framework, had never qualified for the World Cup finals, it could still be considered a second-tier top team in Asia at that time, occasionally making its way into the first tier. In comparison to Chinese football, Japanese football stands as a complete junior, reminiscent of Japan during the era of the Tang envoys. Perhaps due to the tactical clashes, the Chinese team struggled to secure victories against South Korea, yet often held their own against Japan. Reflecting on the current state of Japanese football and recalling the past evokes a sense of nostalgia. It is astonishing that now we take pride in daring to engage Japan in an offensive battle on their home turf. Over the course of 3 to 4 decades, the footballing trajectories of the two nations have diverged dramatically. Fortunately, in 2015, Chinese football embarked on a profound reform, halting its descent at a critical juncture before it plunged into the abyss. This is why we witness the current scenario, which has led longtime fans like Hu Listen to feel as though they have returned to their youthful days. For the younger Chinese fans, who exuberantly exclaim their admiration while watching on screens or online, seasoned fans in their 50s and 60s perceive this as merely a return to the former standing of Chinese football. Moreover, this resurgence is not merely about reclaiming past positions. It signifies an ascent, a liberation from criticism and derision, ultimately reaching that elusive realm that exists only in dreams, yet remains unvisited. During the match, when Takeya Sugiyama received the ball in midfield, he was immediately marked by Xia Xiaoyu, who was not the starting defensive midfielder Gao Rumin, but rather Xia. Although Xia is not primarily a defensive midfielder, this was a surprising tactical decision by Dylan. Typically, Xia Xiaoyu is an organizing midfielder, while he is tasked with defensive duties. His defensive capabilities are evidently inferior to those of a specialized defensive midfielder. Nonetheless, Dylan chose him to guard Sugiyama, believing that Sugiyama had already evolved into a European-style player, having played abroad longer than Hulai. While Gao Rumin is a dedicated defensive midfielder, his domestic experience limits him to an Asian level of understanding and skill. In contrast, Xia Xiaoyu, having played over 2 seasons at Alvara, exhibits a more European-like comprehension and capability in football. In essence, he can keep pace with Sugiyama. Thus, having Xia mark Sugiyama proved to be more effective than having Gao do so. Consequently, Xia Xiaoyu bore a significant burden in this match, facing considerable pressure. He was tasked not only with curbing Sugiyama's influence defensively, but also with actively supporting Zhang Qinghuan, who was entangled with Junpei Morikawa during offensive plays. When confronted by Sugiyama on the ball, Xia did not recklessly attempt to tackle directly. Rather, he maintained close proximity, using physicality to disrupt Sugiyama's control. Under Xia's vigilant marking, Sugiyama was compelled to pass the ball out wide. Nevertheless, Xia did not relent, continuing to shadow Sugiyama even in an off-the-ball state. With 5 players in the midfield, he was unperturbed by the possibility of leaving gaps in the center, especially with the presence of Gao Rumin, a dedicated defensive midfielder. The Japanese team differs significantly from the Chinese squad, as they lack a dual-core midfield, relying solely on Tatsuya Sugiyama as their orchestrator of offensive plays. Ultimately, Japan's attacking efforts faltered. When the ball was relayed to the left flank, Japan's left winger, Koji Maruyama, failed to control it properly, allowing the ball to escape his grasp, which was swiftly intercepted by the right-sided player, Luo Kai. Well done, Luo Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Kai deftly nudged the ball forward, evading Murayama's attempted retrieval. He sidestepped the overcommit Murayama, reigniting his sprint to chase the ball, advancing it along the sideline towards the attack. The Japanese fans in the stands gasped in astonishment, as this scene evoked memories of Luo Kai's high-speed incursions along the flanks in the previous round of the English Premier League, donning the trained jersey. "Stop him now," the Japanese supporters exclaimed, pointing at the rampaging Luo Kai. Amidst the gasps, Luo Kai surged past the halfway line. Japan's defensive midfielder, Odakita, raced in from the center, intent on halting Luo Kai's advance. Luo Kai, evading confrontation, feigned with his upper body, leaning left as if to cut inside. Trickery succeeded in slowing Odakita's pursuit, allowing Luo Kai to push the ball forward with the outside of his right foot before accelerating to reclaim it. Thus, he elegantly distanced himself from Odakita. The latter, realizing the need to chase, found it increasingly challenging to keep pace with the lightning-fast Luo Kai. Brilliant work, Luo Kai. A breakthrough on the flank. Unlike his previous role as a right winger for the national team, his current position as a right midfielder allowed him deeper positioning, affording him more space to exploit his speed. Faced with the intercepting Japanese left back, Eiji Kawasaki, Luo Kai finally slowed down. Kawasaki's positioning was impeccable, making it impossible for Luo Kai to rely on his speed to break through. He had no choice but to decelerate. Meanwhile, Xinhuan Zhang surged forward from the center to support him, with Junpei Morikawa closely trailing. After slowing down, Luo Kai attempted to deceive Kawasaki with a feint. But the seasoned defender, who plays in Serie A and embodies the European-influenced Japanese style, remained unfazed. Realizing the futility of a forced breakthrough, Luo Kai opted to pass the ball to the approaching Xinhuan Zhang. Upon releasing the ball, Luo Kai accelerated diagonally into the penalty area, prompting Kawasaki to retreat hastily. Consequently, he could no longer assist Morikawa in defending against Zhang. Confronted with Morikawa alone, Zhang feigned a direct pass, seemingly intending to execute a wall pass with Luo Kai. As Morikawa extended his foot to intercept, Zhang skillfully nudged the ball through the defender's legs. Simultaneously, he evaded Morikawa and surged forward, cutting inside with renewed vigor. Even after being nutmegged, Morikawa did not relent. He attempted to tug at Zhang's jersey but was shrugged off. Swiftly, he pivoted to re-engage. Zhang prepared to swing his right foot, poised to deliver a cross from a 45-degree angle just outside the penalty area. Junpei Morikawa swiftly pursued, extending his leg to block. Yet, it was merely a feint. Xinhuan Zhang lifted his foot not to cross the ball, but to deftly step on it. As Morikawa rushed past, Zhang skillfully pulled the ball back with the sole of his foot, creating space for a pass. This time, he genuinely struck the ball for a cross. Morikawa had been completely deceived, unable to intervene, and could only watch as the ball was directly sent by brother Huan towards the back post. There, Zijingzhou surged in from behind, leaping high, with Hulai drawing the attention of two Japanese central defenders. The defensive pressure he faced was remarkably weak. He managed to head the ball just over the jumping right back, Yoshitoki Kita, who attempted a hasty leap. Despite the limited angle, he still directed the ball toward the goal. Although the Japanese goalkeeper Nobuo Nishikabo leapt to save, he was helpless against Zhou's close-range header. Before he could block the near post, the ball had already found its way into the net. The bold Chinese team pierced through the Japanese defense. Chapter 330. Awakening. While Zhang Xinhuan and Junpei Morikawa were entangled, Zijingzhou had already exchanged positions with Hulai, moving to the back post while Hulai remained central. To the Japanese defenders, despite both Zhou and Hu playing in Europe, it was evident that Hulai posed a far greater threat. Setting aside Hulai's illustrious past, his recent form alone warranted heightened vigilance from the Japanese central defenders. Since the fifth round of La Liga on September 20th, Hulai had scored in every match, amassing a total of 11 goals over the last 5 games, averaging more than 2 goals per match. Clearly, he was in peak condition. At this juncture, Hulai could score with merely a touch of the ball. Consequently, prior to the match, Carlisle instructed the Japanese central defenders to closely mark Hulai, denying him any opportunities. The Japanese national team's defenders faithfully adhered to this directive. Indeed, Hulai exhibited his threat during the match. Previously, while being closely marked by the Japanese captain, Kengo Yamashita, he still managed to get a touch on the ball, resulting in a shot that struck the goal frame. Thus, when Zhang Xinhuan initiated the cross, the two Japanese central defenders, Yamashita and Takahiro Nakagawa, instinctively diverted their attention toward Hulai. He raised his arms in the center, signaling for a high ball from Zhang, eager to contest for the header. However, as the two Japanese defenders closed in on Hulai, the ball soared high over their heads, heading straight for the back post, where the only defender present was the 1.7-meter-tall right back, Yoshitoki Kita, who stood no chance against the towering 1.88-meter Zijingzhou. Moreover, Kita was leaping while retreating, further limiting his jump's height. In contrast, Zhou surged from behind, sprinting before soaring high, dominating the air with an imposing presence. Kiyotaka Yoshitoki leaped backward, only to feel as if he had collided with a wall. Behind him, Zhou Zijing remained motionless in midair. As the football soared into the net, he foamed jubilantly, exclaimed, "Goal! Goal! The Chinese team has scored." The first to break the deadlock is Zhou Zijing. Magnificent. In the 33rd minute, the Chinese team led Japan 1-0 away from home. From the onset of the match, China's proactive offensive strategy bore fruit quickly, catching the Japanese team off guard before they could regain their composure. The stands erupted with dismay and terror from Japanese fans, many holding their heads in disbelief that the Asian powerhouse was trailing on home soil. They perhaps struggled to accept the reality that the Chinese team had now become a formidable rival. It was not only the Japanese fans who found this hard to digest. Many Chinese supporters were equally incredulous. What? The Chinese team is in the lead. We actually scored first away from home. How could Japan be performing so poorly? The airwaves and internet buzzed with the excited exclamations of Chinese fans. Some, lacking confidence, hesitated to cheer, fearing that Zhou Zijing might have committed a foul during his aerial challenge, rendering the goal invalid. Yet the referee, more assured than the spectators, swiftly signaled the goal valid by pointing towards the center circle, an unequivocal gesture. The video assistant referee upheld his decision, confirming that the goal by the Chinese team was entirely legitimate. After scoring, Zhou Zijing attempted to slide on his knees in celebration, becoming increasingly adept at executing the iconic three-stripe slide. He was confident this time would be a success. However, before he could initiate the movement, he was enveloped in an embrace by Chen Xingyi. To be precise, Chen had leaped onto Zhou's back from the side as he sprinted. The sensation was akin to a guerrilla fighter clinging to a moving train. Zhou felt the immense weight and struggled to shake Chen off. Yet Chen, embodying the spirit of Spider-Man, clung on tightly. Surprisingly, Zhou, despite carrying Chen, managed to run several steps forward, only to realize he lacked the momentum to slide in celebration, causing him to come to a regrettable halt. Chen, still perched on his back, resembled a rider on a galloping steed, triumphantly gesturing towards the Japanese fans in the stands. More players from the Chinese team rushed in, encircling them completely, thus extinguishing any possibility of Zhou sliding in celebration. Upon joining the fray, they too, like Chen, raised their fists at the Japanese supporters, shouting exuberantly. Scoring in the home ground of the Japanese team was an exhilarating experience. Many Japanese fans sat with their heads in their hands, faces etched with despair, silently watching the pitch. A faction of extreme fans, however, directed angry shouts towards the Chinese players, making universally recognized gestures. In response, the Chinese players, of course, raised their fists with even greater fervor. Junpei Morikawa watched as his teammates celebrated with Huan Ge, a flicker of frustration prompting him to clench his fist. The goal conceded was a direct result of his failure to thwart Huan Ge, which ultimately allowed the latter to execute a well-placed pass. However, Morikawa did not succumb to a deep sense of guilt. His frustration dissipated with that fleeting gesture. He gazed at the huddled players of the Chinese team, still catching a glimpse of Huan Ge's silhouette. Truly, Huan Ge is remarkable, but I shall not concede defeat, Huan Ge. As the players of the Chinese team concluded their celebration and returned to their half, the match resumed. At this juncture, the team's head coach, Carlisle, had made his way from the sidelines, gesturing emphatically towards the Japanese players on the field while bellowing, "Attack! We must attack!" Following the concession of the goal, he swiftly devised a counter-strategy. This was not a moment to stabilize. A formidable offensive was essential to quell the audacity of the Chinese team. Should they seize the initiative, life would become arduous for Japan. It was imperative to showcase the fighting spirit and courage of the Japanese team, ensuring that the Chinese believed the rhythm of the game was not entirely in their grasp. In the stands, the Japanese supporters, having briefly felt disheartened, sprang back to life, waving their large flags and chanting in unison, guided by a synchronized drumbeat. Amidst their fervent encouragement, the Japanese national team surged forward, launching a fierce assault on the Chinese goal. Tatsuya Sugiyama, enduring the close marking of Xiao Xia, took a long-range shot from the edge of the Chinese penalty area. The ball skimmed along the grass, rolling toward the goal. This was a shot of considerable quality, as a ground ball increases the difficulty for the goalkeeper. Ji Yuan Lin Dove, stretching to deflect the ball out of play with a single palm. Although no goal was scored, the stands erupted with cheers from the Japanese fans. Such is the advantage of playing at home. Even a slight improvement in performance elicits abundant support from the crowd. Simultaneously, their cheers impose psychological pressure on the visiting players. After the corner kick was taken, Japan failed to capitalize, with Guangwei Wang heading the ball away. Hulai aimed to control the second ball outside the penalty area, lifting his foot in preparation to strike. Suddenly, a player clad in a Japanese jersey surged in from an angle, leaping to head the ball. Just before Hulai could make contact, the ball was diverted away. Startled, Hulai quickly withdrew his foot, narrowly avoiding a collision with the opponent's face. Nevertheless, the referee's whistle pierced the air, penalizing Hulai for raising his foot too high and awarding Japan a free kick in the attacking zone. It was Junpei Morikawa. As the Japanese team prepared to take the corner, he had lingered back, temporarily assuming the role of a center back. But now he had dashed to the edge of the Chinese penalty area. "Are you all right, Morikawa?" Hulai helped him up, scrutinizing his face. "Relieved?" He noted that Morikawa bore no wounds or signs of blood, indicating that he had managed to retract his foot in time and had not truly struck the opponent. Junpei Morikawa was utterly unconcerned about any injuries on his face, showing no sign of trepidation after his daring leap for a header. Facing Hu Lai, he earnestly declared, "Mr. Hu, please do not hold back. I am willing to wager everything." Hu Lai nodded, acknowledging, "I sense that. You were nearly struck on the head by my kick." Despite this remark, Morikawa maintained a proud grin, seemingly unfazed. Other players from the Japanese team gathered around him, expressing concern for any injuries he may have sustained during the recent contest. Unfazed by their worries, Morikawa reassured them of his well-being, even defending Hu Lai, asserting it was unintentional. "You didn't hit him, did you?" Zhang Qinghuan interjected, tapping Hu Lai on the shoulder to draw him from his fixation on Morikawa. "No, just barely." Hu Lai replied with a shake of his head. "That was truly close. It startled me. This kid Morikawa is really committed." Zhang Qinghuan also cast a look of admiration towards Morikawa. "Indeed, I am perfectly fine, truly," Morikawa reiterated. Mr. Hu managed to pull back just in time. He didn't teammate contact. "Even so, that was quite perilous," Captain Kingo Yamashita remarked gravely. "Being kicked in the face is one thing. But what if it had been your eye? You ought to play it safe." Morikawa flashed a smile. "I thought it would be better to intercept the ball and initiate a counterattack, don't you think?" In the crowd, Tatsuya Sugiyama's gaze turned towards Morikawa, reflecting on the narrow escape. "That was truly close. It startled me. This kid Morikawa is really committed." Zhang Qinghuan echoed his sentiments again. "Indeed, I am perfectly fine, truly." Morikawa reassured his teammates once more. Mr. Hu managed to pull back just in time. He didn't teammate contact. "Even so, that was quite perilous," Captain Kingo Yamashita reiterated, his tone serious. "Being kicked in the face is one thing, but what if it had been your eye? You ought to play it safe." Chapter 331. After all, it's Japan's home ground. The television broadcast was replaying Morikawa's dangerous header from multiple angles in slow motion, allowing viewers to grasp the extent of the threat in that moment. In truth, Hu Lai had glanced back before preparing to kick, but he did not pay any mind to Morikawa, instead seeking an opportunity for a counterattack. He intended to pass the football into an open space, hoping to capitalize on the corner kick for a swift defensive move. As the Japanese team prepared for this corner, Hu Lai was aware of Morikawa's presence, who was positioned a bit behind as a makeshift center back. He did not anticipate Morikawa's sudden rush towards him. He lifted his right foot as usual, only to sense a commotion beside him, realizing someone was charging towards him. In the slow-motion footage broadcasted on television, Morikawa crouched low, directly using his head to meet the oncoming football. At this moment, Hu Lai finally recognized the issue. He instinctively gathered his strength and raised both hands. Despite his reaction being sufficiently swift, he still collided with Senkawa Junpei. His foot did not strike Senkawa's face, but rather made contact with his chest. Had he delayed his retraction by even a fraction, he might have inadvertently delivered a solid kick to Senkawa's face. Nevertheless, even a strike to the chest is a serious matter. If Senkawa had rolled on the ground, clutching his heart, it could have ignited a fierce determination within the Japanese players. However, Senkawa did not indulge in such theatrics. After losing his balance and falling to the ground, he even attempted to rise immediately, eager to ascertain whether his header had succeeded. There was no hint of concern for his own safety. It must be noted, after years of following Hu Lai, Senkawa remained true to himself, never adopting a more cunning approach, which is truly commendable. The referee approached Hu Lai and issued him a yellow card. Receiving a yellow card for dangerous play was a first for Hu Lai. In the past, whenever he received a yellow card, it was primarily for time wasting. Hu Lai had no objections to this, although it was unintentional. The rules of football clearly state that raising one's foot too high is a foul. At that moment, in his eagerness to play the ball, he did not wait for it to settle, thus elevating his foot. Such potentially harmful actions had never been attributed to Hu Lai before. He had always been the recipient of similar treatment. Therefore, he did not attempt to justify his actions by claiming ignorance of Senkawa's presence. A mistake is a mistake, and he accepted the yellow card without protest. The most crucial aspect was that Senkawa was uninjured. The free kick earned by Senkawa, despite the risk of injury, did not pose a threat to the Chinese goal. However, the Japanese team was unconcerned about the success or failure of this attack. They were all invigorated by Senkawa's efforts, particularly Sugiyama Tatsuya. As the midfield linchpin of the Japanese national team, His performance was pivotal to the quality of their offense. Xia Xiaoyu quickly noticed that Sugiyama was playing differently than before. When he attempted to close in, Sugiyama deftly evaded him. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu being bypassed, Gao Rumin rushed to provide support, but in doing so, he inadvertently created an opening behind him. Sugiyama skillfully passed the ball into this space. The advancing Nakata seized the opportunity and unleashed a long-range shot that once again threatened the Chinese goal. Lin Ziyuan had already begun his save attempt, but failed to make contact with the ball. It was Wang Guangwei who stretched his leg to deflect it out of bounds. The Japanese team earned a corner kick. Nakata. Oh no. His shot was blocked by Wang Guangwei. Come on, Japan. During this period, the Japanese team mounted a siege, thrilling the Japanese commentators. On this corner kick, Japan's captain, Yamashita Kengo, managed to get a touch, but under Liu Yan's close marking, he headed the ball slightly too high. A collective sigh echoed from the stands. Zhang Qinghuan glanced back during the midfield, noticing Junpei Morikawa just behind him at an angle. He resolved to control the ball on the opposite side upon receiving it, using his body to shield his possession. As he sprinted towards the approaching ball, he deftly maneuvered it to his right. At that moment, he felt a fierce collision from his right rear, instantly realizing that Morikawa had anticipated his intentions. Attempting to intercept the ball from that side, Zhang quickly extended his right arm and indeed felt a presence there. Without needing to turn, he knew it was Morikawa, and he tried to block him behind. Simultaneously, his foot reached for the ball, preparing to reclaim it. He successfully pulled the ball back. Yet it did not settle under his control as he had envisioned. Suddenly, an additional leg emerged between his own, poking the ball away from him. Interception. Zhang stumbled, witnessing Morikawa maneuver past him from the right, racing towards the ball. The cheers from the stands surged abruptly. Once Morikawa reached the ball, he refrained from continuing to dribble, aware that it was not his forte. Meanwhile, the attacking midfielder Tatsuya Sugiyama had already retreated to support him. Upon seeing Morikawa with the ball, he shouted, "Morikawa?" Morikawa passed the ball forward to Sugiyama. Before receiving it, Sugiyama adjusted his positioning, ensuring he was not completely turned away from the attacking direction but rather positioned sideways, facilitating movements regardless of whether he advanced or retreated post-catch. In the face of the advancing Xia Xiaoyu, he lifted his left foot, feigning a pass to the left. This maneuver drew Xia to shift his weight that way, only for Sugiyama to cleverly feint, deftly redirecting the ball to the right, towards the attacking direction. After sidestepping Xia, Sugiyama accelerated, weaving through the Chinese defense towards the penalty area. Mao Junjing approached, and Sugiyama employed the same trick again. This time, he feigned a pass with the outer instep of his right foot, prompting Mao to pursue the anticipated trajectory before deftly shifting the ball to his left. Continuing his advance into the box, Gao Rumin, playing as a defensive midfielder, had retreated to the edge of the penalty area, extending his foot to intercept the ball. But Sugiyama swiftly outmaneuvered him, pushing the ball forward while squeezing past, effectively blocking Gao behind him. Observing this, Gao quickly raised his hands and withdrew his foot, fearful of causing a foul that might award Japan a penalty. As Sugiyama entered the Chinese penalty area with the ball, the Japanese fans in the stands erupted in ecstatic screams. The Japanese commentator joyfully exclaimed, "Sugiyama! Sugiyama! Well done, Sugiyama!" Once a slower-paced central organizer, Sugiyama had significantly improved after spending several years playing in Europe, developing a commendable ability to advance and increasing his speed. This breakthrough run exemplified his progress. Faced with his sudden acceleration, the Chinese defense appeared unprepared as he charged directly into the heart of their territory. Both Sugiyama and Wang Guangwei lunged towards the ball, converging in the penalty area. In that fleeting moment of collision with Wang Guangwei, he deftly directed a kick, sending the ball to his left towards the Japanese forward. Ito Nuo, this striker, who had netted 12 goals in the Bundesliga last season, seized the pass from Sugiyama Tatsuya and unleashed a powerful shot. Concurrently, Liu Yan surged in from behind, extending his leg in an attempt to thwart the strike. Indeed, he managed to intercept it, yet the ball grazed his toe, veering slightly and eluding Lin Ziyuan's outstretched fingers, ultimately finding the back of the net. A collective sigh escaped from Hifeng and Yin Kong. As they lamented in unison, the Japanese team has scored. With the first half nearing its conclusion, Ito Nuo had equalized for Japan. Sugiyama Tatsuya's sudden burst of energy was unexpected. He skillfully maneuvered past defenders, disrupting the Chinese team's defensive line, truly embodying the essence of a midfield maestro like Weisdorf. Yin Kong began to reassure the domestic fans, asserting, "However, it's all right. After all, this is Japan's home ground. I am certain that Dylan has thoroughly considered the various dynamics on the field. This single goal does not signify the end, as long as we maintain our composure. There will still be opportunities in the second half." Yet, he harbored an unspoken thought. In his view, even if victory eluded them, securing a draw away against Japan would be an entirely acceptable outcome. The qualifying rounds are a protracted journey. Gaining a draw against Japan and then returning home to triumph over them is quite feasible. Against formidable opponents like Japan and Iran, accumulating 4 points would be a satisfactory result, meeting their objectives, as long as they avoid stumbling against weaker teams. The chances of the Chinese team advancing directly to the World Cup finals are significantly heightened. Reflecting on this, Yin Kong suddenly realized that he had unwittingly begun to feel a sense of reassurance, even when faced with conceding a goal during the match. He no longer felt the same urgency and frustration as before. Perhaps after enduring numerous matches such as the World Cup and the Olympics, he had developed unwavering confidence in this team. This was his sentiment, though he wondered if others felt similarly. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Xiaolan was displeased with Japan's goal, and Hu Li-sin consoled her. "It's all right. The first half is about to end, and we have ample time." Xiaolan shot him a glance. "I know, but I am simply frustrated by Japan's goal." Hu Li-sin shook his head slightly, feeling helpless in this regard. On the television broadcast, Lin Ziyuan appeared even more discontented than his wife. Prior to this, he had not conceded a single goal in the current qualifying round, and now his pristine record lay shattered. He struck the ground with a clenched fist, cursing the little Japanese. Chapter 332. A watershed moment. You are doing exceptionally well. Despite trailing at halftime, your subsequent performance has been outstanding. Successfully suppressing the opponent and ultimately leveling the score, the translator conveyed Carlisle's words to the Japanese players. Carlisle, meanwhile, took this opportunity to ponder. Equalizing before halftime was indeed a favorable development, but what lay ahead? Merely leveling the score did not equate to taking the lead. How they approached the remainder of the match was of utmost importance. Should they slow the pace and play cautiously, or seize this momentum and press forward relentlessly? This is a matter that Coach Carlisle must contemplate. From the moment the team equalized, he began to deliberate. Initially, he leaned towards a more conservative approach, with the team having just leveled the score and the first half nearing its conclusion. He feared that an aggressive offensive strategy against the Chinese team might jeopardize their defensive integrity. Generally, scoring an equalizer just before halftime is a double-edged sword. The advantages are apparent, yet the disadvantages manifest as a disruption in the players' momentum and morale. After a 15-minute intermission, it is often difficult for players to recapture the elation of having just scored. Ideally, if there were an additional 15 minutes of play following the goal, it would present Japan with the most favorable circumstances. Given this interruption in momentum, Carlisle resolved to adopt a more cautious strategy in the second half, engaging the Chinese team in a tactical exchange while leveraging Japan's superior ball control to exploit any openings. However, upon witnessing the exuberance of the Japanese players in the locker room during the halftime break, he altered his decision. The players, still invigorated by their recent equalizer, had not yet returned to a state of calm. Carlisle felt that instructing them to focus on solidifying their defense would be akin to dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. He recognized that, although the disciplined Japanese players would adhere to his directives, they might feel a sense of discomfort. It would be comparable to restraining a high-performance vehicle by forcing it to operate in a low gear. The experience would be unsatisfactory, potentially leading to mechanical issues such as overheating. In such moments, it is crucial to go with the flow. Thus, Carlisle resolved to amend his strategy. After the translator concluded, he continued, "In the second half, we must maintain the momentum we established after equalizing. Let us engage in vigorous offense and not fear the Chinese team's attacks. After all, this is our home ground. In terms of overall strength, we are superior and have no reason to fear them here." In this match, Japan was indeed the home team, and they could not accept a 1-1 outcome. Therefore, they would undoubtedly intensify their offensive in the second half, whether immediately upon restart or shortly thereafter. If Japan launched a vigorous attack, they should engage the Chinese team head-on. In the Chinese locker room, Yu Jintao translated Dylan's words for the national team players. While translating, he reflected on the transformation that had occurred. Unbeknownst to him, Dylan had truly instilled a sense of strength within the Chinese players. He recalled Dylan's initial match as head coach of the Chinese team, the semifinals of the China Cup against South Africa, where Dylan's pre-match address primarily focused on one message: the players needed to believe in their strength. Now, he no longer needed to reiterate this sentiment to bolster the players' fighting spirit. He could straightforwardly instruct them to engage the Japanese team in an offensive battle. Remarkably, none of the players present expressed surprise, incredulity, or discomfort at this directive. It is essential to recognize that they are currently facing the formidable Japanese team, the best in Asia, and moreover, playing on their home turf. However, observing the players' expressions, it appears that engaging in a fierce contest with the Japanese squad feels almost second nature. This team has indeed grown significantly stronger compared to its predecessors. The transformation is not solely attributed to the European-based players, as those competing domestically have also shown remarkable development and achievements. In particular, the younger domestic players exhibit greater ambition and confidence than their senior counterparts. After the translation by Yu Jintao, Dylan stepped into the center of the locker room, beckoning all seated members of the Chinese team to rise and gather around him. He then extended his hand, encouraging everyone to overlap their palms atop one another. In his slightly awkward Mandarin, he proclaimed, "Do you have confidence?" The entire team responded in unison, "Yes, yes, yes." With the final shout, the arms that had been stacked together were flung apart, and the players dispersed, making their way towards the locker room door. Dylan, bringing up the rear, turned to his translator, Yu Jintao, and asked playfully, "How was that, you? Was my pronunciation accurate?" Yu Jintao gave him a thumbs up, remarking, in the words of Hu Lai, newbie, pleased with the compliment. Dylan laughed heartily. "I have practiced diligently for quite some time." Upon returning to the field, the second half commenced with the referee's whistle. At the coach's signal, the Japanese players launched a vigorous assault on the Chinese goal. Having equalized, their morale soared, and they felt in prime condition, determined to seize the moment and score swiftly. As seasoned professionals, they understood well that failing to secure another goal promptly would allow the Chinese team to withstand their pressure, complicating the remainder of the match. After all, this was their home ground. Losing to the Chinese team here would place immense pressure on the entire Japanese squad. Before the second half began, their primary concern was that the Chinese team would shrink back in response to their onslaught. Logically analyzing the situation, having just equalized with a surge of momentum and the imperative to win at home, an intense offensive in the second half seemed inevitable. Therefore, the most plausible strategy for the Chinese team would be to stabilize their defense, withstand the Japanese team's initial barrage, and then gradually devise their next move. Whether opting for a counterattack or settling for a 1-1 draw, both outcomes would be acceptable for the Chinese team. If they indeed chose to fortify their defense and counterattack, it could prove to be a considerable headache for the Japanese players, as the Chinese team possesses counterattacking capabilities. However, as the second half commenced, they discovered that the Chinese team had not opted for a defensive counter, but was instead actively engaging in a contest of offense. This was the scenario the Japanese team had longed for. The Chinese team was daring to match them blow for blow. What a coveted situation. Charge. Offense. Who is afraid? In stark contrast to the excitement radiating from the Japanese players, their coach, Carlisle, stood at the sidelines, furrowing his brow with evident concern. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from the Chinese team as they engaged in this aggressive exchange with Japan. He does not believe that a coach of Dylan's caliber would be oblivious to the fact that the Japanese team would launch an offensive at the start of the second half. If he could foresee it, why proceed with such a strategy? Is Dylan lacking in discernment? Carlisle is not so naive. The only plausible explanation lies in Dylan's unwavering confidence in his team's ability to engage in a competitive exchange with Japan. The notion that the Chinese team could match the Japanese side on their home turf appears somewhat incredulous at first. However, upon closer reflection, it is not entirely implausible. While the depth of the Chinese bench may not rival that of Japan's, each team is permitted to field only 11 players simultaneously. When it comes to the strength of the starting lineup, the Chinese team is indeed capable of holding its own against Japan, not falling short in performance. Carlisle is pondering whether this exchange of attacks between the Chinese and Japanese teams represents an opportunity for his side or for their opponents. He harbors some concerns. Yet he cannot afford to slow the tempo at this juncture. To do so would be akin to pressing the accelerator on a slick surface only to slam on the brakes. Such an action could easily result in losing control. Thus, Despite his apprehensions, Carlisle cannot alter the tactical approach on the spur of the moment. He merely hopes that his players will rise to the occasion and secure an early goal. Should Japan score again, the equilibrium on the field would be disrupted automatically. At that point, he would be indifferent to any schemes or calculations the Chinese team might devise. A single goal can indeed transform many aspects of the game, serving as a pivotal moment. As Sugiyama Tatsuya faced off against Xia Xiaoyu's interference just outside the penalty area, he unleashed a long-range shot. Lin Ziyuan positioned himself perfectly, opting not to leap in a desperate save, but instead, he calmly cradled the incoming ball. The cheers of the Japanese fans abruptly ceased. Lin Ziyuan did not linger on the ground. He swiftly rose and initiated an attack by throwing the ball. Xia Xiaoyu, who had just been defending against Sugiyama Tatsuya, immediately surged past him, ready to contribute to the Chinese offensive. Sugiyama Tatsuya, momentarily consumed by regret for his missed opportunity, quickly pivoted to give chase. However, Lin Ziyuan did not pass the ball to Xia Xiaoyu. Instead, he delivered it to the flanking Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi surged forward, and as he neared the halfway line, he encountered a blockade from Japanese players and passed the ball to the approaching Zhang Qinghuan. Zhang Qinghuan did not receive the ball directly. He allowed it to slip through his legs, passing it to Xia Xiaoyu, and then accelerated forward, drawing Morikawa Junpei along with him. This maneuver created a moderate opening before Xia Xiaoyu. After advancing with the ball, Xia Xiaoyu sent a diagonal pass that appeared to be aimed at Zhang Qinghuan. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan let the ball roll past him once more. The ball continued toward the rapidly advancing Chen Xingyi. Upon catching up to the ball, Chen Xingyi delivered a cross. Zhou Zijin leapt up to contest the header with Japan's central defender Nakagawa Takahiro, but neither managed to make contact with the ball. The ball sailed across the area in front of the penalty box, heading straight for the far post. There stood Hulai. As he ran, he began to adjust his stride, ultimately winding up to strike with his right leg. Captain Yamashita Kengo of the Japanese team lunged forward, leaping towards Hulai, turning his back in an attempt to obstruct Hulai's shot. He failed. Thud. Hulai struck the ball with the outside of his right foot. As Yamashita turned to face the action, he witnessed the ball spinning rapidly towards the near lower corner of the goal, though goalkeeper Nishikubo Nobuo made an effort to save. To Yamashita, there seemed an insurmountable distance between Nishikubo's hands and the ball. Returning from the near post, it was nearly impossible for Nishikubo to reach it. Indeed, before he could make contact, the ball sailed past the inside of the near post and into the net. This moment marked a pivotal turning point in the match. Chapter 333. The first lesson during the swift advance of the Chinese team, Hulai remained largely out of sight. Throughout the attack, he appeared detached from the play, not seeming to engage until the moment he took his shot. When Chen Xingyi delivered the cross, it was expected that he would be positioned centrally, and Yamashita glanced back to confirm Hulai's presence in the middle. However, as Yamashita turned back to focus on the ball, Hulai did not continue his run forward. Instead, he abruptly veered sideways, sprinting towards the far post, distancing himself from Yamashita. As the ball sailed over the heads of Zhou Zijin and Nakagawa Takahiro and descended towards the far post, Yamashita pivoted to follow it, only to be astonished to find Hulai no longer behind him, but rather far behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, disregarding the likelihood of intercepting the ball, leaping with all his might to position his leg in Hulai's potential shooting path, simultaneously turning his body to block and increase his defensive coverage. He anticipated Hulai would strike a low ball, yet Hulai unleashed a precise shot along the ground. Not only was it low, but it also curved. Utilizing the outer part of his right foot's toes, Hulai expertly struck the ball. While the speed of the shot was not as direct as a frontal strike, it was far more cunning. The ball skimmed low over the grass, initially heading towards the center of the goal before curving toward the near post. Nishikubo, truly out of reach, could only watch helplessly as the ball entered the net before he could intervene. Hulai executed a direct shot. Magnificent. Splendid. The ball is in. The Chinese team took the lead once more, just 7 minutes into the second half. Amidst the cheers of Hifeng, Hulai sprinted towards the corner flag. This time, he gestured for his excited teammates to pause, allowing him to plant the flag at the Tokyo National Stadium, Japan's home ground. He leapt high near the corner flag, performing a 180-degree turn in midair, crossing his arms over his chest before dramatically thrusting them down, legs spread wide, landing firmly on the ground. The scorer, Hulai, had once again conquered a new stadium. In front of the television, Chinese fans, unable to attend the match in person, fervently shouted in unison, creating an atmosphere that felt remarkably immersive. After Hu Lai completed his celebratory gesture, his teammates rushed to embrace him, reveling in their triumph right under the noses of the Japanese supporters. Following Japan's equalizer, many anxiously speculated during halftime whether the Japanese team would seize momentum and take the lead in the second half. However, they could now breathe a sigh of relief. He Feng and Yin Kong expressed their admiration for the Chinese team's performance. Hu Lai's goal was not merely pivotal. It served as a chilling splash of cold water over the invigorated Japanese players. This exemplifies the tactical significance of Hu Lai, whose mere presence on the field carries immense strategic weight, akin to scoring a goal. With Hu Lai in the lineup, the Chinese team displayed a newfound composure in both tactical execution and player mindset, as his efficiency resolved numerous challenges. Japanese commentators lamented, acknowledging their defensive lapses, while praising the fluidity of China's counterattack, culminating in Hu Lai's precise strike. Falling behind once more was indeed a disheartening predicament that would undoubtedly dampen the players' spirits. As the replay of the goal aired, the commentator shook his head and sighed. It was too precise, too decisive. The quality of Hu Lai's shot was exceptional, beyond accolades. He found himself at a loss for words. Misenkawa Junpei, panting heavily, observed the jubilant Chinese players, many of whom were his friends. He had exerted himself greatly during the match and had closely followed Huang Ge throughout China's offensive plays. Who could have anticipated that Huang Ge would contribute to the counterattack without even touching the ball? It was truly commendable. And Hu Lai's shot was undeniably worthy of his reputation. Although conceding a goal is hardly an ideal scenario, Misenkawa Junpei felt no despondency or anger. Instead, he was internally elated. Everyone gave their all and performed to the best of their abilities. This is the competition I desired. Let us fight fiercely without leaving any regrets. Hu Lai, Huang Ge, Lao Wang, Xiao Xingxing, Xiao Yu, and Zhou Zijing. As the Chinese team concluded their celebration and returned to their half, Hu Lai turned to Misenkawa Junpei and noticed that he was also watching. Hu Lai flashed a smile, not one of provocation, but an expression imbued with a depth of meaning that words alone could scarcely capture, akin to a tacit understanding forged over years of camaraderie. Misenkawa Junpei, his face inscrutable, nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment Hu Lai sought to convey. Amidst the cheers of Japanese fans, the match resumed. The Japanese team, trailing by a goal, immediately launched into a direct offensive upon kicking off. They could not afford to engage in a prolonged exchange with the Chinese team, both for pride and practical outcomes. Japan needed to equalize swiftly. Otherwise, as time slipped away, their task would only grow more arduous. Faced with the offensive onslaught from the Japanese team, the Chinese squad retaliated with their own attack. The match intensified into a fierce exchange of offensive maneuvers. The Japanese team, employing a desperate style of play, was fundamentally grounded in defense. Their tenacity did not imply a disregard for the gaps left behind. Coach Carlisle made adjustments, instructing Junpei Morikawa to abandon his mark on Qinghuan Zhang and instead to cover the area in front of the entire defensive line, thereby maximizing Morikawa's exceptional mobility. Morikawa did not betray the trust placed in him by the coach. Whenever the Japanese advance was thwarted and the Chinese team launched a counterattack, he consistently positioned himself in the path of their offensive, blocking passes or dribbling attempts, or disrupting the Chinese counterattacks, preventing them from accelerating. Morikawa's performance during this period was outstanding. I even believe that Coach Carlisle should have utilized him in this manner from the outset, rather than confining him to marks solely Zhang. Having previously played in the Chinese Super League, Morikawa was well acquainted with the playing style of most Chinese internationals. Limiting his role to shadowing one player was indeed a misallocation of his talents. A Japanese commentator subtly criticized Coach Carlisle, though he likely remained unaware of the true reasons behind Morikawa's remarkable performance. His profound understanding of Chinese players was not the sole factor. Rather, it stemmed from a desire to leave no regrets in this long-anticipated clash, leading him to exert himself to the utmost, even to the point of cramping and exhaustion. Given the perilous nature of the Japanese team's approach, it was impossible for Morikawa to cover the entirety of the defensive half without vulnerabilities. In the 68th minute, after the Chinese team intercepted yet another Japanese attack, they launched a counteroffensive. This time, they advanced exclusively along the flanks, offering Morikawa no opportunity to cover his designated defensive zone. After receiving the ball, Kai Luo penetrated the Japanese penalty area and unleashed a shot. The ball found the net for the third time. As Morikawa rushed back into the penalty area to assist in defense, he witnessed the ball soar into the goal. Seemingly drained of all strength, he lost his footing and collapsed within the box. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the night sky, his ears filled with the astonished gasps and jeers of the spectators. Luo Kai? Uh-huh. Ha-ha. He chuckled joyfully as the Chinese team scored again. 3-1. We lead Japan 3-1 on their home turf. I am certain this scoreline and the spectacle was beyond the wildest dreams of many Chinese fans before the match. Yet, it had indeed materialized. Yin Kong joked nearby. Everyone, pinch yourselves to see if this is a dream. Consequently, Xiaolon playfully pinched Hu Lisin. Hu Lisin grimaced in pain. What was that for? Xiaolon laughed heartily. Just checking if we're dreaming. Then you pinch yourself. Hu Lisin protested. It hurts, you know. Oh dear. Xiaolon wrapped her arms around her husband's, leaning in affectionately. I'm sorry. Hu Lisin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself about the complexities of having such a wife. Wow. The national team is actually leading Japan 3-1 in their own backyard? Incredible. The national team is phenomenal. This is the China team we have longed to witness. Who truly reigns as the king of Asia. Following Luo Kai's goal, the internet was inundated with fervent messages and voices from Chinese football fans. Once again, Chinese football ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics on social media. Before the television screens, countless individuals were undoubtedly brimming with excitement. This match did not merely bring joy to the fans. Perhaps years from now, when new professional players become national representatives, they will recall that their first encounter with the national team was this very match. It serves as the inaugural lesson in football for countless young enthusiasts. Chapter 334. The significance of this jersey. Despite Japan managing to equalize with a penalty in the 88th minute, the Chinese team withstood their final onslaught. Ultimately, this highly anticipated clash between China and Japan concluded with a 3-2 victory for the Chinese team on Japanese soil. The match has ended. We have triumphed. The Chinese team emerged victorious with a score of 3-2 against Japan, securing the crucial 3 points in this round of the final qualifying stage. Hefeng and Yin Kong erupted in cheers. This away victory against Japan is indeed pivotal, bringing the Chinese team one step closer to the World Cup finals. Following this round of the final qualifying stage, the Chinese team stands as the only squad in the group with a perfect record of 4 wins, leading the group with 12 points. The second place is occupied by Iran, who recently defeated Iraq 3-1 at home, accumulating 10 points, but trailing behind the Chinese team due to a previous draw against Japan. Japan currently holds 7 points, ranking third. Only 2 teams from each group qualify for the World Cup, and even the third place may have the opportunity to compete in playoffs. Theoretically, as long as the Chinese team secures a top 3 finish in the group, they have the potential to advance to the World Cup finals. At present, Syria occupies the 4th position in the group, having achieved their first victory of the campaign with a 2-1 win over Thailand, bringing their total to 3 points. 5th place is held by Iraq, also with 3 points but ranked lower due to a lesser goal difference compared to Syria. Thailand, with 4 losses in 4 matches, sits at the bottom of the table, making their qualification for the World Cup nearly impossible. The Chinese team boasts a substantial 9-point lead over the 4th and 5th place teams, with a remarkable total of 13 goals and an impressive goal difference of 11, maintaining a 5-point advantage over Japan, the 3rd-ranked team. This favorable qualification scenario is the primary reason behind the jubilant atmosphere following the Chinese team's victory over Japan, which transcends the historical rivalry between the two nations. After the match concluded, the players on the Chinese bench rushed onto the field to embrace and celebrate with their teammates. In stark contrast to their exuberance, the Japanese players appeared considerably dejected, having drawn against Iran in the previous round and now losing to China. Japan finds itself at a disadvantage against these direct competitors for qualification. This is extremely detrimental to their aspirations of advancing. Although achieving 3rd place in the group may not pose much of a challenge for contemporary Japanese football, relying on playoffs to secure a spot in the World Cup signifies a profound failure. Since participating as the host nation in the 2002 World Cup, the Japanese team has consistently qualified directly for the final tournament, seldom engaging in playoffs or qualification matches. Junpei Morikawa, with his hands resting on his knees, bent over on the field, gasping for breath as he raised his head to gaze at the scoreboard in the stands. The final score displayed that the home team, Japan, had succumbed to defeat. While he yearned for an exhilarating match against a fully committed Chinese team, it did not imply that he was indifferent to the outcome. Losing still left him disheartened, as it meant that his efforts had ultimately amounted to nothing. Zhang Qinghuan, now clad in the Chinese team's jacket, approached and placed a hand on his back, bending slightly to inquire, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Morikawa replied wearily. He was indeed drained. It was noteworthy that Morikawa possessed excellent stamina, yet he had cramped during the match, illustrating the intensity with which he had played. "You certainly kept me on my toes today. I was even substituted early because of you, huh?" Zhang Qinghuan joked. He had been substituted in the 74th minute by Guo Juanfu, not solely due to Morikawa's performance, but more so to allow him a breather while providing Guo Juanfu with invaluable experience on the field. Morikawa understood this well. He recognized that Zhang was merely trying to console him, as no trace of relief appeared on his face. Observing this, Zhang Qinghuan earnestly said, "The loss isn't your fault. Let us fight again next time." Morikawa nodded. "All right, Qinghuan." Zhang Qinghuan patted his shoulder and departed to celebrate with his teammates. Just as he left, Zhou Zijing approached. "Ah, Morikawa, if only you were Chinese," he sighed. Morikawa understood the sentiment behind Zhou's words, but simply smiled and shook his head without responding. Noticing his demeanor, Zhou chose to remain silent, giving Morikawa's shoulder a firm pat before leaving as well. Morikawa stood there, watching Zhou join the jubilant crowd celebrating their victory. As a friend, he recognized the profound significance of this triumph for the Chinese team. Just then, he spotted someone approaching. It was Hulai. He seemed to be making his way toward Morikawa. However, midway, he was intercepted by Tatsuya Sugiyama. The two exchanged a few words, after which Morikawa observed Hulai shake his head at Sugiyama and gesture toward himself before bidding farewell and continuing his approach. Soon, he was right in front of Morikawa. "Let us exchange jerseys, Morikawa," Hulai said, tugging at the front of his jersey. Junpei Morikawa was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hulai sought him out for a jersey exchange. So, was it that Sugiyama-kun had intended to trade jerseys with him, only to be turned down? Had he rejected Sugiyama-kun in order to approach me for this exchange? The disbelief lingered in Morikawa's mind. He then recalled their first encounter, 5 years prior at the 2023 East Asian Cup, where he was tasked with defending Hulai. Initially, he fared well, but as the match progressed, Hulai overwhelmed him, leading to his early substitution by the coach. In the depths of his self-reproach, he was astonished when, after the match, Hulai approached him solely to offer his jersey. It was not an exchange. Hulai unilaterally gifted him the jersey. For Morikawa was so taken aback that he had failed to respond by offering his own. After handing him the jersey, Hulai turned away without asking for anything in return. Morikawa deemed this entirely reasonable. How could he have felt entitled to offer his jersey to Hulai, the tournament's top scorer who had netted a hat trick against South Korea? He was merely a nameless, unsuccessful player. The idea of trading jerseys with Hulai felt far-fetched. Yet here was Hulai, extending his jersey to him. In his moment of despair, that very jersey infused him with renewed strength and hope. His revival began with that act of generosity. He even felt gratitude towards Hulai for having bested him, for it illuminated the reality that he could not thrive as a center back, but rather should capitalize on his agility and tenacity by transitioning to a defensive midfielder. Now, in that position, he had become a mainstay for the Japanese national team and in the English Premier League. Everything began with that match, that jersey. Thus, it felt entirely natural for Morikawa to connect the present with the past, believing that Hulai wished to offer him consolation and encouragement through this jersey exchange. Observing Morikawa still lost in thought, Hulai took the initiative to remove his jersey and extend it towards him. As Morikawa snapped back to reality, he bent down to remove his own shirt. Upon completing the exchange, Hulai said to him, "I believe you will make it to the World Cup, Morikawa. I'll be waiting for you there." Morikawa accepted the jersey with both hands, solemnly promising Hulai, "I will, Hulai-san. I will go to the World Cup. It's a promise. We'll meet there." Hulai patted his shoulder, clutching Morikawa's jersey, and turned to leave. As he passed by Tatsuya Sugiyama, he greeted him. Sugiyama approached Morikawa, glancing back at Hulai's retreating figure, and remarked, "I had intended to ask him for a jersey, but he told me he was coming to find you instead. Did you two arrange this beforehand?" After retracting his gaze, he turned back to Morikawa, only to be startled by the sight of Morikawa, holding Hulai's jersey, tears of warmth cascading down his cheeks. Sugiyama found himself at a loss for words. After the loss, many were disheartened and despondent, yet Morikawa, shedding tears, remained the sole exception. Junpei Morikawa's face bore traces of tears as he tightly grasped Hulai's jersey. He lifted his head and suddenly declared to Tatsuya Sugiyama, "Sugiyama-kun, we must go to the World Cup." Sugiyama was momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively, "Of course. We must go to the World Cup. How could we face the domestic fans otherwise?" Morikawa fell silent, draping the jersey Hulai had given him over his shoulders, and bowed his head as he walked off the field. To outsiders, this might have seemed like a mere post-match exchange of jerseys. Yet, Morikawa understood that this jersey held the weight of a promise between Hulai and himself. Feeling heavy in his hands, he was not merely holding a jersey, he was clutching a vow concerning the World Cup. This time, he need not indulge in fanciful daydreams. The number 14 jersey of the Chinese team in his grasp stood as the most compelling testament. Chapter 335. The Overseas Legion. The players from China and Japan, who had just faced each other at the National Stadium in Tokyo, soon crossed paths again at the Dubai airport. They had both chosen to transit here on their way to Europe. What a coincidence! Hulai exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the group of Japanese players at the baggage carousel. However, the Japanese players had yet to recover from the disappointment of their defeat and were generally in low spirits. It was Sugiyama who replied, "What is so coincidental about it? Everyone has to transit here. Isn't it remarkable that we managed to meet at the same baggage carousel in such a vast airport?" Hulai countered with a grin. "Isn't that quite normal?" Sugiyama pointed to Junpei Morikawa. "He is heading to Leeds with your Zhou Zijing." He then gestured towards Masanobu Miyazawa, Masato Hirakawa, and Koji Maruyama. "These seniors, like you, are playing in La Liga and also need to transit to Spain. Since we all departed from Tokyo to Dubai, the likelihood of sharing the same flight is quite high. Encountering each other here is nothing out of the ordinary." He was indeed correct. Given their shared destination, the chances of running into one another were substantial. In fact, Morikawa had already arranged to meet Zhou Zijing at this very location. With their early encounter, he chose to bow in farewell to his senior teammates before dragging his luggage toward the Chinese players to reunite with Zhou Zijing. As he stepped into their midst, Xia Xiaoyu, Wang Guangwei, Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, and Zhou Zijing all warmly approached him, patting him on the shoulder. Morikawa smiled, engaging in fluent conversation with them in Chinese. The Japanese players observed this scene with a sense of nostalgia. This Morikawa is entirely different from the one we see. Indeed, he seems much more reserved in front of us. He appears to be more relaxed around the Chinese. Honestly, I get the impression that Morikawa might be better suited as a Chinese rather than a Japanese. Hearing their remarks, Hulai responded in Japanese. Morikawa is a bridge of friendship between China and Japan. Sugiyama rolled his eyes at this official-sounding statement. Upon noticing his expression, Hulai burst into laughter. After playfully teasing Takaya Sugiyama, he returned to his companions and shared a heartfelt embrace with Junpei Morikawa. The unexpected encounter between Chinese and Japanese players at Dubai airport was captured by other travelers present at the scene and subsequently shared online, quickly drawing widespread attention and fervent discussion, particularly among Chinese fans. In the photograph, the distinction between the two teams is striking, with Japanese players clearly outnumbering their Chinese counterparts. Approximately 13 or 14 Japanese players were set to journey to Europe, while the Chinese side was represented by only 7 individuals: Hulai, Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, Luo Kai, Xia Xiaoyu, Zhou Zijing, and Chen Xingyi, merely half the number of their opponents. This disparity evoked a wave of sentiment among Chinese fans, who remarked on the evident numerical difference. Although Japan's team had succumbed to ours, they remained the dominant force in Asia. The sheer number of players pursuing opportunities abroad is a testament to their footballing prowess. Nevertheless, having 7 players of our own is a commendable advancement, and we must acknowledge our progress rather than dwell on our numbers. In times past, Chinese football had but a single player, Hulai, venturing abroad. After each national team match, he would invariably find himself alone at the airport, returning to Europe while his teammates journeyed home. The solitude he experienced, juxtaposed with the robust contingent of Japanese players, was a source of sorrow for Chinese fans. Thus, the presence of 7 players today is indeed a significant improvement, sufficient to form a modest overseas contingent. Initially, there was only Hulai, but now we boast 7. Rumor has it that Lin Ziyuan has also reached an agreement with Weston Athletic, and once the domestic league concludes, he will join the Bundesliga, bringing our total to 8. In the future, we can anticipate even more Chinese players gracing European clubs. Soon, after national team matches, we may witness scenes akin to those of the Japanese team at the airport. Why do some insist on counting 7 players? Upon careful recounting, it is evidently 8. Is there a chance that you've included Junpei Morikawa in our tally? The best 8th player. Oh, if only that were the case. At the very least, our midfield's final deficiency would be thoroughly addressed. Gao Rumin has worked diligently, yet he still falls short. Morikawa, after all, is a mainstay in the English Premier League. Wasn't Ouyang remarkable during the Olympics? Following the games, there were whispers of his potential transfer abroad, yet now there seems to be no news. Have you forgotten where Ouyang plays? At Shining Star. That place is notorious for its exorbitant demands. If Dong Pengzi doesn't demand an outrageous fee from European teams, how could he possibly allow Ouyang to leave? Will this delay Ouyang's overseas aspirations? Rest assured, everyone, while Dong Pengzi may be frugal, he possesses a keen understanding of the larger picture. It's worth noting that Shining Star has historically sent the most players abroad. In terms of national contribution, Shining Star has never wavered. The lack of transfers might be attributable to the rushed timeline following the Olympics, as Lin Ziyuan also missed out on opportunities for similar reasons. Alternatively, it could simply be that he hasn't encountered the right club yet. Regardless, Ouyang is still young, and even spending another year under coach Zhao's guidance would be quite beneficial, as he can still progress. Over the years, Shining Star has indeed contributed numerous national team players to our country, and their efforts are commendable. It is true that the sacrifices have been significant, and they have yet to secure a league championship since then. Let us not speak of it, for now. We should be grateful that Shining Star can maintain its league status. The previous remarks seem to be exaggerated. Haven't you already successfully secured your league status this year? Well, that is true for this year, but what about next year? If they maintain their status next year, what about the year after? With Shining Star's current trend of sending players to Europe, it seems they will be a relegation team year after year. The players from the Chinese and Japanese teams did not engage in conversation at the Dubai airport. The majority of them are not on such amicable terms. Upon encountering each other, they quickly parted ways, heading to their respective clubs to commence their European League campaigns. As they were about to leave, Hulai warmly invited Zhang Qinghuan. Brother Huan, why not come back to Madrid with me? After all, you'll be accompanying Saria to Madrid this weekend. So why make an extra trip? Our house is spacious, with many rooms. Choose any you like. Staying at your place? That's absurd. Zhang Qinghuan retorted. I still need to return and train with the team. What is there to practice? You're all destined to lose. Hulai scoffed. Zhang Qinghuan raised his middle finger at Hulai as he departed. We'll see who wins or loses on the pitch. Whoever loses treats the other. Get lost. Hulai exclaimed. The host pays. This time, Zhang Qinghuan didn't indulge in Hulai's banter and directly announced the rule. After the conclusion of the final round of the Asian qualifiers, the first match upon returning to the club, which is the 8th round of La Liga, will see the Madrid Pirates host Saria. This marks the first Chinese derby of the new season. There will be many Chinese derbies this year. In addition to La Liga, there's also the Premier League and even the Champions League. In the Champions League group stage, Alvara, where Xiaoxiaoyu plays, enters as the seed team after being the champion of the Portuguese second division last season, while the second-tier team is Tramed, where Luo Kai plays. Thus, 2 Chinese derbies will occur in this season's Champions League group stage. These 2 opponents are quite intriguing, as they recently faced each other in the Champions League knockout stage last season. However, compared to last year, the attention from Chinese media and fans towards the Chinese derby has noticeably diminished this year. It is not that they are uninterested in Chinese players abroad. Rather, they have gradually become accustomed to witnessing 2 Chinese players competing on the European stage. There is no longer the same shock or anticipation as last year. Moreover, they will continue to grow accustomed to this until it becomes entirely routine. Just as Japanese football has evolved, when Japanese players meet in European football, their media no longer conduct grandiose promotional coverage. It is treated as a normal match reported in the usual manner. Chinese football will inevitably reach this point. As long as the reforms in football continue, I believe a substantial overseas contingent will undoubtedly emerge in the realm of Chinese football in the future. Even Chinese players competing abroad may not secure a spot in the national team, as the pool of talent playing overseas is exceedingly vast. Currently, Japan boasts approximately 50 players participating in various leagues around the world, yet not everyone can be selected for the national squad. This represents a fortunate dilemma for Japanese football. Chinese fans aspire for a future where the selection of players for the national team becomes a delightful challenge. Imagine having one lineup for the Asian Cup, another for the second round of qualifications, and yet another for the third round. Oh, how the Chinese supporters salivate at such prospects. On October 14th, a Saturday, despite the Champions League group match against Riberosberg looming on Wednesday, Madrid Pirates head coach Perotti opted not to rotate the entire squad for the home match against Serie A, fielding at least half of his key players. Facing a mid-table Serie A, the Madrid Pirates remained cautious, especially since Serie A had recently triumphed over Sebastian at home. Moreover, following the national team match day, Serie A was less affected due to having fewer international players, while the Pirates were almost depleted. The first team had to train alongside the reserves, as they struggled to gather sufficient numbers for practice. Having many international players is a hallmark of a prestigious club, ensuring its strength. Yet it also brings its own set of challenges. After each international match day, elite clubs often bear the brunt of the consequences. On one hand, key players risk injury during these fixtures. On the other, even if unscathed, fatigue can hinder their performance. Unlike the Madrid Pirates, who started with half their main squad, Serie A fielded their full-strength team. Players like Zhang Qinghuan, who traversed the vast expanse of Eurasia to represent the national team, were integral to Serie A's starting lineup. As the midfield linchpin, his absence from the match was nearly inconceivable. Hulai, who undertook a similar arduous journey, also began for the Madrid Pirates. The clash between these two Chinese players commenced from the very first minute. However, the impact of the national team matches was evident in Zhang Qinghuan's performance. The match between China and Japan took place on Monday, October 9th, with all overseas players departing Tokyo the following day, flying via Dubai to Europe. Zhang Qinghuan returned to Barcelona during this period. On the 11th and 12th, he adjusted to the time difference, resting and engaging in recovery training, before joining the team in Madrid on the 13th for a brief acclimatization session ahead of the match. The training was not systematic, and his rest insufficient. Consequently, delivering an outstanding performance proved challenging. It can be said that Zhang Qinghuan's displayed form was a typical reflection of a player who had just endured 2 national team matches. Only a select few can perform without being affected by the rigors of international duty and travel. Hulai, fortuitously, is among this rare exception. In a similar vein, while participating in 2 national team matches, Hulai nearly completed the full duration of the final match against Japan, being substituted in the 89th minute to delay time, just after Japan had managed to score a goal from a penalty, with little time remaining. His on-field presence exceeded that of Zhang Qinghuan, with comparable travel distances and time spent in transit. Under these identical conditions, Hulai exhibited not an ounce of fatigue. He started the match with vigor, demonstrating active movement and engagement. As a forward, the demands for mobility are particularly high. Without tireless runs and positioning, securing quality shooting opportunities becomes exceedingly challenging. Such energetic movement necessitates ample physical stamina, which Hulai showcased abundantly throughout the match. The coaching staff of the Madrid Pirates had grown accustomed to Hulai's performance and no longer expressed astonishment over his physical condition. Otherwise, Perotti would not have hesitated to keep Hulai in the starting lineup, had Hulai's fitness been subpar. The fitness coach and assistant coaches would undoubtedly have opposed such an arrangement. Finally, in the 41st minute, the dynamic Hulai assisted the Madrid Pirates in breaking the deadlock. He connected with a cross from left-back Ion Martinez, heading the ball into the net. The Serie A goalkeeper, Frederick Bayen, attempted to make a save, but the proximity and angle of Hulai's header rendered him helpless, leaving him to lament as the ball found its mark. Hulai scored. He remained unaffected by the prior national team matches. This marked his 11th goal of the season in the league, having only played 8 rounds. His goal tally had already reached double digits, a staggering efficiency. The Spanish commentator, Sanchez, lauded Hulai's performance. As the second half commenced, Zhang Qinghuan momentarily rallied, leading Serie A in several threatening attacks. Unfortunately, constrained by fatigue and physical condition, his contributions were short-lived. Recognizing Zhang Qinghuan's waning strength, Serie A's head coach, Arnaud Casas, substituted him in the 66th minute. With the core midfielder off the pitch, Serie A gradually succumbed to renewed pressure from the Madrid Pirates. In the 71st minute, the substitute Tonini capitalized on a direct free kick, altering the score to 2-0. Following a 2-goal lead, Hulai and two other key starters were sequentially substituted as Parati began preparations for the upcoming Champions League match. After a draw against Piraeus in the first round of the group stage and a tight situation against Torino, Parati was determined to avoid any unexpected outcomes against the fourth-seeded team, Ribsburg, at home. He intended to field his strongest squad in the Champions League to secure all 3 points at home. As the Madrid Pirates made successive substitutions, the match approached its conclusion. The early substitution of the midfield linchpin, Sarria, proved to be futile, as he neither possessed the skill nor the determination to pose a threat to the goal of the Madrid Pirates. After a standard 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates secured a comfortable 2-0 victory over Sarria on their home turf. Following the match, Hulai and Li Qingqing treated Zhang Qinghuan to a meal as a gesture of consolation. However, they refrained from taking photographs or sharing their gathering on social media. Given that Sarria had just suffered a defeat, it would have been rather insensitive for their supporters to witness Zhang Qinghuan dining amiably with the victorious adversaries. While ignorance might have been bliss, awareness of such a scenario could potentially be perceived as a deliberate provocation. 3 days later, after a period of recuperation, the Madrid Pirates welcomed Ribsburg to their home ground. Despite being classified as a fourth-tier team during the group stage, essentially deemed the weakest in their group, Ribsburg proved to be a formidable opponent. Although they suffered a 0-1 loss to Torino in their opening match, they rebounded in the second round with a 2-0 victory against Piraeus. Currently positioned third in the group, they share points with Torino, trailing only due to inferior goal differential. Faced with such a contender, Parati deployed his strongest lineup. The battle was fierce, with Ribsburg displaying remarkable resilience. Their steadfast defense and strategic game plan successfully thwarted the Madrid Pirates' advances throughout the first half. However, their limits were soon reached. Just 3 minutes into the second half, Hulai unleashed an unexpected long-range shot from outside the penalty area, breaking the deadlock and paving the way for his team to seize victory. Though they had conceded a goal, Ribsburg remained determined to hold the line, accepting that even a 1-0 loss would be a tolerable outcome, especially considering Torino had been defeated by a 2-goal margin on the same ground. Yet, Hulai, having found his scoring touch, was unstoppable. In the 60th minute, he connected with a cross from Kamara and scored again with a well-timed strike from the center. After conceding 2 goals, Ribsburg's defenses began to falter. Merely 3 minutes later, Maxi Kelly scored from a rebound, extending the Madrid Pirates' lead to 3-0. Their defensive strategy crumbled under pressure. In the 77th minute, center-back Riva Moreno found the net from a corner kick, making it 4-0. In the 90th minute, substitute Italian forward Di Quinzo added the final touch, scoring the last goal of the match. The Madrid Pirates ultimately triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory over Ribsburg, securing not only 3 points, but also a significant goal differential. As a result, they now hold a commanding position over their primary group rivals, Torino, boasting both a superior win-loss record and a substantial lead in goal differential. In the contest for group supremacy, they find themselves in a favorable position. Hulai's remarkable performance, netting 2 goals in this match, marked his second consecutive match in the Champions League with a brace. Following the game, Spanish media erupted with excitement, questioning if European teams were prepared for the return of the man who scored twice once more. In the previous season's Champions League group stage, Hulai achieved the remarkable feat of scoring twice in 4 consecutive matches, establishing an unparalleled record. Upon returning from international duty, he started in both subsequent matches, netting a total of 3 goals. There were neither concerns regarding his stamina nor his form, as he led the scoring charts in both the league and the Champions League. As noted by Spanish media, he is back. Chapter 337. Watching the game together, are European teams prepared? The man who scores twice has returned. When Meli saw this headline in the Spanish media, he shook his head. Despite his team, Madrid Kings, achieving a resounding 3-0 victory against Amsterdam Athletic in the Champions League that week, the media coverage seemed to favor the Madrid Pirates. It is worth noting that the Pirates triumphed over a lower-tier team, Libersburg, while Amsterdam Athletic is a prominent club in the Eredivisie, a second-tier team. Meli acknowledged that his personal performance was overshadowed by Hulai, as he scored only 1 goal in the 3-0 victory over Amsterdam Athletic, which indeed paled in comparison to Hulai's 2-goal achievement. However, he did provide an assist. 1 goal and 1 assist. Surely that performance is not inferior to Hulai's? Yet, the media continued to lavish praise on Hulai, seemingly neglecting Melli. The title of Mr. Double Scorer was bestowed upon Hulai, and Melli could sense a shift in the media's attitude towards Hulai, who was increasingly regarded as a top star. This change might suggest that Hulai's status has significantly risen compared to before. No one would be surprised to see Hulai competing on par with Melli, with some even believing he has surpassed him. After all, Hulai currently leads in both the League and Champions League scoring charts, having overtaken Melli. At this juncture, Melli sought an opportunity to reaffirm his position as the leader of the younger generation. He set his sights on the upcoming league match. In the 9th round, Madrid Kings would host Catalonia League. This would mark the first national derby of the season, a clash not only between two rival teams, but also a personal duel between Melli and his adversary, Kindorkel Bonca. Without Hulai, the greatest threat would undoubtedly come from this Brazilian. Damn, Melli is truly fierce. Chen Xingyi expressed his frustration in the group chat. How did you manage to defeat him back then, Hulai? Because I am even fiercer, Hulai boasted with pride. After Hulai's display of confidence, Chen Xingyi surprisingly refrained from mocking him. Having just faced Melli's Madrid Kings in a Champions League match, he genuinely believed that Hulai's ability to triumph over Melli in the league was indeed impressive. Some things are only deeply understood through personal experience. For instance, opinions on Melli's prowess vary widely. Some elevate him to celestial heights, as if he were an extraterrestrial, while others view him as merely ordinary, a product of exaggerated adulation. There are those who claim that Messi is merely a product of his system, unable to thrive outside the environment of Real Madrid. This topic has sparked considerable debate online, becoming one of the most contentious discussions. Even among professional players, while they acknowledge Messi's prowess, their understanding of his true capabilities often remains limited until they face him directly. Chen Xingyi, who had encountered Messi 4 years ago during the Madrid Olympics, when his national youth team played against Messi's Argentine squad, found the current match against Real Madrid to be profoundly impactful. The transformation in Messi over these years is striking. Though Messi scored only 1 goal and provided a single assist in the match, his influence was palpable. The pressure and threat he posed to Ajax were constant, as his dribbling and breakthroughs compelled Ajax to allocate excessive defensive resources to counter him, ultimately leaving other positions vulnerable. Messi's extraordinary ability to penetrate defenses is the primary reason for his unparalleled status in the sport. Furthermore, he has developed his scoring and playmaking skills, making him even more formidable than he was during the Madrid Olympics. Last season, when Real Madrid faced Ajax in the Champions League, Chen Xingyi felt that the tactics employed against Messi mirrored those used on him, leading him to believe he was comparable to Messi. However, after facing Messi in the Champions League, Chen Xingyi realized that such comparisons were illusory. Messi was, in fact, 10 times more skilled. For Chen Xingyi, Messi epitomizes the pinnacle of his playing style. He expressed in a group chat that if he could possess even half of Messi's prowess, he would consider himself exceptional. Hulai encouraged him, saying, "Have some ambition, little star. Aim for at least 3/4 of Messi's greatness." Zhang Qinghuan interjected, "Hulai, your expectations are utterly unrealistic." "What? 3/4 is too low? How about 2/3? Wang Guangwei chimed in. "It seems 3/4 is indeed greater." Hulai asked, "Are you sure, old Wang?" To which Wang Guangwei confidently affirmed, explaining that to compare the two fractions, one must first find a common denominator. He demonstrated that 3/4 and 2/3, when converted to twelfths, are 9/12 and 8/12 respectively, thus confirming that 3/4 is indeed larger. Hulai exclaimed in realization, "Oh right, that makes sense." Zhang Qinghuan, along with Xia Xiaoyu and Sun Chuan Junping, chimed in as well. Zhang Qinghuan remarked, "Wow, you guys are actually debating a math problem." Hulai questioned, "Brother Huan, don't tell me you can't grasp such a simple math problem?" Zhang Qinghuan retorted, "Hulai, you're infuriating." Chen Xingyi interrupted, "What was I even trying to say to you all? What's so funny?" Li Qingqing, noticing Hulai smiling at his phone, curiously inquired. Hulai promptly showed her the screen, and Li Qingqing burst into laughter. "Is this how you comfort people?" Hulai beamed with delight, remarking on the splendid outcome. "Look at this effect. Little Star is utterly perplexed about his intentions." He mused. The most effective way to resolve an issue is to address the individual who posed the question, isn't it? Hulai found immense pleasure in witnessing Li Qingqing's playful pout. believing that even her eye rolls possessed a certain charm that urged him to tease her further. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air, followed by a voice announcing, "We are ready on our end. The interview can commence, Ching Ching." "All right, I'll be right there," Li Ching responded, rising to her feet. After receiving the prestigious Ballon d'Or award for women's football, a prominent domestic media outlet, CCTV, had meticulously orchestrated a documentary to commemorate her as the first recipient of this accolade in the history of Chinese football. The filming had been ongoing for some time, capturing her training sessions and matches with the Real Madrid women's team, as well as her daily life in Madrid. Currently, the production team was at her residence, preparing for a personal interview. The living room had been temporarily transformed into an interview space, with the documentary crew setting up lights and equipment. Meanwhile, Li Ching and Hu Lai took a moment to rest in a makeshift dressing room derived from a guest room. "I just had a thought," Hu Lai remarked upon noticing Li Ching preparing to leave. "What thought?" she inquired, turning to him. "For this weekend's National Derby, you're attending in person, right?" Li Ching nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Attending the National Derby is also part of this documentary. The crew hopes to capture the essence of my experience watching such a high-caliber match, showcasing my integration into Spanish football and Real Madrid. To facilitate this, the crew had coordinated with Real Madrid, granting them permission to bring filming equipment into the VIP boxes at the stadium for live footage. They would accompany Li Ching to the match, documenting her experience of watching Spain's premier showdown in its entirety. "I suddenly wish to join you for the National Derby," Hu Lai said with a grin. Li Ching widened her eyes in surprise. "Oh, how so? Is that permissible?" "It is indeed, but don't you have a match as well?" he replied. "Our match is on Saturday, while the National Derby is on Sunday afternoon. There is no conflict. Moreover, although it's an away game, we are playing against Getafe, which is quite nearby. We can return right after," he explained. Upon hearing Hu Lai's plans, Li Ching nodded in agreement. "I have no objections. I'll inform Sister Shan. Perhaps they will be delighted that you can join us." When Wang Shanshan learned of Hu Lai's intention to attend the match alongside Li Ching, she was genuinely thrilled. The prospect of capturing the shared experience of the couple watching the game felt akin to enjoying a buy one get one free deal on bubble tea, bringing them a sense of satisfaction for the crew. Previously, they had hesitated to propose such an idea, as Hu Lai was a player for the Madrid Pirates, and they worried about potential complications in attending the derby at their city rival's home ground. However, with Hu Lai broaching the subject himself, their concerns dissipated, leaving them at ease. Regarding whether the Royal Madrid club would mind allowing an ordinary fan, even one who is a rival player, to enter the stadium, they seemed to lack any grounds or reasons to refuse such an individual. On Saturday, October 21st, during the 9th round of the league, the Madrid Pirates faced off against their local rivals, Getafe 13-26, away from home. Following the UEFA Champions League group match against Ribesburg, Parati made some rotations for the weekend league match. Nevertheless, regardless of the rotations, Hu Lai remained a steadfast starter for the team. The coaching staff now harbors no concerns regarding Hu Lai's stamina, whether it be a week with 2 matches or 3, as long as he is uninjured. He is guaranteed a starting position. Hu Lai did not betray the trust and expectations placed upon him. In this match against the fiercely resilient Getafe 13-26, he scored a goal in the 50th minute, leading the Madrid Pirates to a narrow victory of 1-0. While Hu Lai played away, Li Ching watched the game at home through a television broadcast. Accompanying her was a film crew from CCTV who were not merely watching the game with her, but rather capturing her reactions as she watched. Upon witnessing Hu Lai's goal, Li Ching leapt from her sofa and, in front of the camera, synchronized her iconic celebration with that of Hu Lai on the screen. After her exuberant celebration, Wang Shanshan smiled and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be this excited." Li Ching then shyly smiled in return. "I know that you and Hu Lai are rivals from the same city, which makes it nearly impossible for you to watch each other's matches live. Don't you feel a bit regretful?" Wang Shanshan inquired. The smile on Li Ching's face gradually faded as she nodded, "Yes." Wang Shanshan understood her regret. They were clearly in love, yet unable to publicly display their feelings for various reasons, confined to watching live broadcasts from home. She comforted Li Ching with a smile. "But it's all right. You two can watch the National Derby together next." In the Crown Stadium, which accommodates 85,000 spectators, not a single seat was unoccupied. The Royal Madrid fans had meticulously crafted a giant tifo that waved proudly in the northern stand. The tifo depicted the iconic landmarks of Madrid, with the Crown Stadium taking center stage. Above the stadium, a fan raised a finger, and beneath the artwork, a simple yet powerful phrase in Spanish read, "Esto es Madrid." This is Madrid. A warning to the opposing Catalan fans, asserting whose territory it was. The players were warming up, and the stadium's PA system reverberated with the Royal Madrid anthem. The seated fans joined in harmony, creating a visually and audibly striking atmosphere throughout the stadium. This was the pinnacle of Spanish rivalry, the national derby. Although Hulai had watched numerous Spanish derbies on television, experiencing it live was an entirely different sensation, far surpassing the barrier of the screen. He has also experienced the Madrid derby. Yet one must concede that the local derby pales in comparison to the national derby. Although the Madrid Pirates are indeed one of the prestigious clubs in La Liga, in terms of both strength and history, they are not significantly inferior to Catalonia's representatives. However, the animosity between the Madrid Kings and the Madrid Pirates resembles an internal conflict within the city, whereas the Madrid Kings, emblematic of the Spanish ruling class, stand against the Catalan aspirations for independence represented by Catalonia's team. This clash epitomizes the struggle between the forces of unity and the yearning for secession. Consequently, the encounters between these two teams are often imbued with meanings that transcend the realm of football, thus capturing considerable attention. If Catalonia's team triumphs over the Madrid Kings, it would be perceived by the Catalan independence movement as a victory, at least on a spiritual level, against the Spanish government. Conversely, should the Madrid Kings prevail over Catalonia's team, many supporters of national unity in Madrid would regard it as a powerful measure to curb Catalan independence. The Catalans view their renowned club as an exceptional vessel for their political ideals, and the club takes great pride in this. With each victory and championship, they propagate the political ethos of Catalonia. Thus, every encounter between the Madrid Kings and Catalonia's team is akin to a cataclysmic collision. The narratives, both on and off the pitch, are ever present. From the elevated box on the second tier, Hulai gazes down at the bustling Crown Stadium with a light chuckle. What evokes such amusement? Li Qingqing casts a sidelong glance at him. He smiles at his former naivete. Why does he say this? Hulai shakes his head. I once genuinely believed in the notion of keeping politics away from football. However, since arriving in Europe, I increasingly perceive this sentiment as sheer nonsense. Wherever there are people, there are stances, diverse stances. As they converge, the influence of these positions magnifies. And how could a club composed of fans sharing a singular stance be anything but a reflection of that? Even we Pirates embody a certain position. Addressing the camera, his comments remain somewhat veiled, yet the cameraman, peering from behind the lens, directs a questioning gaze towards Wang Shanshan. Understanding his implication from the inquiry in his eyes, she responds with a reassuring glance. It's fine, we'll edit this out later. Such content is certainly unsuitable for a documentary about Li Qingqing's football journey. Nevertheless, this exchange reveals an unseen facet of their lives. Upon hearing Hulai broach a topic that seems both significant and weighty, Li Qingqing offers comfort. Let them be. Our focus should be on playing well. Our purpose in coming to Europe is to learn, grow, and ultimately bring back our acquired knowledge to the national team to help achieve favorable results. Wang Shanshan, upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, hesitates, pondering. What a pity it would be to cut this segment entirely. What is the true purpose of Chinese players, regardless of gender, in pursuing opportunities abroad? Through the dialogue between Li Qingqing and Hulai, it becomes evident that this method is far superior to the commentary provided by the announcer. Both teams are warming up on the field, and the television broadcast has already commenced. The large screen at the venue has synchronized with the broadcast signal, allowing fans scattered throughout the stadium to witness the unfolding match. This ensures they do not miss any exhilarating moments, such as slow-motion replays following goals. Presently, a scene from a box in the second tier appears on every screen in the stadium. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the box, a beautiful woman dressed in casual attire is visible. As the audience recognizes who she is, a wave of cheers and applause erupts. The fans of Madrid's royal team have identified their heroine, Li Qingqing, the pivotal player who historically led the team to win the Champions League. The devoted royal fans, who cherish both the men's and women's teams equally, generously offer their cheers and applause in a warm welcome to Li Qingqing. Those fans seated directly below the box even turn around to applaud and give a thumbs up to her. In response to the enthusiastic crowd, Li Qingqing waves back. Wang Shanshan, standing beside the camera with a smile, captures the very scene she aspired to immortalize. Look at how deeply the audience adores Li Qingqing. Our female footballers are receiving heartfelt applause and cheers from the discerning royal fans at the Crown Stadium, an achievement that countless male football stars have been unable to attain. After receiving such a warm response, Li Qingqing retreats to her seat, prompting Hu Lai to tease her. How does it feel to be a superstar? With a chuckle, Li Qingqing inquires, why are you sitting so far back? The box has several rows of seats, and Hu Lai occupies the last row. I fear that if I were to join you, the cheers would turn into boos, he replies. Li Qingqing raises an eyebrow in surprise. Surely not. Hu Lai points at her. At that moment, a chorus of boos indeed resonates throughout the venue, growing ever louder. Even the players on the field, who were warming up, find their attention drawn to the stands, glancing up to see what is amiss. Ultimately, they discover the source on the largest screen. The broadcast still centers on the box. This time, the camera zooms in on the man seated next to Li Qingqing. Despite his cap, his identity is immediately recognizable as Hu Lai, the key forward for the Madrid Pirates. Amidst the boos, Hu Lai suddenly rises from his seat and strides towards the glass window. In what seems a deliberate provocation, he stands in full view, allowing the crowd to hurl their jeers and gestures at him. He even waves back at them like his girlfriend, seemingly oblivious to the unwelcoming atmosphere of the stadium. The player, Cabin K, warming up on the field, gazes in astonishment at the figure displayed on the screen. He truly did not anticipate that Hu Lai would attend this match, one that bore no relation to him whatsoever. Subsequently, he noticed Li Qingqing beside Hu Lai. Could it be that he accompanied his girlfriend? However, the cacophony of boos resonating through the air was even louder than the jeers directed at the players of Catalonia during their warm-up. Cabanca was suddenly struck by a sense of absurdity. He had originally believed that he and Melly would be the stars of this encounter, yet now Hu Lai, this unexpected guest, had stolen the limelight. Hey, are you here to ruin the event? As this thought crossed Cabanca's mind, he abruptly realized something and swiftly directed his gaze towards Melly across the field. Indeed, the Argentine was also gazing up at the screen. Though only a profile was visible, his expression was undeniably serious. It resembled a lion discovering an intruder in its territory. Observing Melly in such a state, Cabanca couldn't help but chuckle with a sense of schadenfreude. What are you laughing at, Cabanca? Captain Roses patted him on the shoulder. Captain, look. Cabanca gestured with his eyes towards Melly. The sudden appearance of Hu Lai seemed to have rekindled Melly's animosity. However, Roses, witnessing this scene, did not laugh. Instead, he wore a similarly grave expression. This was rather ominous. Hu Lai had provoked Melly's ire, and Melly's opponent was us. Cabanca's face displayed a look of astonishment. He had completely overlooked this matter. Brace yourself for a tougher match. Focus on warming up. Roses spoke in a low voice. Li Qingqing stared blankly at Hu Lai's silhouette in front of the glass window. Beyond that immense pain, the fans of Real Madrid were gesticulating wildly and raising their middle fingers at her. Just half a minute ago, these very fans had been cheering and applauding her, giving her thumbs up. The CCTV filming crew was momentarily bewildered by the scene, as the cameraman instinctively shifted the lens away from Li Qingqing to focus on Hu Lai. In the frame captured by the camera, with the fierce-looking Real Madrid fans as a backdrop, Hu Lai turned around, glanced back at Li Qingqing seated on the sofa, and offered a slight smile, spreading his arms. Be confident in your boyfriend. I am the man capable of inciting a chorus of boos at the Crown Stadium. Chapter 339. Precious material. Breathless, Cabanca felt an urge to curse. No, he was eager to scold Hu Lai. What on earth are you doing here watching a national derby? You could have just come, but you had to make a spectacle on the big screen? Are you out of your mind? Cabanca's frustration was understandable. At the start of the match, he had propelled Catalonia into an early lead. As an attacking midfielder, Cabanca possessed commendable scoring abilities. With Roses' assistance, he transformed into a razor-sharp weapon, piercing the heart of Real Madrid. It is noteworthy that he scored just 3 minutes into the match, prompting even the commentators to exclaim, Catalonia has achieved a dream start away from home. Indeed, a dream start. How marvelous it was. The match commenced with Catalonia leading by a score of 1-0. For Madrid's king, at least 2 goals were necessary to achieve a standard 1-0 outcome. However, it appeared that this was not merely a dreamlike beginning, but rather a formidable challenge. Alternatively, it seemed to have activated the hidden mode of Melibane. The trailing Madrid king launched a fierce offensive towards Catalonia's goal, with Melibane being the most vibrant among them. Just how vibrant was he? After taking the lead, Catalonia not only failed to capitalize on their advantage, but also found themselves confined to their own half. In the 9th, 14th, and 30th minutes, they received 3 yellow cards, 2 of which were attributed to Melibane. This included one for Cabanca himself and another for the team's central defender, Paul Fuchion. The latter's yellow card was a direct result of a foul on Melibane within the penalty area. Faced with Melibane's incisive breakthrough, Fuchion took a risky slide tackle. However, the ball was swiftly claimed by the quicker Melibane, resulting in Fuchion clattering into Melibane's foot, leading to a foul, a yellow card, and a penalty, without question. Subsequently, Melibane took the penalty he had earned and scored, leveling the match for Madrid King. In just 31 minutes, Catalonia's 1 o'clock advantage had vanished, and both sides returned to the starting line. Following the equalizer, Madrid King continued to apply relentless pressure on Catalonia. In the 40th minute, Catalonia's captain, Roses, also received a yellow card. With the first half still underway, players from the visiting Catalonia had been cautioned, illustrating the difficulty of the match. For reference, during the previous season's visit, Catalonia had not fared so poorly. They had even forced Madrid King's main central defender, Peralta, to receive a red card, momentarily equalizing the score at 3-3 without suffering significant disadvantage in play. In contrast, during today's national derby, Catalonia was almost entirely suppressed. This left Cabanca particularly disgruntled. Last season, before his arrival, Catalonia had managed to hold their own against Madrid King. Why now, with him, were they at such a disadvantage? He cast his gaze toward a particular box in the second tier of the stands. The answer lay there. Truly, it is the national derby. How splendid. In the box, Hulai exclaimed. Today, Melibane was in exceptional form, seemingly invigorated. What could be the reason for this? Unable to tolerate Hulai's sardonic remarks, Li Qingqing retorted, "Guess what the reason is?" To her surprise, Hulai boldly proclaimed, "Of course, it's because I'm here." With such vigor, "I suggest your club ought to invite me to every important match henceforth. Success would surely follow, haha." Li Qingqing rolled her eyes, dismissing him. Yet, partly due to the presence of cameras, she wished to maintain their public image. However, Hulai was entirely unconcerned. He turned back to the field, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Tear them apart. Make it louder." The crew members present collectively wore expressions of disbelief. "Brother, are you here cosplaying as Jiabaoyu?" Hulai and his companions were aware of the situation, yet they could hardly fathom its extent. "Goodness. It turns out that your voluntary application to watch the match alongside Li Qingqing was merely a ploy to relish the thrill of witnessing a fierce contest from the sidelines." Wang Shanshan could only incessantly chant to herself, "Cut, cut, 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 cut. All must be eliminated. If not, this footage would be utterly unpresentable. The heroic image of Chinese football would collapse overnight." Yet, she felt a pang of regret. This was the essence of a true hero. Heroes must don masks, their true selves concealed. Whether this is a lament for the heroes themselves or for humanity at large remains unclear. Of course, even if portions are excised, the original footage will remain preserved as invaluable historical documentation for future generations, awaiting a time when it may be revisited. Perhaps then, the world will glimpse what a genuine Chinese football hero truly embodies. Imperfect, with flaws that may not endear him to all, yet undeniably authentic. He is a living, breathing individual, imbued with emotions and desires, rather than a statue crafted for specific purposes, standing outside a stadium for public admiration. Incidentally, Hulai indeed has a statue. He and his national team compatriots are immortalized in a group sculpture, prominently displayed in the plaza outside the Lotus Stadium, home of the South China Tigers, commemorating the Chinese men's football team's first entry into the World Cup finals. Fans and tourists from all corners of the nation flock here to capture photographs with the statue of the Chinese team. They often touch the feet of their favored players, as if this gesture might bestow good fortune. Hulai's statue is notably polished and gleaming, reflecting his esteemed position in the hearts of Chinese fans. These players who propelled the national team into the World Cup are revered as heroes, with Hulai being the foremost among them. It seemed as if Hulai could truly hear the resounding call, as the intensity of the match escalated in the second half. In the 52nd minute, Peralta, from a corner kick, executed a header that breached the Catalan Union's goal, altering the score to 2-1 in favor of Madrid Kings. Just 5 minutes later, Cabanca nearly leveled the score for Catalan Union. his shot narrowly grazing the crossbar before sailing out of bounds. The missed opportunity left Cabanca with his hands clasped atop his head, visibly crestfallen. As he turned to return to his position, he couldn't resist casting a glance toward a private box on the second tier of the stands. In the 60th minute, he delivered a brilliant pass that enabled Mario Salado to penetrate the penalty area. Unfortunately, Salado's shot was secured by Madrid Kings goalkeeper Rodriguez Bakel. In the 72nd minute, Meli sealed the deal. After skillfully maneuvering laterally outside the penalty area, he executed a splendid 1-2 with Deducalos, advancing into the box, evading the charging goalkeeper, Carlos Cordero, and sending the ball into the empty net. The Madrid Kings now led by 2 goals at home. After scoring, Meli sprinted across half the field, specifically running towards the sidelines, where he vigorously waved his fist at a particular box on the second tier of the stands. Once, twice, thrice. The stands erupted with a cacophony of cheers, echoing 3 times. The individual in the box, who was the recipient of the fist pumps, beamed with delight, seemingly unfazed. Or perhaps, it was precisely because he cared so much that his joy was so pronounced. This moment was faithfully captured by a camera in the box. Earlier, when Wang Shanshan observed Hulai and Li Qingqing sharing jokes, she realized this could be a remarkable opportunity to document history. At this very moment, within that box, in the stadium, and amidst the temporal fabric surrounding the match, the protagonist was no longer the intended subject of the documentary, Li Qingqing, but Hulai. Thus, she might indulge in a slight misuse of her public resources, seizing the chance to film Li Qingqing's documentary while simultaneously chronicling the rivalry between Hulai and Meli. In years to come, perhaps in a mere handful of years, this footage would serve as invaluable material for those reflecting on the competition between Hulai and Meli. Therefore, she dedicated an entire camera to focus solely on Hulai, capturing every nuance and moment of his performance in the match, ensuring not a single frame was missed. Consequently, she recorded the extraordinary scene. After scoring, Meli ran directly beneath Hulai's box to celebrate with his fists. Was this a celebration? No. It was a display of defiance toward Hulai. The match concluded. With the referee's 3 whistle blows, the stadium erupted in a tremendous cheer. The large scoreboard across the stands displayed the final score, 3-1, with the Madrid Kings triumphing over Catalonia, handing the latter their first league defeat and securing their inaugural victory in the national derby of the new season. Last season, in their first national derby, they had suffered a 1-2 defeat against Catalonia. The fans in the stands and the players of the Madrid Kings on the field were all in jubilant celebration. A photographer, carrying a Steadicam, swiftly approached Meli. Typically, such treatment signifies that the player is the standout performer of the match. Meli Banega, who scored 2 goals, was indeed the man of the match, having emerged victorious in his direct confrontation with Cabanca. In the box, Hulai and Li Qingqing stood, the latter applauding the victory of her club's men's team in the national derby. Hulai, with his hands in his pockets, stood beside her, wearing a playful smile as he gazed at the field. Nearby, a camera was intently focused on him, capturing the entirety of this moment. In Chapter 340, Significant Matters, a mysterious guest appears at the national derby, causing a stir. Chen Xingyi shared this video link in the group, commenting, "Wow. If I hadn't watched the live broadcast, I could have been fooled by that title. You Sly one. What made you want to be there in person for this match?" Zhang Qinghuan asked. "Don't ask, it's all about stealing the spotlight." Stealing the spotlight? Not only Chen Xingyi was puzzled, but Wang Guangwei and others were equally intrigued. Zhang Qinghuan patiently explained, "You are not in Spain, so you wouldn't understand. Allow me to elucidate. Today, the entirety of Spain is reporting on yesterday's match, yet the focus of the coverage has somewhat strayed. Wasn't Meli the one who scored twice and was named the best player of the match? Yet, the media coverage seems to favor that scoundrel Hulai instead." The crowd was incredulous. What? Surely not. Zhang Qinghuan continued, regardless of whether it's the media in Madrid or Barcelona. They are all deliberating why Hulai chose to attend the El Clasico in person, as it was his first time. There are even rumors suggesting that Meli's outstanding performance was due to Hulai's presence at the match. Everyone reflected on the live broadcast of the game. Although they missed the pre-match warm-ups, they recalled that during the game, after Meli scored his second goal, he specifically ran to a section beneath the stands to pump his fists, rather than celebrating with the die-hard Real Madrid fans concentrated in the northern stands. This was indeed peculiar. Furthermore, the television broadcast frequently panned to the VIP box, making it clear that Hulai was in attendance. When pieced together, could it be that Meily's remarkable performance was a result of Hulai being present at the match? Hulai interjected, with my older brother watching. How could Meili not strive to excel? So, you were there to stir the pot, were you? No, Hulai earnestly clarified. I merely wanted to accompany Qingqing to watch a game. We had never had such an opportunity before. This time, CCTV was filming a documentary about Qingqing, and I just wanted to tag along. How was I to know Meili would be so concerned about my presence? I wasn't wrong in calling him petty, was I? Hulai, do listen to yourself. How could you not realize that Meili cares about you? You are clearly trying to instigate. Exactly. I believe you revel in the chaos, deliberately fanning the flames. I watched the videos online. Every time the camera focused on you, the crowd erupted in boos, and there you were, waving amidst the jeers. How shameless. Faced with the crowd's condemnation, Hulai posted a gesture of gratitude. Too kind, too kind. This isn't praise, Wang Guangwei remarked. I suddenly understand why Hulai practices with Li Qingqing in their backyard. He must be too afraid to go out, worried about being thrown in a sack, right? Ha. The group was filled with mirth. Meili, however, tossed his phone aside and lay on the couch, unwilling to rise. He had scored twice in the El Clasico, been named the best player, and helped his team ascend to the top of the league. With so much to discuss, yet the media fixated on Hulai. What was there to report about that? Were they devoid of material? As if it were not enough to be overshadowed by Hulai in the Champions League. Meili was genuinely astonished that his stellar performance in the El Clasico could be eclipsed by off-field gossip. Not only traditional media but also online platforms buzzed with discussions about Hulai's unexpected appearance at the Crown Jewel Stadium for the El Clasico, making related topics a sensation in the Spanish region. Speculation abounds regarding Hulai's presence at the Crown Stadium for a match in which he seemingly has no connection. Indeed, even Meili is intrigued by Hulai's motives for attending this game. However, he refrains from indulging in the media's conjectures. He picks up his phone once more, sits up in bed, and searches for Hulai's contact information, sending him a message. What are you thinking? Hulai replies almost instantly. Meili continues to inquire. Why are you watching the game live? This time, Hulai takes nearly 5 minutes to respond. What is it to you? Am I not allowed to watch the game in person? Meili takes a deep breath and messages back. I'm merely curious. You've never come to the Crown Stadium before. This time, Meili waits even longer, nearly 10 minutes, before Hulai finally responds. Don't overthink it, buddy. I'm just here accompanying my girlfriend for a shoot. You performed excellently in the match. Have some confidence, Meili. You really don't need to concern yourself with me. Upon reading this reply, Meili nearly hurls his phone against the wall. What does he mean by have some confidence? Where am I lacking in confidence? What does he mean by don't worry about me? As if I care so much about him. He suddenly finds himself preferring the media's speculations regarding Hulai's attendance at the match. At least they wouldn't provoke his ire. Damn, why is he so insufferable? Winning the national derby should be a joyous occasion, yet it has been soured by this irritating individual to the point of losing all interest. Just wait. When the Madrid derby rolls around in the second half of the season, I shall confront Hulai face to face. In the dimly lit bedroom, Cabin Ka lies on the expansive, soft bed like a corpse, hands behind his head, eyes fixated on the ceiling. Even with his girlfriend, bare and writhing in his embrace, he offers no glance in her direction. After some time, noticing Cabin Ka's complete lack of response, his girlfriend feels a wave of frustration and halts, propping herself up to gaze at him. What's wrong? Cabin Ka continues to stare at the ceiling but manages to speak, indicating that he can indeed sense the commotion she creates. It seems losing to Meili has hit you hard, she observes with a smile. You want to even look at me? At her words, Cabin Ka finally turns to meet her gaze and smiles faintly. I'm fine, dear. A smile that seems forced. His girlfriend pouts and then lowers herself again, resting her head on Cabin Ka's sturdy chest. You can't keep this up, Cabin Ka, she whispers. You came to Spain to face Meili, didn't you? You lost to him this time, but you can reclaim victory at home next time. After all, it's always like this between you two. Sometimes you win, sometimes he does. After a moment of silence, Cabin Ka suddenly pats his girlfriend's smooth back. You're right, my love. He then kisses her cheek and gestures for her to rise. Once she moves aside, he turns to retrieve his phone from the bedside table. After a thorough search through his contacts, he finally located his target and began composing a message. Once he sent it, he set his phone aside and turned to embrace his girlfriend, his gaze finally resting upon her alluring curves. A fervent flame reignited within him. Suddenly, he flipped over, and with his girlfriend's startled cry, he pinned her beneath him. The phone emitted a notification sound, prompting Hu Lai to pick it up. It was a text message. Just you wait, Hu. Hu Lai frowned at the unfamiliar number and muttered, "Who the hell are you?" At that moment, Li Qingqing emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, having just finished her shower. She noticed Hu Lai's furrowed brow as he stared at his phone. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Oh, just a nuisance message," he replied. "Nuisance message? Let me see." Li Qingqing walked over and took the phone. "This must be from one of your rivals," she remarked after reading the message. "But it's an unknown number." Hu Lai implied that it couldn't possibly be from Mei Li. "Not only Mei Li counts as your rival." Li Qingqing returned the phone to Hu Lai. "It could be someone else." "Well, aside from Mei Li, I haven't offended anyone else recently," Hu Lai pondered. Li Qingqing chuckled at his words. "That's hard to say. I feel like you have enemies everywhere now." She then playfully nudged Hu Lai. "Hurry up and take a shower." "Huh." Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback. Then he caught the glimmer in Li Qingqing's eyes, sparkling like water. Suddenly, he understood. He tossed his phone aside, forgetting about the message's sender, and leaped up, bouncing toward the bathroom with enthusiasm. "Who cares who sent it? Let them come. I'll face whatever comes my way. Right now, I have important matters to attend to." In the 341st chapter, during the 10th round of the league a week later, Madrid Kings, riding high after their home victory against their arch-rivals Catalan Union, swept Royal Velvo away with a 4-o'clock scoreline. Mei Li contributed with a goal and an assist, once again earning the title of the match's best player. Meanwhile, Catalan Union seemed still reeling from their painful defeat, suffering a 1-o'clock loss at home to Samir Sports, marking their second consecutive defeat and dropping them to 4th place. In the same round, Madrid Pirates faced the newly promoted Moriles at home. After a week of rest, Parati fielded all his main players. It was a match marked by numerous goals. Just before the end of the first half, Maxi Carey scored the opening goal for the team. However, within 10 minutes of the second half, Moriles equalized. In a remarkable 5-minute span, Hu Lai scored twice, helping Madrid Pirates take the lead and further extend their advantage. In the 80th minute, Vukovic netted his first goal since joining the team, sealing the score at 4-1. After 10 rounds of the league, Madrid Pirates climbed to 2nd place, trailing the first-place Madrid Kings by 4 points, re-entering the title race. In the midweek UEFA Champions League group stage, the Madrid Pirates faced a challenging away match against Libersburg, continuing their rotation strategy. This time, Hu Lai was unable to maintain his scoring momentum in the Champions League. However, he adeptly drew the defensive attention of Libersburg, thereby creating numerous scoring opportunities for his teammates. With goals from Ismael Kamara and Ion Martinez, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Libersburg with a scoreline of 2-0. After 4 rounds of group matches, the Madrid Pirates amassed 10 points, securing the top position, while Torino Bulls followed in 2nd place with 6 points. Piraeus held 4 points in 3rd, and Libersburg languished at the bottom with 3 points. Theoretically, the Madrid Pirates had not yet secured advancement from the group stage, but realistically, if they do not lose to Piraeus in the next round, they will qualify early. Thus, their prospects for progression appear exceedingly favorable. Furthermore, with an additional victory, they would cement their position at the top of the group, rendering the final away match against Torino Bulls inconsequential. The substantial advantage in the Champions League allows the Madrid Pirates to concentrate more on their domestic league. In the 11th round of the league, the rested key players who had rotated for the Champions League all participated in the away match against Sebastiana. Hu Lai scored a goal and also provided his first assist of the season, leading the team to a 2-1 victory against Sebastiana. Following this, Hu Lai returned to China to join his national teammates in preparation for another crucial match in the final round of the World Cup qualifiers against Iran at home. In the match against Iran, the Iranian team initially broke the deadlock with their robust style of play. However, the Chinese team launched a fierce counterattack, equalizing through Chen Xingyi. The match then settled into a stalemate until the 79th minute, when Hu Lai, receiving a cross from Luo Kai, headed the ball into the net, finally opening the door to victory for China. The Chinese team, united in purpose, withstood Iran's counteroffensive, maintaining the 2-1 scoreline until the final whistle. With this victory, along with a previous 3-2 win against Japan, China secured 2 of the most significant victories in the qualifiers. Now, halfway through the qualifiers, it is astonishing that China sits atop the group. With 5 victories from 5 matches, they have accumulated 15 points, leading 4th place Syria by a remarkable 11 points. As long as a third world war does not occur, the possibility of China finishing in the top 3 appears highly promising, at the very least securing a spot in the playoffs. This remarkably smooth journey through the World Cup qualifiers has left many Chinese fans somewhat bewildered. They recognize that the national team has grown stronger, yet they did not anticipate such an impressive performance. To contextualize, during the previous World Cup qualifiers in North America, at the halfway point, China was languishing in 5th place, second from the bottom. Their only victory came from a narrow 1-0 win at home against the UAE, followed by 3 consecutive defeats against formidable opponents such as South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Australia, suffering losses of 0-3, 0-2, and 1-2 respectively. It was only in the 5th round that they managed to secure a 1-1 draw against Qatar at home. The former head coach Wilson departed due to unsatisfactory team performance and his stubborn refusal to utilize Hulai. Subsequently, Shi Wuyin took over the team, leading the Chinese squad to a remarkable turnaround in the latter half of the final round of qualifiers, securing a place in the playoffs. For years later, Chinese fans need not worry about whether their national team can qualify for the playoffs. Rather, their focus should now shift to whether the Chinese team can secure a direct berth in the World Cup finals by finishing among the top 2 in their group. Although China ranks first with 15 points, Japan and Iran also accumulate 10 points each, placing them in 2nd and 3rd, respectively, leaving China with only a 5-point lead, which cannot be deemed entirely secure. The advantage lies in the schedule. In the first 3 matches of the latter half, China will face 3 comparatively weaker teams from the group. Should China maintain a perfect record, they will accumulate 24 points. Meanwhile, Japan and Iran will clash in the 8th round. Assuming both teams win their matches leading up to this encounter, they will each have 16 points. This match must yield a decisive result, ensuring that one team will remain at 16 points, thus widening the gap to 8 points between them and China. With only 2 rounds remaining in the qualifiers, it becomes impossible for either to catch up with China, securing China's early advancement to the World Cup finals. If the 2 teams draw, they will each have 17 points, resulting in a 7-point disparity with China's 24. Consequently, China would not only secure qualification 2 rounds early, but also clinch the top spot in the group. Therefore, as long as China maintains a flawless record in the final 2 rounds of the final stage, the results against Japan and Iran become inconsequential. Given the current form and strength of the Chinese team, defeating Iraq, Syria, and Thailand appears to be a manageable task. Returning from national duty, Hulai featured prominently in the match against Malaga at the home ground of the Madrid Pirates. He was not hindered by the national team's match day. Rather, he excelled, scoring all 3 goals and achieving a hat-trick, leading his team to a 3-1 victory over Malaga. In the 5th round of the UEFA Champions League group stage, the Madrid Pirates hosted Piraeus. As long as they did not lose at home, they would secure early advancement from the group. In the 1st round of the group stage, the Madrid Pirates had drawn 3-3 away against their opponent, a time when the entire team struggled to find their rhythm. However, they are now in a vastly improved position. Without any doubt, the Madrid Pirates decisively defeated Piraeus 4-0 at home, avenging their previous draw. Hulai scored 1 goal, while the other 3 were netted by Tonini, Di Quinzo, and an own goal from the opposing center-back, coincidentally reminiscent of the last encounter where Piraeus also scored an own goal. Following this victory, the Madrid Pirates secured their place in the next round of the group stage and confirmed their position at the top of the group. The final away match against Torino Bull became inconsequential. In the 13th round of the league, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Levante Athletic at home with a score of 2-0, with Hulai scoring both goals for his team. In the 14th round of the league, the Pirates secured a 2-0 victory against Ahel on their away match, with Hulai scoring from a penalty. In the final round of the Champions League group stage, the Madrid Pirates faced the Torino Bulls on their turf. Coach Perotti made significant adjustments to the starting lineup, having already advanced and secured the top position in the group. There was no need for them to engage in a fierce battle with the Torino Bulls. Nonetheless, Hulai remained a starter. Yet he was unable to breach the goal defended by Albertazzi. The Italian goalkeeper delivered an exceptional performance, making impressive saves throughout the match and earning the title of Player of the Match. Unfortunately, due to their lackluster offensive capabilities and the adjustments made to the lineup, the Torino Bulls were also unable to triumph over the Madrid Pirates at home. After all, they had already secured their progression to the next round prior to this match, leaving no reason to contend fiercely against the Madrid Pirates. Ultimately, The match concluded in a harmonious 0-0 draw. With the group stage of the Champions League now concluded, the Madrid Pirates amassed 14 points, finishing first in their group, while the Torino Bulls accumulated 10 points, securing second place. Piraeus finished with 7 points, claiming third place and qualifying for the knockout stage of the Europa League. As for Ribersberg, a dominant force in Swedish football, they proved to be a mere underdog in the Champions League, winning only once and finishing at the bottom with 3 points. Upon returning to Madrid, the Pirates continued their winning streak in La Liga, achieving 3 consecutive victories. In the 15th round, they narrowly defeated Real Carthage 1-0 at home, with Hulai scoring the sole goal. In the 16th round, they achieved a resounding 4-1 victory against Biscay Athletic, where Hulai scored twice and provided an assist. In the 17th round, they triumphed 3-1 over Turrias, with Hulai contributing 1 goal and 1 assist. Following this, the winter break arrived, and the next match was scheduled for December 31st, 14 days later. Since returning to the club after the Olympics concluded on August 23rd until December 17th, Hulai had played 16 rounds of the league, starting in every match except for the second round, where he came on as a substitute. Except for the 4th round, which ended in a 2-2 draw against Samir Sports, he scored in every match. With the league not yet halfway through, his tally had already reached an astounding 25 goals. Last season, after the same 17 rounds, he had netted only 19 goals. Perhaps, as the Spanish media suggested, Hulai had taken to the limitless highway, accelerating with fervor, leaving all opponents in his wake. Amidst the roar of the engine, he soared, transforming into a rocket racing toward the cosmos. P.S. The double monthly ticket promotion has commenced. I humbly request your support for the monthly ticket. Following the conclusion of the 17th round, the day after the match, the players of the Madrid Pirates attended a Christmas dinner at the Riverside restaurant, where they donned their finest attire, as is customary for stars on the pitch. During the banquet, Carlos Lombo, the president of the Madrid Pirates Club, expressed his gratitude for the team's endeavors and contributions throughout the year 2028. The head coach, Parati, also delivered a heartfelt speech of thanks. During the event, President Lombo awarded a series of accolades, including the title of the club's Player of the Year, which was voted on by the Madrid Pirates fans on the official website. The outstanding Hulai emerged victorious, securing the honor for the first time, a recognition that was undoubtedly well-deserved. As the year 2028 had yet to conclude, Hulai had played a pivotal role in leading the Madrid Pirates to victory in the La Liga Championship, finishing as the league's top scorer with 36 goals. Across all competitions in 2028, Hulai netted a remarkable 73 goals. Of course, the season was not yet over, as there remained a La Liga match against Catalan Union on December 31st, providing Hulai with an opportunity to extend his tally and surpass last year's 75 goals. He opened his phone to check the calendar. The final match of 2028 was not scheduled for the 17th, which marked the 17th round of the league, but rather for the 31st, the true last match of the year. The Madrid Pirates would face Catalan Union away, a formidable opponent indeed. To prepare for this encounter, the entire team was set to convene for training on December 26th, the day after Christmas. The choice of this date, a Tuesday, over December 25th, a Monday, was deliberate, allowing players to celebrate Christmas with their families. After a year of hard work, it was essential for the players to spend time with their loved ones, ensuring they returned to training and competition rejuvenated. With 7 days remaining until training commenced on the 26th, the club granted the players a holiday. Most players could arrange their vacations at will. Last year, Hulai had enjoyed a holiday for 2 with Li Qingqing, but this year, he had a new idea. Let's make it more lively this year, and invite more people to join us. After consulting the calendar, he turned to Li Qingqing for her opinion. Sure, I'm on board. Do you want to hang out with Huang Gu and the others? Li Qingqing readily agreed. Yes, Hulai replied, feeling encouraged by her response. He then reached out in their WeChat group to Zhang Qinghuan. Huang Gu, let's spend this holiday together. He anticipated an immediate affirmative response from Zhang Qinghuan, but was taken aback when the reply was a refusal. Sorry, I can't this year. I have other commitments. Hulai's smile faltered, momentarily frozen in disbelief. He thought he had misread the message, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed a rejection. Li Qingqing, noticing his reaction, leaned in for a glance. Huang Gu must have his own plans. What kind of plans could he possibly have? Hulai mused, wondering what could be more pressing than joining them. Perhaps he is visiting his mother back home? Just ask someone else, Check in with the others in the group. Thus, Hulai addressed the entire group. Winter break vacation plans. Who's in? If you want to join, let us know. Xiaoyu responded almost immediately. Me. Who go? I'm in. Wang Guangwei, why are you the one lacking? Didn't Huan Gu reject you, Hulai? Zhang Xinghuan. It's about him and Li Qinqing, you silly old Wang. Wang Guangwei. Oh, I see. Hulai. Is anyone interested in the winter vacation dungeon? We have a healer for the 3 spots. Those who wish to join, please sign up. Wang Guangwei. Who's the healer? Hulai. Clarify your words. Hulai. Of course it's Xiaoyu. Why am I the healer? Xiaoyu was quite speechless. You're the midfield. A professional support. Hulai asserted confidently. Wang Guangwei chuckled. If the midfielder is the healer, then what am I? You're the tank. Hulai replied. So, we have a healer, but we still need a tank. Will you join? Wang Guangwei laughed heartily. Sure, count me in. After all, our Serie A winter break is long. The next match isn't until the end of January. Hulai, great. Winter vacation dungeon team. Is anyone else coming? We have a tank and a healer. Sichuan Junping. Envious JPG, I want to join too. Xiaoyu. Poor Sichuan. The Premier League doesn't have a winter break. Sichuan Junping. Not only is there no winter break, but as Christmas approaches, the schedule gets even tighter. It's simply absurd. Wang Guangwei, where's Xiao Xingxing? Doesn't the Eredivisie have a long winter break? Chen Xingyi. I'm here. I just took a shower. Are we going on vacation? Li Qinqing sat nearby, happily watching Hulai rallying the group. After receiving Chen Xingyi's reply, Hulai announced, the winter vacation dungeon team is full. Let's get started. He was then added to a new group. What is this? In the new group, Wang Guangwei explained, it's the vacation group. Following this, the group name was changed to 2028 Temporary Vacation Group. Come on, old Wang. Aren't we already in a group? Chen Xingyi, who was also added, expressed his confusion. Why not just discuss everything in that group? Wang Guangwei. Well, that group still has Huan Gu and Sun Chuan who can't join, right? If we discuss vacation plans or share photos and they see it, Huan Gu might be fine with it, but Sun Chuan would definitely be envious. Hulai, what is there to fear? We should entice them. Wang Guangwei. I knew you wouldn't be considerate, Hulai, so I created this group. Although Hulai said that, he did not go to the old group, but continued discussing with everyone. First, let's set the date, then choose the location. I should mention that we return to training on the 26th, so I need to be back in Madrid by the 25th. Chen Xingyi also shared his situation. We return on January 3rd. Xiaoyu. I will report back on the 26th as well. Wang Guangwei. I won't say much. I might even return to China after spending time with you. So I propose we play from the 20th to the 23rd or 24th. What do you think? Hulai asked everyone. Wang Guangwei. Let's play until the 24th, returning on the 24th. Hulai. I have no objections. Xiaoyu and Chen Xingyi also expressed their agreement. Agreed. All right, it's settled then. From the 20th to the 24th, 4 days of fun sounds just about right. Hulai continued, pondering the next step, selecting a destination. Where shall we go? In the depths of winter. Where else could we venture? Spain, exclaimed Chen Xingyi from the northernmost part, the renowned tourist haven of Mallorca. Hulai immediately interjected, not so fast. Every winter, throngs from across Europe flock to that small island. The beaches, hotels, and restaurants are teeming with people. There's no way to truly enjoy a vacation. Wang Guangwei chuckled. Didn't Hulai and Li Qinqing go to Mallorca last year? A painful lesson indeed. Hulai shrugged. Exactly. I have no desire to return. Chen Xingyi inquired. Then where can we go? Xiaoyu suggested. How about skiing in Switzerland? Hulai opposed again, noting the crowds and the small size of the area. If we decide at the last minute, we might not even secure a hotel. That won't do, nor will that. So, where do you suggest we go? Chen Xingyi asked Hulai. In truth, Hulai was equally uncertain, but at that moment, as if struck by inspiration, the true essence of his celebratory gesture surfaced in his mind. He mused, what would my hometown be like without him? With this thought, he decisively proclaimed, Xiaoyu and I need to return on the 26th, so let us choose a location that is convenient for both of us. Everyone agreed. No objections, it's your call. Madeira Island. Zhang Xinghuan, donning sunglasses, turned to the person behind her and inquired with concern, are you tired? The individual, wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat and sunglasses, shook their head. Not at all. Shall we proceed? Yes. Zhang Xinghuan stepped up to the security check counter, presenting her boarding pass, while simultaneously removing her sunglasses. After a thorough verification, The staff stamped her boarding pass for the flight from Barcelona to the capital of the Madeira archipelago, Funchal. Have a pleasant journey, sir. Meanwhile, a note was made about a double monthly ticket promotion, urging everyone not to forget to vote for the monthly ticket. Additionally, there was an initiative to achieve a target of 6,000 monthly tickets during the double promotion period, promising an extra chapter as gratitude for reaching this goal. Please, let us not let this target slip away. That would be quite embarrassing. The thrilling journey of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing to Madeira commenced with a somewhat nerve-wracking landing. Due to strong crosswinds, the plane swayed precariously during its descent, bouncing up and down. Just before touchdown, the aircraft suddenly dropped sharply, eliciting gasps and shrieks from passengers. Adding to the tension, the pilot, recognizing the difficulty in landing, executed an emergency go-around. After one harrowing attempt, they finally landed safely on the airport runway. Looking out the window, even during landing, the plane approached at a slanted angle, akin to a drifting descent. As the aircraft lightly bounced upon touchdown and then stabilized, the cabin erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Hu Lai clapped his hands and let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Goodness, I thought I was done for today." Turning to notice Li Qingqing's slightly pale complexion, he felt a pang of guilt and said, "I want to come to this wretched place again." Li Qingqing, however, shook her head and managed a faint smile, replying, "It's all part of the journey." Witnessing her understanding nature, Hu Lai could only grasp her hand tightly. Reluctant to speak further, it was impossible for him to reveal that the true reason he had chosen Madeira as their destination was due to someone who did not exist in this time and place. After taking the airport shuttle to the terminal and retrieving their luggage, they exited the building. Upon stepping outside, Hu Lai suddenly stopped, staring at an adjacent wall. Li Qingqing was taken aback, asking, "Are we waiting here? Weren't we supposed to pick up the car?" They had pre-rented a 7-seater van, which the rental company would deliver to them upon their arrival on the island. "Oh, I completely forgot," Hu Lai exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. He then gathered his luggage and led Li Qingqing away. Behind them, the exterior wall of Madeira's Funchal airport stood empty and pristine, devoid of any distractions. Passers-by, travelers, and tourists paid no mind to the wall, for it was merely an ordinary structure. After completing the handover with the rental company and acquiring the vehicle, Hu Lai loaded their bags into the trunk. Since they were only embarking on a short 4-day trip, they had packed lightly. A single 26-inch suitcase held all their belongings. Thus, even in its 7-seater configuration, the van's trunk was more than sufficient. The two settled into the comfortable second-row seats of the vehicle, waiting for their companions to arrive. Li Qingqing lowered her head, messaging her father to reassure him. "Dad, we just arrived in Madeira, so don't worry." Given the time difference, she knew her father wouldn't see the message immediately, but she felt it important to leave a note, ensuring he would be updated on her whereabouts upon waking. She refrained from mentioning the harrowing landing, fearing it would cause him undue concern. The truth was, she had indeed felt a surge of fear, gripping Hu Lai's hand tightly during the descent. Her innermost thoughts at that moment were that, if they were to face death, she wished to do so hand in hand with Hu Lai. Meanwhile, Hu Lai was not preoccupied with his phone. Instead, he gazed vacantly at the modest airport terminal in the distance. The sign atop read Madeira Airport, its official title remaining unchanged. Everything appeared as it had originally, without being renamed to Cristiano Ronaldo Airport. Just as the entrance did not feature that oddly expressive statue, he knew without needing to research that this small island contained neither a CR7 hotel nor a Cristiano Ronaldo museum. Nor did it boast a statue of that iconic celebration with the glistening emblem. Ultimately, in this reality, there was no player bearing such a lengthy name. The remote Portuguese autonomous territory of Madeira remains relatively obscure on the global stage. When Hu Lai suggested visiting this locale, apart from himself and Xia Xiaoyu, the others in the group were utterly unaware of its whereabouts. In stark contrast to the world-renowned tourist haven of Majorca, Madeira can be regarded as an underappreciated gem. In Hu Lai's original timeline, however, this small island was immensely famous, largely owing to the influence of a certain individual. Although it has been repeatedly affirmed that this timeline is distinct from that one, certain places and moments still evoke a sense of déjà vu in Hu Lai. Thus, he ventured to this island, eager to discern the differences between this realm and the one he once knew. The island boasts a professional football club and is home to many passionate young players who dream of one day stepping onto the European stage from their quaint island. Yet, None of these aspiring youths bear the name Cristiano Ronaldo. Hu Lai, having emulated this individual's signature celebration, considers his journey to Madeira a form of homage. As the group intentionally selected flights arriving around the same time, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, the first to land, soon disembarked to await their companions arriving from various corners of Europe outside the terminal. Upon sighting them, Chen Xingyi paled and exclaimed, "Damn it, Hu Lai, you've picked quite the spot. This trip begins with a roller coaster ride." Hu Lai retorted, "Look at you, so lacking in composure. It's just a little turbulence. No big deal. Stay calm, little star, don't let anyone think you're inexperienced. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Really?" Chen Xingyi cast a doubtful glance at Li Qingqing, who merely smiled in response. Wang Guangwei interjected. Madeira's airport is reputed to be one of the most perilous in the world. Pilots must undergo specialized training to land here. It's not a place for just any aviator. Hu Lai was somewhat taken aback. "Wang, you know quite a bit, don't you?" "I did a bit of research. Since we're here to have fun, it's essential to know what's entertaining and delicious. Otherwise, what's the point?" Hu Lai applauded him. "Good job. We shall follow your lead for the next few days." Wang Guangwei accepted the role, indicating that his research was more extensive than he initially let on. Curious, Chen Xingyi asked, "So Wang, what is there to enjoy and savor on this island?" "Well, there isn't anything particularly thrilling, just a scenic drive around the island, watching sunsets at sea, and frolicking with dolphins. The warmth and relative tranquility here, especially compared to Mallorca, are its main attractions. As for dining, there are local specialty restaurants offering seafood. And the wine here is rather famous. There's a type of wine called Madeira wine. As the name suggests, it is produced here." Observing Wang Guangwei's animated discourse, Hu Lai remarked to Xia Xiaoyu, "Look at this. As a local footballer in Portugal, you are less informed about this place than Wang." Xia Xiaoyu covered his forehead in exasperation. "What does that have to do with me? I am playing football in Lisbon, not in Madeira, so of course it is relevant." Hu Lai earnestly inquired, "You possess a Portuguese driver's license, do you not?" Xia Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. That is splendid. To ensure you fulfill your hostly duties, I have specifically rented a Mercedes-Benz van for the occasion, and I kindly request your assistance as our driver during these days." Hu Lai had arranged Xia Xiaoyu's role. "Is that all? Hu Ge, you could have just said so." Xia Xiaoyu thumped his chest, readily agreeing. "Driving is no issue at all. Then it is settled." Hu Lai clapped his hands and turned to Wang Guangwei. "Xiaoyu will be our driver. You shall take on the role of our guide, old Wang." Wang Guangwei initially intended to nod in agreement, but after a slight inclination of his head, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Reaching out to grasp Hu Lai by the neck, "What did you just say, Hu Lai?" Hu Lai instinctively recoiled, hiding behind Li Qingqing, causing Wang Guangwei's hand to halt abruptly, missing its mark. "Seriously, Hu Lai, are you even a man?" Hiding behind Qingqing, Hu Lai made a face at him. "Women can hold up half the sky. It is only reasonable that I stand behind Qingqing." "What? Do you look down upon our female compatriots?" "Mind your words. For I have a camera rolling here. If you are not careful, I shall post this on Weibo, and you will have to flee." As he spoke, he raised his phone, aiming the camera at Wang Guangwei. Wang Guangwei was left speechless, finding himself at a loss against Hu Lai. At that moment, he heard Chen Xingyi chiming in, "No problem at all. Tour guide Wang, 886. With that, he turned and dashed away. For Wang Guangwei had already released Hu Lai and shifted his attention to him. Xia Xiaoyu attempted to steer the situation back on course. "Hu Ge, where's our vehicle?" The fleeing Chen Xingyi glanced back, noticing Wang Guangwei had not pursued him, and returned, feigning nonchalance. "Let us hurry to the hotel, drop off our luggage, and enjoy a grand feast." However, he was seized by Wang Guangwei. "I will be the guide, Xiaoyu the driver, and you, little star, shall serve as our ATM. Dinner is on you. Old Wang, be mindful. Please use civilized language, as Miss Qingqing is present." Chen Xingyi pointed at Li Qingqing, his expression righteous. Li Qingqing laughed heartily, waving her hands. No worries, please feel free." Hu Lai, hiding behind Li Qingqing, announced loudly, "Excellent. Our journey to Madeira Island officially commences. Paw Patrol, let's set off. P.S. During the double monthly ticket period, I humbly seek your support for monthly tickets. Additionally, Qidian is hosting a double monthly ticket event. I have set a goal to acquire 6,000 monthly tickets during this period. Should I achieve this target, an extra chapter shall be added in gratitude. I beseech everyone, do not let me fall short of this goal. That would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 344. Where in life do we not meet again? Come, time to disembark. Wang Guangwei was the first to leap out of the vehicle, then opened the sliding side door, beckoning the companions inside. Hu Lai remarked to Li Qingqing, I regret not bringing a small flag. Otherwise, old Wang would resemble a tour guide perfectly. Li Qingqing covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Wang Guangwei shot him a glare. Thank you. And do remember to settle the guide fee upon our return. Hu Lai leapt from the vehicle, extending his hand to grasp Li Qingqing's, assisting her as she descended. He then addressed Wang Guangwei, saying, Need money? If you require funds, seek out the ATM. Why come to me? Chen Xingyi interjected, Goodness, old Wang is the guide, Xiao Yu is the driver, and I am responsible for the expenses. So Hu Lai, you merely benefit without cost? Hu Lai retorted, Hey, what do you mean by that? I am entitled to enjoy your services. Without me, would you not lose your purpose? His defense was unwavering. Get lost. Both Wang Guangwei and Chen Xing raised their middle fingers at Hu Lai. After parking the car and turning off the engine, Xiao Yu, witnessing this scene, chuckled while rubbing his forehead. Wang Guangwei dismissed Hu Lai's antics and pointed to a white spherical structure behind them. This is a vantage point on Madeira Island, offering a panoramic view of the island's mountainous terrain. In reality, it functions as a meteorological radar observation station. Hu Lai applauded. Thank you for the explanation, Director Wang. Ignoring Hu Lai's jest, Wang Guangwei continued, pointing to a winding staircase-like path. Climbing up from here will lead us to the observation deck. There is also a restaurant and a souvenir shop. We can dine here when hunger strikes before continuing. Excellent. Hu Lai waved his hand, lead the way. After arriving on Madeira Island the previous afternoon and resting overnight, they commenced their island tour today. This observation deck marked their first destination. If they were part of a tour group, the entire island circuit would take over 5 hours. However, since Hu Lai and his companions were on a self-driving adventure, they were not constrained by time. They could stop wherever they pleased and linger as long as they desired, fully guided by their moods, likely extending their journey beyond 5 hours. For instance, the northern region of Madeira, Fagel, boasts numerous open-air bathing spots, and they had all packed swimwear, eager to frolic in the water. Such indulgences would undoubtedly prolong their outing. Yet, none of this mattered. As long as they were enjoying themselves, they could take the entire day for the island tour. Presently, it was evident that they were all relishing the experience. Sun Wan leaned against a faux wooden concrete railing, gazing at the mountains and ravines below, with white clouds drifting across the azure sky. She could even faintly see a shimmering golden blue curtain behind the mountains, not the sky, but the distant ocean. The mountain breeze mingled with the sea breeze, playing with her hair, prompting her to take a deep breath. She had never imagined that one day she would find herself in such a remote location. More importantly, she was here with him. Isn't it beautiful? A voice beside her inquired. Sun Wan turned to look at him. Indeed, it is beautiful, almost unreal. How could that be? To this day? I feel as though I should awaken in the hospital's nurse's station, he laughed. Then try it a few more times. Perhaps you can instantly return to Jean City. That way, you save on airfare, he teased, eliciting a laugh from Sun Wan. Observing her smile, the man suddenly suggested, Shall we take a picture here? Sun Wan paused for a moment, then eagerly nodded. Yes, let's use this as the backdrop. The man pulled out his phone and activated the front camera. The two individuals turned away from the majestic mountains and the vast ocean behind them, standing side by side. Just as the man extended his arm to take a selfie, a head peeked out from below the steps opposite them. The head glanced around, then turned back, urging, Quickly, we're almost there. When it returned, its gaze naturally fell upon the handsome couple leaning against the railing, preparing for their self-portrait. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, What the hell, Huan Ge? Chen Xingyi gasped. The man, poised to capture the moment, was equally taken aback, muttering, What the hell, Xiao? He then noticed more heads rising from below the steps. Sun Wan, caught in this unexpected scene, felt a surge of confusion. Before her, Zhang Xinghuan was encircled by the abruptly appeared Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, Hu Lai, and Xiao Yu, who were interrogating him. The sight made Sun Wan shrink back, uncertain if her presence had caused trouble for Xinghuan. She even considered stepping back. But her back was already pressed against the railing, with the sheer cliff behind her leaving no room for retreat. At that moment, she felt a gentle grip on her arm. Turning, she saw Li Qingqing's warm smile. Don't worry, they're just joking. However, Sun Quan noticed Hu Lai rolling up his sleeves, a fierce determination evident on his face. You haven't interacted with them much. If you spent a little time with them, you'd understand their style, Li Qingqing reassured her. Sun Wan's gaze fell on Li Qingqing's hand holding her arm. A wave of nervousness coursing through her as she realized how close she was to a superstar of the Chinese women's soccer team. As a girl, Li Qingqing was naturally her idol. Sensing the girl's tension, Li Qingqing said nothing more, simply tightening her grip slightly. Standing beside her with a smile as they observed the unfolding drama. All right, Huanggu, Hu Lai declared, rolling up his sleeves. I was wondering why you weren't joining us. Turns out you wanted a private meeting with a beauty. Zhang Qinghuan glared at Hu Lai. What are you doing? Why not? I climbed up here and got hot. Hu Lai waved dismissively, unwilling to change the subject. Now confess, how long has this been going on? What do you mean by this? Wang Guangwei interjected, unable to contain himself. Huanggu, stop playing dumb. We have concrete evidence. Zhang Qinghuan retorted, Old Wang. Your words are too harsh. What do you mean by evidence? Am I a thief? What about a heart thief? Wang Guangwei countered, leaving Zhang Qinghuan momentarily speechless. Huanggu is right. Chen Xingyi chimed in. Old Wang, your phrasing is completely inappropriate. Evidence doesn't apply here. You should say, before he could finish, Zhang Qinghuan interrupted, raising his hands in mock surrender. All right, I'll talk. If I don't, they might say something even more outrageous. While he himself was unperturbed, he worried that Sun Quan, the young girl, might be frightened. Okay, go ahead. Hu Lai crossed his arms, and the four of them lined up in front of Zhang Qinghuan, their expressions grave as they awaited his response. As Zhang Qinghuan was about to speak, Hu Lai interjected with a question, What is your name? Zhang Qinghuan instinctively blurted out his name. It was only halfway through his response that he realized and exclaimed in anger, What the hell? Are you here to interrogate a criminal? The four of them could hardly contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Li Qingqing laughed so hard that she nearly toppled over, and the friend she had embraced, Sun Quan, swayed along with her. Amidst the laughter, she remarked to Sun Quan, You see, this is how they are. I truly didn't expect this. Sun Quan was left speechless. I thought they were all stars. Stars are still human, Li Qingqing smiled at her. If you don't believe me, feel my hand. It's warm. With that, she extended her hand to Sun Quan. Gathering her courage, Sun Quan grasped Li Qingqing's hand, feeling the warmth and softness emanating from her palm. She was suddenly moved to the point of tears. Thankfully, she held back. Otherwise, she would have made a fool of herself, just as she was lost in her emotions. She heard Li Qingqing suddenly ask, When did you two get together? We are. Sun Quan blurted out, only to quickly realize and correct herself. We are not together. Li Qingqing widened her eyes in surprise. Not together? You two traveled to such a remote place? It can't be just a coincidence. Hearing this, Sun Quan lowered her head. Observing her demeanor, Li Qingqing said, Oh dear, is it embarrassing to be with Huanggu? Sun Quan hurriedly waved her hands. No. It's just that I can't quite explain it. Li Qingqing pressed on. Do you like him? This time, Sun Quan nodded decisively. I do. So you don't know if Huanggu likes you? Sun Quan first shook her head, and then nodded. Who suggested coming here? He. Li Qingqing gasped, nodding her head, and decided not to press further. Meanwhile, the men appeared to have reached a consensus. Hu Lai, with an arm around Zhang Qinghuan, proclaimed, This is fate. Huanggu, who would have thought we would choose the same travel destination? It proves that doing bad things behind our backs is futile. The heavens are just, and retribution is inevitable. There are unseen hands that guide us back to the right path. Zhang Qinghuan rolled his eyes, too weary to explain to these impertinent individuals. Hu Lai continued, Since fate has brought us together, let us merge our groups and have fun together. Zhang Qinghuan did not immediately agree or disagree. He merely glanced back at Sun Quan. Seeing her nestled beside Li Qingqing, he sighed. Fine. Damn it. You really are persistent. What does this have to do with me? It's just a coincidence. How would I know you were coming to Madeira? Huanggu, why did you choose to come here? Because there are fewer people, Hu Lai shrugged. We chose it for the same reason. As they say, great minds think alike. Some things are simply destined from the start. Zhang Qinghuan fell silent. Hu Lai clapped his hands. Great. Let's welcome our two new companions to the pack and continue our adventure. What on earth is Wang team? Zhang Qinghuan retorted. It's the name of our travel group, Old Wang replied. Add Huanggu to the group as well. All right then. Ding dong. Zhang Qinghuan picked up her phone and glanced at the name of the group she had just joined. Wang team makes great achievements. During the period of double monthly votes, I earnestly seek your support for votes. Moreover, Jian is holding a double monthly vote event, and I have set a goal to receive 6,000 monthly votes during this time. If this goal is achieved, I will add an extra chapter as a token of gratitude. I sincerely ask everyone not to let me fall short of this aspiration. It would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 345. Why concern yourself with who you are? Zhang Qinghuan drove, trailing the black Mercedes-Benz van ahead, navigating the winding mountain roads. The scenery outside the window transformed with each turn. Sometimes a sheer cliff loomed. At other times a vast valley opened up, punctuated by the blue sky and white clouds, and dotted with charming red-roofed villas on the hillside. There was no need to stop and admire the views. The journey itself was a splendid scenic route. I'm sorry. I thought it would just be the two of us, she said to Sun Wan, who sat in the passenger seat. It's fine. This is quite nice, actually. Lively. Sun Wan replied. Indeed, it is lively, but you must adapt to their style. Zhang Qinghuan chuckled wryly. Sister Qingqing told me about you all, saying this is how you are. I actually find it quite pleasant. This kind of interaction feels unburdened, as if only those who share a close bond can engage this way. Sister Qingqing? Zhang Qinghuan paused. If I recall correctly, you are older than Li Qingqing, aren't you? Huh, is that so? Sun Wan responded, realizing she had forgotten. She always felt that Li Qingqing should be her elder sister, while in truth, she was the elder. Just call me Qingqing then. All right, Sun Wan nodded obediently. Sensing Sun Wan's lingering shyness, Zhang Qinghuan continued, I apologize. I should have introduced you to them sooner. Sun Wan vigorously shook her head. No, it's fine. Hearing this, Zhang Qinghuan smiled wryly again and fell silent. So they have been together for a while. In the van, Li Qingqing inquired of the group. Although she had been alone with Sun Wan earlier, she had not delved deeply into the matter. Thus, she was now seeking clarity from Hu Lai and the others. Anyway, Brother Huan has been in contact with the little nurse for quite some time, Hu Lai stated. He didn't mention exactly when. This trip to Madeira was proposed by Brother Huan himself. If he had no interest in the little nurse, why invite her to travel together? Li Qingqing frowned, but when I asked Sister Wan, she was unaware of what Brother Huan meant. This indicates that, at the very least, he hasn't expressed anything to her. Wang Guangwei, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned around. I have a hypothesis, but I'm not sure if it's accurate. There's a saying online that if you want to know whether you and your partner are truly compatible, you should travel together. Spending day and night in each other's company can reveal many details that are often overlooked, enabling a comprehensive understanding of one another. Perhaps Brother Huan has this very notion in mind? Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's words, the others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. While it seemed that Lao Wang had a point, there was something peculiar about it, though they couldn't quite articulate what that was at the moment. In the end, Chen Xingyi, seated in the back, lamented, Oh, come on, Lao Wang. Does a charming rogue like Huan Gu really need to be so cautious? If he truly finds a woman intriguing, all he has to do is approach her with a smile and present his WeChat QR code for her to scan. No, it should be that he simply opens the scanning feature, and countless women would be lining up to add him as a friend. Xiaoyu Summer concurred exactly. As long as Huan Gu is willing, there's no one he cannot win over. Wang Guanglei shook his head. It's different. How is it different? Chen Xingyi inquired. Because Huan Ji's previous encounters were merely flings, driven by physical attraction. 1 week a new partner, and once the novelty wore off, it was over. There was no need to consider compatibility. Now, Hu Lai suddenly grasped. Oh, Lao Wang, are you suggesting that Huan Gu has truly developed feelings this time? I believe that is the case. He genuinely wishes to pursue a future with the little nurse, Wang Guanglei articulated. After hearing Wang Guanglei's analysis, everyone felt that this was the most plausible deduction. Then why has he been keeping it a secret? Sneaking out to date the little nurse? Xiaoyu Summer probed further. Wang Guanglei hypothesized. Perhaps it's because their relationship is not fully defined yet, making it difficult to disclose. Otherwise, why would they go on a trip together? Isn't it to see if they are compatible? Li Qingqing, who had been quietly listening to the men's discourse, suddenly inquired. What if they are not compatible? Not compatible? Wang Guanglei paused, then responded. If they aren't suited, they can simply part ways. After all, it's not public, so no harm done. How could there be no harm? Hu Lai exclaimed, turning to his girlfriend, having detected a serious tone in her voice. Wang Guanglei also sensed the shift in Li Qingqing's emotions. Though he opened his mouth to speak, he refrained. He was somewhat perplexed as to why she seemed upset. Li Qingqing continued, How could there be no loss? Sister One has invested so much sincerity and emotion, believing she could be with the one she loves. She thought this trip would be one of the most beautiful memories of her life, perhaps even the beginning of a new chapter. But once the trip concludes, they go their separate ways and never meet again. For Sister One, how can there be no loss? How can one act as if nothing has happened? Wang Guanglei found himself at a loss for words. He realized that Li Qingqing was right. He had been considering the issue solely from Huan Ji's perspective, assuming that Huan Gu kept it under wraps to leave himself an escape route in case things didn't work out. Parting ways if they are incompatible is quite normal. Isn't it? He thought, yet he had completely overlooked the little nurse's feelings. Sensing the atmosphere in the car had grown somewhat awkward, Chun Xingyi lightened the mood with humor. Otherwise, why did Hu Lai initially call Huan Gu a scoundrel? Isn't that typical behavior for a rogue? Hu Lai, do you still think Huan Gu is a scoundrel? Li Qingqing turned to him. Hu Lai quickly shook his head. Not at all. In fact, I think Huan Gu has become more timid. His remarks sparked laughter among the group, as they recalled Huan Gu's secretive rendezvous with his lady love, finding Hu Lai's description quite apartment. What a coward! Li Qingqing chuckled as well. Laughter filled the air, easing the atmosphere within the vehicle. Fire boasts numerous coastal bathing spots, most of which are naturally formed. The one they have just arrived at is situated beneath a rugged cliff, featuring a naturally occurring shallow basin. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, it has only one opening facing the sea. The ocean water flows in through this gap, where people have constructed a modest dam to contain it. When the water level is just right, this area transforms into a natural circular swimming pool. Additionally, a nearby platform provides ample parking space, making it a popular choice for visitors. 2 vehicles were parked in the lot, and the gentlemen swiftly changed into their swimwear before diving into the water. Li Qingqing and Sun Wan remained in the vehicle to change. When Sun Wan turned around after dressing, Li Qingqing's gaze naturally fell upon her chest. Sensing this attention, Sun Wan quickly hunched her shoulders and lowered her head. Yet, Li Qingqing stopped her, saying, "Oh, don't do that. Hunching doesn't look good." Sun Wan felt a bit shy. "Be confident, just a little more, Sister Wan." Upon hearing Li Qingqing refer to her as sister, Sun Wan realized that, despite being older than Li Qingqing, she instinctively viewed her as the elder. Perhaps it was the radiant confidence exuding from this young woman that led one to believe she was the elder. What fuels Li Qingqing's confidence? She is a renowned star. And what about Sun Wan? "I am merely an ordinary person," she murmured. Ordinary people can also possess confidence. What does confidence have to do with being ordinary? After all, the majority of this world consists of ordinary individuals. If ordinary people cannot be confident, how could the world be a better place? Li Qingqing continued to encourage her. She reached out, grasping Sun Wan's arms, drawing closer to meet her gaze directly. "Sister Wan, you are wonderful, truly exceptional. I cannot predict what will unfold between you and Brother Huai, but regardless of the outcome, you must always retain your confidence and be the protagonist of your own story, rather than a supporting character in someone else's." Fearing that Brother Huai might have ulterior motives, she subtly offered a word of caution to Sun Wan. Sun Wan seemed momentarily startled by Li Qingqing's enthusiasm, staring blankly at the beautiful young lady before her. Reflecting on her own stories with Hu Lai, she did not perceive Li Qingqing as being overly sentimental. Despite Hu Lai's fame and prowess, Li Qingqing was certainly not a mere background figure in his life. Confidence is unrelated to one's status as an ordinary person. Even if I am ordinary, I can still be confident. Even within a small circle, I don't need to step onto a grand stage, nor be exposed to the spotlight, or appear on television or in newspapers to feel assured in the eyes of those around me. Being ordinary does not contradict confidence, Sister Wan. Confidence does not require capital. What capital did Hu Lai possess to be confident? Yet he worked hard and exuded confidence. "You can do it too, Sister Wan," Li Qingqing gently urged. "Brother Huai, we have a question for you," the gentleman called out as they led Zhang Qinghuan to a somewhat secluded spot after entering the water. Then Hu Lai posed a question on behalf of everyone. "Do you wish to know when Sun Wan and I got in touch?" Zhang Qinghuan guessed that this group of lads could hardly suppress their curiosity. However, he was mistaken. With a serious expression, Hu Lai inquired, "No, Brother Huan. We simply wish to know your thoughts about the little nurse. Do you have feelings for her?" It was a rhetorical question. If he had no interest, why would he spend time with her? After a moment of exchanging glances, Hu Lai continued, "Have you expressed this sentiment to the little nurse?" This time, Zhang Qinghuan fell silent. Noticing his reticence, Hu Lai pressed on. Brother Huan, it is evident that the little nurse has feelings for you. Even someone as oblivious as old Wang can see that. Hu Lai, mind your own business. Focus on the matter at hand. Wang Guangwei retorted angrily. Ignoring him, Hu Lai turned back to Zhang Qinghuan, saying, since she likes you and you have feelings for her, why not be straightforward about it? Yet, Zhang Qinghuan remained silent. Hu Lai exchanged glances with the others and stated once more, we speculated, Brother Huan. Are you using this trip as a test to evaluate your compatibility with the little nurse? If it doesn't work, will you part ways upon returning, thus preventing further emotional loss? Is that truly your intention? What on earth are you all thinking? This time, Zhang Qinghuan finally broke his silence, letting out a sigh. Well, now that you mention it, there is some truth to that, but it is not as you think. The issue lies with me. Hu Lai gasped in shock. What? Brother Huan, is it you who is incapable? Hu Lai, you insufferable fool. Zhang Qinghuan could no longer contain his frustration and lunged forward. Wang Guangwei and Chun Xingyi swiftly restrained him on either side. Brother Huan, ignore that scoundrel. Yes. Please tell us. Why do you think you are incapable? Zhang Qinghuan found himself at a loss for words amidst their banter. However, their teasing helped him set aside his inner turmoil, prompting him to speak candidly. You all know my past reputation regarding relationships has not been stellar. There are numerous tales about me online, some exaggerated, but others not too far from the truth. I am aware that Wan likes me, but I worry that her admiration stems from my, celebrity allure, clouding her judgment. After all, she is a fan of mine. One could say she idolizes me. In the eyes of fans, idols possess an aura of greatness. You perceive me in one light, but perhaps she sees an entirely different image. At this point, Chun Xingyi interjected, exactly. When fans become fervent, it can be utterly terrifying. In the end, they no longer care about your true self. They are only concerned with the version of you they have collectively imagined. It is truly nauseating. Damn it. It reduces you to just a football player. What do you know, Zhang Qinghuan? Since his high school days, he had enjoyed immense popularity among fans. Yet he had also endured significant hardships. Ultimately, he felt compelled to sever ties with his fans, even resorting to self-deprecation, in order to diminish the clamor of his more zealous admirers online. Zhang Qinghuan concurred with Chun Xingyi's assertion, expressing her concern that one might have an overly favorable perception of her. In reality, she feared that she did not live up to those expectations. Thus, she contemplated traveling with Wan, allowing her to experience firsthand the essence of her character over the course of several days. Xia Xiaoyu, too, found resonance in this sentiment. She recalled that the reason for Li Ao's divorce from one of his wives was the revelation that even a goddess could seem less than perfect when faced with the mundane realities of life. Was Huan Guo apprehensive that he might be perceived as an ideal by the little nurse, only for them to discover that he was entirely different from her imagined persona, leading to psychological disillusionment? Zhang Qinghuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if such were the case, one would either have to reluctantly accept an imperfect version of herself, or he would be compelled to maintain a facade of perfection. Regardless, both would inevitably endure suffering. Thus, characterizing this as a journey of assessment was not unfounded. However, it was not she who would evaluate Wan, but rather, one who would assess her. After hearing Huan Ji's true reasoning, the four exchanged glances, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, a slight commotion arose from the shore behind them, prompting the five to turn their heads. They beheld Li Qingqing and Sun Wan, clad in swimsuits, making their way towards the sea. One was statuesque, while the other boasted an alluring figure, both radiating youthful vitality and instantly captivating the attention of all present at the beach. In the midst of everyone's gaze, Sun Wan instinctively sought to hunch her shoulders and lower her head. However, Li Qingqing, standing beside her, quietly encouraged her, urging, "Be confident, Sister Wan." Bolstered by her encouragement, Sun Wan straightened her posture and stepped into the water, approaching the five gentlemen with a blend of shyness and newfound confidence as she noticed Zhang Qinghuan's unwavering gaze upon her, prompting her to smile earnestly. P.S. Double monthly votes. Seeking support for monthly votes. Chapter 346. The end of the holiday. After bidding farewell to their companions in the hotel corridor, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing retreated to their respective rooms. Upon closing the door, they simultaneously inquired of one another, "What did you all discuss with Huan Guo? What did you say to the little nurse in the car?" Subsequently, they both chimed in unison, "I'll go first." "No, I'll go first." Hu Lai gestured towards Li Qingqing, encouraging her to speak. Li Qingqing chuckled and recounted her conversation with Sun Wan during their time in the business vehicle. While she did not relay their dialogue verbatim, she effectively conveyed the essence of their exchange. Indeed, the little nurse appeared somewhat timid in front of Huan Gu and the rest of them. Hu Lai reflected carefully on Sun Wan's demeanor during their unexpected encounter earlier that day, finding himself in complete agreement with Li Qingqing's perspective. Yet, he also empathized with Sun Wan's reaction. From a psychological standpoint, the little nurse might inherently feel disadvantaged in the presence of Huan Gu. Moreover, encountering them, a group perceived as stars, without warning could naturally induce feelings of insecurity in an ordinary person. Nevertheless, this did not negate the validity of Li Qingqing's observations. If the two truly wish to be together, they must eliminate the disparity in self-identity that arises during their interactions. The young nurse, for her part, must cultivate greater confidence and refrain from perpetually placing herself in the subordinate mindset of a mere admirer. Now, it is your turn to share how you conversed with Brother Huan. Li Qingqing feigned an attentive demeanor. Thus, Hu Lai recounted to Li Qingqing everything Brother Huan had said today. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. I had no idea Brother Huan thought that way. My goodness, this indeed feels like a test journey. I just didn't expect it to be Sister Wan testing Brother Huan rather than the other way around. She then reflected, Sister Wan perceives herself as an ordinary person, while Brother Huan is a star, fearing she may not be worthy of him. Conversely, Brother Huan believes his reputation is flawed, fearing he may not meet Sister Wan's expectations. Alas, they are both overly concerned about how they are perceived by one another. Hu Lai remarked, it is precisely because they care that they are so tentative. Li Qingqing, upon hearing this, suddenly laughed, just like you did back then. Hu Lai, rarely feeling bashful, did not deny it but rather conceded, indeed, because I care about you. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Li Qingqing smiled joyfully. Yet, soon after, she thought of Brother Huan and Sister Wan. It would be regrettable if they failed to come together despite their mutual feelings due to trivial matters. It is a beautiful wish for lovers to ultimately unite. The stark reality is that the majority of lovers may never find lasting companionship. She and Hu Lai are quite a fortunate pair. Contemplating this, Li Qingqing sighed. Noticing her sigh, Hu Lai inquired with concern, what's wrong? Oh, I'm just worried about Brother Huan and Sister Wan. Can we assist them? In matters of the heart, how can others help? Hu Lai paused for a moment before shaking his head. Besides, Brother Huan is an experienced hand in romance. How could he not consider what we have thought of? The real issue is that they simply need more time to truly understand the authentic selves of each other. No wonder they sought solitude together. But haven't we now intruded upon their world of two? I asked Brother Huan this very question today, and he replied that our arrival was timely. Why is that? He initially thought we had disrupted his plans, but later he realized that the version of himself before us was precisely what he wished the young nurse to see. Li Qingqing laughed at this. The way you two initially acted did indeed frighten Sister Wan. She thought you were going to confront Brother Huan, especially you. Rolling up your sleeves as if ready for a fight. In front of Sister Wan, it felt as though you left no face for Brother Huan. Perhaps this is the authenticity Brother Huan desires, Hu Lai mused, suddenly lost in thought. Li Qingqing, noticing his pensive expression, curiously asked, what's on your mind? Oh, I just suddenly wondered if Brother Huan might be an M, Li Qingqing. The following day, Zhang Xinghuan indeed arrived with Sun Wan to the hotel where Hu Lai and the others were staying, and they agreed to explore Madeira Island together. Not only today, but for the past few days, everyone has been engaged in various activities together. They have climbed mountains, visited historic vineyards and Madeira wine distilleries, and savored a delightful cocktail of Madeira wine, tonic water, fresh mint, lemon, and ice. They also indulged in a seafood feast, showcasing the local delicacies. At the viewing platform of Madeira's Funchal Airport, they witnessed up close how aircraft land at this airport, notorious for its wind shear, and learned about the exhilarating roller coaster-like experiences they had while landing from a third-person perspective. They even raced go-karts at the track located just beneath the airport runway, chasing each other in playful competition. Moreover, they paid a visit to the largest football club on Madeira Island. Watching a group of young athletes train and compete from beyond the barbed wire fence, engrossed for an hour or two in the spectacle. After tiring themselves out, they found a seat at an outdoor cafe, ordered drinks, and sat by the seaside, feeling the ocean breeze, admiring the waves, and listening to the rhythmic sound of the tides. They engaged in light-hearted conversation, or simply relished the tranquil moments of silence. Throughout this journey, Sun Wan transitioned from her initial timidity to gradually assimilate into their eccentric group, no longer intimidated by Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan's playful banter, but instead joining in their laughter. She no longer perceived Hu Lai and the others as aloof stars, but as charming and delightful companions. On their final day in Madeira, they chartered a yacht to chase the sunset and dolphins. Although the rough seas left everyone feeling a bit queasy, their spirits lifted upon spotting dolphins leaping from the waves or gliding beneath the visible surface of the water. Wow, dolphins! Chun Xingyi, who had been leaning over the railing, suddenly pointed at the dolphins swimming alongside the yacht. He excitedly waved at them, urging, "Come closer." To his astonishment, the dolphins indeed approached. This exhilaration led him to exclaim, "It understood me." Hu Lai smirked and quipped, "Is it possible that it didn't understand you but was drawn in by the scent?" "Scent? What do you mean?" Chun Xingyi inquired, puzzled. "The aroma of the lunch you expelled," Hu Lai teased. "Perhaps it swam over hoping for a little more." "You're disgusting, Hu Lai," Chun Xingyi protested. "Why is it only your side that has dolphins?" Hu Lai shrugged. You're just jealous." "Fine, I get it. Your vomit is Michelin 3-star quality." "Stop it, Hu Lai, or I might actually throw up," Zhang Qinghuan interjected, frowning. Just then, Sun Wan exclaimed, "Wow, look over there." She pointed behind everyone, prompting them all to turn. What they beheld was the side of a mountain on Madeira Island extending into the ocean, with a colossal orange sun suspended over the Atlantic, casting a golden hue over the clouds and sea, making their yacht appear as though it were floating on a sea of olive oil. The sea glistens with shimmering waves, undulating as if countless mirrors reflect tiny suns within each surface. These suns form a radiant line, extending from the yacht to the horizon where the sun sets, resembling a golden ladder bridging the earthly realm and the heavens. Nearby, dolphins leap from the golden waters, frolicking in joyous pursuit. The sea breeze carries the briny air, caressing their faces and drifting towards the island of Madeira behind them. As twilight descends, street lamps and the warm glow from homes illuminate the darkened island. Madeira, a volcanic isle, offers scant flat land. Thus, its inhabitants have built their homes against the mountainside, creating a cascading effect akin to terraced fields. However, instead of crops, these terraces boast an array of charming villas. As the lights flicker to life, it is as if a constellation of stars has emerged within the night. The humble creations of humanity and the ancient, radiant sun harmonize in a breathtaking tableau, leaving those aboard the vessel momentarily speechless. Li Qingqing's peripheral vision suddenly caught something. She turned slightly to see two figures nestled together behind her. They gazed at the sunset ahead, with the starlit island behind them. Moved by the scene, Li Qingqing instinctively grasped the hand of Hu Lai beside her. The sun descended, its hue shifting from golden to a deep crimson, as if cooling from its highest temperature to a tender warmth that one could almost cradle in their palms. The golden light receded from the sky and sea, while the once bright clouds transformed into a tapestry of colors, reflecting a softer palette upon the water. The vibrant hues shimmered in the depths of the ocean, now appearing somewhat subdued. Yet, the dark sea rendered the reflections of Madeira's artificial stars even clearer and more luminous. At the initial sight of the splendid sunset, Li Qingqing had wished for time to slow, for the sun to linger a while longer, recalling the timeless adage, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near dusk." She lamented the fleeting nature of such beauty. However, as the sun irrevocably sank beneath the waves, she turned to behold the myriad stars dotting the island, suddenly appreciating that dusk and night each possess their own allure. More significant than the scenery is the company one shares it with. Whether with friends or a beloved, any place becomes a stunning vista. As night fully enveloped the scene, the yacht resumed its journey, retracing its path toward the harbor. Beneath the silvery moonlight, their vessel seemed to ascend from the water, sailing into the depths of the starry expanse. The holiday had come to an end,